In my life, there were various periods in which I believed I was on the road to health and happiness. But never was such faith as strong as during the time my honeymoon lasted, and then for several weeks after our return home. It began with a discovery that astonished me. I loved Augusta as she loved me. Distrustful at first, I meanwhile enjoyed one day and expected the next to be quite different. But one followed another, and resembled the last, luminous, all Augusta's gentleness, and also, this was the surprise, mine. Every morning I rediscovered in her the same moved affection, and in me the same gratitude which, if it was not love, closely resembled it. Who could have foreseen this when I had limped from Ada to Alberta to arrive at Augusta? I discovered that I had been not a blind brute directed by others, but a most skillful man. And seeing my astonishment, Augusta said to me,
"But why are you surprised? Didn't you know that marriage is like this? Even I knew it, and I am so much more ignorant than you."
I no longer know whether it was after or before the affection that a hope formed in my soul, the great hope of ending up by resembling Augusta, who was health personified. During the engagement I had not even glimpsed that health, all immersed as I was in studying myself first and then Ada and Guido. The petroleum lamp in that drawing room had never managed to illuminate Augusta's sparse hair. Far more than her blushing. When this vanished with the simplicity with which the colors of dawn disappear in the direct light of the sun, Augusta confidently trod the path her sisters on this earth had taken, those sisters who can find everything in law and order, or who otherwise renounce everything. However ill-founded I knew it to be, because based upon me, I loved, I adored that confidence. In the face of it, I had to behave at least with the modesty I used when dealing with spiritism. That could exist, and so could faith in life. Yet it astounded me. From her every word, her every act, it emerged that deep down she believed life to be eternal. Not that she said so. She was surprised, in fact, when once I, to whom errors were repugnant before I had come to love hers, had felt the need to remind her of its brevity. Nonsense. She knew that everyone had to die, but that did not alter the fact that now that we were married, we would remain together, together, together. She therefore did not know that when people united in this world, it was for a period so brief, that one could not understand how one had come to address each other familiarly, after not having known each other for an infinite time, and being on the verge of never seeing each other again for another infinite time. I finally understood what perfect human health was when I guessed that the present for her was a tangible truth in which one could shut oneself away and stay warm. I tried to be admitted to it, and attempted to dwell there, resolved not to mock myself or her, because this impulse could be nothing but my illness, and I had at least to guard against infecting the one who had entrusted herself to me. Also for that reason, in the effort to protect her, I managed for some time to move like a healthy man. She knew all the things that drive one to despair, but in her hands these things changed their nature. Even if the earth revolved, there was no need at all to be seasick. Quite the opposite. The earth revolved, but all other things stayed in their place. And these immobile things had an enormous importance. The wedding ring, all the jewels and the clothes, the green one, the black one, the walking dress that went in the wardrobe when one arrived home, and the evening one that under no circumstances could be worn during the day, nor when I did not agree to put on my tailcoat. And mealtimes were rigidly observed, and so were the hours for sleep. Those hours existed and were always to be found in their place. On Sundays she went to Mass, and I accompanied her sometimes to see how she bore the image of suffering and death. For her it did not exist, and that visit infused her with serenity for the whole week. She also went on certain feast days that she knew by heart. Nothing more. Whereas if I had been religious, I would have guaranteed myself bliss by staying in church all day. There was a whole world of authorities down here too that reassured her. First, the Austrian or Italian one that provided for safety on the streets and in the houses. and I always did my best to share that respect of hers. Then there were the doctors, those who had completed all the regular studies in order to save us when, God forbid, some illness should befall us. I made use of that authority every day. She, on the other hand, never. But for that very reason I knew my atrocious destiny when mortal illness reached me, while she believed that even then, solidly supported from above and from below, for her there would be salvation. I am analyzing her health, but I am not succeeding because I realize that, in analyzing it, I am converting it into illness. And in writing of it, I begin to doubt whether that health might not have needed treatment or instruction to be cured. But living beside her for so many years, I never had such doubt. What importance was attributed to me in that little world of hers? I had to state my wishes on every matter, for the choice of foods and clothes, of company and reading. I was compelled to a great activity that did not bore me. I was collaborating in the construction of a patriarchal family and becoming myself the patriarch I had hated and who now appeared to me as the emblem of health. It is quite another thing to be the patriarch than to have to venerate another who arrogates that dignity to himself. I wanted health for myself at the cost of foisting illness upon the non-patriarchs, and especially during the journey I sometimes willingly assumed the pose of an equestrian statue. But already on the journey the imitation I had set myself was not always easy. Augusta wanted to see everything as if she were on an educational tour. It was not enough to have been to the Palazzo Pitti. One had to pass through all those innumerable rooms, stopping at least for a few moments before every work of art. I refused to leave the first room and saw nothing else, shouldering only the labor of finding pretexts for my laziness. I spent half a day before the portraits of the founders of the House of Medici and discovered that they resembled Carnegie and Vanderbilt. Marvelous! And yet they were of my race. Augusta did not share my wonder. She knew what the Yankees were, but not yet quite who I was. Here her health did not prevail and she had to give up the museums. I told her that once at the Louvre I had become so maddened in the midst of so many works of art that I was on the point of smashing the Venus to pieces. Resigned, Augusta said,
Just as well that museums are encountered on honeymoons and then never again.
Indeed, in life there is no monotony of museums. The days pass, worthy of a frame, but they are rich in sounds that confound and then, besides lines and colour, also in true light, the kind that scorches and therefore does not bore. Health impels to activity and to shouldering a world of vexations. The museums closed. The purchases began. She, who had never lived there, knew our villa better than I did and knew that in one room a mirror was missing, in another a carpet, and that in a third there was a place for a small statue. She bought the furniture for an entire drawing room, and from every city in which we stayed, at least one shipment was organized. It seemed to me that it would have been more sensible and less bothersome to make all those purchases in Trieste. Now we had to think of the shipment, the insurance, and the customs formalities.
But don't you know that all merchandise has to travel? Aren't you a merchant?
And she laughed. She was almost right. I objected.
Merchandise is made to travel in order to sell and profit. Lacking that purpose, one leaves it alone and stays in peace.
But enterprise was one of the things I loved most in her. That enterprise was so delightfully ingenuous. Ingenuous because one must be ignorant of the history of the world to believe one has made a good deal merely by purchasing an object. It is at the sale that the shrewdness of the purchase is judged. I believed myself to be in full convalescence. My injuries had become less venomous. It was from then that my unchanging attitude was one of cheerfulness. It was like a pledge that in those unforgettable days I had made to Augusta, and it was the only faith I did not violate except for brief moments. That is, when life laughed louder than I. Ours was and remained a smiling relationship because I always smiled about her, whom I believed unknowing, and she about me, to whom she attributed much knowledge and many errors that she, thus she flattered herself, would correct. I remained apparently cheerful even when illness took hold of me entirely. Cheerful as if my pain were felt by me as a tickle. On the long journey through Italy, despite my new health, I was not free from many sufferings. We had set out without letters of introduction, and very often it seemed to me that many of the strangers among whom we moved were my enemies. It was a ridiculous fear, but I could not overcome it. I might be assaulted, insulted, and above all slandered, and who could have protected me? There was even a real crisis of this fear, of which fortunately no one, not even Augusta, was aware. I was in the habit of taking almost all the newspapers that were offered to me on the street. Having stopped one day before a newspaper seller's stand, the doubt came to me that he, out of hatred, could easily have had me arrested as a thief, since I had taken only one newspaper from him while holding many, under my arm, bought elsewhere and not even opened. I ran off, followed by Augusta, to whom I did not explain the reason for my haste. I struck up a friendship with a coachman and a guide in whose company I was at least sure of not being accused of ridiculous thefts. Between me and the coachman there were some obvious points of contact. He was very fond of the wines of the Castelli and told me that now and then his feet would swell. He would go to the hospital then and, once cured, be discharged with many recommendations to give up wine. He would then make a resolution he called iron, because, to materialize it, he accompanied it with a knot that he tied in the metal chain of his watch. But when I knew him, his chain hung on his waistcoat without any knot. I invited him to come live with me in Trieste. I described the flavor of our wine to him, so different from his, to assure him of the success of the drastic cure. He would have none of it and refused with a face on which nostalgia was already stamped. With the guide I became attached because he seemed to me superior to his colleagues. It is not difficult to know much more history than I do, but even Augusta, with her exactness and her Baedeker, verified the accuracy of many of his references. In the meantime he was young, and we went at a run through the avenues lined with statues. When I lost those two friends, I left Rome. The coachman, having received so much money from me, let me see how wine sometimes attacked his head as well, and hurled us against a very solid, ancient Roman construction. The guide then took it into his head one day to assert that the ancient Romans knew perfectly well about electric power, and made extensive use of it. He even declaimed some Latin verses that were supposed to prove it. But then I was seized by another little malady from which I was never to recover. A trifle. The fear of aging, and above all the fear of dying. I believe it originated in a special form of jealousy. Aging frightened me only because it was bringing me closer to death. As long as I was alive, Augusta would certainly not betray me. But I imagined that no sooner was I dead and buried, after having made sure that my tomb was kept in perfect order and that the necessary masses were said for me, she would immediately look around to give me a successor whom she would surround with the same healthy, regulated world that now blessed me. Her beautiful health could not very well die because I had died. I had such faith in that health that it seemed to me it could perish only if crushed by an entire train at full speed. I remember that one evening, in Venice, we were passing in a gondola through one of those canals of profound silence, broken at every stretch by the light and noise of a street that suddenly opens upon it. Augusta, as always, looked at things and carefully registered them. A green, fresh garden rising from a grimy base exposed to the air by the receding water. A bell tower reflected in the turbid water. A long, dark alley with at its end a river of light and people. I, on the other hand, in the darkness, felt with full dismay only myself. I told her about the time that was slipping away, and that soon she would make this honeymoon again with another. I was so certain of it that it seemed to me I was telling her a story that had already happened, and it seemed to me out of place that she should start crying to deny the truth of that story. Perhaps she had misunderstood me and believed I was attributing to her the intention of killing me. Quite the opposite. To explain myself better, I described to her a possible manner of my death. My legs, in which the circulation was certainly already poor, would become gangrenous, and the gangrene, spreading, would reach some organ or other, indispensable for keeping one's eyes open. Then I would close them, and farewell, patriarch. It would be necessary to mint another one. She continued to sob, and to me her weeping, in the enormous sadness of that canal, seemed very important. Was it perhaps provoked by despair at the precise vision of that atrocious health of hers? Then all humanity would have sobbed in that weeping. Afterwards, however, I learned that she did not even know what health was like. Health does not analyze itself and does not even look at itself in the mirror. Only we sick people know something about ourselves. It was then that she told me she had loved me before having met me. She had loved me ever since she had heard my name, presented by her father in this form, Zeno Cosini, a simpleton, who opened his eyes wide when he heard talk of any business maneuver and hastened to take note of it in a book of commandments, which, however, he always mislaid. And if I had not noticed her confusion at our first meeting, this must lead one to believe that I too had been confused. I recalled that upon seeing Augusta I had been distracted by her plainness, since I had expected to find in that house the 4 girls whose names began with A, all of them beautiful. I was now learning that she had loved me for a long time, but what did that prove? I did not give her the satisfaction of changing my mind. When I was dead, she would take another. Her tears softened. She leaned more snugly against me and immediately laughing asked me,
Where would I find your successor? Don't you see how plain I am?
Indeed, in all probability, I would be granted some time of undisturbed putrefaction. But the fear of aging never left me, always because of the fear of handing my wife over to another. The fear did not diminish when I was unfaithful, and it did not increase either with the thought of losing in the same way my mistress. It was quite a different thing with nothing to do with the other. When the fear of dying beset me, I turned to Augusta for comfort, like those children who offer their hurt little hand to their mother's kiss. She always found new words to comfort me. During the honeymoon, she still credited me with 30 years of youth, and today with as many. I, on the other hand, knew that even the weeks of joy of the honeymoon had perceptibly brought me closer to the horrible grimaces of agony. Augusta could say what she liked. The reckoning was quickly done. Every week I drew closer to it by a week. When I realized I was seized too often by the same pain, I avoided tiring her by always saying the same things, and to alert her to my need for comfort, it sufficed for me to murmur, "Poor Cosini." She then knew exactly what was troubling me, and hastened to cover me with her great affection. Thus I managed to receive her comfort even when I had quite other pains. One day, sick with the pain of having been unfaithful to her, I murmured by mistake, "Poor Cosini." I profited greatly from it because even then her comfort was precious to me. Returned from the honeymoon, I had the surprise of never having lived in so comfortable and warm a house. Augusta introduced all the comforts she had had in her own home, but also many others that she herself invented. The bathroom, which in living memory had always been at the end of a corridor, 1/2 kilometer from my bedroom, drew close to ours, and was furnished with a greater number of water jets. Then a small room beside the pantry was converted into a coffee room, stuffed with carpets and adorned with large leather armchairs, in which we spent an hour each day after lunch. Against my will, everything necessary for smoking was there. Even my little study, however much I defended it, underwent modifications. I feared that the changes would make me hate it, and instead I immediately realized that only then was it possible to live in it. She arranged the lighting so that I could read sitting at the table, stretched out in the armchair, or lying on the sofa. Even for the violin, a music stand was provided with its own little lamp that illuminated the music without hurting the eyes. There too, and against my will, I was accompanied by all the implements necessary for smoking in peace. Therefore much construction was going on in the house, and there was some disorder that diminished our tranquility. For her, who was working for eternity, the brief inconvenience might not matter, but for me it was quite different. I vigorously opposed her when she conceived the desire to set up a small laundry in our garden, which would actually entail constructing a little building. Augusta maintained that a laundry in the house was a guarantee of the baby's health. But in the meantime, the babies did not exist, and I saw no necessity of letting myself be inconvenienced by them before they even arrived. She, on the other hand, brought into my old house an instinct that came from the open air, and in love, she resembled the swallow that immediately thinks of the nest. But I too was making love, and brought home flowers and jewels. My life was utterly changed by my marriage. I gave up, after a feeble attempt at resistance, the liberty of disposing of my time as I pleased and adapted myself to the most rigid schedule. In this regard, my education had a splendid result. One day, soon after our honeymoon, I innocently let myself be detained from going home for lunch, and after eating something in a bar, stayed out until evening. Coming home after dark, I found that Augusta had not had lunch and was devastated with hunger. She made me no reproach, but she would not be persuaded that she had done wrong. Gently but firmly, she declared that if she was not notified in advance, she would wait for me for lunch until dinner time. There was no joking about it. Another time I let a friend talk me into staying out until 2 in the morning. I found Augusta waiting for me, her teeth chattering with cold, having neglected the stove. There followed a slight indisposition of hers that made the lesson inflicted on me unforgettable. One day I wanted to make her another great gift. Work. She desired it, and I myself thought that work would be good for my health. It stands to reason that one who has little time to be ill is less ill. I went to work, and, if I did not stay, it was really not my fault. I went with the best intentions and with true humility. I did not demand to participate in the management of the business and asked instead to keep the general ledger for the time being. Before the thick book in which the entries were arranged with the regularity of streets and houses, I felt full of respect and began to write with a trembling hand. Young Olivier, a soberly elegant young man, bespectacled, versed in all the commercial sciences, took over my instruction, and I truly have no cause to complain of him. He gave me some trouble with his political economy and his theory of supply and demand, which seemed to me more self-evident than he was willing to admit. But one could see in him a certain respect for the proprietor, and I was all the more grateful to him for it, since he could not have learned it from his father. Respect for property must have formed part of his political economy. He never reproached me for the errors of entry I often made. Only he was inclined to attribute them to ignorance, and gave me explanations that were truly superfluous. The trouble was that from watching the business I developed the urge to do some. In the ledger, with great clarity, I arrived at picturing my pocket, and when I posted an amount in a client's debit column, it seemed to me that instead of a pen, I held in my hand the croupier's little stick that gathers up the money scattered on the gaming table. Young Olivier also showed me the post as it arrived, and I read it attentively and, I must say, at first with the hope of understanding it better than the others. One perfectly ordinary offer one day captured my passionate attention. Even before reading it, I felt something stir in my chest that I immediately recognized as the dark presentiment that sometimes came to visit me at the gaming table. It is difficult to describe this presentiment. It consists of a certain dilation of the lungs so that one breathes the air with pleasure, however smoky it may be. But then there is more. You know at once that when you have doubled the stake, you will feel even better. But it takes practice to understand all this. One must have left the gaming table with empty pockets and the pain of having ignored it. Then it is never missed again. And when one has ignored it, there is no more salvation for that day, because the cards take their revenge. Yet at the green table it is far more forgivable not to have felt it than before the tranquil general ledger, and indeed I perceived it clearly, as it shouted within me, "Buy that dried fruit now!" I spoke of it with all mildness to Olivier, naturally without mentioning my inspiration. Olivier replied that he only dealt in such goods on behalf of third parties when he could realize a small profit. Thus he eliminated from my affairs the possibility of inspiration and reserved it for third parties. The night strengthened my conviction. The presentiment, then, was in me. I was breathing so well that I could not sleep. Augusta sensed my restlessness, and I had to tell her the reason. She immediately had the same inspiration, and in her sleep she managed to murmur,
"Aren't you the owner after all?"
True, in the morning before I left, she said to me with concern,
"It wouldn't do for you to annoy Olivia. Shall I speak to Papa about it?"
I did not want that, because I knew that Giovanni too gave very little weight to inspirations. I arrived at the office quite determined to fight for my idea, also to avenge myself for the insomnia I had suffered. The battle lasted until noon, when the deadline for accepting the offer expired. Olivia remained immovable and silenced me with the usual observation. "Do you perhaps wish to reduce the authority granted me by your late father?" Resentful, I returned for the moment to my ledger, quite determined to interfere no more in business. But the taste of sultana raisins lingered in my mouth, and every day at the Tergesteo I inquired about their price. Nothing else mattered to me. They rose slowly, slowly, as if they needed to gather themselves to take the plunge. Then, in a single day, there was a formidable leap upwards. The harvest had been miserable, and this was only just now becoming known. Strange thing. Inspiration. It had not foreseen the poor harvest, but only the price increase. The cards took their revenge. Meanwhile, I could not stay at my ledger and lost all respect for my teachers, all the more since Olivia no longer seemed so sure he had done right. I laughed and mocked. It was my principal occupation. A second offer arrived at nearly double the price. Olivia, to appease me, asked my advice, and I, triumphant, said I would not eat raisins at that price. Olivia, offended, murmured, "I am following the system I have followed all my life." And he went in search of a buyer. He found one for a much reduced quantity, and, still with the best intentions, returned to me and asked me hesitantly, "Shall I cover this small sale?" I replied, still spiteful, "I would have covered it before making it." It ended with Olivia losing the force of his own conviction and leaving the sale uncovered. The raisins continued to rise, and we lost everything that on the small quantity could be lost. But Olivia grew angry with me and declared he had gambled only to please me. The cunning man forgot that I had advised him to bet on red, and he, to spite me, had bet on black. Our quarrel was irreconcilable. Olivia appealed to my father-in-law, telling him that between him and me the firm would always be damaged, and that if my family wished it, he and his son would withdraw to leave me a free hand. My father-in-law decided immediately in favor of Olivia. He said to me, "The dried fruit affair is too instructive. You are two men who cannot be together. Now who should withdraw? The one who without the other would not have made a single good deal, or the one who for half a century has directed the firm alone?" Augusta, too, was induced by her father to convince me not to interfere any more in my own affairs.
"It seems that your goodness and your ingenuousness,"
she said to me,
"make you unfit for business. Stay at home with me."
I, enraged, withdrew to my tent, that is, to my little study. For some time I dabbled in reading and playing. Then I felt the desire for a more serious occupation, and I very nearly returned to chemistry and then to jurisprudence. Finally, and I truly do not know why, for some time I devoted myself to the study of religion. It seemed to me that I was resuming the study I had begun at my father's death. Perhaps this time it was an energetic attempt to draw closer to Augusta and her health. It was not enough to go to Mass with her. I had to go there differently, that is, by reading Renan and Strauss, the first with delight, the second enduring him like a punishment. I mention it here only to point out what a great desire bound me to Augusta, and she did not guess this desire when she saw the Gospels in a critical edition in my hands. She preferred indifference to scholarship, and thus failed to appreciate the greatest sign of affection I had given her. When, as was her habit, interrupting her toilette or her household occupations, she appeared at the door of my room to say a word of greeting, seeing me bent over those texts, she twisted her mouth.
"Are you still at that stuff?"
The religion Augusta needed did not require time to be acquired or practiced. A bow and the immediate return to life. Nothing more. From me, religion took on quite another aspect. If I had had true faith, in this world I would have had nothing but that. Then into my magnificently organized little room there came at times boredom. It was rather an anxiety because precisely then I seemed to feel within me the strength to work. But I was waiting for life to impose some task upon me. While waiting, I went out frequently and spent many hours at the Tergesteo or in some cafe. I was living in a simulation of activity, a most tedious activity. The visit of a university friend, who had had to return home in a great hurry from a small town in Styria to be treated for a serious illness, was my nemesis, though it had not had the look of one. He came to me after having spent a month in bed in Trieste, which had served to convert his illness, a nephritis, from acute to chronic and probably incurable. But he believed he was better, and was cheerfully preparing to move at once during the spring to some place with a milder climate than ours, where he expected to be restored to full health. It was perhaps fatal for him that he had lingered too long in his harsh native region. I regard the visit of that very sick man, but cheerful and smiling, as very baleful for me. But perhaps I am wrong. It marks only a date in my life, through which one had to pass in any case. My friend, Enrico Coppola, was astonished that I knew nothing either about him or about his illness, of which Giovanni must have been informed. But Giovanni, since he himself had been ill, had time for no one, and had told me nothing about it, despite the fact that every sunny day he came to my villa to sleep for a few hours in the open air. Between the two invalids a most cheerful afternoon was spent. They talked about their illnesses, which constitutes the greatest amusement for a sick person, and is a not too melancholy thing for the healthy who listen. There was only one disagreement because Giovanni needed the open air that was forbidden to the other. The disagreement faded when a little wind arose that induced Giovanni too to stay with us in the small warm room. Coppola told us about his illness, which gave no pain but took away his strength. Only now that he was feeling better did he know how ill he had been. He talked about the medicines that had been administered to him, and then my interest was keener. Among other things, his doctor had recommended an effective system for procuring him a long sleep without poisoning him with actual sleeping pills. But this was the thing I, above all, needed. My poor friend, hearing of my need for medicines, flattered himself for a moment that I might be afflicted with the same illness as his, and advised me to have myself examined, auscultated, and analyzed. Augusta laughed heartily and declared that I was nothing but an imaginary invalid. Then across Coppola's emaciated face there passed something that resembled resentment. At once, manfully, he freed himself from the state of inferiority to which he seemed condemned by attacking me with great energy. Imaginary invalid? Well, I prefer to be a real one. First of all, an imaginary invalid is a ridiculous monstrosity, and besides, for him no remedies exist, whereas the pharmacy, as you can see in my case, always has something effective for us real invalids. His words sounded like those of a healthy man, and I want to be sincere, suffered from it. My father-in-law joined him with great energy, but his words failed to cast contempt on the imaginary invalid, because they too clearly betrayed his envy of the healthy. He said that if he had been as healthy as I, instead of bothering people with complaints, he would have run to his dear, good business, especially now that he had managed to reduce his paunch. He did not even know that his weight loss was not considered a favorable symptom. Because of Coppola's attack, I truly had the look of an invalid, and an ill-treated one at that. Augusta felt the need to intervene on my behalf. Caressing the hand I had abandoned on the table, she said that my illness disturbed no one, and that she was not even convinced I believed myself to be ill, because otherwise I would not have such joy in living. Thus Coppola returned to the state of inferiority to which he was condemned. He was entirely alone in this world, and if he could compete with me in matters of health, he could set against me no affection similar to the one Augusta offered me. Feeling keenly the need for a nurse, he resigned himself to confessing to me later how much he had envied me for this. The discussion continued in the following days in a calmer tone while Giovanni slept in the garden, and Coppola, having thought it over, now asserted that the imaginary invalid was a real one, but more intimately so than the latter, and also more radically. For his nerves had been reduced to such a state as to signal an illness when there was none, whereas their normal function would have consisted in sounding the alarm with pain and inducing one to run for help.
Yes, I said. As with teeth, where the pain manifests itself only when the nerve is exposed, and for the cure its destruction is required.
We ended by agreeing that one kind of invalid and the other were equal. In his very nephritis, the warning from the nerves had been and still was lacking, whereas my nerves were perhaps so sensitive as to warn me of the illness from which I would die some 20 years later. They were therefore perfect nerves, and had the sole disadvantage of granting me few happy days in this world. Having succeeded in placing me among the sick, Coppola was most satisfied. I do not know why the poor invalid had the mania of talking about women, and when my wife was not present, we talked of nothing else. He maintained that in the real invalid, at least in the illnesses we knew about, the sexual drive weakened, which was a good defense of the organism, while in the imaginary invalid, who suffered only from the disorder of overactive nerves, this was our diagnosis. It was pathologically alive. I corroborated his theory with my experience, and we commiserated with each other. I do not know why I did not want to tell him that I found myself far from any excess and had done so for a long time. I could at least have confessed that I considered myself convalescent if not healthy, so as not to offend him too much, and because calling oneself healthy when one knows all the complications of one's organism is a difficult thing. "Do you desire every beautiful woman you see?" Coppola further inquired.
Not all of them,
I murmured, to tell him I was not so very ill. Meanwhile, I did not desire Ada, whom I saw every evening. She, for me, was truly the forbidden woman. The rustle of her skirts told me nothing, and if I had been permitted to lift them with my own hands, it would have been the same thing. Fortunately, I had not married her. This indifference was, or seemed to me, a manifestation of genuine health. Perhaps my desire for her had been so violent as to exhaust itself on its own. Yet my indifference extended also to Alberta, who was really quite pretty in her neat, serious little school dress. Could the possession of Augusta have been sufficient to calm my desire for the entire Malfenti family? That would really have been very moral. Perhaps I did not speak of my virtue because in my thoughts I was always betraying Augusta, and even now, talking with Coppola, with a tremor of desire, I thought of all the women I was neglecting for her sake. I thought of the women who ran through the streets, all covered up, and in whom therefore the secondary sexual organs became so important while in the woman one possessed, they disappeared as if possession had atrophied them. The desire for adventure was ever alive in me. That adventure which began with the admiration of a little boot, a glove, a skirt, everything that covers and alters the form, but this desire was not yet a sin. Coppola, however, was not doing well to analyze me. To explain to someone how he is made is a way of authorizing him to act as he wishes, but Coppola did even worse. Only when he spoke as when he acted, he could not foresee where he would lead me. So important in my memory does Coppola's word remain that, when I recall it, it evokes all the sensations that were associated with it, and the things and the people. I had accompanied my friend into the garden as he had to return home before sunset. From my villa, which lies on a hill, one had a view of the harbour and the sea, a view now intercepted by new buildings. We stopped to gaze for a long time at the sea, stirred by a light breeze that sent back in myriad red lights the tranquil light of the sky. The Istrian peninsula gave rest to the eye with its green gentleness that extended in an enormous arc into the sea like a solid penumbra. The piers and the breakwaters were small and insignificant in their rigidly linear forms, and the water in the basins was darkened by its immobility, or was it perhaps turbid? In the vast panorama the stillness was small in comparison with all that animated red on the water, and we, dazzled, soon turned our backs to the sea. On the small clearing before the house, by comparison, night was already gathering. Before the portico, in a large armchair, his head covered with a cap and also protected by the raised collar of his fur coat, his legs wrapped in a blanket. My father-in-law slept. We stopped to look at him. His mouth was wide open, his lower jaw hanging like a dead thing, and his breathing noisy and too frequent. At every moment his head fell onto his chest, and he, without waking, raised it. There was then a movement of his eyelids, as if he wanted to open his eyes to find his balance more easily, and his breathing changed rhythm, a real interruption of sleep. It was the first time my father-in-law's serious illness had presented itself to me with such evidence, and I was deeply pained. Coppola said to me in a low voice, "He ought to be treated. He is probably ill with nephritis too. His is not sleep. I know what that state is. Poor devil." He concluded by advising that his doctor be called in. Giovanni heard us and opened his eyes. He seemed immediately less ill and joked with Coppola.
"You dare to stay in the open air? Won't it hurt you?"
He thought he had slept soundly, and did not think he had been short of air in the face of the vast sea that was sending him so much of it. But his voice was hoarse and his words interrupted by panting. His face was ashen, and having risen from the armchair, he felt himself freezing. He had to take refuge indoors. I can still see him moving across the clearing, the blanket under his arm, gasping but laughing as he waved his farewell to us. "You see what the real invalid is like," said Coppola, who could not free himself from his dominant idea. "He is dying and does not know he is ill." It seemed to me, too, that the real invalid suffered little. My father-in-law and Coppola have both been resting for many years at Sant'Anna. But there was a day when I passed by their graves, and it seemed to me that the fact of having been under their stones for so many years did not invalidate the thesis championed by one of them. Before leaving his former home, Coppola had wound up his affairs and therefore, like me, had none at all. Yet, no sooner had he left his bed than he could not stay quiet and, lacking affairs of his own, began to occupy himself with those of others, which seemed to him much more interesting. I laughed at it then, but later I too was to learn what an agreeable flavour other people's affairs had. He devoted himself to charity and, having resolved to live on the interest of his capital alone, could not afford the luxury of doing it all at his own expense. He therefore organised collections and taxed friends and acquaintances. He recorded everything, being the good businessman he was, and I thought that this ledger was his viaticum, and that I, in his place, condemned to a short life and without family as he was, would have enriched it by dipping into my capital. But he was the imaginary healthy man, and touched only the interest that was due to him, unable to resign himself to admitting the future was short. One day, he assailed me with a request for several hundred crowns to procure a piano for a poor young girl who was already being subsidized by me along with others, through him, with a small monthly sum. They had to act quickly to take advantage of a good opportunity. I could not get out of it, but with some ill grace I observed that I would have done good business if that day I had not left the house. I am from time to time subject to fits of avarice. Coppola took the money and left with a brief word of thanks, but the effect of my words was seen a few days later and was, unfortunately, important. He came to inform me that the piano was in place and that Signorina Carla Gerco and her mother were asking me to visit them to thank me. Coppola was afraid of losing his client and wanted to bind me by making me savour the gratitude of the beneficiaries. At first I tried to get out of the nuisance by assuring him that I was convinced he knew how to practice the most prudent charity, but he insisted so much that I finally consented.
"Is she beautiful?"
I asked, laughing. "Very beautiful," he replied, "but she is not bred for our teeth." A curious thing that he should put my teeth together with his, at the risk of communicating his decay to me. He told me about the honesty of that unfortunate family, which had lost its head of household some years before, and had lived in the most squalid poverty, but in the most rigid honesty. It was a disagreeable day. An icy wind was blowing, and I envied Coppola, who had put on his fur coat. I had to hold my hat with my hand, or it would have blown away. but I was in a good humor because I was going to collect the gratitude owed to my philanthropy. We walked along the Corsia Stadion and crossed the public garden. It was a part of the city I never saw. We entered one of those so-called speculative houses that our ancestors had begun building 40 years earlier in places far from the city which immediately engulfed them. It had a modest appearance but was nevertheless more substantial than the houses built today with the same intentions. The staircase occupied a small area and was therefore very steep. We stopped on the first floor, where I arrived well before my companion, who was much slower. I was surprised that of the 3 doors that opened onto that landing, 2, the ones on the sides, were marked by the visiting card of Carla Gerco, fastened with small nails, while the third also had a card, but with another name. Copler explained to me that the Gercos had on the right the kitchen and bedroom, while on the left there was only one room, Signorina Carla's studio. They had been able to sublet part of the flat in the center, and so the rent cost them very little. But they had the inconvenience of having to cross the landing to get from one room to another. We knocked on the left, at the studio, where mother and daughter, having been told of our visit, were waiting for us. Copler made the introductions. The mother, a very timid person dressed in a poor black dress, her head distinguished by a snowy whiteness, delivered a little speech she must have prepared. They were honored by my visit, and thanked me for the substantial gift I had made them. Then she did not open her mouth again. Copler attended like a teacher at an official examination, listening to the lesson he has taught with great effort. He corrected the signora, telling her that I had not only donated the money for the piano, but also contributed to the monthly relief he had scraped together for them. He loved exactness. He did. Signorina Carla rose from the chair where she was sitting beside the piano, offered me her hand, and said the simple word, "Thank you." At least that was shorter. My role as philanthropist was beginning to weigh on me. I too was occupying myself with other people's affairs like any real invalid. What must that pretty young girl see in me? A person of great standing but not a man. And she really was pretty. I believe she wanted to seem younger than she was, with her skirt too short for the fashion of that time, unless she was wearing around the house a skirt from the days when she had not yet finished growing. Her head, however, was that of a woman, and by her somewhat elaborate hairstyle, of a woman who wants to please. The rich brown braids were arranged so as to cover her ears, and partly her neck too. I was so taken up with my dignity, and so feared Copler's inquisitive eye, that at first I did not even look closely at the girl. But now I know all of her. Her voice had something musical when she spoke, and with an affectation that had by now become nature, she enjoyed lingering over the syllables as if she wanted to caress the sound she managed to put into them. For this reason, and also because of certain vowels excessively broad even for Trieste, her speech had something foreign about it. I later learned that certain teachers, in order to teach the emission of the voice, alter the value of the vowels. It was quite a different pronunciation from Ada's. Every sound of hers seemed to me one of love. During that visit, Signorina Carla smiled the whole time, perhaps imagining that in this way she had the expression of gratitude fixed on her face. It was a somewhat forced smile, the true aspect of gratitude. Then, when a few hours later I began to dream of Carla, I imagined that on that face there had been a struggle between joy and sorrow. I found none of this in her afterwards, and once again I learned that feminine beauty simulates feelings with which it has nothing to do, just as the canvas on which a battle is painted has no heroic feeling. Copler seemed satisfied with the introduction as if the 2 women were his creation. He described them to me. They were always happy with their lot, and they worked. He was saying words that sounded as if taken from a school book, and nodding mechanically. It seemed that I wanted to confirm that I had completed my studies, and therefore knew what poor virtuous women without money should be like. Then he asked Carla to sing something for us. She refused, saying she had a cold. She proposed doing it another day. I was sympathetically aware that she feared our judgment, but I had the desire to prolong the session and joined in Copler's entreaties. I also said that I did not know whether she would ever see me again because I was very busy. Copler, who well knew that I had no commitments whatsoever in this world, confirmed with great seriousness what I was saying. It was easy for me afterwards to understand that he wished me not to see Carla again. She tried once more to excuse herself, but Copler insisted with a word that resembled a command, and she obeyed. How easy it was to compel her. She sang La mia bandiera. From my soft sofa, I followed her singing. I had a burning desire to be able to admire her. How wonderful it would have been to see her clothed in genius. But instead, I had the surprise of discovering that her voice, when she sang, lost all its musicality. The effort distorted it. Carla did not even know how to play, and her clumsy accompaniment made that poor music even poorer. I reminded myself that I was before a student and analyzed whether the volume of her voice was sufficient, more than sufficient, in fact. In that small room, my ear was assaulted by it. I thought, in order to continue encouraging her, that only her training was at fault. When she stopped, I joined in with Copler's abundant and verbose applause. He was saying, "Just imagine what effect this voice would make when accompanied by a good orchestra." This was certainly true. An entire powerful orchestra was needed over that voice. And I said with great sincerity that I reserved the right to hear the young lady again in a few months, and that I would then pronounce my judgment on the value of her training. Less sincerely, I added that certainly that voice deserved a first-rate school. Then, to attenuate whatever unpleasantness there may have been in my first words, I philosophized on the necessity for an excellent voice to find an excellent school. That superlative covered everything. But then, left alone, I was surprised to have felt the need to be sincere with Carla. Did I already love her? But I had not even had a good look at her yet. On the stairs with their dubious odor, Copler said again, "Her voice is too strong. It is a voice for the theatre." He did not know that by that point I knew something more. That voice belonged to the tiniest of rooms, where one could savor the impression of ingenuousness in that art and dream of bringing art into it. That is, life and suffering. As he left me, Copler said he would let me know when Carla's teacher organized a public concert. It was a teacher still little known in the city, but he would certainly become a great future celebrity. Copler was sure of this despite the fact that the teacher was quite old. It seemed that fame would come to him now, after Copler had met him. Two weaknesses of the moribund, the teacher's and Copler's. The curious thing is that I felt the need to tell Augusta about this visit. One might perhaps think it was out of prudence, seeing that Copler knew and I did not feel I could ask him to keep quiet, but I spoke of it too willingly. It was a great relief. Until then, I had nothing to reproach myself for except having kept silent with Augusta. Now I was entirely innocent. She asked me for some information about the girl and whether she was pretty. I found it difficult to answer. I said the poor girl had seemed very anemic to me. Then I had a good idea.
What if you took some interest in her yourself?
Augusta had so much to do in her new house and in her old family, where she was called to help care for her sick father, that she gave it no further thought. But my idea had been truly a good one precisely because of this. Copler, however, learnt from Augusta that I had told her of our visit, and he too therefore forgot the qualities he had attributed to the imaginary invalid. He told me in Augusta's presence that before long we would pay another visit to Carla. He was granting me his full confidence. In my idleness, I was immediately seized by the desire to see Carla again. I did not dare rush to her for fear that Copler might learn of it, but pretexts would certainly not have been lacking. I could go to her to offer more help without Copler's knowledge, but I would first have to be sure that for her own advantage, she would agree to keep silent. What if that real invalid were already the girl's lover? About real invalids I knew absolutely nothing, and it was entirely possible that they had the habit of making others pay for their mistresses. In that case, a single visit to Carla would have been enough to compromise me. I could not endanger the peace of my little family, or rather, I did not endanger it as long as my desire for Carla had not grown. But it grew constantly. I already knew that girl much better than when I had shaken her hand to take my leave of her. I remembered especially that black braid that covered her snowy neck, and that it would have been necessary to push aside with one's nose to reach the skin it concealed and kiss it. To stimulate my desire, it sufficed to recall that on a certain landing in my own small city, a beautiful girl was on display, and that with a short walk one could go and take her. The struggle against sin becomes extremely difficult in such circumstances, because one must renew it every hour and every day, as long, that is, as the girl remains on that landing. Carla's long vowels called to me, and perhaps it was precisely their sound that had planted in my soul the conviction that when my resistance had vanished, no other resistance would remain. Yet it was clear to me that I could be deceiving myself, and that perhaps Coppola saw things with greater accuracy. Even this doubt served to diminish my resistance, since poor Augusta could be saved from my betrayal by Carla herself, who as a woman had the mission of resistance. Why should my desire have given me remorse when it seemed to have come just in time to save me from the tedium that threatened me in that period? It did not harm my relations with Augusta at all, quite the contrary. I now said to her not only the words of affection I had always had for her, but also those that were forming in my heart for the other woman. There had never been such an abundance of sweetness in my home, and Augusta seemed enchanted by it. I was always punctual in what I called the family timetable. My conscience is so delicate that, with my behavior, I was already then preparing to attenuate my future remorse. That my resistance did not fail entirely is proved by the fact that I arrived at Carla not in a single leap, but in stages. For several days at first I went only as far as the public garden, with the sincere intention of enjoying that green which appears so pure amid the grey of the streets and houses surrounding it. Then, not having had the good fortune to run into her by chance, as I hoped, I left the garden to walk right beneath her windows. I did this with a great emotion that recalled precisely that most delicious emotion of the young man who approaches love for the first time. For so long I had been deprived not of love, but of the races that lead to it. I had barely left the public garden when I ran right into my mother-in-law face to face. At first I had a curious suspicion. In the morning, so early, in those parts so far from ours. Perhaps she too was betraying her sick husband. I soon learned that I was doing her an injustice, because she had been to see the doctor for some comfort after a bad night spent at Giovanni's side. The doctor had said some reassuring words to her, but she was so agitated that she soon left me, even forgetting to be surprised at finding me in that place usually frequented only by old people, children, and nursemaids. But the mere sight of her was enough to make me feel seized again by my family. I walked towards my house with a firm step, beating time to it by murmuring, "Never again, never again." In that instant, Augusta's mother, with her sorrow, had given me the feeling of all my duties. It was a good lesson, and it lasted the whole day. Augusta was not at home because she had run to her father's, with whom she remained all morning. At table she told me they had discussed whether, given Giovanni's condition, they should not postpone Ada's wedding, which was set for the following week. Giovanni was already better. It seemed he had let himself be induced to eat too much at dinner, and the indigestion had taken on the appearance of a worsening of his illness. I told her I had already had that news from her mother, whom I had run into that morning at the public garden. Nor did Augusta express surprise at my walk, but I felt the need to give her explanations. I told her that for some time I had preferred the public garden as the destination of my walks. I sat down on a bench and read my newspaper there. Then I added, "That Olivi, what a fine thing he did, condemning me to so much idleness." Augusta, who on that subject felt a little guilty, had a look of pain and regret. I then felt perfectly fine, but I was truly pure, because I spent the entire afternoon in my study and could genuinely believe I was definitively cured of every perverse desire. I was now reading the Apocalypse, and despite the fact that it was now well established that I had authorization to go to the public garden every morning, so great had my resistance to temptation grown that when I went out the following day, I headed in precisely the opposite direction. I was going to look for some music, wanting to try a new violin method that had been recommended to me. Before leaving, I learned that my father-in-law had had an excellent night and that he would be coming to see us in a carriage that afternoon. I was pleased, as much for my father-in-law as for Guido, who could finally marry. Everything was going well. I was safe and my father-in-law was safe too. But it was precisely music that led me back to Carla. Among the methods the salesman offered me, there was by mistake one that was not for the violin but for singing. I read its title carefully. Complete Treatise on the Art of Singing, Garcia Method, by E. Garcia, son, containing a report on the memoir concerning the human voice presented to the Academy of Sciences of Paris. I let the salesman attend to other customers and set myself to reading the little work. I must say that I read with an agitation that perhaps resembled that with which the depraved young man approaches works of pornography. There it was. That was the way to reach Carla. She needed that work, and it would have been a crime on my part not to make her acquainted with it. I bought it and returned home. The Garcia work consisted of 2 parts, one theoretical and the other practical. I continued reading with the intention of understanding it well enough to be able to give my advice to Carla when I went to see her with Coppola. In the meantime, I would have gained some time and could still continue to sleep my peaceful sleep, all while amusing myself constantly with the thought of the adventure that awaited me. But Augusta herself precipitated events. She interrupted my reading to come and greet me, bent over me and brushed my cheek with her lips. She asked me what I was doing, and hearing it was a new method, she thought it was for the violin and did not bother to look more closely. When she left me, I exaggerated the danger I had run and thought that for my safety I would do well not to keep that book in my study. It had to be taken immediately to its destination, and that is how I was compelled to go straight towards my adventure. I had found something more than a pretext to do what I desired. I had no more hesitations of any kind. Arriving at that landing, I went straight to the door on the left. But before that door I paused for a moment to listen to the sounds of the ballad La Mia Bandiera echoing gloriously on the stairs. It seemed that for all that time Carla had been continuing to sing the same thing. I smiled, full of affection and desire, at such childishness. Then I cautiously opened the door without knocking and entered the room on tiptoe. I wanted to see her at once. At once. In the small room, her voice was truly unpleasant. She was singing with great enthusiasm and more warmth than during my first visit. She was positively thrown back against the back of the chair in order to expel all the breath from her lungs. I saw only the little head wrapped in thick braids, and I withdrew, seized by a profound emotion at having dared so much. Meanwhile, she had reached the last note, which seemed never to want to end, and I was able to return to the landing and close the door behind me without her noticing. That last note, too, had oscillated up and down before establishing itself securely. Carla could therefore feel the right note, and it was now up to Garcia to intervene and teach her to find it more quickly. I knocked when I felt calmer. She came at once to open the door, and I shall never forget her graceful little figure, leaning against the door frame, while she stared at me with her large brown eyes before being able to recognize me in the darkness. But meanwhile I had calmed down enough to be seized again by all my hesitations. I was on my way to betraying Augusta, but I thought that just as in the preceding days, I had been able to content myself with reaching the public garden, so much more easily could I now stop at that door, hand over that compromising book, and go away fully satisfied. It was a brief moment full of good resolutions. I even recalled a strange piece of advice I had once been given for freeing myself from the habit of smoking, and that might serve on this occasion. Sometimes, to be satisfied, it was enough to light the match, and then throw away both the cigarette and the match. It would also have been easy for me to do this, because Carla herself, when she recognized me, blushed and made as if to flee, embarrassed, as I later learned, at being found dressed in a poor worn housecoat. Once recognized, I felt the need to excuse myself.
I have brought you this book which I believe will interest you. If you wish, I can leave it and go at once.
The sound of my words, or so it seemed to me, was brusque enough, but not the meaning, because on the whole I was leaving her free to decide whether I should go or stay and betray Augusta. She decided at once, for she seized my hand to hold me more securely and led me inside. The emotion obscured my vision, and I believe it was provoked not so much by the sweet contact of that hand as by that familiarity which seemed to me to decide my fate and Augusta's. Therefore I believe I entered with some reluctance, and when I recall the story of my first betrayal, I have the feeling of having committed it because I was dragged into it. Carla's face was truly beautiful, so flushed. I was deliciously surprised to realize that if I had not been expected by her, she had nonetheless hoped for my visit. She said to me with great pleasure,
"So you felt the need to see me again? To see the poor girl who owes you so much?"
Certainly, if I had wanted to, I could have taken her in my arms at once, but I was not even thinking of it. I was thinking of it so little that I did not even respond to her words, which seemed compromising to me, and returned to speaking of Garcia and the necessity of that book for her. I spoke of it with a fury that led me to some less considered words. Garcia would teach her how to make her notes as solid as metal and as sweet as the air. He would explain to her how a note cannot represent anything but a straight line, and indeed a plane, but a truly polished plane. My fervor vanished only when she interrupted me to express a painful doubt of hers.
"But then you don't like the way I sing?"
I was astonished by her question. I had made a rude criticism, but I was not conscious of it, and I protested in complete good faith. I protested so well that it seemed to me I had returned, still speaking only of singing, to the love that had so imperiously dragged me to that house. And my words were so amorous that they nonetheless let a portion of sincerity show through.
How can you believe such a thing? Would I be here if it were so? I stood on that landing for a long time, reveling in your singing, delicious and sublime singing in its ingenuousness. Only I believe that for its perfection something else is needed, and I have come to bring it to you.
What power, nevertheless, the thought of Augusta had over my soul, if I continued obstinately to protest that I had not been dragged there by my desire. Carla listened to my flattering words, which she was not even in a position to analyze. She was not very educated, but, to my great surprise, I realized that she did not lack good sense. She told me that she herself had strong doubts about her talent and her voice. She felt she was not making progress. Often, after a certain number of hours of study, she allowed herself the diversion and reward of singing La Mia Bandiera, hoping to discover in her own voice some new quality. But it was always the same thing. No worse, and perhaps always good enough, as everyone who heard her assured her, and I too. And here she sent me from her beautiful brown eyes a gently questioning flash that showed how she needed to be reassured about the meaning of my words, which still seemed doubtful to her. But real progress there was none. Her teacher said that in art there were no slow advances, but great leaps that brought one to the goal, and that one fine day she would awaken a great artist.
"It is a long business, though,"
she added, gazing into the void and perhaps seeing again all her hours of boredom and suffering. Honesty, first and foremost, means sincerity, and on my part it would have been most honest to advise the poor girl to give up the study of singing and become my mistress. But I had not yet come so far from the public garden, and besides, I was not at all sure of my judgment in the art of singing. For some moments, I was strongly preoccupied by a single person, that tedious cobbler who spent every holiday at my villa with me and my wife. That would have been the moment to find a pretext for asking the girl not to tell Cobbler about my visit. But I did not do it, not knowing how to disguise my request, and it was just as well, because a few days later my poor friend fell ill and shortly afterwards died. Meanwhile, I told her she would find in Garcia everything she was looking for, and for one moment, but only a moment, she anxiously expected miracles from that book. Before long, however, Finding herself faced with so many words, she doubted the efficacy of the magic. I read Garcia's theories in Italian, then explained them to her in Italian, and when that was not enough, translated them into Triestine dialect, but she could not feel anything stirring in her throat, and real efficacy in that book she could have acknowledged only if it had manifested itself at that very point. The trouble is that I, too, shortly afterwards, became convinced that in my hands the book was not worth much. Going over those sentences 3 times and not knowing what to do with them, I took revenge on my incompetence by criticizing them freely. There was Garcia wasting his time and mine to prove that since the human voice could produce various sounds, it was not right to consider it a single instrument. In that case, the violin, too, would have to be considered a conglomerate of instruments. I was perhaps wrong to communicate this criticism of mine to Carla. But beside a woman one wishes to conquer, it is hard to refrain from seizing an opportunity that presents itself to demonstrate one's superiority. She did indeed admire me, but physically pushed away the book that was our Galahau, though it did not accompany us all the way to the sin. I still could not resign myself to giving it up and postponed it to another visit. When Coppola died, there was no longer any need. Every link between that house and mine was broken, and thus my progress could be checked only by my conscience. But meanwhile, we had become fairly intimate, more intimate than one might have expected from that half-hour of conversation. I believe that agreement in a critical judgment creates deep intimacy. Poor Carla took advantage of this intimacy to share her sorrows with me. After Coppola's intervention, they lived modestly in that house, but without great privation. The greatest burden for the 2 poor women was the thought of the future, because Coppola brought them his assistance at very precise dates but did not allow them to count on it with certainty. He did not want worries and preferred they have them instead. Moreover, he did not give that money for nothing. He was the real master of that house and insisted on being informed of every trifle. Woe to them if they permitted themselves an expenditure not previously approved by him. Carla's mother, some time before, had been indisposed, and Carla, in order to attend to the housework, had neglected her singing for some days. Informed of it by the teacher, Coppola made a scene and left, declaring that in that case there was no point in pestering good people to induce them to help them. For several days they lived in terror, fearing they would be abandoned to their fate. Then, when he returned, he renewed the terms and conditions and established exactly how many hours a day Carla was to sit at the piano and how many she could devote to the house. He also threatened to come and surprise them at all hours of the day.
Certainly,
The girl concluded.
he wants nothing but our good, but he gets so angry about things of no importance that one of these days, in his fury, he'll end up throwing us out on the street. But now that you, too, are looking after us, there is no longer this danger, is there?
And again she pressed my hand. Since I did not answer immediately, she feared I might feel solidarity with Coppola and added,
Even Signor Coppola says you are so kind.
This sentence was meant as a compliment directed at me, but also at Coppola. His character, as presented to me with such antipathy by Carla, was new to me and actually aroused my sympathy. I would have liked to resemble him, while the desire that had brought me to that house made me so unlike him. It was true that he brought the 2 women other people's money, but he gave all his own effort, a part of his own life. That anger he devoted to them was truly paternal. But I had a doubt. What if he had been moved to this work by desire? Without hesitating, I asked Carla.
Has Coppola ever asked you for a kiss?
Never.
Carla replied with vivacity.
When he is satisfied with my behavior, he curtly gives his approval, presses my hand lightly, and leaves. Other times, when he is angry, he even refuses the handshake and does not even notice that I am crying from fright.
A kiss at that moment would have been a liberation for me. Seeing that I burst out laughing, Carla explained herself better.
I would accept with gratitude the kiss of such an old man to whom I owe so much.
There is the advantage of real invalids. They appear older than they are. I made a feeble attempt to resemble Coppola. Smiling so as not to frighten the poor girl too much, I told her that I too, when I took charge of someone, ended up becoming very imperious. On the whole, I too believed that when one was studying an art, one should do it seriously. Then I invested myself so well in my part that I even stopped smiling. Coppola was right to be strict with a young girl who could not understand the value of time. One also had to remember how many people were making sacrifices to help her. I was genuinely serious and stern. Thus for me the hour arrived to go to lunch, and especially that day I did not want to keep Augusta waiting. I held out my hand to Carla, and then I noticed how pale she was. I wanted to comfort her.
Rest assured that I shall always do my best to support you with Coppola and everyone else.
She thanked me, but seemed dejected nonetheless. I later learned that when she saw me arrive, she had immediately guessed almost the truth, and had thought that I was in love with her and therefore saved. Then instead, precisely when I was preparing to leave, she believed that I too was in love only with art and singing, and that therefore if she did not sing well and make progress, I would abandon her. She seemed utterly dejected. I was seized by compassion, and seeing that there was no more time to lose, I reassured her by the means she herself had designated as the most effective. I was already at the door when I drew her to me, carefully pushed aside the heavy braid from her neck with my nose, and reached it with my lips, even grazing it with my teeth. It had the appearance of a joke, and she too ended up laughing at it, but only when I let her go. Until that moment she had remained inert and astonished in my arms. She followed me onto the landing, and when I began to descend, she asked me, laughing,
"When will you come back?"
Tomorrow or perhaps later,
I replied, already uncertain. Then more decidedly,
I'll certainly come tomorrow.
After that, following the desire not to compromise myself too much, I added,
We'll continue reading the Garcia.
And she did not change her expression in that brief time. She assented to the first uncertain promise, assented gratefully to the second, and assented also to my third proposal, always smiling. Women always know what they want. There were no hesitations either on the part of Ada, who rejected me, nor of Augusta, who took me, nor of Carla, who let me do as I wished. On the street, I immediately found myself closer to Augusta than to Carla. I breathed the cool, open air and was filled with the feeling of my freedom. I had done nothing more than play a joke that could not lose that character because it had ended on that neck and beneath that braid. After all, Carla had accepted that kiss as a promise of affection, and above all of assistance. That day at table, however, I truly began to suffer. Between me and Augusta stood my adventure, like a great dark shadow that seemed to me impossible she could not also see. I felt small, guilty, and sick, and I felt the pain in my side like a sympathetic pain that reverberated from the great wound to my conscience. While distractedly pretending to eat, I sought relief in an iron resolve.
I shall not see her again, I thought. And if, out of propriety, I must see her again, it will be for the last time.
After all, it was not so very much that was being asked of me, a single effort, that of not seeing Carla again. Augusta, laughing, asked me,
Have you been to see Olivie? You look so worried.
I began to laugh too. It was a great relief to be able to speak. The words were not those that could have given me complete peace, because to say those I would have had to confess and then promise, but since I could not do otherwise, it was already a fine relief to say other words. I spoke abundantly, always cheerful and kind. Then I found something even better. I spoke of the little laundry room she had wanted so much, and that I had until then refused her, and I immediately gave her permission to build it. She was so moved by my unsolicited permission that she got up and came to give me a kiss. There was a kiss that clearly cancelled the other one, and I immediately felt better. That is how we came to have the laundry room. And still today, when I pass by the tiny building, I remember that Augusta wanted it, and Carla consented to it. There followed an enchanting afternoon filled with our affection. In solitude, my conscience was more vexing. Augusta's words and affection served to calm it. We went out together. Then I accompanied her to her mother's and spent the whole evening with her too. Before going to sleep, as often happens, I gazed for a long time at my wife, who was already sleeping, gathered in her gentle breathing. Even in sleep she was entirely tidy, with the covers up to her chin and her not abundant hair gathered in a short braid knotted at the nape. I thought, I do not want to cause her any suffering. Never. I fell asleep peacefully. The following day I would clarify my relationship with Carla and find a way to reassure the poor girl about her future without being obliged to give her kisses. I had a bizarre dream. I was not only kissing Carla's neck but eating it. It was, however, a neck made in such a way that the wounds I inflicted on it with furious voluptuousness did not bleed, and the neck therefore remained always covered by its white skin and unchanged in its slightly arched form. Carla, abandoned in my arms, did not seem to suffer from my bites. The one who suffered instead was Augusta, who had suddenly appeared on the scene. To reassure her, I was saying, I shall not eat it all. I'll leave a piece for you too. The dream had the appearance of a nightmare only when, in the middle of the night, I woke up and my cleared mind could recall it, but not before. Because as long as it lasted, not even Augusta's presence had taken from me the feeling of satisfaction it gave me. No sooner was I awake than I had full awareness of the force of my desire and of the danger it represented for Augusta and for me as well. Perhaps in the womb of the woman sleeping beside me, another life was already beginning for which I would be responsible. Who knew what Carla would demand once she was my mistress? She seemed to me eager for the pleasures that had been denied her until then, and how would I be able to provide for two families? Augusta asked for her useful laundry room. The other would ask for something else, but no less costly. I saw Carla again as she waved to me, laughing from the landing after having been kissed. She already knew I would be her prey. I was frightened, and there, alone and in the darkness, I could not suppress a groan. My wife, immediately awake, asked me what was wrong, and I answered with a brief phrase, the first that had come to mind once I could recover from the fright of finding myself questioned at a moment when it seemed to me I had cried out a confession. I am thinking about approaching old age. She laughed and tried to console me without thereby cutting the thread of sleep to which she clung. She sent me the same phrase she always said when she saw me frightened by the passage of time.
Don't think about it. Now that we are young, sleep is so good.
The exhortation helped. I stopped thinking about it and fell asleep again. The spoken word in the night is like a ray of light. It illuminates a stretch of reality compared to which the constructions of fantasy grow pale. Why had I so much to fear from poor Carla, of whom I was not yet the lover? It was evident that I had done everything to frighten myself about my situation. After all, the baby I had conjured up in Augusta's womb had so far given no other sign of life than the construction of the laundry room. I got up, still accompanied by the best resolutions. I ran to my study and prepared in an envelope a small sum of money I wanted to offer Carla at the very moment I announced my abandoning her. However, I would also declare myself ready to send her more money by post whenever she asked for it, writing to me at an address I would give her. Just as I was about to go out, Augusta invited me with a sweet smile to accompany her to her father's house. Guido's father had arrived from Buenos Aires to attend the wedding, and they had to go and make his acquaintance. She certainly cared less about Guido's father than about me. She wanted to renew the sweetness of the day before, but the thing was no longer the same. It seemed wrong to me to let time pass between my good resolution and its execution. While we walked along the street side by side and, to all appearances, sure of our affection, the other already believed herself loved by me. That was wrong. I felt that walk as a real constraint. We found Giovanni really much better, only he could not put his boots on because of a certain swelling in his feet, to which he attributed no importance, nor did I at the time. He was in the sitting room with Guido's father, to whom he introduced me. Augusta left us immediately to go and join her mother and sister. Signor Francesco Spear seemed to me a much less educated man than his son. He was small, squat, around 60, with few ideas and little vivacity, perhaps also because, following an illness, His hearing had been much weakened. He inserted the occasional Spanish word into his Italian. Each time I come to Trieste. The two old men were talking business, and Giovanni was listening attentively because those matters were very important for Ada's future. I stood listening distractedly. I heard that old Speyer had decided to liquidate his affairs in Argentina and hand over all his duros to Guido for him to use in founding a firm in Trieste. Then he would return to Buenos Aires to live with his wife and daughter on a small estate he still had. I did not understand why he was telling Giovanni all this in my presence, nor do I know even today. It seemed to me that at a certain point, the two of them stopped talking and looked at me as if expecting some advice from me, and I, to be polite, observed,
That estate can't be so small if it's enough for you to live on.
Giovanni immediately bellowed.
What on earth are you saying?
The outburst was reminiscent of his best days, but it is certain that if he had not bellowed so loudly, Signor Francesco would not have caught my observation. As it was, however, he turned pale and said,
I certainly hope Guido will not fail to pay me the interest on my capital.
Giovanni, still bellowing, tried to reassure him.
Not just the interest, double that if you need it. Is he not your son?
Signor Francesco did not seem very reassured, however, and was clearly waiting for a word from me to set his mind at rest. I gave it at once, and generously, because now the old man could hear less than before. Then the conversation between the two businessmen continued, but I was careful not to intervene any further. Giovanni kept looking at me from time to time over his spectacles to keep an eye on me, and his heavy breathing seemed like a threat. He then spoke at length, and at one point asked me,
Don't you think so?
I nodded fervently. My assent must have appeared all the more fervent because my every action was rendered more expressive by the rage that was increasingly pervading me. What was I doing in that place, letting useful time slip by for carrying out my good resolutions? They were forcing me to neglect a task so useful to me and to Augusta. I was preparing an excuse to leave, but at that moment the sitting room was invaded by the women accompanied by Guido. He, immediately after his father's arrival, had given his bride a magnificent ring. No one looked at me or greeted me, not even little Anna. Ada already had the gleaming gem on her finger and, always resting her arm on her fiancé's shoulder, was showing it to his father. The women were also looking on in ecstasy. Even the rings did not interest me. I did not even wear my wedding ring because it impeded my blood circulation. Without saying goodbye, I headed for the door of the sitting room, went to the front door, and prepared to leave. Augusta, however, noticed my flight and caught up with me in time. I was struck by her distraught appearance. Her lips were pale, as on the day of our wedding, just before we went to church. I told her I had an urgent matter. Then, having opportunely remembered that a few days earlier, on a whim, I had bought some very light reading glasses that I had then not tried on after putting them in my waistcoat pocket, where I could feel them, I told her I had an appointment with an oculist to have my sight examined, as it had seemed weakened for some time. She replied that I could leave immediately, but asked me first to pay my respects to Guido's father. I shrugged my shoulders with impatience, but complied nonetheless. I went back into the sitting room and everyone greeted me kindly. As for me, assured that they were now sending me on my way, I even had a moment of good humor. Guido's father, who could not quite sort out such a large family, asked me, "Shall we see each other again before my departure for Buenos Aires?"
Oh, I said, each time you come to this house, you will probably find me here.
Everyone laughed, and I left triumphantly, accompanied even by a fairly cheerful farewell from Augusta. I was leaving so properly, having complied with all the legal formalities, that I could walk with confidence. But there was another reason that freed me from the doubts that until that moment had held me back. I was running away from my father-in-law's house to distance myself from it as far as possible, that is, all the way to Carla. In that house, and not for the first time, or so it seemed to me, they suspected me of conspiring basely against Guido. Innocently and in complete distraction I had spoken of that estate in Argentina, and Giovanni had immediately interpreted my words as if they had been calculated to damage Guido in his father's eyes. With Guido, it would have been easy to explain myself if necessary. With Giovanni and the others, who suspected me capable of such machinations, revenge was enough. Not that I had set out to rush off and betray Augusta, but I was doing in broad daylight what I desired. A visit to Carla did not yet imply anything wrong, and indeed, if I had run into my mother-in-law in those parts once more, and if she had asked me what I had gone there to do, I would have answered at once.
Why, isn't it obvious? I'm going to see Carla.
That was therefore the only time I went to Carla without thinking of Augusta. So much had my father-in-law's behavior offended me. On the landing, I did not hear Carla's voice resounding. I had a moment of terror. Had she gone out? I knocked and immediately entered before anyone had given me permission. Carla was indeed there, but with her was her mother. They were sewing together in an association that may be common, but that I had never before witnessed. They were both working on the same large sheet, at its edges, one far from the other. So I had rushed to Carla, and arrived to find Carla accompanied by her mother. It was quite another thing. Neither the good nor the bad resolutions could be carried out. Everything continued to remain in suspense. Very flushed, Carla rose to her feet while the old woman slowly removed her spectacles, which she put away in a case. Meanwhile, I thought I could be indignant for a reason other than seeing myself prevented from immediately clarifying my state of mind. Were these not the hours Coppola had designated for study? I greeted the old lady politely, and it was difficult for me even to submit to that act of courtesy. I also greeted Carla almost without looking at her. I said to her,
I have come to see if we can extract from this book.
And I pointed to the Garcia, which lay untouched on the table at the spot where we had left it.
Something else of use.
I sat down in the place I had occupied the day before and immediately opened the book. Carla tried at first to smile at me, but seeing that I did not respond to her kindness, she sat down with a certain eagerness of obedience beside me, to look. She was hesitant. She did not understand. I looked at her and saw that something was spreading across her face that could signify indignation and stubbornness. I imagined that was how she received Coppola's reproaches. Only she was not yet sure that my reproaches were really those that Coppola directed at her, because, as she told me later, she remembered that the day before I had kissed her and therefore believed she was forever reassured against my anger. She was therefore still ready to convert that indignation of hers into a friendly smile. I must say here, because later I shall not have time, that this confidence of hers in having tamed me definitively with that single kiss she had granted me displeased me enormously. A woman who thinks in that way is very dangerous. But at that moment my mood was exactly that of Coppola, laden with reproaches and resentment. I began to read aloud precisely that part we had already read the day before, and that I myself had demolished, pedantically, without commenting otherwise, dwelling on certain words that seemed to me more significant. In a slightly trembling voice, Carla interrupted me.
It seems to me we have already read this.
So I was finally obliged to say words of my own. One's own words, too, can give a little health. Mine were not only milder than my mood and behavior, but actually led me back to social life.
You see, Signorina,
and I immediately accompanied the affectionate form of address with a smile that could also have been a lover's.
I would like to review this material before moving on. Perhaps yesterday we judged it a bit hastily, and a friend of mine told me not long ago that to understand everything Garcia says, one had to study the whole thing.
I finally felt the need as well to show some consideration for the poor old lady, who certainly in the course of her life, however unfortunate it may have been, had never found herself in such a predicament. I also sent her a smile that cost me more effort than the one given to Carla.
The thing is not very entertaining,
I told her,
but it can be heard with some benefit even by someone who does not study singing.
I continued stubbornly to read. Carla certainly felt better, and on her full lips something hovered that resembled a smile. The old woman, on the other hand, always looked like a poor captured animal, and stayed in that room only because her timidity prevented her from finding a way to leave. I, for my part, would not at any price have betrayed my desire to throw her out of that room. That would have been a serious and compromising thing. Carla was more decisive. With great courtesy, she asked me to suspend the reading for a moment and, turning to her mother, told her she could go and that they would continue the work on that sheet in the afternoon. The lady came over to me, hesitating whether to offer me her hand. I pressed it warmly and said, "I understand that this reading is not too entertaining." I seemed to be deploring the fact that she was leaving us. The lady went away after placing on a chair the sheet she had been holding in her lap until then. Then Carla followed her for a moment onto the landing to say something to her, while I was burning to have her finally beside me. She came back in, closed the door behind her, and returning to her place had once again around her mouth something rigid that recalled stubbornness on a childish face. She said,
"Every day at this hour I study. It had to be just now that I was attending to that urgent work."
"Can't you see I don't care anything about your singing?"
I cried, and attacked her with a violent embrace that led me to kiss her first on the mouth and then immediately on the very spot where I had kissed her the day before. Curious. She began to cry bitterly and pulled away from me. She said between sobs that she had suffered too much at seeing me enter in that manner. She was crying from that habitual self-pity that touches anyone who sees their own suffering lamented. Tears are not wrung by suffering, but by its story. One weeps when one cries out against injustice. It was indeed unjust to force this beautiful girl, who could be kissed, to study. On the whole, it was going worse than I had imagined. I had to explain myself, and to be quick about it, I did not take the necessary time to invent and told the exact truth. I told her of my impatience to see her and kiss her. I had resolved to come to her early in the morning. I had even spent the night on this resolution. Naturally, I could not say what I proposed to do in coming to her, but that was of little importance. It was true that the same painful impatience I had felt when I had wanted to go to her to tell her I wanted to abandon her forever, and when I had rushed to take her in my arms. Then I told her about the morning's events, and how my wife had made me go out with her and taken me to my father-in-law's, where I had been immobilized listening to business discussions that did not concern me. Finally, with great effort, I managed to extricate myself and to walk the long way at a rapid pace, and what did I find? The room all cluttered with that sheet. Carla burst out laughing because she understood that there was nothing of Copler in me. The laughter on her beautiful face was like a rainbow, and I kissed her again. She did not respond to my caresses, but submitted to them passively, an attitude I adore perhaps because I love the weaker sex in direct proportion to its weakness. For the first time she told me that she had learnt from Copler that I loved my wife very much.
"That is why,"
she added, and I saw the shadow of a serious resolution pass over her beautiful face.
"Between us two there can be nothing but a good friendship, and nothing more."
I did not put much faith in such a wise resolution, because that same mouth that expressed it could not even then escape my kisses. Carla spoke at length. She evidently wanted to arouse my compassion. I remember everything she told me, and I believed it only when she disappeared from my life. As long as I had her beside me, I always feared her as a woman who sooner or later would take advantage of her hold over me to ruin me and my family. I did not believe her when she assured me she asked nothing more than to be certain of her own livelihood and her mother's. Now I know with certainty that she never had any intention of obtaining from me more than she needed, and when I think of her, I blush with shame at having understood and loved her so badly. She, poor thing, got nothing from me. I would have given her everything, because I am one of those who pay their debts. But I was always waiting for her to ask. She told me of the desperate state she had been in at the death of her father. For months and months she and the old woman had been forced to work day and night on certain embroideries that were commissioned from them by a merchant. Ingenuously she believed that help must come from divine providence, so much so that at times she had stood at the window for hours, looking out at the street from which it was supposed to arrive. Instead, Copler came. Now she said she was content with her situation, but she and her mother spent restless nights because the help they received was quite precarious. What if one day it turned out that she had neither the voice nor the talent for singing? Coppola would abandon them. Then he spoke of having her appear on a stage within a few months. What if there were a real and proper fiasco? Still in the effort to arouse my compassion, she told me that the financial ruin of her family had also destroyed a dream of love. Her fiancé had abandoned her. I was still far from compassion. I said to her, "That fiancé of yours must have kissed you a lot, the way I am doing." She laughed because I would not let her talk. I thus saw before me a man who was showing me the way. The hour at which I should have been home for lunch had long since passed. I would have liked to leave. For that day it was enough. I was far from the remorse that had kept me awake during the night, and the restlessness that had dragged me to Carla had completely vanished. But I was not calm. It is perhaps my destiny never to be so. I had no remorse because meanwhile Carla had promised me many kisses that I wanted in the name of a friendship that could not offend Augusta. It seemed to me I discovered the reason for the discontent that, as usual, was sending vague pains snaking through my body. Carla saw me in a false light. Carla might despise me for being so eager for her kisses when I loved Augusta. That same Carla who made a show of esteeming me so much because she needed me so much. I decided to win her esteem and said words that must pain me like the memory of a cowardly crime, like a betrayal committed by free choice, without necessity and without any advantage. I was almost at the door, and with the air of a serene person confessing reluctantly, I said to Carla,
"Coppola told you of the affection I bear my wife. It is true. I esteem my wife very much."
Then I told her in full detail the story of my marriage, how I had fallen in love with Augusta's elder sister, who would have nothing to do with me because she was in love with another man, how I had then tried to marry another of her sisters, who also rejected me, and how I finally settled for marrying her. Carla immediately believed in the accuracy of this account. I later learned that Coppola had heard something of it at my house and had told her certain details that were not entirely true, but almost, and that I had now rectified and confirmed.
Is your wife beautiful?
She asked pensively.
That depends on one's taste,
I said. There was still some prohibitive center acting within me. I had said I esteemed my wife, but I had not yet said I did not love her. I had not said she pleased me, but neither that she could not please me. At that moment I thought I was being very sincere. Now I know that with those words I betrayed both women and all love, mine and theirs. To tell the truth, I was still not calm. Something was still missing, therefore. I remembered the envelope of the good resolutions and offered it to Carla. She opened it and handed it back to me, telling me that a few days before Coppola had brought her the monthly payment, and that for the moment she really did not need money. My restlessness increased because of an old idea I had formed that truly dangerous women do not accept small sums. She noticed my unease, and with a delicious ingenuousness that I appreciate only now as I write about it, she asked me for a few crowns with which she would buy some plates that the two women had been deprived of by a catastrophe in the kitchen. Then something happened that left an indelible mark on my memory. As I was leaving, I kissed her, but this time with all intensity she returned my kiss. My poison had worked. She said with complete ingenuousness,
I am fond of you because you are so kind that not even wealth could spoil you.
Then she added with mischief,
I know now that one must not keep you waiting, and that apart from that danger, there is no other with you.
On the landing she asked again,
Will I be able to send the singing teacher packing along with Coppola?
Descending the stairs rapidly, I said to her, We'll see. So something still remained in suspense in our relationship. All the rest had been clearly established. Such unease resulted from it that when I reached the open air, I moved irresolutely in the direction opposite to my house. I almost would have liked to return to Carla immediately to explain something more to her. My love for Augusta. It could be done because I had not said I did not love her. Only, as a conclusion to that true story I had told, I had forgotten to say that by now, I truly loved Augusta. Carla, in turn, had deduced that I did not love her at all, and for that reason had responded so fervently to my kiss, underlining it with a declaration of love. It seemed to me that if this episode had not occurred, I could more easily have borne Augusta's trusting gaze. And to think that shortly before I had been glad to learn that Carla knew of my love for my wife, and that thus, by her decision, the adventure I had sought would be offered to me in the form of a friendship seasoned with kisses. In the public garden, I sat down on a bench and, with my cane, distractedly traced the date of that day on the gravel. Then I laughed bitterly. I knew that was not the date that would mark the end of my betrayals. On the contrary, they were beginning that day. Where could I find the strength not to return to that most desirable woman who was waiting for me? Then I had already assumed obligations of honor. I had had kisses, and had been allowed to give only the counter-value of some crockery in return. It was truly an unsettled account that now bound me to Carla. Lunch was sad. Augusta had not asked for any explanations for my lateness, and I gave her none. I was afraid of betraying myself, all the more so because during the short walk from the garden to the house, I had toyed with the idea of telling her everything, and the story of my betrayal could therefore be written on my honest face. That would have been the only way to save myself. Telling her everything, I would have placed myself under her protection and her surveillance. It would have been an act of such decisiveness that I could then, in good faith, have marked that day's date as a turning towards honesty and health. We spoke of many indifferent things. I tried to be cheerful, but I could not even attempt to be affectionate. She was short of breath. She was clearly waiting for an explanation that did not come. Then she went to continue her great task of putting away the winter clothes in special wardrobes. I caught sight of her often that afternoon, wholly intent on her work, there at the end of the long corridor, helped by the maid. Her great sorrow did not interrupt her healthy activity. Restless, I often passed from my bedroom to the bathroom. I wanted to call Augusta and tell her at least that I loved her, because for her, poor simple soul, that would have been enough. But instead I continued to meditate and to smoke. Naturally, I passed through various phases. There was even a moment when that fit of virtue was interrupted by a keen impatience to see the next day arrive, so I could run to Carla. It may be that even this desire had been inspired by some good resolution. At bottom, the great difficulty was being able, so alone, to bind and commit oneself to duty. The confession that would have gained me my wife's collaboration was unthinkable. There remained therefore Carla, on whose lips I could swear with a final kiss. Who was Carla? Not even blackmail was the greatest danger I ran with her. The following day she would be my mistress. Who knew what would follow? I knew her only from what that imbecile cobbler had told me, and on the basis of information coming from that man, a more astute person than I. Olivie, for example, would not even have agreed to enter into a business transaction. All of Augusta's healthy, beautiful activity around my house was wasted. The drastic cure of marriage I had undertaken in my anxious search for health had failed. I remained sicker than ever and married, to my own detriment and that of others. Later, when I was in fact Carla's lover, going back in thought to that sad afternoon, I could not understand why, before committing myself further, I had not stopped with a virile resolution. I had wept so much over my betrayal before committing it that one would have thought it easy to avoid. But hindsight is always something to laugh at, and foresight too, because it serves no purpose. In those anguished hours, the date of that day was inscribed in large letters in my vocabulary under the letter C, Carla, with the notation, last betrayal. But the first actual betrayal, which committed one to further betrayals, followed only the next day. At a late hour, not knowing what else to do, I took a bath. I felt a foulness on my body and wanted to wash. But when I was in the water, I thought, to cleanse myself, I ought to be able to dissolve entirely in this water. I then got dressed, so bereft of will that I did not even dry myself properly. The day faded and I stood at the window looking at the new green leaves of the trees in my garden. I was seized by shivers, and with a certain satisfaction, I thought they might be from fever. It was not death I desired, but illness. An illness that would serve as a pretext for doing what I wanted, or that would prevent me from doing it. After hesitating for a long time, Augusta came to find me. Seeing her so sweet and free of rancor, my shivers increased until my teeth were chattering. Frightened, she made me get into bed. My teeth still chattered from the cold, but I already knew I had no fever, and I prevented her from calling the doctor. I asked her to turn off the lamp, to sit beside me, and not to speak. I do not know how long we remained like that. I regained the necessary warmth, and also some confidence. But my mind was still so clouded that when she spoke again of calling the doctor, I told her I knew the reason for my malaise, and that I would tell her later. I was returning to the resolution to confess. No other way remained open for me to free myself from so much oppression. So we remained for some time more, in silence. Later I noticed that Augusta had risen from her armchair and was approaching me. I was frightened. Perhaps she had guessed everything. She took my hand, caressed it, then lightly placed her hand on my head to feel whether it was hot, and finally said,
"You should have expected it. Why such painful surprise?"
I was astonished at her strange words, and at the same time that they passed through a stifled sob. It was clear she was not alluding to my adventure. How could I have foreseen being made this way? With a certain brusqueness, I asked her,
"But what do you mean? What was I supposed to foresee?"
Confused, she murmured,
The arrival of Guido's father for Ada's wedding.
At last I understood. She believed I was suffering because of Ada's imminent marriage. It seemed to me she was truly doing me an injustice. I was not guilty of such a crime. I felt pure and innocent as a newborn, and at once freed from all oppression. I jumped out of bed.
"You think I'm suffering over Ada's marriage? You're crazy. Since I got married, I have not thought of her again. I didn't even remember that this Signor Carda arrived today."
I kissed and embraced her with full desire, and my tone was stamped with such sincerity that she was ashamed of her suspicion. She too had the ingenuous face cleared of every cloud, and we went to supper soon, both of us hungry. At that same table where we had suffered so much a few hours before, we now sat like two good companions on holiday. She reminded me that I had promised to tell her the reason for my malaise. I feigned an illness, that illness that was to give me the freedom to do without guilt everything I pleased. I told her that already in the company of the two old gentlemen that morning I had felt profoundly discouraged. Then I had gone to pick up the glasses the oculist had prescribed for me. Perhaps that sign of old age had depressed me further, and I had walked through the streets of the city for hours and hours. I also told her something of the imaginings that had made me suffer so much, and I remember they even contained a rough draft of a confession. I do not know in what connection with the imaginary illness, but I also spoke of our blood that goes round and round, keeping us erect, capable of thought and action, and therefore of guilt and remorse. She did not understand it was about Carla, but it seemed to me I had said as much. After supper I put on the glasses and for a long time pretended to read my newspaper, but those lenses clouded my vision. It gave me a heightened agitation, merry as a drunkard's. I said I could not understand what I was reading. I continued to play the invalid. I spent the night virtually sleepless. I awaited Carla's embrace with great, full desire. I desired precisely her, the girl with the rich braids out of place, and the voice so musical when the note was not imposed on her. She was made desirable also by all I had already suffered for her. I was accompanied all night by an iron resolution. I would be sincere with Carla before making her mine, and would tell her the whole truth about my relations with Augusta. In my solitude, I burst out laughing. It was very original to go to the conquest of a woman with a declaration of love for another woman on one's lips. Perhaps Carla would return to her passivity. And so what? For the moment, No act of hers could diminish the value of that submission, of which I thought I could be sure. The following morning, as I dressed, I murmured the words I would say to her. Before becoming mine, Carla had to know that Augusta, with her character, and also with her health, I could have spent many words explaining what I meant by health, which would also have served to educate Carla, had won not only my respect, but also my love. Taking my coffee, I was so absorbed in preparing such an elaborate speech that Augusta received from me no other sign of affection than a light kiss before going out. As if I were entirely hers, I was going to Carla to rekindle my passion for her. No sooner did I enter Carla's study than I felt such relief at finding her alone and ready that I immediately drew her to me and passionately embraced her. I was frightened by the energy with which she pushed me away. Real violence. She would have none of it, and I remained open-mouthed in the middle of the room, painfully disappointed. But Carla, quickly recovering, murmured,
"Can't you see the door is still open and someone is coming down the stairs?"
I assumed the air of a ceremonious visitor until the interloper had passed. Then we closed the door. She turned pale when she saw I was also turning the key. Thus everything was clear. Shortly afterwards she murmured in my arms in a stifled voice,
"Do you want to? Do you really want to?"
She had used the familiar form with me, and that was decisive. And I had immediately replied, as if I desired nothing else. I had forgotten that I wanted to clarify something first. Immediately afterwards, I would have liked to begin speaking to her of my relations with Augusta, having omitted to do so before. But it was difficult at that moment. To speak to Carla of something else at that moment would have been like diminishing the importance of her surrender. Even the deafest of men knows that one cannot do such a thing. However much everyone knows, there is no comparison between the importance of that surrender before it happens and immediately after. It would be a great offense to a woman who has opened her arms for the first time to hear,
First of all, I must clarify those words I said to you yesterday.
But what yesterday? Everything that happened the day before must appear unworthy of mention. And if a gentleman happens not to feel that way, so much the worse for him, and he must make sure no one notices. It is certain that I was that gentleman who did not feel that way, because in dissembling I blundered as sincerity never would. I asked her,
How is it you gave yourself to me? How did I deserve such a thing?
Was I trying to show myself grateful or to reproach her? Probably it was nothing but an attempt to begin some explanations. She looked up, somewhat surprised to see my expression.
It seems to me that you took me.
And she smiled affectionately to show me she did not mean it as a reproach. I remembered that women require one to say they were taken. Then she herself realized she had made a mistake, that things are taken and people come to an agreement, and murmured,
"I was waiting for you. You were the knight who was to come and set me free. Certainly it is wrong that you are married. But since you do not love your wife, at least I know that my happiness does not destroy anyone else's."
I was seized by my pain in the side with such intensity that I had to stop embracing her, so the importance of my ill-considered words had not been exaggerated by me. It was precisely my lie that had induced Carla to become mine. If I now thought of speaking of my love for Augusta, Carla would have had the right to reproach me with nothing less than a trap. Rectifications and explanations were no longer possible for the moment, but in time there would be an opportunity to explain and clarify. While waiting for it to present itself, a new bond was forming between me and Carla. There beside Carla, my passion for Augusta was reborn in its entirety. Now I had but one desire, to run to my real wife, simply to see her intent on her work as an assiduous ant, putting our things safely away in an atmosphere of camphor and naphthalene. But I stayed at my duty, which was made very heavy by an episode that greatly disturbed me at first because it appeared to me as another threat from the Sphinx I had to deal with. Carla told me that immediately after I had left the day before, the singing teacher had come and she had simply shown him the door. I could not hide a gesture of annoyance. It was the same as alerting Copler to our affair.
What will Copler say?
I exclaimed. She burst out laughing and took refuge, this time on her own initiative, in my arms.
Hadn't we said we would throw him out the door too?
She was charming, but she could no longer win me over. I at once found a manner that suited me, that of the pedagogue, because it also gave me the chance to vent the rancour that lay at the bottom of my soul against the woman who would not allow me to speak as I wished of my wife. One had to work in this world, I told her, because, as she must already know, this was a wicked world where only the strong survived. And what if I should die now? What would become of her? I had presented the possibility of my abandonment in such a way that she could not possibly take offence at it, and indeed she was moved. Then, with the evident intention of humiliating her, I told her that with my wife I had only to express a wish to see it fulfilled.
Very well,
she said resignedly.
We shall send word to the teacher to come back.
Then she tried to communicate to me her dislike of that teacher. Every day she had to endure the company of that unpleasant old man who made her repeat the same exercises infinite times, exercises that did no good at all, none at all. She could not remember having had a single good day except when the teacher fell ill. She had even hoped he would die, but she was not lucky. She finally became positively violent in her desperation. She repeated and amplified her lament about having no luck. She was wretched, irreparably wretched. When she remembered that she had immediately loved me because it had seemed to her that from my manner, my words, my eyes, there came a promise of a less rigid, less obligatory, less tedious life, she had to weep. So I came to know her sobs at once, and they annoyed me. They were violent enough to shake her frail body through and through. It seemed to me I was immediately suffering a rude assault on my pocket and my life. I asked her,
"But do you think my wife does nothing in this world? Right now, while the two of us are talking, she has her lungs polluted with camphor and naphthalene."
Carla sobbed.
Things, furnishings, clothes. Lucky her.
I thought irritably that she wanted me to rush out and buy her all those things, just to provide her with the occupation she preferred. I showed no anger, thank heaven, and obeyed the voice of duty that cried, "Caress the girl who gave herself to you." I caressed her. I passed my hand lightly over her hair. The result was that her sobs subsided and her tears flowed abundant and unrestrained like the rain that follows a storm.
You are my first lover,
she said,
and I hope you will go on loving me.
That announcement of hers, that I was her first lover, a designation that prepared the place for a second, did not move me greatly. It was a declaration that arrived late, since for a good half hour the subject had been abandoned. And besides, it was a new threat. A woman believes she has every right over her first lover. Gently I murmured in her ear, "You too are my first mistress, since I got married." The gentleness of my voice masked the attempt to equalize the two accounts. Shortly afterwards I left her, because at no price would I have wanted to arrive late for lunch. Before leaving, I again pulled from my pocket the envelope that I called the one of good resolutions, because an excellent resolution had created it. I felt the need to pay in order to feel freer. Carla gently refused the money again, and I then grew very angry, but managed to restrain myself from manifesting this anger except by shouting the sweetest words. I was shouting in order not to hit her, but no one could have noticed. I said I had reached the pinnacle of my desires in possessing her, and now wanted the sensation of possessing her still more by supporting her completely. Therefore she must take care not to make me angry, because I suffered too much from it. Wanting to run away, I summed up my concept in a few words which, shouted like that, became very brusque.
"You are my mistress? Then your support is my responsibility."
She, frightened, stopped resisting and took the envelope while looking at me anxiously, trying to work out what the truth was, my cry of hatred or the words of love with which she was being granted everything she had desired. She calmed down a little when, before leaving, I brushed her forehead with my lips. On the stairs I was seized by the doubt that she, having that money at her disposal and having heard that I was taking charge of her future, might also show Coppola the door should he come to see her that afternoon. I would have liked to go back up those stairs to exhort her not to compromise me with such an act, But there was no time and I had to run. I fear that the doctor who will read this manuscript of mine will think that Carla too would have been an interesting subject for psychoanalysis. It will seem to him that that surrender preceded by the dismissal of the singing teacher had been too rapid. To me too it seemed that as a reward for her love she had expected too many concessions from me. Many, many months were needed before I understood the poor girl better. Probably she had let herself be taken in order to free herself from the troubling tutelage of Coppola, and it must have been a very painful surprise for her to realize that she had given herself in vain, because from her they continued to demand precisely what weighed on her most, namely, the singing. She was still in my arms and was learning she must go on singing, hence an anger and a sorrow that could not find the right words. For different reasons we both said the strangest things. When she came to love me, she regained all the naturalness that calculation had taken from her. I never had naturalness with her.
Running away, I thought again. If she knew how much I love my wife, she would behave differently. When she learned it, she did indeed behave differently. In the open air, I breathed freedom and did not feel the pain of having compromised her. Until the next day there was time, and I might find some remedy for the difficulties that threatened me. Running towards home, I even had the courage to blame the social order, as if it were responsible for my transgressions. It seemed to me it ought to be such as to allow one from time to time, not always, to make love, without having to fear consequences, even with women one did not love at all. Of remorse, there was no trace in me. Therefore I think remorse does not spring from regret for a bad action already committed, but from the vision of one's own guilty disposition. The upper part of the body bends down to look at and judge the other part, and finds it deformed. It feels revulsion, and this is called remorse. Even in ancient tragedy the victim did not come back to life, and yet remorse passed. This meant that the deformity was healed and that from then on the weeping of others was of no importance. Where could there be room for remorse in me, who was running with such joy and affection to my legitimate wife? For a long time I had not felt so pure. At lunch, without any effort, I was cheerful and affectionate with Augusta. There was no false note between us that day. Nothing excessive. I was as I should have been with the woman honestly and securely mine. At other times there were excesses of affection on my part, but only when a struggle between the two women was being fought in my soul, and by overdoing the displays of affection, it was easier for me to hide from Augusta that between us there stood the shadow, for the moment quite powerful, of another woman. I may also say that for this reason, Augusta preferred me when I was not wholly and with great sincerity hers. I myself was somewhat surprised at my calm, and I attributed it to the fact that I had managed to make Carla accept the envelope of good resolutions. Not that I believed I had settled my account with it, but it seemed to me I had begun to pay for an indulgence. Unfortunately for the entire duration of my relationship with Carla, money remained my principal worry. At every opportunity I set some aside in a well-hidden spot in my library to be prepared to meet any demand from the mistress I so feared. Thus, that money, when Carla left me and left it behind, served to pay for something else entirely. We were to spend the evening at my father-in-law's at a dinner to which only family members were invited, and which was to replace the traditional banquet, prelude to the wedding that was to take place 2 days later. Guido wanted to take advantage of Giovanni's improvement, which he did not believe would last, to get married. I went with Augusta early in the afternoon to my father-in-law's. On the way, I reminded her that the day before she had suspected I was still suffering over those nuptials. She was ashamed of her suspicion, and I spoke at length about my innocence in the matter, as if I had come home not even remembering that that very evening there was the celebration meant to prepare for those nuptials. Although there were no other guests besides the family, the old Malfentis wanted the banquet to be solemnly prepared. Augusta had been asked to help prepare the room and the table. Alberta wanted nothing to do with it. Not long before she had won a prize in a competition for a one-act play and was now setting energetically to work on the reform of the National Theatre.
So we remained around that table, Augusta and I, assisted by a maid and by Luciano, a boy from Giovanni's office who showed as much talent for domestic order as for office work. I helped carry flowers to the table and arrange them in fine order.
You see,
I said jokingly to Augusta,
I am contributing to their happiness too. If they asked me to prepare their bridal bed for them, I would do it with the same serene expression.
Later we went to find the betrothed couple, who had just returned from an official visit. They had settled themselves in the most secluded corner of the sitting room, and I suppose that until our arrival they had been exchanging little kisses. The bride had not even taken off her walking dress, and she looked very pretty, so flushed from the warmth. I believe the couple, to conceal every trace of the kisses they had been exchanging, wanted to give us the impression they had been discussing science. It was silly, perhaps even improper. Did they want to push us away from their intimacy, or did they think their kisses might hurt someone? This did not spoil my good humor, however. Guido had told me that Ada would not believe him that certain wasps could paralyze with a sting other insects even stronger than themselves, so as to keep them thus paralyzed, alive and fresh, as nourishment for their offspring. I thought I recalled that something so monstrous did exist in nature, but at that moment I did not want to give Guido that satisfaction.
Do you take me for a wasp that you turn to me?
I said laughingly. We left the couple to allow them to attend to more pleasant matters. I, however, was beginning to find the afternoon rather long, and would have liked to go home and wait in my study for the dinner hour. In the entrance hall we met Dr. Paoli, coming out of my father-in-law's bedroom. He was a young doctor who had already managed to build up a good practice. He was very blond and pink and white, like a big sturdy boy. In his powerful frame, however, his eye was so striking as to make his entire person serious and imposing. His spectacles made him appear larger, and his gaze fastened on things like a caress. Now that I know both him and Dr. S well, the one with the psychoanalysis, it seems to me that the eye of the latter probes by intention, while in Dr. Paoli it does so from an untiring curiosity. Paoli sees his patient exactly, but also the patient's wife and the chair the patient is sitting in. God knows which of the two cures his patients better. During my father-in-law's illness, I often went to Paoli to persuade him not to let the family know that the catastrophe threatening them was imminent. And I remember that one day, looking at me longer than I liked, he said with a smile, "But you adore your wife." He was a good observer, because at that moment I did indeed adore my wife, who was suffering so much from her father's illness, and whom I was daily betraying. He told us that Giovanni was doing even better than the day before. Now he had no other concerns, because the season was very favorable, and he believed the couple could calmly set off on their journey. Naturally, he added cautiously, barring unforeseeable complications. His prognosis proved correct, because the unforeseeable complications did intervene. As he was about to leave, he remembered that we certainly knew Copler, at whose bedside he had been called that very day for a consultation. He had found him stricken with renal failure. He related how the paralysis had announced itself with a horrible toothache. Here he gave a grave prognosis, but as usual, attenuated by a doubt. His life may continue, provided he lives to see tomorrow's sun. Augusta, from compassion, had tears in her eyes, and asked me to run at once to our poor friend. After a hesitation, I complied with her wish, and willingly, because my soul was suddenly filled with Carla. How hard I had been with the poor girl. Now that Copler had vanished, she remained there, solitary on that landing, not at all compromising because cut off from every communication with my world. It was necessary to run to her and erase the impression my harsh behavior of that morning must have made on her. But prudently I went first of all to Copler's. I had to be able to tell Augusta I had seen him. I already knew the modest but comfortable and decent apartment Copler inhabited in the Corsia Stadion. An old pensioner had let him have 3 of his 5 rooms. I was received by this man, a large fellow, wheezing, with red eyes, who was walking restlessly up and down a short, dark corridor. He told me the attending physician had left shortly before, having established that Coppola was in his death agony. The old man spoke in a low voice, still wheezing, as if he feared to disturb the dying man's peace. I too lowered mine. It is a form of respect, as we men feel it, though it is not at all certain whether the dying man might not prefer to be accompanied on his last stretch of road by clear, strong voices that would remind him of life. The old man told me the dying man was being attended by a nun. Full of respect, I stood for some time before the door of that room in which poor Coppola, with his rattle, its rhythm so precise, was measuring out his last stretch of time. His noisy breathing was made up of two sounds. The one produced by the air he inhaled seemed hesitant, the one born of the expelled air precipitous. Haste to die. A pause followed the two sounds, and I thought that when that pause had lengthened, then the new life would begin. The old man wanted me to go into that room, but I refused. Too many dying people had stared at me with a look of reproach. I did not wait for that pause to lengthen and ran to Carla. I knocked on the door of her study, which was locked, but no one answered. Growing impatient, I began kicking the door, and then behind me the door of the apartment opened. The voice of Carla's mother asked, "Who is it?" Then the timid old woman leaned out and, when in the yellow light coming from her kitchen she recognized me, I noticed that her face had been covered by an intense flush, set off by the pure whiteness of her hair. Carla was not there, and she offered to go and get the key to the studio so she could receive me in that room, which she considered the only one worthy of receiving me. But I told her not to trouble herself, went into her kitchen and sat down without ceremony on a wooden chair. On the stove, under a pot, a modest heap of coals was burning. I told her not to neglect her cooking on my account. She reassured me. She was cooking beans, which were never too overdone. The poverty of the food being prepared in the house, whose expenses I now had to bear alone, softened me and quelled the irritation I felt at not having found my mistress ready and waiting. The lady remained standing despite my repeated invitations for her to sit down. Brusquely, I told her that I had come to bring Signorina Carla a very bad piece of news. Coppola was dying. The old woman's arms dropped and she immediately felt the need to sit down. "My God," she murmured. "What shall we do now?" Then she remembered that what was happening to Coppola was worse than what was happening to her, and added a lament. "The poor man, so good." Her face was already bathed in tears. She obviously did not know that had the poor man not died in time, he would have been thrown out of that house. This too reassured me. How I was surrounded by the most absolute discretion. I wanted to reassure her, and told her that what Coppola had been doing for them until then, I would continue to do. She protested that it was not for herself she was crying, since she knew they were surrounded by so many good people, but for the fate of their great benefactor. She wanted to know what illness he was dying of. In telling her how the catastrophe had announced itself, I recalled that discussion I had once had with Coppola on the usefulness of pain. In his case, the nerves in his teeth had become agitated and had begun calling for help because, a meter away from them, the kidneys had ceased to function. I was so indifferent to the fate of my friend, whose death rattle I had heard shortly before, that I continued playing with his ideas. If he had still been there to hear me, I would have told him that one could thus understand how in the imaginary invalid the nerves could legitimately ache because of an illness that had broken out some kilometers away. Between the old woman and me there was very little left to say, and I agreed to go and wait for Carla in her studio. I picked up the Garcia and tried to read a few pages, but the art of singing held little interest for me. The old woman joined me again. She was anxious because she could not see Carla arriving. She told me that Carla had gone to buy some plates they urgently needed. My patience was about to run out. I asked her angrily,
"You have broken plates? Could you not be more careful?"
Thus I rid myself of the old woman, who went away muttering, "Only 2. I broke them." This gave me a moment of hilarity, because I knew that all the plates in the house had been smashed, and not by the old woman but by Carla herself. I later learnt that Carla was anything but gentle with her mother, who therefore had a desperate fear of talking too much to her daughter's protectors about her daughter's affairs. It seems that once, ingenuously, she had told Coppola about the annoyance Carla felt at the singing lessons. Coppola was angered at Carla, and Carla took it out on her mother. And so it was that when my delicious mistress finally joined me, I loved her violently and angrily. She, enchanted, stammered,
"And I who doubted your love. The whole day I was pursued by the desire to kill myself for having given myself to a man who then immediately treated me so badly."
I explained to her that I was often seized by severe headaches, and when I found myself in a state that, had I not valiantly resisted, would have sent me running back to Augusta, I spoke of those headaches again and managed to master myself. I was learning as I went. Meanwhile, we wept together over poor Coppola, truly together. Moreover, Carla was not indifferent to the terrible end of her benefactor. Speaking of it, she grew pale.
"I know how I am,"
she said.
"For a long time I shall be afraid of being alone."
He already frightened me so much when he was alive. And for the first time, timidly, she proposed that I stay with her for the entire night. I did not even consider it, and could not have prolonged my stay in that room by so much as half an hour. But, ever careful not to reveal to the poor girl my true feelings, which I myself was the first to deplore, I raised objections, telling her that such a thing was impossible because in that house there was also her mother. With genuine disdain, she curved her lips.
"We could have moved the bed in here. Mama wouldn't dare spy on me."
Then I told her about the wedding banquet that awaited me at home, but afterward I felt the need to tell her that it would never be possible for me to spend a night with her. In keeping with the resolution of kindness I had made a short while earlier, I managed to tame my every tone so that it always remained affectionate, but it seemed to me that any further concession I might make to her, or even merely allow her to hope for, would have amounted to a new betrayal of Augusta, which I did not wish to commit. In that moment I felt what my strongest ties to Carla were. My resolution of affection, and then the lies I had told about my relations with Augusta, lies that gradually, over time, would need to be attenuated and indeed erased. Therefore I began that very evening upon this work, naturally with due prudence, because it was still too easy to recall the fruit that my lie had borne. I told her that I felt strongly my obligations toward my wife, who was such an estimable woman that she certainly deserved to be loved better, and whom I would never want to know how I was betraying her. Carla embraced me.
"That is how I love you, good and gentle, just as I sensed you were the very first time. I will never try to do any harm to that poor dear."
It displeased me to hear Augusta called a poor dear, but I was grateful to poor Carla for her meekness. It was a good thing that she did not hate my wife. I wanted to show her my gratitude, and I looked around in search of some token of affection. I finally found one. I gave her, too, her laundry. I allowed her not to recall the singing teacher. Carla had an outburst of affection that annoyed me considerably, but which I bore valiantly. Then she told me that she would never abandon singing. She sang all day long, but in her own way. She even wanted to let me hear one of her songs right away, but I would have none of it and rather rudely ran off. Therefore I think that she must have contemplated suicide that night too, but I never gave her the time to tell me so. I went back to Coppola's because I had to bring Augusta the latest news of the invalid, to make her believe that I had spent all those hours with him. Coppola had been dead for about 2 hours, just after I had left. Accompanied by the old pensioner who had continued to measure the little corridor with his pacing, I entered the death chamber. The corpse, already dressed, lay on the bare mattress of the bed. In his hands he held the crucifix. In a low voice, the pensioner told me that all the formalities had been completed, and that a niece of the deceased would come to spend the night beside the body. So I could have left, knowing that my poor friend was being given all the little that he could still require. but I stayed for a few minutes to look at him. I would have loved to feel a sincere tear of pity well up in my eyes for the poor man who had struggled so hard against his illness, even trying to find an accommodation with it.
"It is painful," I said.
The disease for which so many remedies existed had brutally killed him. It seemed like a mockery. But my tear did not come. Copler's emaciated face had never appeared so strong as in the rigidity of death. It seemed carved by a chisel from colored marble, and no one could have predicted that putrefaction loomed imminent over it. Yet it was a true life that the face manifested. It was scornfully disapproving, perhaps of me, the imaginary invalid, or perhaps even of Carla, who refused to sing. I started for a moment, thinking the dead man had begun to rattle again. I immediately recovered the composure of a critic when I realized that what had seemed to me a death rattle was nothing but the panting, heightened by emotion, of the pensioner. He then accompanied me to the door and begged me to recommend him if I should know anyone who might need a small apartment like that one. You see that even in a situation like this, I knew how to do my duty, and more, much more. He raised his voice for the first time, and in it echoed a resentment that was undoubtedly directed at poor Copler, who had left the apartment free without the proper notice. I ran off, promising everything he asked. At my father-in-law's, I found that the company had just sat down to table. They asked me for news, and I, so as not to spoil the gaiety of the gathering, said that Copler was still alive and that there was therefore still some hope. To me it seemed that the assembly was rather sad. Perhaps this impression was created in me by the sight of my father-in-law, condemned to a thin soup and a glass of milk, while all around him everyone loaded up on the most exquisite dishes. He had all the time in the world, he did, and he used it to look into other people's mouths. Seeing that Signor Francesco was actively devoting himself to the antipasto, he murmured, "And to think he is 2 years older than me." Then, when Signor Francesco arrived at his third small glass of white wine, he grumbled under his breath, "That is the third. May it all turn to gall." The wish would not have disturbed me if I too had not been eating and drinking at that table, and if I had not known that the same metamorphosis would be wished upon the wine passing through my mouth as well. Therefore I set about eating and drinking on the sly. I took advantage of moments when my father-in-law stuck his big nose into his cup of milk, or responded to some remark addressed to him, to swallow large mouthfuls or gulp down great glasses of wine. Alberta, solely out of a desire to make people laugh, warned Augusta that I was drinking too much. My wife, playfully, threatened me with her forefinger. This was not so bad, but it was bad because now it was no longer worth the trouble to eat on the sly. Giovanni, who up to then had scarcely remembered my existence, looked at me over his spectacles with a truly hateful glare. He said,
"I have never abused wine or food. He who abuses them is not a real man, but a—"
And he repeated several times the last word, which was certainly not a compliment. Under the effect of the wine, that offensive word, accompanied by general laughter, drove into my soul a truly unreasonable desire for revenge. I attacked my father-in-law on his weakest side, his illness. I shouted that the man who was not a real man was not he who abused food, but rather he who supinely submitted to the prescriptions of his doctor. I, in his position, would have been quite otherwise independent. At my daughter's wedding, if for no other reason than out of affection, I certainly would not have allowed anyone to prevent me from eating and drinking. Giovanni observed with fury,
"I would like to see you in my shoes."
"And is it not enough for you to see me in mine? Do I leave off smoking?"
It was the first time I had succeeded in boasting of my weakness, and I immediately lit a cigarette to illustrate my words. Everyone laughed and told Signor Francesco how my life was full of last cigarettes. But this was not the last one, and I felt strong and combative. However, I immediately lost the support of the others when I poured wine for Giovanni into his large water glass. They were afraid Giovanni would drink it and shouted to prevent him, until Signora Malfenti could seize and remove the glass.
"Really? Do you want to kill me?"
Giovanni asked mildly, looking at me with curiosity.
"You have a mean wine, you."
He had not made a single gesture to take advantage of the wine I had offered him. I felt truly humiliated and defeated. I would almost have thrown myself at my father-in-law's feet to beg his forgiveness. But that too seemed to me a suggestion of the wine, and I rejected it. By asking for forgiveness, I would have confessed my guilt, while the banquet was continuing and would last long enough to offer me the opportunity to make amends for that first joke, so poorly executed. There is time for everything in this world. Not all drunkards are immediately prey to every suggestion of wine. When I have drunk too much, I analyze my impulses just as I do when I am sober, and probably with the same result. I continued to observe myself in order to understand how I had arrived at that malicious thought of harming my father-in-law. And I realized I was tired, deathly tired. If everyone had known what kind of day I had had, they would have excused me. I had taken and violently abandoned a woman no fewer than 2 times, and I had returned twice to my wife only to renounce her too, twice over. My good fortune was that then, by association, that corpse over which I had vainly tried to weep peeped out in my memory, and the thought of the 2 women vanished. Otherwise I would have ended up talking about Carla. Did I not always have the desire to confess even when I was not made more magnanimous by the action of wine? I ended up talking about Copler. I wanted everyone to know that on this day I had lost my great friend. They would have excused my behavior. I cried out that Copler was dead, truly dead, and that until then I had kept silent about it so as not to sadden them. Look, look! And at last I felt the tears rising to my eyes, and I had to turn my gaze elsewhere to hide them. Everyone laughed because they did not believe me, and then stubbornness intervened, which is precisely the most evident trait of wine. I described the dead man.
He looked as if sculpted by Michelangelo, so rigid in the most incorruptible stone.
There was a general silence, broken by Guido, who exclaimed,
"And now you no longer feel the need not to sadden us."
The observation was just. I had failed in a resolution that I remembered. Was there no way to make amends? I burst out laughing raucously.
I fooled you. He is alive and feeling better.
Everyone looked at me, trying to get their bearings.
He is better, I added seriously. He recognized me and even smiled at me.
Everyone believed me, but the indignation was general. Giovanni proclaimed that if he had not been afraid of hurting himself by the exertion, he would have thrown a plate at my head. It was indeed unforgivable that I had disturbed the celebration with such an invented piece of news. If it had been true, there would have been no fault in it. Would I not have done better to tell them the truth again? Copler was dead, and as soon as I was alone, I would have found the tears ready to weep for him, spontaneous and abundant. I searched for the words, but Signora Malfenti, with that gravity of a great lady, interrupted me.
Let us leave that poor sick man alone for now. We will think about him tomorrow.
I obeyed immediately, even in thought, which detached itself definitively from the dead man.
Farewell. Wait for me. I will return to you right away.
The time for the toast had come. Giovanni had obtained the concession from his doctor of sipping a glass of champagne at that hour. Gravely he watched as the wine was poured, and refused to raise the glass to his lips until it was brimming full. After having made a serious and unadorned wish to Ada and Guido, he drained it slowly down to the last drop. Looking at me sourly, he told me that the final sip had been dedicated precisely to my health. To annul the wish, which I knew to be unfavorable, with both hands under the tablecloth I made the sign of the horns. My memory of the rest of the evening is somewhat confused. I know that on Augusta's initiative at that table, shortly afterward a great deal of good was said about me, citing me as a model husband. I was forgiven everything, and even my father-in-law became more kind. He added, however, that he hoped Ada's husband would prove as good as me, but also at the same time a better businessman and above all a person. And he searched for the word. He did not find it, and no one around us demanded it. Not even Signor Francesco, who, having seen me for the first time only that morning, could hardly know me well. For my part, I was not offended. How the feeling of having grave wrongs to make amends for softens one's soul. I accepted with grateful spirit all the insults, provided they were accompanied by the affection I did not deserve. And in my mind, confused by fatigue and wine, quite serene, I caressed my image of a good husband who does not become less good for being an adulterer. One must be good, 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 and the rest did not matter. I blew a kiss with my hand to Augusta, who received it with a grateful smile. Then there was someone at the table who wanted to take advantage of my inebriation for a laugh, and I was compelled to give a toast. I had ended up accepting because at that moment it seemed to me that it would be a decisive thing to be able to make good resolutions in public. Not that I doubted myself in that moment, for I felt precisely as I had been described. But I would become even better when I had affirmed a resolution before so many people who, in a sense, would have endorsed it. And so it was that in the toast I spoke only of myself and Augusta. For the second time in those days I told the story of my marriage. I had falsified it for Carla by keeping silent about my falling in love with my wife. Here I falsified it otherwise, because I did not speak of the two people who were so important in the history of my marriage, namely Ada and Alberta. I recounted my hesitations, which I could not console myself for because they had robbed me of so much time of happiness. Then, out of chivalry, I attributed hesitations to Augusta as well, but she denied it, laughing vivaciously. I found the thread of the speech again with some difficulty. I told how we had finally arrived at our honeymoon trip, and how we had made love in all the museums of Italy. I was so thoroughly immersed up to my neck in falsehood that I shoved in that mendacious detail too, which served no purpose whatsoever. And then they say that in wine there is truth. Augusta interrupted me a second time to set the record straight, and told how she had had to avoid museums because of the danger that, on my account, the masterpieces faced. She did not realize that in doing so, she was revealing not merely the falsity of that one particular detail. If there had been an observer at that table, he would quickly have discovered the nature of the love I was depicting in a setting where it could not have unfolded. I resumed the long, washed-out speech, recounting our arrival in our home and how we had both set about perfecting it, doing this and that, and among other things installing a laundry. Laughing as always, Augusta interrupted me again.
This is hardly a celebration given in our honor, but in honor of Ada and Guido. Talk about them.
Everyone nodded noisily. I laughed too, realizing that through my efforts they had arrived at a genuine noisy merriment such as is customary on occasions like these. But I found nothing more to say. It seemed to me I had been speaking for hours. I swallowed several more glasses of wine, one after another.
This one for Ada.
I stood up for a moment to see if she had made the sign of the horns under the tablecloth.
This one for Guido.
And I added after having gulped down the wine,
With all my heart.
forgetting that no such declaration had been added to the first glass.
This one for your firstborn son.
And I would have drunk quite a few more of those glasses for their children if I had not finally been prevented. For those poor innocents, I would have drunk all the wine on that table. Then everything became even more obscure. I clearly remember only one thing. My principal concern was not to appear drunk. I held myself erect and spoke little. I distrusted myself and felt the need to analyze every word before saying it. While the general conversation proceeded, I had to give up participating in it because I was not given the time to clarify my murky thoughts. I wanted to start a conversation myself and said to my father-in-law,
Did you hear that the exterior has dropped 2 points?
I had said something that did not concern me at all, and that I had heard said at the stock exchange. I only wanted to talk about business, serious stuff that a drunkard usually does not remember, but it seemed the matter was less indifferent to my father-in-law, and he called me a crow bearing bad news. With him I could not get anything right. Then I turned my attention to my neighbor, Alberta. We talked about love. She was interested in it in theory, and I, for the moment, was not at all interested in it in practice. So it was pleasant to talk about it. She asked me for my ideas, and I immediately discovered one that seemed to me to emerge clearly from my experience of that very day. A woman was an object that varied in price far more than any security on the stock exchange. Alberta misunderstood me and thought I meant something known to everyone, namely that a woman of a certain age had quite a different value from one of another age. I explained myself more clearly. A woman could have a high value at a certain hour of the morning, absolutely none at noon, be worth double by afternoon what she had been worth that morning, and end up in the evening with a decidedly negative value. I explained the concept of negative value. A woman had such a value when a man calculated what sum he would be willing to pay to send her very, very far away from him. However, the poor little playwright did not see the correctness of my discovery, while I, remembering the fluctuation in value that Carla and Augusta had undergone that very day, was quite certain of it. The wine intervened when I tried to explain myself better, and I veered off course entirely.
You see, I told her, supposing that right now you have the value of X and you allow me to press your little foot with mine, you immediately increase by at least another X.
I immediately suited the action to the words. Red, quite red, she withdrew her foot and, wanting to appear witty, said,
"But this is practice and no longer theory. I shall appeal to Augusta."
I must confess that I too felt that little foot as something quite different from an arid theory. But I protested, shouting with the most candid air in the world, "It is pure theory, the very purest, and it is wrong of you to feel it otherwise. The fantasies of wine are real events." For a long time, Alberta and I did not forget that I had touched a part of her body after warning her that I was doing so for my enjoyment. The word had highlighted the act, and the act the word. Until she married, she had for me a smile and a blush. Afterward, instead, a blush and anger. Women are made that way. Every new day brings them a new interpretation of the past. It must be a rather unmonotonous life, theirs. For me, on the other hand, the interpretation of that act of mine was always the same. The theft of a small object with an intense flavor, and it was Alberta's fault if at a certain period I tried to make her recall that act, while later I would have paid something to have it forgotten entirely. I also remember that before leaving the house something else occurred, something far more serious. I remained for an instant alone with Ada. Giovanni had gone to bed some time ago, and the others were taking leave of Signor Francesco, who was going to his hotel accompanied by Guido. I looked at Ada for a long time, dressed all in white lace, her shoulders and arms bare. I remained silent for a long time, even though I felt the need to say something to her. But after analyzing each one, I suppressed every phrase that came to my lips. I remember that I also analyzed whether I might be allowed to say, "How happy it makes me that you are finally getting married, and marrying my great friend Guido. Now at last everything between us will be finished." I wanted to tell a lie because everyone knew that between us everything had been finished for several months, but it seemed to me that that lie was a most beautiful compliment. And it is certain that a woman, dressed like that, demands compliments and takes pleasure in them. But after long reflection, I did nothing of the sort. I suppressed those words because, in the sea of wine in which I was swimming, I found a plank that saved me. I thought that I was wrong to risk Augusta's affection in order to do a favor to Ada, who did not care for me. But in the doubt that for a few moments clouded my mind, and then also when, with an effort, I tore myself away from those words, I gave Ada such a look that she rose and left the room after turning to watch me with fright, ready perhaps to break into a run. One remembers one's own look as well as, and perhaps better than, a word. It is more important than a word because there is not in all the vocabulary a word that can undress a woman. I know now that that look of mine falsified the words I had conceived, simplifying them. Through Ada's eyes it had tried to penetrate beyond her clothes and even beyond her skin. And it had certainly meant, "Will you come to bed with me right now in the meantime?" Wine is a great danger, especially because it does not bring the truth to the surface. Quite the contrary. It reveals of the individual, especially the past, forgotten history, and not his present will. It capriciously throws into the light even all those little ideas we played with in more or less recent times and have since forgotten. It ignores the erasures and reads everything that is still perceptible in our hearts. And it is well known that there is no way to erase anything there as thoroughly as one does with an erroneous figure on a bill of exchange. Our entire history is always legible there, and the wine proclaims it, ignoring what life subsequently added. To go home, Augusta and I took a carriage. In the darkness, it seemed to me my duty to kiss and embrace my wife, because on similar occasions I had many times done so, and I feared that if I did not, she might think something had changed between us. Nothing had changed between us. The wine proclaimed this too. She had married Zeno Cosini, who, unchanged, sat beside her. What did it matter if on that day I had possessed other women, whose number the wine, to make me happier, increased, placing among them I no longer know whether Ada or Alberta. I remember that falling asleep, I saw for an instant the marble face of Copler on his deathbed. He seemed to be demanding justice, that is, the tears I had promised him. But he did not receive them even then, because sleep embraced me, annihilating me. But first I excused myself to the phantom.
Wait a little longer. I will be with you right away.
With him I was never again, for I did not even attend his funeral. We had so much to do at home, and I also outside, that there was no time for him. He was mentioned from time to time, but only to laugh, recalling how my wine had killed him off and resurrected him so many times. Indeed, he became proverbial in the family, and when the newspapers, as often happens, announce and then deny someone's death, we say, like poor Copler. The next morning I rose with a bit of a headache. My pain in the side troubled me somewhat, probably because as long as the effect of the wine lasted, I had not felt it at all and had immediately lost the habit of it. But at bottom I was not sad. Augusta contributed to my serenity by telling me that it would have been a shame if I had not gone to that wedding dinner, because before my arrival she had felt as if she were attending a funeral. I had no reason, then, to feel remorse for my behavior. Then I learned that one thing alone had not been forgiven me, the dreadful look at Ada. When we met that afternoon, Ada offered me her hand with an anxiety that increased my own. Perhaps, however, it weighed on her conscience that her flight had been anything but courteous. But my look, too, had been a very ugly action. I remembered exactly the movement of my eye and understood how anyone who had been pierced by it could not forget it. I would have to make amends through a carefully fraternal manner. They say that when one suffers from having drunk too much, there is no better cure than to drink more. That morning I went to revive myself at Carla's. I went to her precisely with the desire to live more intensely, and that is what leads one back to alcohol. But as I walked toward her, I would have wished her to provide me with quite a different intensity of life from the day before. I was accompanied by resolutions, not very precise, but all of them honest. I knew I could not abandon her at once, but I could set myself on the path toward that highly moral act step by step. Meanwhile, I would continue to talk to her about my wife. Without being surprised, one fine day she would know how I loved my wife. In my jacket I had another envelope with money in it, to be prepared for any eventuality. I arrived at Carla's, and a quarter of an hour later she reproached me with a remark whose justness rang in my ears for a long time.
How rough you are in love.
I am not conscious of having been rough precisely then. I had begun to speak to her of my wife, and the praises paid to Augusta had sounded in Carla's ears like so many reproaches directed at her. Then it was Carla who wounded me. To pass the time I had told her how I had made a fool of myself at the banquet, especially with a toast I had given that had been absolutely ridiculous. Carla observed,
"If you loved your wife, you would not bungle toast at her father's table."
And she even gave me a kiss in reward for the little love I bore my wife. Meanwhile, the same desire to intensify my life that had drawn me to Carla would have carried me right back to Augusta, who was the only one with whom I could talk about my love for her. The wine taken as a cure was already too much, or rather I now wanted an entirely different wine. But that day my relationship with Carla was to become more refined. crowned at last with that sympathy which, as I learned later, the poor young woman deserved. Several times she had offered to sing me a little song, eager to have my opinion. But I had wanted nothing to do with that singing, whose ingenuousness no longer even interested me. I told her that since she refused to study, it was not worth the trouble to sing any more. Mine was truly a grave offense, and she suffered from it. Sitting beside me, to keep me from seeing her tears, she stared motionlessly at her hands, which she held clasped in her lap. She repeated her reproach.
How rough you must be with those you do not love, if you are this rough with me.
Good-natured fellow that I am, I let myself be moved by those tears, and begged Carla to split my eardrums with her big voice in the small room. Now she demurred, and I even had to threaten to leave if I was not gratified. I must acknowledge that for an instant, I even thought I had found a pretext for temporarily reconquering my freedom. But at the threat, my humble servant went with lowered eyes to sit at the piano. She then devoted a very brief instant to collecting herself and passed her hand over her face as if to chase away every cloud. She succeeded with a swiftness that surprised me, and her face, when uncovered by that hand, bore no trace of the pain from before. I immediately had a great surprise. Carla spoke her little song, narrated it, did not shout it. The shouting, as she later told me, had been imposed by her teacher. She had now dismissed it along with him. The little Triestine song,
Faso l'amor, se vero. Cosa che zede mal? Vuole che, a sedesani, stia là come un cocal.
is a kind of story or confession. Carla's eyes sparkled with mischief and confessed even more than the words. There was no danger of having one's eardrums damaged, and I drew closer to her, surprised and enchanted. I sat down beside her, and then she told the little song directly to me, half closing her eyes to tell me with the lightest and purest note that those 16 years wanted freedom and love. For the first time I saw Carla's little face exactly, a very pure oval, broken by the deep, arched hollows of her eyes and delicate cheekbones, made even purer by a snowy whiteness, now that she held her face turned toward me in the light, and therefore not obscured by any shadow. And those soft lines in that flesh that seemed transparent, concealing so well the blood and the veins perhaps too faint to appear, demanded affection and protection. Now I was ready to grant her so much affection and protection, unconditionally, and even at the moment when I would have felt most disposed to return to Augusta, because Carla at that moment was asking for nothing but a paternal affection that I could offer without betraying anyone. What satisfaction! I stayed there with Carla, granting her what her oval little face demanded, and I was not moving away from Augusta. My affection for Carla became more refined. From then on, when I felt the need for honesty and purity, I no longer had to abandon her, but could stay with her and change the subject. Was this new sweetness owed to her oval little face that I had then discovered, or to her musical talent? The talent was undeniable. The strange Triestine song ends with a stanza in which the same young girl proclaims that she is old and decrepit, and that by now she needs no other freedom than that of dying. Carla continued to lavish mischief and gaiety on the poor verse. It was, however, youth pretending to be old in order to better proclaim, from that new vantage point, its rights. When she finished and found me in full admiration, she too, for the first time, beyond loving me, truly cared for me. She knew that I would have liked that little song better than the singing her teacher taught her.
A pity,
She added with sadness,
that if one does not want to go around the cafes and chantons, one cannot make a living from this.
I easily convinced her that things were not so. There were in this world many great artists who spoke and did not sing. She made me tell her names. She was delighted to learn how important her art might become.
I know,
She added ingeniously.
that this kind of singing is much more difficult than the other, for which all you need to do is shout at the top of your lungs.
I smiled and did not argue. Her art was certainly difficult too, and she knew it because it was the only art she knew. That little song had cost her a very long study. She had said it and said it again, correcting the intonation of every word, every note. Now she was studying another one, but she would not have it ready until a few weeks from now. She would not let me hear it until then. There followed some delightful moments in that room where until then nothing but scenes of brutality had taken place. And now a career was opening up for Carla as well. The career that would free me of her, very similar to the one Coppola had dreamed of for her. I proposed to find her a teacher. At first she was alarmed by the word, but then she let herself be easily convinced when I told her she could try, and that she would remain free to dismiss him if he seemed to her boring or of little use. With Augusta, too, I found myself very well that day. My soul was tranquil, as if I had returned from a walk and not from Carla's house, or as poor Coppola's should have been when he left that house on days when they had given him no cause for anger. I enjoyed it as if I had arrived at an oasis. For me and for my health, it would have been very serious if my entire long relationship with Carla had unfolded in perpetual agitation. From that day on, as a result of aesthetic beauty, things proceeded more calmly, with the slight interruptions necessary to revive both my love for Carla and my love for Augusta. Each visit to Carla did indeed mean a betrayal of Augusta, but everything was quickly forgotten in a bath of health and good resolutions. And the good resolution was not brutal and exciting, as when I had in my throat the desire to declare to Carla that I would never see her again. I was gentle and paternal. There I was again, thinking about her career. To abandon a woman every day only to run after her the day after would have been an exertion my poor heart could not have withstood. This way, instead, Carla remained always in my power, and I steered her now in one direction, now in another. For a long time, the good resolutions were not strong enough to induce me to run about the city in search of the teacher who would suit Carla. I toyed with the good resolution while remaining seated. Then one fine day, Augusta confided to me that she felt she was with child, and then my resolution momentarily grew enormous, and Carla got her teacher. I had hesitated so long also because it was evident that, even without a teacher, Carla had managed to set herself on the path of genuinely serious work in her new art. Each week she could perform a new little song for me, carefully analyzed in attitude and word. Certain notes might have needed a bit of polishing, but perhaps they would have ended up refining themselves on their own. A decisive proof that Carla was a true artist I found in the way she continually perfected her little songs without ever giving up the best things she had managed to make her own at first hearing. I often induced her to repeat her first piece for me, and each time I found some new and effective accent added to it. Given her ignorance, it was marvelous that in the great effort to discover a powerful expression, she had never happened to thrust into the song any false or exaggerated sounds. Like a true artist, she added each day a small stone to the little edifice, and all the rest remained intact. It was not the song that was stereotyped, but the feeling that dictated it. Carla, before singing, always passed her hand over her face, and behind that hand she created a moment of concentration that sufficed to plunge her into the little comedy she had to construct. A comedy not always childish. The ironic mentor of Rosina, who had been born in a shack, threatened, but not too seriously. It seemed as though the singer was letting on that she knew it was the story of every day. Carla's thought was different, but it ended up arriving at the same result.
My sympathy goes to Rosina, because otherwise the song would not be worth singing,
she used to say. It sometimes happened that Carla unwittingly rekindled my love for Augusta and my remorse. Indeed, this occurred each time she permitted herself offensive gestures against the position so solidly occupied by my wife. Her desire to have me all to herself for an entire night was still alive. She confided to me that it seemed to her that, never having slept beside each other, we were less intimate. Wanting to accustom myself to being gentler with her, I did not flatly refuse to gratify her, but I almost always thought that it would not be possible to do such a thing, unless I resigned myself to finding Augusta in the morning at a window where she had been waiting for me the whole night. And besides, would this not have been a new betrayal of my wife? Sometimes, that is, when I ran to Carla full of desire, I felt inclined to satisfy her, but immediately afterward I saw the impossibility and the impropriety of it. And so for a long time, we neither eliminated the prospect of the thing nor realized it. Apparently we were in agreement. Sooner or later we would spend a whole night together. Meanwhile, the possibility now existed because I had persuaded the Gercos to get rid of those tenants who cut their house in two, and Carla finally had her own bedroom. Now it happened that shortly after Guido's wedding, my father-in-law was struck by the crisis that was to kill him, and I was imprudent enough to tell Carla that my wife had to spend a night at her father's bedside to give my mother-in-law a rest. There was no longer any chance of escaping. Carla insisted that I spend with her that very night that was so painful for my wife. I did not have the courage to rebel against such a caprice, and I resigned myself to it with a heavy heart. I prepared myself for this sacrifice. I did not go to Carla in the morning, and so I ran to her in the evening with full desire, telling myself also that it was childish to believe I was betraying Augusta more gravely, because I was betraying her at a moment when she was suffering from other causes. Therefore I even grew impatient because poor Augusta detained me to explain how I should manage things in order to have ready what I might need for dinner, for the night, and also for coffee the next morning. Carla received me in the studio. Shortly afterward, she who was her mother and her servant served us a delicious little supper, to which I added the sweets I had brought with me. The old woman then returned to clear away, and I would truly have liked to go to bed at once, but it was really still too early, and Carla induced me to stay and listen to her sing. She went through her entire repertoire, and that was certainly the best part of those hours, because the eagerness with which I awaited my lover increased the pleasure that Carla's little songs had always given me.
An audience would shower you with flowers and applause,
I declared to her at one point, forgetting that it would have been impossible to put an entire audience in the state of mind in which I found myself. We finally went to bed, in the same bed, in a tiny, completely bare little room. It looked like a corridor cut short by a wall. I was not yet sleepy, and I despaired at the thought that, if I were, I would not be able to sleep with so little air at my disposal. Carla was summoned by her mother's timid voice. She went to the door to answer and opened it part way. I heard her ask the old woman in an agitated voice what she wanted. Timidly, the other said some words whose meaning I could not make out, and then Carla screamed before slamming the door in her mother's face.
Leave me in peace. I have already told you that tonight I am sleeping in here.
Thus I learned that Carla, tormented at night by fear, always slept in her old bedroom with her mother, where she had another bed, while the one in which we were to sleep together remained empty. It was certainly out of fear that she had induced me to play that dirty trick on Augusta. She confessed with a mischievous gaiety in which I did not share that she felt safer with me than with her mother. That bed in the vicinity of the solitary studio gave me pause. I had never seen it before. I was jealous. Shortly afterward, I was also scornful about the way Carla had behaved toward her poor mother. She was made rather differently from Augusta, who had given up my company in order to attend to her parents. I am especially sensitive to disrespect toward one's own parents, I, who had borne my poor father's tantrums with such resignation. Carla could not notice either my jealousy or my contempt. I suppressed the manifestations of jealousy, remembering that I had no right to be jealous, seeing that I spent a good part of my days wishing that someone would take my mistress away from me. Nor was there any purpose in showing my contempt to the poor young woman, now that I was once again toying with the desire to abandon her definitively, and even though my indignation was now enlarged by the very reasons that shortly before would have provoked my jealousy. What was necessary was to get away as quickly as possible from that tiny room containing no more than a cubic meter of air, and extremely hot air at that. I do not even remember well the pretext I gave for leaving immediately. Breathlessly, I began to dress. I talked about a key that I had forgotten to give my wife, without which she, if she needed to, would not be able to get into the house. I showed the key, which was nothing other than the one I always kept in my pocket, but which was presented as the tangible proof of the truth of my assertions. Carla did not even try to stop me. She dressed and accompanied me all the way downstairs to give me light. In the darkness of the stairs, it seemed to me she was scrutinizing me with an inquisitive look that troubled me. Was she beginning to understand me? It was not so easy, given that I knew how to dissemble too well. To thank her for letting me go, I continued from time to time to press my lips to her cheeks and pretended to be still pervaded by the same enthusiasm that had brought me to her. I had no reason afterward to doubt the success of my dissembling. A little earlier, in a burst of love, Carla had told me that the ugly name of Zeno, which my parents had saddled me with, was certainly not the one that suited my person. She would have liked me to be called Dario, and there, in the darkness, she took her leave of me, addressing me by that name. Then she noticed that the weather was threatening and offered to go and get me an umbrella. But I absolutely could not endure her any longer, and I ran off still holding that key in my hand, in whose authenticity I was beginning to believe myself. The deep darkness of the night was interrupted from time to time by blinding flashes of light. The rumble of thunder seemed very far away. The air was still calm and stifling, as in Carla's tiny room. Even the scattered big drops that fell were warm. Above, clearly there was menace, and I began to run. I was fortunate to find in the Corsia Stadion a street door that was still open and illuminated, into which I took refuge just in time. Immediately afterward, the storm descended upon the street. The downpour was interrupted by a furious gust of wind that seemed to bring with it the thunder, suddenly very close. I started. It would have been a real compromising thing if I had been killed by lightning at that hour, in the Corsia Stadion. At least I was known, even to my wife, as a man of bizarre habits who was quite capable of running out there at night. And then there is always an excuse for everything. I had to remain in that doorway for more than an hour. It always seemed as though the weather were about to calm down, but immediately it resumed its fury, always in another form. Now it was hailing. The building's porter had come to keep me company, and I had to give him some coins to delay the closing of the door. Then a gentleman dressed in white and dripping with water entered the doorway. He was old, thin, and wiry. I never saw him again. But I cannot forget him for the light in his black eye and the energy that emanated from his whole small person. He was cursing at having been drenched in that fashion. I have always enjoyed chatting with people I do not know. With them, I feel healthy and assured. It is positively a rest. I have to be careful not to limp, and I am saved. When the weather finally subsided, I went at once not to my own house but to my father-in-law's. It seemed to me at that moment that I must rush immediately to roll call and boast of being there. My father-in-law had fallen asleep, and Augusta, who was being helped by a nun, was able to come to me. She said I had done well to come and threw herself weeping into my arms. She had seen her father suffer horribly. She noticed that I was completely soaked. She made me settle into an armchair and covered me with blankets. Then for some time she was able to stay beside me. I was very tired, and even in the brief time she could remain with me, I fought off sleep. I felt very innocent because in the meantime I had not betrayed her by staying away from the conjugal home for an entire night. Innocence was so beautiful that I tried to increase it. I began to say words that resembled a confession. I told her that I felt weak and guilty, and since at this point she looked at me asking for explanations, I immediately withdrew my head into my shell and, plunging into philosophy, told her that the feeling of guilt I had at my every thought, at my every breath.
That is what religious people think too,
said Augusta.
Who knows whether it is not for the sins we do not know about that we are punished like this?
She was speaking words suited to accompany her tears, which continued to flow. It seemed to me she had not quite understood the difference between my thought and that of the religious. But I did not wish to argue, and to the monotonous sound of the wind which had grown stronger with the tranquility that my surge toward confession gave me, I fell into a long, restorative sleep. When the time came for the singing teacher, everything was settled in a few hours. I had chosen him long since, and, to tell the truth, I had fixed upon his name first of all because he was the cheapest teacher in Trieste. So as not to compromise myself, it was Carla herself who went to speak with him. I never saw him, but I must say that by now I know a great deal about him, and he is one of the people I most esteem in this world. He must be a healthy simpleton, which is strange for an artist who lived for his art, as this Vittorio Lali did. In short, an enviable man, because he was both gifted and healthy. In the meantime, I noticed right away that Carla's voice grew softer and became more flexible and more assured. We had feared that the teacher would impose a strain on her, as the one chosen by Coppola had done. Perhaps he adapted to Carla's wishes, but the fact remains that he always stayed within the genre she preferred. Only many months later did she realize that she had slightly departed from it, refining herself. She no longer sang the Triestine songs, and then not even the Neapolitan ones either, but had moved on to old Italian songs and to Mozart and Schubert. I remember especially a lullaby attributed to Mozart, and on the days when I feel most acutely the sadness of life and miss the tender girl who was mine and whom I did not love, the lullaby echoes in my ears like a reproach. I see again then Carla disguised as a mother drawing from her breast the sweetest sounds to win sleep for her child. And yet she, who had been an unforgettable lover, could not have been a good mother, given that she was a bad daughter. But it seems that knowing how to sing as a mother is a quality that covers every other deficiency. From Carla I learned the story of her teacher. He had done a few years of study at the Vienna Conservatory and had then come to Trieste, where he had had the good fortune of working for our greatest composer, who had been struck by blindness. He wrote down his compositions at dictation, but he also had the composer's trust, which the blind must grant entirely. Thus he came to know his intentions, his very mature convictions, and his forever youthful dreams. Soon he had in his soul all of music, including the kind that Carla needed. His appearance was also described to me. Young, blonde, rather robust, carelessly dressed, a soft shirt not always freshly laundered, a tie that must once have been black, loose and flowing, a battered hat with enormous brims. A man of few words, according to what Carla told me, and I must believe her because a few months later he became chatty with her and she told me right away, and wholly intent on the task he had taken on. Before long, my daily routine underwent complications. In the morning, I brought to Carla, along with love, a bitter jealousy that became much less bitter in the course of the day. It seemed impossible to me that the young fellow would not take advantage of the easy, willing prey. Carla seemed astonished that I could think such a thing, but I was equally astonished to see her astonished. Did she not remember how things had developed between me and her? One day I arrived at her place furious with jealousy, and she, frightened, immediately declared herself ready to dismiss the teacher. I do not believe her fright was produced solely by the fear of losing my support, because in that period I had from her displays of affection that I cannot doubt, and that at times made me blissful, while when I was in another state of mind, they annoyed me, seeming like hostile acts against Augusta, from which, however much it cost me, I was obliged to dissociate myself. Her proposal embarrassed me. Whether I found myself in the moment of love or of penitence, I did not want to accept a sacrifice from her. There had to be some communication between my two states of being, and I did not want to diminish my already scant freedom to pass from one to the other. Therefore, I could not accept such a proposal. But it made me more cautious, so that even when I was exasperated by jealousy, I knew how to conceal it. My love became more irascible, and it ended up that when I desired her, and also when I did not desire her at all, Carla seemed to me an inferior being. She was betraying me, or I did not care about her at all. When I did not hate her, I did not remember she existed. I belonged to the atmosphere of health and honesty where Augusta reigned. and I returned to her immediately in body and soul as soon as Carla released me. Given Carla's absolute sincerity, I know exactly how very long a time she was entirely mine, and my recurring jealousy of that period can only be regarded as a manifestation of a hidden sense of justice. I was bound to get what I deserved. First, the teacher fell in love. I believe the first symptom of his love consisted of certain words Carla reported to me with an air of triumph, believing they marked her first great artistic success, for which my praise was due. He had told her that by now he had become so attached to his task as teacher that if she could not pay him, he would continue to give her lessons free of charge. I would have slapped her, but then the moment came when I could claim to rejoice in that true triumph of hers. She then forgot the cramp that at first had seized my whole face, like someone biting into a lemon, and she serenely accepted the belated praise. He had told her all about his affairs, which were not many: music, poverty, and family. His sister had given him great troubles, and he had managed to communicate to Carla a strong antipathy toward that woman, whom she did not know. That antipathy seemed to me very compromising. They now sang together songs of his composition, which seemed to me poor stuff, whether I loved Carla or felt her as a chain. It is possible, however, that they were good, despite the fact that I never heard them spoken of again. He later conducted orchestras in the United States, and perhaps those songs are sung there too. But one fine day she told me that he had asked her to become his wife, and that she had refused. Then I went through 2 truly awful quarter hours. The first when I felt so invaded by fury that I would have liked to wait for the teacher and kick him out, and the second when I could not find a way to reconcile the possibility of continuing my liaison with that marriage, which was at bottom a fine and moral thing, and a far more reliable simplification of my position than Carla's career, which she imagined she would pursue in my company. Why had that blessed teacher gotten himself so worked up and so quickly? By now, in a year of our relationship, everything had softened between me and Carla, even my scowl when I left her. My remorse was by now entirely bearable, and although Carla still had reason to call me rough in love, she seemed to have grown accustomed to it. This must have been made easier for her because I was never again as brutal as in the first days of our relationship, and having endured that initial excess, the rest must have seemed very mild by comparison. Therefore, even when I no longer cared so much about Carla, it was always easy for me to foresee that the next day I would not be happy to come looking for my mistress and not find her. Certainly it would have been very fine then to know how to return to Augusta without the usual interlude with Carla, and at that moment I felt entirely capable of it. But first, I wanted to try. My resolution at that moment must have been approximately the following. Tomorrow I will ask her to accept the teacher's proposal, but today I will prevent it. And with great effort I continued to behave like a lover. Now, in telling of it, after having recorded all the phases of my adventure, it might seem that I was attempting to have my mistress marry someone else while keeping her as mine, which would have been the strategy of a shrewder and better balanced man than myself, though an equally corrupt one. But that is not true. She was to marry the teacher, but she was to decide to do so only on the morrow. And it is for this reason that only then did my state, which I persist in calling innocence, come to an end. It was no longer possible to adore Carla for a brief portion of the day, and then hate her for 24 hours straight, and to rise each morning ignorant as a newborn to relive the day, so similar to the preceding ones, to be surprised by the adventures it brought, and which I should have known by heart. This was no longer possible. I was confronted with the eventuality of losing my mistress forever if I could not master my desire to be rid of her. I immediately mastered it. And so it was that on that day when I no longer cared about her, I made Carla a scene of love that in its falsity and fury resembled the one that, taken by wine, I had made to Augusta that night in the carriage. Only here the wine was lacking, and I ended up truly moved by the sound of my own words. I declared that I loved her, that I could no longer live without her, and that furthermore it seemed to me I was asking her to sacrifice her life, seeing that I could not offer her anything to equal what the Lali was offering her. It was truly a new note in our relationship, which had nevertheless had many hours of great love. She listened to my words, reveling in them. Very belatedly, she set about convincing me that there was no cause for such distress just because the Lali had fallen in love. She did not think about him at all. I thanked her, still with the same fervor which, however, no longer moved me. I felt a certain heaviness in my stomach. Evidently, I was more compromised than ever. My apparent fervor, far from diminishing, increased, solely to allow me to say some words of admiration for poor Lali. I did not want to lose him at all. I wanted to save him, but for the following day. When it came to deciding whether to keep or dismiss the teacher, we quickly agreed. I did not want to deprive her, in addition to marriage, of her career too. She too confessed that she valued her teacher. At each lesson she had proof of the necessity of his guidance. She assured me that I could live in peace and trust. She loved me and no one else. Evidently my betrayal had widened and expanded. I had attached myself to my mistress with a new tenderness that bound me with new ties and invaded a territory until then reserved solely for my legitimate affection. But once back at my house, even this new tenderness no longer existed and poured itself, augmented, upon Augusta. For Carla I had nothing but a profound distrust. Who knew what was true about that marriage proposal? I would not have been surprised if one fine day, without having married the other man, Carla had presented me with a child endowed with a great talent for music. And the iron resolutions began again accompanying me to Carla's, only to abandon me when I was with her and to take hold of me again before I had even left her. All of it without consequences of any kind. And there were no further consequences from these novelties. Summer passed and took with it my father-in-law. I then had a great deal to do in Guido's new commercial firm, where I worked harder than in any other place, including the various university faculties. I will speak of this activity later. Winter passed too, and then the first green leaves budded in my little garden, and these never saw me as despondent as those of the year before. My daughter Antonia was born. Carla's teacher was still at our disposal, but Carla nevertheless would have nothing to do with him, and neither would I, not yet. There were, however, grave consequences in my relations with Carla from events that one would truly not have thought important. They passed almost unnoticed, and were revealed only by the consequences they left behind. Precisely at the dawn of that spring, I had to agree to go for a walk with Carla in the public garden. It seemed to me a serious compromising of my position, but Carla so longed to walk on my arm in the sunshine that I ended up gratifying her. We were never to be allowed to live, even for brief moments, as husband and wife, and this attempt too ended badly. To better savor the new sudden warmth that came from the sky, in which the sun seemed to have recently regained its dominion, we sat on a bench. The garden, on weekday mornings, was deserted, and it seemed to me that by not moving, the risk of being observed was further diminished. Instead, leaning on his crutch under his arm, with slow but enormous steps, Tullio approached us, the man with the 54 muscles, and without looking at us sat down right next to us. Then he raised his head, his gaze met mine, and he greeted me. "After such a long time, how are you? Do you finally have less to do?" He had sat down right next to me, and in my first surprise, I moved so as to block his view of Carla. But he, after having shaken my hand, asked me, "Your wife?" He expected to be introduced. I submitted.
Signorina Carla Gerco, a friend of my wife's.
Then I continued to lie. And I know from Tullio himself that the second lie was enough to reveal everything to him. With a forced smile, I said,
The signorina also sat down on this bench by chance beside me without seeing me.
The liar should bear in mind that to be believed one must tell only the necessary lies. With his popular common sense, when we met again, Tullio said to me, "You explained too many things, and that is why I guessed you were lying, and that the beautiful young lady was your mistress." By that time I had already lost Carla, and with great relish I confirmed that he had hit the mark, but I told him with sadness that by now she had abandoned me, He did not believe me, and I was grateful to him for it. His incredulity seemed to me a good omen. Carla was seized by a bad humor such as I had never seen in her. I know now that from that moment her rebellion began. I did not notice it right away because in order to listen to Tullio, who had begun telling me about his illness and the treatments he was undertaking, I had my back to her. I learned later that a woman, even when she allows herself to be treated with less than full courtesy, always except in certain moments, does not accept being denied in public. She directed her indignation more toward the poor cripple than toward me, and did not answer when he spoke to her. Nor was I listening to Tullio, because for the moment I could not bring myself to take an interest in his treatments. I was looking into his small eyes to understand what he was thinking about this encounter. I knew that he was now retired and that, having the entire day free, he could easily invade with his chatter the whole small social world of our Trieste of those days. Then, after a long meditation, Carla rose to leave us. She murmured,
"Goodbye,"
and started off. I knew she was angry with me and always taking Tullio's presence into account. I tried to gain the time needed to placate her. I asked her permission to accompany her, as I was heading in the same direction. That curt farewell of hers amounted to outright abandonment, and it was the first time I seriously feared it. The harsh threat took my breath away. But Carla herself did not yet know where she was headed with that resolute step of hers. She was venting a momentary irritation that would soon leave her. She waited for me, and then walked beside me without a word. When we reached her house, she was seized by a fit of weeping that did not frighten me because it made her seek refuge in my arms. I explained to her who Tullio was and how much damage could come to me from his tongue. Seeing that she continued to cry but still in my arms, I dared a more resolute tone. Did she want to compromise me then? Had we not always said that we would do everything to spare that poor woman who was after all my wife and the mother of my daughter from any pain? It seemed that Carla saw reason, but she wanted to be left alone to calm herself. I ran off quite content. It must have been from this incident that she developed the desire at every turn to appear in public as my wife. It seemed that, not wanting to marry the teacher, she intended to force me to occupy a larger portion of the place she was denying him. She pestered me for a long time to take 2 seats at a theatre, which we would then have occupied coming from different directions, so as to find ourselves seated next to each other as if by chance. I took her only to the public garden, but various times, that milestone of my past misdeeds, which I now approached from the other side. Beyond that, never. Therefore my mistress ended up resembling me too much. Without any reason, at every moment, she took it out on me in sudden outbursts of rage. She quickly came to her senses, but they were enough to make me feel ever so good and docile. I often found her dissolved in tears, and I never managed to obtain from her an explanation of her grief. Perhaps the fault was mine because I did not insist enough to get one. When I knew her better, that is, when she abandoned me, I needed no further explanations. She had been driven by need to throw herself into that adventure with me, which was truly not suited to her. In my arms, she had become a woman, and, I like to suppose, an honest woman. Naturally, this is not to be attributed to any merit of mine, all the more so because all the damage was mine. She had a new caprice that at first surprised me and then immediately moved me tenderly. She wanted to see my wife. She swore that she would not approach her and that she would behave so as not to be noticed by her. I promised that when I knew of an outing by my wife at a precise hour, I would let her know. She was to see my wife not near my villa, a deserted place where an individual is too easily noticed, but in some crowded street in the city. Around that time, my mother-in-law was struck by an ailment in her eyes that forced her to bandage them for several days. She was mortally bored, and to persuade her to follow the treatment strictly, her daughters divided the watch at her side, my wife in the morning, and Ada until precisely 4 in the afternoon. With instantaneous resolution, I told Carla that my wife left my mother-in-law's house every day at precisely 4 o'clock. Not even now do I know exactly why I presented Ada to Carla as my wife. It is certain that, after the marriage proposal made to her by the teacher, I felt the need to bind my mistress more firmly to me, and it may be that I believed that the more beautiful she found my wife, the more she would appreciate the man who was sacrificing, so to speak, such a woman for her. Augusta at that time was nothing other than a very healthy, good wet nurse. My decision may also have been influenced by prudence. I certainly had reason to fear my mistress's moods, and if she had let herself be swept into some rash act with Ada, this would have been of no consequence, seeing that Ada had already given me proof that she would never try to defame me to my wife. If Carla had compromised me with Ada, I would have told Ada everything, and to tell the truth with a certain satisfaction. But my strategy had a truly unforeseeable outcome. Driven by a certain anxiety, I went the next morning to Carla's earlier than usual. I found her utterly changed from the day before. A great seriousness had invaded the noble oval of her little face. I tried to kiss her, but she pushed me away and then let her cheeks be grazed by my lips, just enough to induce me to sit and listen to her meekly. I sat down facing her on the other side of the table. Without too much haste, she picked up a sheet of paper on which she had been writing until my arrival and put it away among some music that lay on the table. I paid no attention to that sheet, and only later did I learn that it was a letter she was writing to Lali. And yet I now know that even at that moment Carla's soul was torn by doubts. Her serious eye rested on me, probing. Then she turned it toward the light of the window to better isolate herself and study her own heart. Who knows? If I had immediately guessed better what was being debated within her, I might yet have been able to keep my delicious mistress. She told me about her encounter with Ada. She had waited for her outside my mother-in-law's house and, when she saw her arrive, recognized her at once.
There was no chance of making a mistake. You had described her to me in her most important features. Oh, you know her well.
She fell silent for a moment to master the emotion that was closing her throat. Then she continued,
I do not know what there has been between you two, but I will never again betray that woman, so beautiful and so sad. And I am writing today to the singing teacher that I am ready to marry him.
Sad, I cried, surprised. You are mistaken. Or at that moment she must have been suffering from a shoe that was too tight.
Ada sad. She was always laughing or smiling, even that very morning when I had seen her for a moment at my house. But Carla was better informed than I.
A tight shoe. She had the stride of a goddess when she walks on the clouds.
She told me, growing ever more emotional, that she had managed to get Ada to speak a word to her. Oh, the sweetest word. Ada had dropped her handkerchief and Carla had picked it up and handed it to her. Her brief word of thanks moved Carla to tears. There was more between the two women. Carla claimed that Ada had also noticed that she was crying and had parted from her with a sorrowful look of solidarity. For Carla, everything was clear. My wife knew that I was betraying her and was suffering from it. Hence the resolution to see me no more and to marry Lali. I did not know how to defend myself. It was easy for me to speak with full antipathy about Ada, but not about my wife, the healthy wet nurse, who was not at all aware of what was happening in my heart, entirely intent as she was upon her duties. I asked Carla whether she had not noticed the hardness of Ada's eye, and whether she had not perceived that her voice was low and rough, devoid of any sweetness. To have Carla's love back at once, I would gladly have attributed many other crimes to my wife. But it was not possible because for about a year I had done nothing with my mistress but exalt her to the seventh heaven. I saved myself in another way. I myself was seized by a great emotion that pushed tears to my eyes. I felt I could legitimately pity myself. Without meaning to, I had thrown myself into a briar patch in which I felt utterly wretched. That confusion between Ada and Augusta was intolerable. The truth was that my wife was not so beautiful, and that Ada, it was she whom Carla was so full of compassion for, had done me great wrongs. Therefore Carla was truly unjust in judging me. My tears made Carla gentler.
Dear Dario, how good your tears make me feel. There must have been some misunderstanding between you two, and now it is important to clear it up. I do not want to judge you too severely, but I will never again betray that woman, nor do I want to be the cause of her tears. I have sworn it.
Despite the oath, she ended up betraying her one last time. She wanted to part from me forever with a final kiss. But I would grant that kiss in only one form, or else I would leave full of rancor. So she resigned herself. We were both murmuring, "For the last time." It was a delicious moment. The resolution made by two had an efficacy that erased any guilt. We were innocent and blissful. My benevolent destiny had reserved for me a moment of perfect happiness. I felt so happy that I continued the comedy right up to the moment of parting. We would never see each other again. She refused the envelope I always carried in my pocket and did not even want a memento of me. We must erase from our new life every trace of the past. Then I willingly kissed her paternally on the forehead, as she had wanted earlier. Then, on the stairs, I had a moment of hesitation because the thing was becoming a bit too serious. Whereas if I had known that the next day she would still be at my disposal, the thought of the future would not have come to me so soon. From her landing she watched me descend, and I, half laughing, called up to her, "Until tomorrow." She drew back, surprised and almost frightened, and walked away saying,
"Never again."
I still felt relieved at having dared to say the word that might lead me to another last embrace when I desired one. Free of desires and free of commitments, I spent a whole beautiful day with my wife and then at Guido's office. I must say that the absence of commitments brought me closer to my wife and my daughter. I was something more to them than usual. Not only kind, but a true father who arranges and commands serenely, his entire mind devoted to his home. Going to bed, I said to myself in the form of a resolution, "All days should resemble this one." Before falling asleep, Augusta felt the need to confide a great secret to me. She had learned it from her mother that very day. A few days earlier, Ida had caught Guido embracing one of their servants. Ada had wanted to play the proud woman, but then the maid became insolent, and Ada had shown her the door. The day before, they had been anxious to see how Guido would take the matter. If he had complained, Ada would have demanded a separation. But Guido had laughed and protested that Ada had not seen correctly. Still, he had nothing against it if, even though she was innocent, that woman for whom he claimed to feel a sincere antipathy had been sent away. It seemed that things had now been smoothed over. I wanted to know whether Ada had been seeing things when she caught her husband in that position. Was there still room for doubt? Because one must remember that when two people are embracing, they are in quite a different position from when one is cleaning the other's shoes. I was in excellent humor. I even felt the need to show myself fair and serene in judging Guido. Ada was certainly of a jealous disposition, and it was possible that she had seen the distances diminished and the persons shifted. In a sorrowful voice, Augusta told me that she was sure Ada had seen correctly, and that now, out of too much love, she was judging wrongly. She added,
She would have done much better to marry you.
I, feeling more and more innocent, presented her with the phrase, "Let us just see if I would have made a better bargain by marrying her instead of you." Then before falling asleep I murmured, "What a scoundrel, soiling his own home like that." I was quite sincere in reproaching him for exactly that part of his conduct for which I had nothing to reproach myself. The following morning I rose with the keen desire that at least that first day should resemble the previous one exactly. It was probable that the delightful resolutions of the day before would have committed Carla no more than they had me, and I felt entirely free of them. They had been too beautiful to be binding. Certainly the anxiety to know what Carla thought of them made me rush. My desire would have been to find her ready for another resolution. Life would have flowed by, rich indeed in pleasures, but even richer in efforts to improve oneself, and each of my days would have been devoted in large part to goodness, and in very small part to remorse. The anxiety was there, because in that entire year so rich in resolutions for me, Carla had had only one. to show that she cared for me. She had kept it, and there was a certain difficulty in inferring whether it would now be easy for her to keep the new resolution that broke the old one. Carla was not at home. It was a great disappointment, and I bit my fingers in vexation. The old woman let me into the kitchen. She told me that Carla would return before evening. She had said she would eat out, and therefore on that stove there was not even the small fire that usually burned there. "Did you not know?" the old woman asked me, opening her eyes wide in surprise. Thoughtfully and distractedly I murmured, "Yesterday I knew. I was not sure, however, that Carla's message applied to today in particular." I left after having said a courteous goodbye. I was grinding my teeth, but in secret. It took some time to give myself the courage to be angry in public. I went into the public garden and walked about for half an hour to give myself time to understand things better. They were so clear that I could no longer make any sense of them. All of a sudden, without any pity, I was being forced to keep a resolution of that kind. I felt ill, truly ill. I was limping and struggling also with a kind of breathlessness. I have that kind of breathlessness. I breathe perfectly well, but I count each individual breath, because I have to take them one after another on purpose. I have the sensation that if I were not paying attention, I would die of suffocation. At that hour I should have gone to my office, or rather to Guido's. But it was not possible to leave that place. What would I do then? How different this day was from the day before. If only I had known the address of that damned teacher who, by singing at my expense, had carried off my mistress. I ended up going back to the old woman. I would find a message to send to Carla to induce her to see me again. The hardest thing was simply to get her within range as quickly as possible. The rest would not present great difficulties. I found the old woman sitting beside a kitchen window, intent on darning a stocking. She removed her spectacles and sent me an almost fearful, questioning look. I hesitated. Then I asked her, "Do you know that Carla has decided to marry Lali?" It seemed to me I was telling this news to myself. Carla had told me so no fewer than twice, but the day before I had paid little attention to it. Carla's words had struck my ear quite clearly, for I had found them there, but they had slipped away without penetrating further. Now they were just reaching the viscera, which writhed with pain. The old woman looked at me, also hesitant. She was certainly afraid of committing indiscretions for which she might be reproached. Then she burst out, all evident joy. "Carla told you? Then it must be so. I think she would do well. What do you think?" Now she was laughing heartily, the cursed old woman, whom I had always believed to be informed of my relations with Carla. I would gladly have struck her, but then I limited myself to saying that I would rather wait until the teacher had established himself in a career. To me, in short, it seemed the matter was being rushed. In her joy, the old woman became loquacious with me for the first time. She did not share my view. When one married young, one had to make a career after getting married. Why was it necessary to do it first? Carla had so few needs. Her voice would now cost less, seeing that in her husband she would have her teacher. These words, which could have implied a reproach for my stinginess, gave me an idea that seemed magnificent and that relieved me for the moment. In the packet that I always carried in my breast pocket, there must by now have been a tidy sum. I drew it from my pocket, sealed it, and handed it to the old woman to give to Carla. Perhaps I also had the desire to finally pay my mistress in a decent manner, but the stronger desire was to see her again and have her back. Carla would see me again whether she wanted to return the money or whether she found it convenient to keep it, because then she would feel the need to thank me. I breathed. All was not yet finished forever. I told the old woman that the envelope contained a small amount of money, a remainder of what had been given to me for them by friends of poor Coppola. Then, greatly calmed, I sent a message to Carla saying that I remained her good friend for life and that, if she should need support, she could freely turn to me. Thus I was able to send her my address, which was that of Guido's office. I left with a much springier step than the one that had brought me there. But that day, I had a violent quarrel with Augusta. It was about a trifle. I said the soup was too salty, and she maintained it was not. I had a mad fit of rage because it seemed to me she was mocking me, and I yanked the tablecloth toward me so violently that all the dishes from the table flew to the floor. The baby, who was in the nursemaid's arms, began to scream, which mortified me greatly because the little mouth seemed to be reproaching me. Augusta turned as pale as only she could turn, took the child in her arms, and left. It seemed to me that hers too was an excess. Would she now leave me to eat alone like a dog? But immediately she returned, without the baby, relaid the table, sat down before her own plate, and moved the spoon in it, as though she were about to eat. To myself, I was cursing, but I already knew I had been a plaything in the hands of nature's unruly forces. Nature, which found no difficulty in accumulating them, found even less in unleashing them. My curses were now directed at Carla, who pretended to act solely for the benefit of my wife. There. See how she had left me. Augusta, following a system to which she has remained faithful to this day, when she sees me in that condition does not protest, does not weep, does not argue. When I meekly set about asking her forgiveness, she wanted to explain one thing. She had not laughed. She had only smiled in the same way that I had liked so many times and had so often praised. I was deeply ashamed. I begged that the baby be brought to us immediately, and when I had her in my arms, I played with her for a long time. Then I sat her on my head, and under her little dress, which covered my face, I dried my eyes, which had grown wet with the tears Augusta had not shed. I played with the baby, knowing that in this way, without lowering myself to make apologies, I was drawing close to Augusta again, and indeed her cheeks had already regained their usual color. Then that day too ended very well, and the afternoon resembled the previous one. It was exactly the same thing as if in the morning I had found Carla in her usual place. I had not lacked for an outlet. I had repeatedly asked for forgiveness, because I needed to induce Augusta to return to her maternal smile when I said or did eccentric things. Woe if she had to force herself to maintain a particular manner in my presence, or if she had to suppress even one of her usual affectionate smiles, which seemed to me the most complete and benevolent judgment that could be passed on me. In the evening we spoke again of Guido. It seemed that his peace with Ada was complete. Augusta marveled at her sister's goodness. This time, however, it was my turn to smile, because it was obvious that she did not remember her own goodness, which was enormous. I asked her, "And if I soiled our home, would you not forgive me?" She hesitated.
We have our baby,
She exclaimed.
while Ada has no children to tie her to that man.
She did not love Guido. I sometimes think she bore him a grudge for having made me suffer. A few months later, Ada presented Guido with twins, and Guido never understood why I offered him such warm congratulations. There it was. Now that he had children, even in Augusta's judgment, the household servants could be his without any danger to him. The next morning, however, when I found on my desk at the office an envelope addressed to me in Carla's handwriting, I breathed again. There it was. Nothing was finished, and one could continue to live equipped with all the necessary elements. In a few words, Carla gave me an appointment for 11 in the morning at the public garden, at the entrance facing her house. We would not meet in her room, but nevertheless at a spot very near it. I could not wait, and arrived at the appointment a quarter of an hour early. If Carla had not been at the appointed spot, I would have gone straight to her house, which would have been far more convenient. That too was a day pregnant with the new spring, sweet and luminous. When I left the noisy Corsia Stadion and entered the garden, I found myself in the silence of the countryside, which cannot be said to be interrupted by the faint, continuous rustling of the plants caressed by the breeze. With rapid step, I was heading for the garden exit when Carla came toward me. She had my envelope in her hand and was approaching me without a smile of greeting, rather with a rigid determination on her pale little face. She wore a simple linen dress of coarse weave crossed by blue stripes, which suited her very well. She too seemed a part of the garden. Later, in the moments when I hated her most, I attributed to her the intention of having dressed that way to make herself more desirable at the very moment she was refusing herself to me. But it was the first day of spring that dressed her. One must also remember that in my long but brusque love, the adornment of my woman had played a very small part. I had always gone straight to that studio of hers, and modest women are really very simple when they remain at home. She offered me her hand, which I shook, saying to her, "Thank you for coming." How much more dignified it would have been for me if throughout that conversation I had remained this mild. Carla seemed moved, and when she spoke, a kind of convulsion made her lips tremble. Sometimes even while singing, that movement of her lips had impeded the note. She said to me,
"I would like to please you and accept this money from you, but I cannot. I absolutely cannot. I beg you, take it back."
Seeing her close to tears, I immediately complied, taking the envelope, which I then found in my hand long after having left that place. "Do you truly want nothing more to do with me?" I asked this question without thinking that she had answered it the day before. But was it possible that she, as desirable as I could see she was denying herself to me?
"Zeno,"
the girl answered with some tenderness.
"had we not promised that we would never see each other again? Following our promise, I have taken on commitments that resemble those you had already before you met me. They are just as sacred as yours. I hope that by now your wife will have realized that you are entirely hers."
In her thoughts, then, Ada's beauty continued to have importance. If I could have been sure that her abandonment was caused by Ada, I would have had a way to rush to the rescue. I would have let her know that Ada was not my wife, and I would have shown her Augusta with her crooked eye and her figure of a healthy wet nurse. But were not the commitments she had made by now more important? Those were what needed to be discussed. I tried to speak calmly while my lips too were trembling, but with desire. I told her that she still did not know how completely mine she was, and how she no longer had the right to dispose of herself. In my head, the scientific proof of what I wanted to say was taking shape, namely that famous experiment of Darwin's on an Arabian mare. But thank heaven, I am almost certain I did not speak of it. I must, however, have spoken of animals and their physical fidelity in a senseless stammering. I then abandoned the more difficult arguments, which were accessible neither to her nor to me at that moment, and said, "What commitments can you have made? And what importance can they have compared to an affection that bound us for more than a year?" I seized her hand roughly, feeling the need for some energetic act, finding no words that could take its place. She freed herself from my grasp with such force as if it had been the first time I had allowed myself such a thing.
"Never,"
she said with the bearing of one who swears,
"have I taken a more sacred commitment. I took it with a man who in turn took an identical one toward me."
There was no doubt. The blood that suddenly colored her cheeks was driven there by rancor toward the man who had taken no commitment toward her, and she made herself even clearer.
"Yesterday we walked through the streets, arm in arm, in the company of his mother."
It was evident that my woman was running away ever farther from me. I ran after her madly, with leaps resembling those of a dog being denied a tasty piece of meat. I seized her hand again with violence. "Well then," I proposed, "let us walk like this, hand in hand, through the entire city, in this conspicuous posture so that we may be better observed. We shall pass along the Corsia Stadion, and then the lanes of Chiozza and down through the Corso all the way to Sant'Andrea, returning to our room by an entirely different route, so that the whole city may see us." There it was. For the first time I was renouncing Augusta, and it felt like a liberation, because it was she who wanted to take Carla from me. She pulled free of my grip again and said curtly,
"That would be roughly the same route we took yesterday."
I leapt again. "And he knows everything. Does he know that yesterday too you were mine?"
"Yes,"
she said with pride.
"he knows everything, everything."
I felt lost, and in my rage, like the dog that, when it can no longer reach the desired morsel, bites the clothing of whoever is withholding it, I said, "This husband of yours has an excellent stomach. Today he digests me,
and tomorrow he'll be able to digest whatever you please."
I could not hear the exact sound of my own words. I knew I was crying out in pain. She, on the other hand, wore an expression of indignation that I would not have thought possible in her soft, brown, gazelle-like eye.
"You say this to me? And why don't you have the courage to say it to him?"
She turned her back on me and with a quick step headed toward the door. I already felt remorse for the words I had spoken, though I was bewildered by the great surprise that I was now forbidden to treat Carla with anything less than sweetness. That thought nailed me to the spot. The small blue and white figure, with her short, quick step, was already reaching the door when I decided to run after her. I did not know what I would say to her, but it was impossible that we should part like this. I stopped her at the front door of her building and said to her only the sincere, great pain of that moment.
"Shall we really part like this, after so much love?"
She proceeded on without answering me, and I followed her up the stairs as well. Then she looked at me with that hostile eye of hers.
"If you wish to see my husband, come with me. Don't you hear him? It's him playing the piano."
Only then did I hear the syncopated notes of Schubert's Salute, as arranged by Liszt. Although since my childhood I have handled neither a saber nor a stick, I am not a cowardly man. The great desire that had moved me until then had suddenly vanished. Of the male there remained in me only combativeness. I had imperiously demanded something to which I had no right. To diminish my error, it was now necessary to fight, because otherwise the memory of that woman threatening to have me punished by her husband would have been atrocious.
"Very well," I said to her. "If you'll permit it, I'll come up with you."
My heart was beating not from fear, but from the dread of not conducting myself well. I continued climbing the stairs beside her, but suddenly she stopped, leaned against the wall, and began to weep without words. Up above, the notes of the Salute continued to echo on that piano I had paid for. Carla's weeping made that sound very moving.
"I'll do whatever you wish. Do you want me to leave?" I asked.
"Yes,"
she said, barely able to articulate that brief word.
"Farewell,"
I said to her.
"Since you wish it, farewell forever."
I descended the stairs slowly, whistling the Schubert Salute myself. I do not know if it was an illusion, but it seemed to me that she called out,
"Zeno."
At that moment she could have called me even by that strange name Dario that she felt was an endearment, and I would not have stopped. I had a great desire to leave, and I was returning once again, pure, to Augusta. Even the dog that is driven away from the female by a barrage of kicks runs off utterly pure for the moment. When the following day I was reduced again to the state I had been in at the moment of setting out for the public gardens, it seemed to me simply that I had been a coward. She had called me, if not by the name of love, and I had not answered. It was the first day of pain, to be followed by many others of bitter desolation. No longer understanding why I had gone away like that, I blamed myself for having been afraid of that man, or afraid of scandal. I would now have accepted any compromise whatsoever, as when I had proposed to Carla that long walk through the city. I had lost a favorable moment, and I knew perfectly well that certain women have only one such moment. For me, that single time would have been enough. I decided at once to write to Carla. It was impossible for me to let even a single day more pass without making an attempt to draw near to her again. I wrote and rewrote that letter in order to put into those few words all the cunning I was capable of. I rewrote it so many times also because writing it was a great comfort to me. It was the outlet I needed. I begged her forgiveness for the anger I had shown her, asserting that my great love needed time to calm itself. I added, "Each day that passes brings me another crumb of calm." And I wrote this sentence again and again, always grinding my teeth. Then I told her that I could not forgive myself for the words I had directed at her, and I felt the need to beg her pardon. I could not, unfortunately, offer her what Lali offered her, and of which she was so worthy. I imagined that the letter would have a great effect. Since Lali knew everything, Carla would have shown it to him, and for Lali it might even be advantageous to have a friend of my quality. I even dreamed that we might have embarked on a sweet life for three, because my love was such that for the moment I would have considered my lot sweetened if I had merely been allowed to court Carla. On the third day I received a brief note from her. In it I was invoked neither as Zeno nor as Dario. She said only,
"Thank you. May you too be happy with your wife, who is so worthy of every good thing."
She was speaking of Ada, naturally. The favourable moment had not lasted, and with women it never lasts unless you seize it by grasping them by the hair. My desire condensed into a furious bile. Not against Augusta. My spirit was so full of Carla that I felt remorse over it, and I forced myself, with Augusta, into a stupid fixed smile that to her seemed genuine. But I had to do something. I could not simply wait and suffer like this every day. I did not want to write to her again. Written paper has too little importance for women. Something better had to be found. Without a precise intention, I set off at a run for the public gardens. Then, much more slowly, to Carla's house, and upon reaching that landing, I knocked at the kitchen door. If there was any possibility, I would have avoided seeing Lally, but I would not have been displeased to run into him. It would have been the crisis I felt I needed. The old woman, as usual, was at the stove where 2 large fires were burning. She was surprised to see me, but then she laughed, the good, innocent soul that she was. She said to me, "I'm so glad to see you." She was so accustomed to seeing us every day that of course she can't manage to avoid us altogether. It was easy to get her talking. She told me that the love between Carla and Vittorio was great. That day he and his mother were coming to dine with them. She added, laughing, "Soon he'll end up getting her to accompany him even to the many singing lessons he's obliged to attend every day. They can't stand being apart even for brief moments." She smiled at that happiness, maternally. She told me that in a few weeks they would be married. I had a bad taste in my mouth, and I nearly set off for the door to leave. Then I held back, hoping that the old woman's chatter might suggest some good idea to me or give me some hope. The last mistake I had made with Carla had been precisely that of running away, before having studied all the possibilities that might have been available to me. For a moment I even believed I had my idea. I asked the old woman whether she had really decided to serve as her daughter's maid until her own death. I told her that I knew Carla was not very sweet with her. She continued to work assiduously beside the stove, but she was listening. She was of a candor I did not deserve. She complained about Carla, who lost her patience over trifles. She excused herself. "Certainly I grow older every day and forget everything. It's not my fault." But she hoped that things would go better now. Carla's bad moods would diminish now that she was happy. And then Vittorio, from the very start, had shown her great respect. Finally, still intent on shaping certain forms out of a concoction of pastry and fruit, she added, "It is my duty to stay with my daughter. It simply cannot be otherwise." With a certain anxiety, I tried to convince her. I told her she could very well free herself from so much servitude. Was I not there? I would continue to pay her the monthly allowance that until then I had given Carla. I wanted to support someone now. I wanted to keep the old woman with me, as she seemed to me a part of her daughter. The old woman expressed her gratitude. She admired my goodness, but she burst out laughing at the idea that anyone could suggest she leave her daughter. It was a thing that could not be considered. There was a harsh word that struck my bowed forehead. I was returning to that great solitude where Carla was absent, and not even a path leading to her was visible. I remember making a final effort to delude myself that such a path might at least remain marked. Before leaving, I told the old woman that it might happen that in some time she would be of a different mind. I begged her then to remember me. Leaving that house, I was full of indignation and rancor, exactly as if I had been mistreated while I was preparing to do a good deed. That old woman had positively offended me with that burst of laughter. I could still hear it ringing in my ears, and it did not only signify derision of my last proposal. I did not want to go to Augusta in that state. I foresaw my destiny. If I went to her, I would end up mistreating her, and she would avenge herself with that great pallor of hers that hurt me so much. I preferred to walk the streets with a rhythmic stride that might have brought some order to my spirit. And indeed order came. I ceased lamenting my fate, and saw myself as if a great light had projected my entire figure onto the pavement I was gazing at. I was not asking for Carla. I wanted her embrace, and preferably her last embrace. A ridiculous thing. I sank my teeth into my lips to throw pain, that is, a bit of seriousness, onto my ridiculous image. I knew everything about myself, and it was unforgivable that I should suffer so much simply because I was being offered a unique opportunity for weaning. Carla was no more, exactly as I had so many times wished. With such clarity in my spirit, when shortly afterwards, on an outlying street of the city where I had arrived without any purpose, a painted woman beckoned to me. I ran to her without hesitation. I arrived quite late for lunch, but I was so sweet with Augusta that she was immediately happy. I was not, however, able to kiss my baby girl, and for several hours I could not even eat. I felt thoroughly filthy. I did not feign any illness as I had done other times to conceal and attenuate the offense and the remorse. I did not feel I could find comfort in a resolution for the future, and for the first time I made none at all. Many hours were needed to return to the usual rhythm that carried me from the dark present to the luminous future. Augusta noticed that there was something new about me. She laughed.
With you, one can never be bored. Every day you're a different man.
Yes, that woman from the outskirts resembled no other, and I carried her within me. I spent the afternoon and evening with Augusta as well. She was extremely busy, and I stayed beside her, inert. It seemed to me that I was being carried along like that, inert, by a current of clear water. The honest life of my home. I surrendered to that current, which carried me along but did not cleanse me. Quite the opposite. It made my filth all the more conspicuous. Naturally, in the long night that followed, I arrived at a resolution. The first was the most ironclad. I would procure a weapon with which to shoot myself the moment I caught myself heading toward that part of the city. That resolution did me good and soothed me. I never groaned in my bed, and I even simulated the regular breathing of a sleeper. Thus I returned to the old idea of purifying myself with a confession to my wife, just as when I had been on the verge of betraying her with Carla. But it was now a very difficult confession, not because of the gravity of the offense, but because of the complication from which it had resulted. Before a judge such as my wife, I would have needed to cite the extenuating circumstances, and these would only have become clear if I had been able to speak of the unexpected violence with which my relationship with Carla had been severed. But then it would have been necessary to confess that earlier betrayal as well. It was purer than this one, but who knows? For a wife, more offensive. By dint of self-examination, I arrived at ever more reasonable resolutions. I thought of avoiding a repetition of such a lapse by hastening to organize another relationship like the one I had lost, and which I evidently needed. But the new woman also frightened me. 1,000 dangers would have threatened me and my little family. In this world there was no other Carla, and with the bitterest tears I mourned her, the sweet, the good one, who had even tried to love the woman I loved, and had failed to do so only because I had placed before her a different woman, precisely the one I did not love at all. It was Guido who wanted me with him in his new commercial firm. I was dying to be part of it, but I am certain I never let him guess this desire of mine. It is understandable that, in my inertia, the proposal of that activity in the company of a friend should appeal to me. But there was something more besides. I had not yet abandoned the hope of becoming a good businessman, and it seemed easier to me to advance by teaching Guido than by having Olivi teach me. So many people in this world learn only by listening to themselves, or at least cannot learn by listening to others. I had other reasons, too, for desiring that partnership. I wanted to be useful to Guido. First of all, I was fond of him, and although he liked to appear strong and sure of himself, to me he seemed a defenseless person in need of a protection that I was happy to grant him. Then, too, in my own conscience and not only in Augusta's eyes. It seemed to me that the more I attached myself to Guido, the clearer my absolute indifference to Ada would appear. In short, I was only waiting for a word from Guido to place myself at his disposal, and this word had not come sooner only because he did not think me much inclined toward commerce, seeing that I had refused to have anything to do with what was offered to me in my own home. One day he said to me,
I've completed the entire higher school of commerce, and yet it gives me some concern to have to properly arrange all those details that guarantee the sound functioning of a commercial firm. It's true that the businessman doesn't need to know about anything in particular, because if he needs a scale, he calls in the scale maker. If he needs the law, he calls in the lawyer, and for his own bookkeeping, he turns to an accountant. But it's really hard to have to entrust one's bookkeeping to a stranger right from the start.
That was his first clear allusion to his intention of keeping me with him. In truth, the only bookkeeping practice I had was those few months during which I had kept the ledger for a livy, but I was certain I was the only accountant who would not have been a stranger to Guido. The possibility of a partnership between us was discussed openly for the first time when he went to choose the furniture for his office. He ordered 2 desks without hesitation for the director's room. I asked him, blushing, "Why 2?" He answered,
The other one is for you.
I felt such gratitude toward him that I nearly embraced him. When we had left the shop, Guido, somewhat embarrassed, explained to me that he was not yet in a position to offer me a role in his firm. He was leaving a place at his disposal in his room, merely to induce me to come and keep him company whenever it pleased me. He did not wish to bind me to anything, and he too remained free. If his business went well, he would grant me a position in the management of his firm. Speaking of his business, Guido's handsome dark face grew very serious. It seemed he had already thought out all the operations to which he intended to devote himself. He gazed into the distance, above my head, and I placed such trust in the seriousness of his meditations that I turned to look at what he was seeing too, namely those operations that were to bring him fortune. He did not wish to follow either the path our father-in-law had trodden with such success, or the path of modesty and safety beaten by Olivi. All those men, in his view, were old-fashioned merchants. An entirely different path had to be followed, and he was happy to associate with me because he considered me not yet ruined by the old guard. All this seemed true to me. I was being presented with my first commercial success, and I blushed with pleasure a second time. It was thus, and out of gratitude for the esteem he had shown me, that I worked with him and for him, now more intensely, now less, for a full 2 years, with no other compensation than the glory of that seat in the director's room. Until then, that was certainly the longest period I had ever devoted to a single occupation. I cannot boast of it solely because my activity produced no results either for me or for Guido, and in business, everyone knows this, one can judge only by results. I retained the confidence of being on the way to great commerce for about 3 months, the time it took to establish that firm. I learned that my role would be not only to manage details like correspondence and bookkeeping, but also to oversee the deals. Guido nevertheless retained a great ascendancy over me, so much so that he might even have ruined me, and only my good fortune prevented him. A mere signal from him was enough to make me come running. This astonishes me even now as I write about it, after having had time to think it over for so much of my life. And I write still more about those 2 years because my attachment to him seems to me a clear manifestation of my illness. What reason was there to attach myself to him in order to learn great commerce and then immediately afterwards to remain attached to him in order to teach him the small variety? What reason was there to feel comfortable in that position merely because it seemed to me that my great friendship for Guido signified a great indifference to Ada? Who demanded all this of me? Was not the existence of all those brats to whom we were assiduously giving life proof enough of our mutual indifference? I did not wish Guido ill, but he would certainly not have been the friend I would have freely chosen. I always saw his faults so clearly that the thought of him often irritated me, unless some act of weakness on his part moved me. For so long I made him the sacrifice of my freedom and allowed him to drag me into the most odious positions just to assist him. A genuine manifestation of illness or of great goodness, two qualities that stand in a very intimate relationship with each other. This remains true even if over time a great affection developed between us, as always happens among decent people who see each other every day. And mine was a great affection. When he disappeared, for a long time I felt how much I missed him, and indeed my entire life seemed empty, since so much of it had been invaded by him and his affairs. It makes me laugh to recall that straight away, in our very first transaction, the purchase of furniture, we committed, in a certain sense, a mistake of timing. We had saddled ourselves with the furniture and still could not decide where to set up the office. Regarding the choice of office, there was a difference of opinion between Guido and me that delayed things. From my father-in-law and from Olivi, I had always seen that in order to make it possible to supervise the warehouse, the office was placed adjacent to it. Guido protested with a grimace of disgust.
Those Triestine offices that reek of stockfish or leather.
He assured me he would know how to organize supervision from a distance, but meanwhile he hesitated. One fine day, the furniture dealer ordered him to collect the pieces, threatening otherwise to throw them into the street. And then he rushed to set up an office, the last one that had been offered to him, with no warehouse nearby, but right in the center of the city. That is why we never did have a warehouse. The office consisted of two large, well-lit rooms and a small windowless closet. On the door of this uninhabitable closet, a placard was affixed with the lapidary inscription, "Bookkeeping." Then, of the other two doors, one bore the placard, "Cash," and the other was adorned with the very English designation of "Private." Guido, too, had studied commerce in England and had brought back some useful notions. The cash room was furnished, as was proper, with a magnificent iron safe and the traditional grill. Our private room became a luxurious chamber, splendidly wallpapered in a velvety brown and furnished with the two desks, a sofa, and various extremely comfortable armchairs. Then came the purchase of the ledgers and various implements. Here my role as director was undisputed. I would order things and they would arrive. In truth, I would have preferred not to be followed so promptly, but it was my duty to name all the things that were needed in an office. It was then that I believed I had discovered the great difference between Guido and me. What I knew served me for talking and him for acting. When he came to know what I knew and no more, he would buy. It is true that at times in business he was quite resolved to do nothing, that is, neither to buy nor to sell, but even this seemed to me the resolution of a person who believes he knows a great deal. I would have been more doubtful even in my inertia. In those purchases I was very prudent. I ran to Olivi to take measurements for the letter copy books and the accounting ledgers. Then the young Olivi helped me open the books and explained double-entry bookkeeping to me once more. None of it difficult, but so easily forgotten. When we came to the balance sheet, he would explain that to me too. We did not yet know what we would do in that office. I now know that not even Guido knew at the time. And we discussed our entire organization. I remember that for days we talked about where we would put other employees if we needed them. Guido suggested putting as many as would fit into the cash room. But little Luciano, our only employee for the moment, declared that where the cash was kept, no other persons could be present except those assigned to the cash itself. It was rather hard having to accept lessons from our errand boy. I had an inspiration.
It seems to me I recall that in England everything is paid by cheque.
It was something I had been told in Trieste.
Bravo,
said Guido.
I remember it too now. Curious that I'd forgotten.
He proceeded to explain to Luciano at great length how it was no longer the custom to handle so much money. Cheques circulated from one person to another in whatever amounts one wished. It was a fine victory for us, and Luciano fell silent. That young man derived a great advantage from what he learned from Guido. Our errand boy is today a very respected merchant in Trieste. He still greets me with a certain humility tempered by a smile. Guido always spent part of the day teaching. first Luciano, then me, and then the female clerk. I recall that he had long entertained the idea of doing business on commission so as not to risk his own money. He explained the essence of such business to me, and, seeing that I evidently understood too quickly, he set about explaining it to Luciano, who for a long time sat listening with signs of the keenest attention, his large eyes gleaming in his still beardless face. One cannot say that Guido wasted his time, because Luciano is the only one among us who succeeded in that kind of business. And then people say that knowledge is what wins out. Meanwhile, the pesos arrived from Buenos Aires. It was a serious matter. At first it had seemed simple to me, but in fact the Trieste market was not prepared for that exotic currency. We needed the young Olivier again, and he taught us how to cash those drafts. Then, because at a certain point we were left on our own, Olivier thinking he had seen us safely into port, Guido found himself for several days with his pockets bulging with crowns, until we found our way to a bank that relieved us of the inconvenient burden by handing us a checkbook, which we soon learned to use. Guido felt the need to say to Olivier, who was facilitating the so-called setup,
I assure you I shall never compete with the firm of my friend.
But the young man, who had a different conception of commerce, replied,
If only there were a greater number of dealers in our articles, things would be better.
Guido stood open-mouthed, understood all too well, as always happened with him, and latched on to that theory, which he then dispensed to anyone who would listen. Despite his higher school, Guido had a rather imprecise concept of debit and credit. He watched with surprise as I set up the capital account and also how I recorded the expenses. Then he became so learned in bookkeeping that when a deal was proposed to him, he analyzed it first and foremost from the accounting point of view. He actually felt that a knowledge of bookkeeping conferred upon the world a new aspect. He saw debtors and creditors arising everywhere, even when two people were fighting or kissing. One could say he entered commerce armed with the utmost prudence. He refused a great number of deals. Indeed, for 6 months he refused them all with the tranquil air of a man who knows better.
No,
he would say, and the monosyllable seemed the result of a precise calculation, even when it concerned an article he had never seen. But all that reflection had been wasted on seeing how the deal, and then its potential profit or loss, would have had to pass through a set of accounts. It was the last thing he had learned, and it had superimposed itself upon all his other knowledge. It pains me to have to speak so ill of my poor friend, but I must be truthful, also in order to understand myself better. I remember how much intelligence he employed to encumber our little office with fantasies that prevented any sound productivity. At one point, to launch the commission business, we sent out 1,000 circulars by post. Guido made this reflection.
How many stamps we'd save if, before sending these circulars, we knew which of them would reach people who would consider them.
The remark alone would not have hindered anything, but he took too much pleasure in it and began tossing the sealed circulars into the air, sending only those that landed addressed side up. The experiment reminded me of something similar I had done in the past, but still it seems to me I had never gone quite so far. Naturally, I did not pick up or send the circulars he had eliminated, because I could not be certain there had not genuinely been a serious inspiration guiding him in that elimination, and I should therefore not waste stamps that were his to pay for. My good fortune prevented me from being ruined by Guido, but that same good fortune also prevented me from taking too active a part in his affairs. I say it aloud because others in Trieste think otherwise. During the time I spent with him, I never intervened with an inspiration of any kind, of the dried fruit variety. I never pushed him into a deal, and never prevented him from making one. I was the admonisher. I urged him toward activity, toward vigilance, but I would not have dared to throw his money onto the gaming table. Beside him, I became very inert. I tried to set him on the right path, and perhaps I did not succeed because of too much inertia. After all, when two people find themselves together, it is not for them to decide which of the two shall be Don Quixote and which Sancho Panza. He would make the deal, and I, like a good Sancho, would follow him slowly in my ledgers, after having examined and criticized it as I was bound to do. The commission business failed completely, but without causing us any loss. The only one who sent us merchandise was a stationer from Vienna, and a portion of those office supplies were sold by Luciano, who little by little came to know how much commission was due to us and got Guido to concede him nearly all of it. Guido ended up agreeing because the amounts were trifling, and then because the first transaction settled in this way was supposed to bring good luck. This first deal left us with a trail, in the closet of the storeroom, of a quantity of stationery items that we had to pay for and keep. We had enough for the consumption of many years of a commercial firm far more active than ours. For a couple of months, that small, bright office in the city centre was a pleasant meeting place for us. Very little work was done there. I believe we concluded in all 2 deals in empty used packaging, for which on the same day supply and demand happened to meet at our office, and from which we derived a small profit. And there was a great deal of chatting, like good-natured fellows, even with that innocent Luciano, who, whenever business was discussed, grew as agitated as others of his age when they hear talk of women. At that time it was easy for me to enjoy myself innocently among innocents, because I had not yet lost Carla, and from that period I recall the entire day with pleasure. In the evening, at home, I had many things to tell Augusta, and I could tell her all those that concerned the office, without any exception, and without having to add anything to falsify them. It did not worry me at all when Augusta, concerned, exclaimed,
But when will you start making money?
Money? We had not even thought about that yet. We knew that first one had to stop and observe, study the merchandise, the country, and also our hinterland. One could not simply improvise a commercial firm. And Augusta too was reassured by my explanations. Then into our office was admitted a very noisy guest, a hunting dog of a few months, agitated and intrusive. Guido loved it dearly and had organized a regular supply of milk and meat for it. When I had nothing to do or think about, I too was pleased to watch it frisk about the office in those 4 or 5 attitudes that we know how to interpret in a dog and that make it so dear to us. But it did not seem to me it belonged with us, so noisy and dirty. For me, the presence of that dog in our office was the first proof Guido furnished of being unworthy of directing a commercial firm. It showed an absolute absence of seriousness. I tried to explain to him that the dog could not promote our business, but I lacked the courage to insist, and he silenced me with some offhand reply. I therefore felt it my duty to devote myself to the education of that colleague of mine, and with great relish I administered a few kicks when Guido was not there. The dog yelped and at first came back to me thinking I had bumped into it by accident. But a second kick explained the first better, and then it would slink into a corner, and until Guido arrived at the office there was no peace. I later repented of having raged against an innocent creature, but it was too late. I heaped kindnesses upon the dog, but it no longer trusted me, and in Guido's presence gave clear signs of its antipathy.
Strange,
said Guido.
Lucky that I know who you are, because otherwise I'd be suspicious of you. Dogs are usually not wrong in their antipathies.
To dispel Guido's suspicions, I very nearly told him how I had managed to earn the dog's antipathy. I soon had a skirmish with Guido over a matter that really should not have mattered so much to me. Having taken such a keen interest in bookkeeping, he got it into his head to put his household expenses under the general expenses account. After consulting with Olivi, I opposed this and defended the interests of old Cada. It was simply not possible to put into that account everything Guido spent, and Ada, and then what the twins cost when they were born. These were expenses that fell personally on Guido, not on the firm. Then, in compensation, I suggested writing to Buenos Aires to arrange a salary for Guido. His father refused to grant it, observing that Guido already received 75% of the profits, while he himself got only the remainder. This seemed a fair reply to me, while Guido set about writing long letters to his father to discuss the matter from a superior point of view, as he put it. Buenos Aires was very far away, and so the correspondence lasted as long as our firm lasted. But I won my point. The general expenses account remained pure and was not polluted by Guido's personal expenses, and the capital was compromised in its entirety by the collapse of the firm, but precisely in its entirety without deductions. The fifth person admitted to our office, counting Argo as well, was Carmen. I was present at her hiring. I had come to the office after having been with Carla and was feeling very serene, with that serenity of the 8 o'clock in the morning of the Prince de Talleyrand. In the dark corridor I saw a young lady, and Luciano told me she wanted to speak with Guido in person. I had something to do and asked her to wait out there. Guido came in shortly afterwards to our room, evidently without having seen the young lady, and Luciano came to hand him the letter of recommendation with which the young lady was furnished. Guido read it and then,
"No,"
he said curtly, taking off his jacket because it was hot. But immediately afterwards he hesitated.
"I'll have to speak to her out of consideration for the person recommending her."
He had her come in, and I looked at her only when I saw that Guido had leapt at his jacket to put it on again and had turned to the girl with his handsome dark face flushed and his eyes glittering. Now I am certain I have seen girls just as beautiful as Carmen, but not of a beauty so aggressive, that is, so immediately evident at first glance. Usually women first create themselves for one's desire, whereas this one had no need of such a preliminary phase. Looking at her, I smiled, and even laughed. She seemed to me like a manufacturer racing about the world proclaiming the excellence of his products. She had come to apply for a position, but I would have liked to intervene in the negotiations and ask her, "What kind of position, for an alcove?" I saw that her face was not painted, but the colors were so precise, so blue the whiteness and so like the blush of ripe fruit, the redness, that artifice was simulated to perfection. Her large brown eyes refracted such a quantity of light that their every movement was of great importance. Guido had offered her a seat, and she was modestly looking at the tip of her little umbrella, or more likely at her patent leather boot. When he spoke to her, she quickly raised her eyes and turned them upon his face so luminously that my poor employer was positively struck down. She was modestly dressed, but this did her no good, because every modesty upon her body was annulled. Only her boots were luxurious, and they recalled somewhat the very white paper that Velázquez placed beneath the feet of his models. Velázquez, too, in order to set Carmen apart from her surroundings, would have placed her upon lacquer black. In my serenity, I sat and listened with curiosity. Guido asked her if she knew shorthand. She confessed she did not know it at all, but added that she had a great deal of practice writing under dictation. How curious! That tall, slender, and supremely harmonious figure produced a hoarse voice. I could not conceal my surprise. "Have you got a cold?" I asked her.
No.
She answered me.
Why do you ask?
And she was so surprised that the glance in which she enveloped me was even more intense. She did not know she had such an off-key voice, and I had to suppose that her small ear, too, was not as perfect as it appeared. Guido asked her if she knew English, French, or German. He gave her the choice, since we did not yet know what language we would need. Carmen replied that she knew some German, but very little. Guido never made any decision without reasoning.
"We don't need German, because I know it very well myself."
The young lady was waiting for the decisive word, which to me seemed already to have been spoken, and to hasten it she explained that in this new position she was also seeking the chance to gain experience, and would therefore be content with a very modest salary. One of the first effects of feminine beauty on a man is to strip him of his avarice. Guido shrugged his shoulders to signify that he did not concern himself with such trifling matters, set her salary, which she gratefully accepted, and recommended to her with great seriousness that she study shorthand. This recommendation he made solely out of consideration for me, since he had compromised himself by declaring that the first employee he hired would be a perfect stenographer. That very evening I told my wife about my new colleague. She was exceedingly displeased. Without my having said so, she immediately thought that Guido had hired the girl in order to make her his mistress. I discussed it with her and, while admitting that Guido behaved somewhat like a man in love, I maintained that he might recover from that thunderbolt without any consequences. The girl, on the whole, seemed decent. A few days later, I do not know if by chance, we had a visit at the office from Ada. Guido was not yet there, and she stopped with me for a moment to ask what time he would come. Then, with a hesitant step, she went into the next room, where at that moment there were only Carmen and Luciano. Carmen was practicing at the typewriter, wholly absorbed in tracking down the individual letters. She raised her beautiful eyes to look at Ada, who was staring at her. How different the two women were. They resembled each other slightly, but Carmen seemed like a caricature of Ada. I thought that truly the one, though she was more richly dressed, was made to become a wife or a mother, while the other, despite the fact that at that moment she wore a modest apron to keep her dress clean at the machine, was cast for the part of a mistress. I do not know whether in this world there are scholars who could say why Ada's very beautiful eye gathered less light than Carmen's, and was therefore a true organ for looking at things and people, rather than for dazzling them. Thus, Carmen bore Ada's disdainful but also curious gaze perfectly well. In it, there was perhaps even a trace of envy. Or did I put it there? This was the last time I saw Ada still beautiful, exactly as she had refused herself to me. Then came her disastrous pregnancy, and the twins needed a surgeon's intervention to come into the world. Immediately afterwards, she was struck by the illness that took all her beauty from her. That is why I remember that visit so well. But I remember it also because at that moment all my sympathy went to her modest, gentle beauty, defeated by the so very different beauty of the other. I certainly did not love Carmen, and I knew nothing about her except her magnificent eyes, her splendid colouring, then her hoarse voice, and finally the way, for which she was innocent, in which she had been admitted into our office. I truly wished Ada well in that moment, and it is a very strange thing to wish well to a woman one ardently desired, whom one never had, and about whom one now cares nothing. On the whole, one arrives thus at the same conditions one would be in had she yielded to our desires. And it is astonishing to be able to observe once more how certain things for which we live are of very little importance. I wanted to shorten her pain and preceded her into the other room. Guido, who came in shortly afterwards, turned very red at the sight of his wife. Ada gave him a most plausible reason for having come, but immediately afterwards, on the point of leaving, she asked him,
"Have you hired a new female employee at the office?"
Yes,
said Guido, and to conceal his confusion he could find nothing better than to interrupt himself to ask whether anyone had come looking for him. Then, having received my negative reply, he managed another grimace of displeasure as if he had been expecting an important visitor, while I knew that we were expecting absolutely no one. And only then did he say to Ada with an air of indifference that he finally managed to assume,
we needed a stenographer.
I was vastly amused to hear that he even got the sex wrong of the person he supposedly needed. Carmen's arrival brought great vitality to our office. I am not speaking of the vivacity that came from her eyes, her graceful figure, and the colours of her face. I am speaking precisely of business. Guido was spurred to work by the presence of that girl. First of all, he wanted to demonstrate to me and to everyone else that the new employee was necessary, and every day he invented new tasks in which he too participated. Then, for a long time, his activity was a means of courting the girl more effectively. He achieved an unheard-of level of efficiency. He had to teach her the format of the letter he was dictating and correct her spelling of many, very many words. He always did it gently. No compensation on the girl's part would have been excessive. Few of the deals he invented out of love yielded him any return. Once he worked at length on a deal in an article that turned out to be a protected one. At a certain point we found ourselves facing a man whose face was contorted with pain, on whose corns we had unwittingly trodden. This man wanted to know what business we had in that article, and supposed we had been the agents of powerful foreign competitors. The first time he was distraught and feared the worst. When he divined our naivety, he laughed in our faces and assured us we would come to nothing. He turned out to be right. But before we resigned ourselves to the verdict, a good deal of time passed and not a few letters were written by Carmen. We found that the article was unreachable, surrounded by trenches. I said nothing of this affair to Augusta, but she brought it up with me because Guido had told Ada about it, to show her how much work our stenographer had. But the deal that never came off remained very important to Guido. He spoke of it every day. He was convinced that in no other city in the world would such a thing have occurred. Our commercial environment was wretched, and every enterprising businessman was strangled in it. That was his fate too. In the mad, disorderly succession of deals that passed through our hands in that period, there was one that positively burned them. We did not seek it. The deal assaulted us. We were thrust into it by a Dalmatian, a certain Tachich, whose father had worked in Argentina with Guido's father. He came to see us at first only to obtain some commercial information, which we managed to procure for him. Tachich was a very handsome young man, indeed too handsome. Tall, strong, he had an olive-skinned face in which there blended, in a delicious harmony of tone, the dark blue of his eyes, the long eyebrows, and the short, thick brown moustache with its golden reflections. In short, there was in him such a harmonious study of colour that he seemed to me the man born to be paired with Carmen. He too thought so, and he came to see us every day. The conversation in our office lasted for hours every day, but it was never tedious. The two men were competing to win the woman, and like all animals in love, they displayed their finest qualities. Guido was somewhat restrained by the fact that the Dalmatian also visited him at home and therefore knew Ada, but nothing could damage him further in Carmen's eyes. I, who knew those eyes so well, knew it at once, while Tachik learned it much later and, in order to have a more frequent pretext for seeing her, bought from us, rather than from the manufacturer, several wagon loads of soap, paying a few % more than usual. Then, still for love, he thrust us into that disastrous deal. His father had observed that constantly, in certain seasons, copper sulfate went up, and in others it went down in price. He therefore decided to buy some for speculation at the most favourable moment in England. Some 60 tons. We talked about that deal at length and even prepared for it by establishing relations with an English firm. Then the father telegraphed his son that the right moment seemed to have arrived, and also named the price at which he would be willing to conclude the deal. Tachich, in love as he was, rushed to us and handed over the deal, receiving as his reward a beautiful, large, caressing glance from Carmen. The poor Dalmatian pocketed the glance gratefully, not knowing it was a manifestation of love for Guido. I remember the calm and assurance with which Guido set about the deal, which indeed presented itself as very easy, since in England one could fix the goods for delivery to our port, from where they would be transferred without being moved to our buyer. He fixed precisely the amount he wanted to earn, and with my help, established what limit we should set for our English friend for the purchase. With the help of the dictionary, we composed the telegram in English together. Once it was sent, Guido rubbed his hands and set about calculating how many crowns would rain into his cash box as the reward for that slight and brief effort. To keep the gods on his side, he thought it right to promise a small commission to me and then, with some mischief, also to Carmen, who had contributed to the deal with her eyes. We both wanted to refuse, but he begged us at least to pretend to accept. He feared our evil eye otherwise, and I obliged him at once to reassure him. I knew with mathematical certainty that from me only the best wishes could come to him, but I understood why he might doubt it. Down here, when we do not wish each other ill, we all love each other, but our keenest desires accompany only those deals in which we participate. The deal was weighed from every angle, and I even recall that Guido calculated for how many months the profit he would derive from it would sustain his family and the office, that is, his 2 families, as he sometimes said, or his 2 offices, as he said at other times when he was very bored at home. That deal was weighed too much, and perhaps did not succeed for that very reason. From London came a brief telegram. Noted, followed by the day's price for copper sulfate, far higher than the price our buyer had allowed us. Farewell to the deal. Tachich was informed and shortly afterwards left Trieste. During that period, I stopped going to the office for about a month, and so a letter that arrived at the firm, innocuous in appearance but destined to have grave consequences for Guido, did not pass through my hands. In it, that English firm confirmed its telegram and ended by informing us that it noted our order as valid until revoked. Guido did not think at all of issuing such a revocation, and when I returned to the office, I too no longer remembered that deal. Thus, several months later, one evening, Guido came looking for me at home with a telegram he could not understand and believed had been addressed to us in error, despite the fact that it clearly bore our telegraphic address, which I had had duly registered as soon as we were set up in our office. The telegram contained only 3 words, 60 tons settled, and I understood it at once, which was not difficult since the copper sulfate affair was the only large deal we had handled. I told him. It was clear from the telegram that the price we had set for the execution of our order had been reached, and that we were therefore the happy owners of 60 tons of copper sulfate. Guido protested.
How can anyone think I'd accept the execution of my order so long after the fact?
I immediately thought that the confirmation letter from the first telegram must be in our office, while Guido did not remember having received it. He, uneasy, proposed that we rush to the office at once to see if it was there, which I was very glad of because that discussion in front of Augusta annoyed me, as she did not know I had not shown my face at the office for a month. We rushed to the office. Guido was so dismayed at finding himself forced into that first big deal that, to extricate himself, he would have run all the way to London. We opened the office. Then, groping in the darkness, we found the way to our room and reached the gas lamp to light it. The letter was found at once, and was just as I had supposed. It informed us that our order, valid until revoked, had been executed. Guido stared at the letter, his brow contracted, whether from displeasure or from the effort of trying to annihilate with his gaze what announced its existence with such simplicity of language I do not know.
And to think,
he observed,
that it would have been enough to write 2 words to spare ourselves such a loss.
It was certainly not a reproach directed at me since I had been absent from the office, and however quickly I had been able to find the letter, knowing where it had to be, I had never seen it before then. But to clear myself more thoroughly of any reproach, I directed one squarely at him.
During my absence, you should have read all the letters carefully.
Guido's brow smoothed. He shrugged his shoulders and murmured,
It may still turn out to be a stroke of luck, this deal.
Shortly afterwards he left me, and I returned home. But Tacish was right. In certain seasons, copper sulfate went down, every day lower, and we, in the execution of our order and in the immediate impossibility of selling the goods at that price to anyone else, had the opportunity to study the entire phenomenon. Our loss grew. On the first day, Guido asked my advice. He could have sold then with a small loss compared to what he later had to bear. I would not give advice, but I did not neglect to remind him of Tachik's conviction that the decline would continue for more than 5 months. Guido laughed.
Now the last thing I'd need would be to let my business be run by a provincial.
I remember that I also tried to correct him, telling him that the provincial in question had spent many years in his small Dalmatian town watching copper sulfate. I can have no remorse for the loss Guido suffered in that deal. Had he listened to me, it would have been spared him. Later we discussed the copper sulfate affair with an agent, a small, stout, lively and shrewd man, who reproached us for having made that purchase, but who did not seem to share Tachik's opinion. According to him, copper sulfate, though it had a market of its own, was still affected by fluctuations in the price of the metal. From that interview, Guido acquired a certain confidence. He asked the agent to keep him informed of every movement in price. He intended to wait, wanting to sell not merely without a loss, but with a small profit. The agent laughed discreetly, and then in the course of conversation he uttered a remark that I noted because it seemed very true to me. Curious how in this world there are few people who resign themselves to small losses. It's the large ones that immediately produce the great resignation. Guido paid no attention. I, however, also admired him, because he did not tell the agent by what route we had come to make that purchase. I said so, and he made much of it. He would have feared, he told me, discrediting both us and our merchandise by recounting the history of that purchase. Then, for quite some time, we spoke no more of the sulfate. That is, not until a letter came from London inviting us to make payment and give instructions for shipment. Receive. Warehouse 60 tons. Guido's head began to spin. We calculated how much we would spend to store such goods for several months. An enormous sum. I said nothing, but the broker, who would gladly have seen the goods arrive in Trieste because sooner or later he would have had the job of selling them, pointed out to Guido that the sum that seemed so enormous to him was not very much when expressed as a percentage of the value of the goods. Guido burst out laughing because the observation seemed strange to him.
I don't have a mere 100 kilos of sulfate. I've got 60 tons of it, unfortunately.
He would have ended up letting himself be convinced by the agent's calculation, which was obviously correct, since a small upward movement in the price would have more than covered the costs, had he not at that moment been arrested by one of his so-called inspirations. When he happened to have a commercial idea of his very own, he was positively mesmerized by it, and there was no room in his mind for other considerations. Here was his idea. The goods had been sold to him franco Trieste by people who had to pay for transport from England. If he now resold the goods to his own sellers, who would thereby save the transport costs, he could enjoy a much more favorable price than the one being offered to him in Trieste. The thing was not entirely true, but to please him, nobody disputed it. Once the matter was settled, he wore a somewhat bitter smile on his face, which then truly looked like that of a pessimistic thinker, and he said,
Let's not talk about it anymore. The lesson was rather expensive. Now we must know how to profit from it.
Instead, it was talked about again. He never again had that fine assurance of his in refusing deals, and when at the end of the year I showed him how much money we had lost, he murmured,
That cursed copper sulfate was my undoing. I always felt the need to recover from that loss.
My absence from the office had been caused by Carla's abandoning me. I could no longer bear to witness the amours of Carmen and Guido. They looked at each other, they smiled at each other, in my presence. I left in indignation, with a resolution I took one evening at the moment of closing the office, without saying anything to anyone. I expected Guido to ask me the reason for such a departure, and I was preparing to give him a piece of my mind. I could be very severe with him since he knew absolutely nothing about my excursions to the public gardens. It was a kind of jealousy on my part, because Carmen appeared to me as Guido's Carla, a gentler, more submissive Carla. With the second woman, too, he had been more fortunate than I, as with the first. But perhaps, and this furnished me with the grounds for a further reproach, he owed that fortune also to those qualities of his that I envied and that I continued to regard as inferior. Parallel to his assurance on the violin ran also his ease in life. By now I knew with certainty that I had sacrificed Carla for Augusta. When I cast my mind back over those 2 years of happiness that Carla had granted me, it was difficult for me to understand how she, being made the way I now knew she was, could have borne me for so long. Had I not offended her every day out of love for Augusta? Of Guido, on the other hand, I knew with certainty that he would have been able to enjoy Carmen without even remembering Ada. In his carefree soul, 2 women were not too many. Comparing myself to him, I felt I was positively innocent. I had married Augusta without love, and yet I could not betray her without suffering for it. Perhaps he too had married Ada without loving her, but although I now cared nothing for Ada, I remembered the love she had inspired in me, and it seemed to me that since I had loved her so much, in her place I would have been even more delicate than I was now in mine. It was not Guido who came to fetch me. It was I who returned to that office on my own, seeking relief from a great boredom. He behaved in accordance with the terms of our agreement, under which I had no obligation to regular activity in his business, and whenever he ran into me at home or elsewhere, he showed me the same great friendship for which I was always grateful, and did not seem to remember that I had left empty the seat at the desk he had bought for me. Between us two, there was only one source of embarrassment. Mine. When I returned to my place, he welcomed me as if I had been absent from the office for a single day, warmly expressed his pleasure at having won back my company, and upon hearing of my intention to resume my work, exclaimed, "Then I did well not to let anyone touch your books." Indeed, I found the ledger and the journal at the point where I had left them. Luciano told me, "Let's hope that now that you're here, we'll get moving again. I think Signor Guido is discouraged over a couple of deals he attempted that didn't work out. Don't tell him I've been talking to you like this, but see if you can encourage him." I noticed indeed that very little work was being done in that office, and until the loss suffered on the copper sulfate invigorated us, a truly idyllic life was led there. I concluded at once that Guido no longer felt so urgently the need to work in order to set Carmen in motion under his direction, and equally quickly that the period of courtship between them had passed, and that she had now become his mistress. Carmen's reception of me brought a surprise, because she immediately felt the need to remind me of something I had completely forgotten. It seems that before abandoning that office, during those days when I had chased after so many women because I could no longer reach my own, I had also accosted Carmen. She spoke to me with great seriousness and some embarrassment. She was glad to see me again because she thought I wished Guido well and that my advice might be useful to him, and she wanted to maintain with me, if I consented, a fraternal friendship. She really did say something along those lines, extending her right hand to me with a broad gesture. On her face, so beautiful that it always seemed sweet, there was a very stern expression to underscore the purely fraternal nature of the relationship being offered to me. Then I remembered, and I blushed. Perhaps if I had remembered sooner, I would never have returned to that office. It had been such a brief thing, wedged in among so many other actions of the same kind, that if it had not been recalled now, one might have believed it had never existed. A few days after Carla's departure, I had set about examining the ledgers with Carmen's help, and little by little, to see better on the same page, I had slipped my arm around her waist, which I then squeezed tighter and tighter. With a leap, Carmen had pulled free, and I had then abandoned the office. I could have defended myself with a smile, inducing her to smile with me, because women are so inclined to smile at crimes of that sort. I could have told her, "I attempted something that didn't succeed, and I'm sorry, but I bear you no grudge and wish to be your friend until you prefer otherwise." Or I could have responded like a serious person, apologizing to her and also to Guido. "Forgive me, and don't judge me before you know what state I was in at the time." Instead, words failed me. My throat, I believe, was closed by the rancor that had solidified there, and I could not speak. All these women who rejected me so resolutely were giving a positively tragic tint to my life. I had never had such an unfortunate period. Instead of a reply, all I had ready was a gnashing of teeth, which was rather awkward to have to conceal. Perhaps words also failed me because of the pain of seeing so decisively excluded a hope I was still cherishing. I cannot help confessing it. I could not have replaced the mistress I had lost better than with Carmen, that girl who was so uncompromising, who had asked nothing of me except the permission to live beside me until she asked for permission not to see me anymore. A shared mistress is the least compromising kind of mistress. Certainly at the time I had not articulated my ideas so clearly, but I felt them, and now I know them. By becoming Carmen's lover, I would have done Ada a favor and would not have harmed Augusta too much. Both would have been betrayed far less than if Guido and I had each had a whole woman to himself. My reply to Carmen I gave several days later, but even today I blush at it. The turmoil into which Carla's departure had thrown me must still have been operative to bring me to such a point. I feel remorse for it as for no other action in my life. The bestial words we let escape torment us more than the most nefarious actions to which our passion may lead us. Naturally, I designate as words only those that are not actions, because I know very well that Iago's words, for example, are true and proper actions. But actions, including Iago's words, are committed in order to derive pleasure or benefit from them, and then the entire organism, even that part which should later set itself up as judge, participates and therefore becomes a very lenient judge. But the stupid tongue acts on its own, to satisfy some small part of the organism that without it feels defeated, and proceeds to simulate a struggle when the struggle is over and lost. It wants to wound or it wants to caress. It always moves amid monstrous metaphors, and when they are red hot, words scold the one who has spoken them. I had noticed that she no longer had the colours that had gotten her admitted so readily into our office. I imagined they had been lost through a suffering I would not admit might have been physical, and I attributed it to her love for Guido. Besides, we men are very inclined to pity the women who have given themselves to others. We never see what advantage they may expect from it. We may even love the man in question, as was the case with me. But even then we cannot forget how love affairs usually end down here. I felt a sincere compassion for Carmen such as I had never felt for Augusta or for Carla. I said to her,
And since you've been kind enough to invite me to be your friend, would you permit me to give you some warnings?
She did not permit it, because like all women in those situations, she too believed that every admonishment is an attack. She blushed and stammered, I don't understand. Why do you say that? And immediately afterwards to silence me. If I needed advice, I would certainly turn to you, Signor Cosini. And so I was not allowed to preach morality to her, and it was to my detriment. In preaching morality, I would certainly have arrived at a higher degree of sincerity, perhaps by trying to take her in my arms again. I would no longer be vexed at having wanted to assume that mendacious aspect of a mentor. For several days of every week, Guido did not even appear at the office because he had become passionate about hunting and fishing. I, on the other hand, after my return, was assiduous there for some time, very busy bringing the books up to date. I was often alone with Carmen and Luciano, who regarded me as their head clerk. It did not seem to me that Carmen suffered from Guido's absence, and I imagined she loved him enough to rejoice in knowing he was enjoying himself. She must also have been informed of the days on which he would be absent, for she betrayed no anxious expectation. I knew from Augusta that Ada, on the other hand, was not like that, because she complained bitterly about her husband's frequent absences. Moreover, this was not her only complaint. Like all unloved women, she complained with equal fervor about great offenses and small ones. Not only did Guido betray her, but when he was at home he was always playing the violin. That violin, which had made me suffer so much, was a kind of lance of Achilles in the variety of its services. I learned that it had also passed through our office, where it had promoted the courtship of Carmen with some very fine variations on the barber. Then it had departed because it was no longer needed at the office, and it had returned home, where it spared Guido the tedium of having to converse with his wife. Between Carmen and me there was never anything more. Very soon I had for her a feeling of absolute indifference, as if she had changed sex. Something similar to what I felt for Ada, a keen compassion for both of them, and nothing else. Precisely so. Guido showered me with kindnesses. I believe that during that month in which I had left him alone, he had learned to appreciate my company. A little woman like Carmen can be agreeable from time to time, but one cannot very well put up with her for entire days. He invited me to go hunting and fishing. I abhor hunting and flatly refused to accompany him. One evening, however, driven by boredom, I ended up going fishing with him. Fish lack every means of communicating with us and cannot arouse our compassion. They gasp even when they are safe and sound in the water. Even death does not alter their appearance. Their pain, if it exists, is perfectly concealed beneath their scales. When one day he invited me on a night fishing trip, I reserved the right to see whether Augusta would allow me to go out that evening and stay out so late. I told him I would remember that his little boat would cast off from the Sartorio pier at 9 in the evening, and that, if I could, I would be there. I therefore supposed that he too must have known right away that for that evening he would not see me, and that, as I had done so many other times, I would not keep the appointment. Instead, that evening I was driven from the house by the shrieks of my little Antonia. The more her mother caressed her, the more the little one screamed. Then I tried a system of my own, which consisted of shouting insults into the little ear of that howling little monkey. The only result I achieved was to change the rhythm of her screams, because she began shrieking with fright. Then I would have liked to try another, somewhat more energetic system, but Augusta remembered Guido's invitation in time and accompanied me to the door, promising to go to bed alone if I did not come home until late. Indeed, just to send me away. She would even have resigned herself to having her coffee without me the next morning, if I stayed out until then. There is a small disagreement between Augusta and me, the only one, about how to handle troublesome children. It seems to me that a child's pain is less important than our own, and that it is worthwhile to inflict it upon them if doing so spares the adult great disturbance. To her, on the other hand, it seems that we who have made the children must also endure them. I had plenty of time to reach the appointment, and I crossed the city slowly, looking at the women and at the same time inventing a special contraption that would have prevented any disagreement between Augusta and me. But for my contraption, humanity was not yet sufficiently evolved. It was destined for the distant future and could no longer be of use to me except by showing me what a small matter made my disputes with Augusta possible, the lack of a small contraption. It would have been simple. A domestic tramway, a little chair furnished with wheels and rails on which my baby would have spent her day. Then an electric button, upon touching which the little chair with the howling baby would have gone racing off to reach the farthest point of the house, from where her voice, weakened by distance, would have seemed to us positively pleasant, and Augusta and I would have remained together, peaceful and affectionate. It was a night rich with stars and devoid of moon, one of those nights in which one can see very far and which therefore soothes and quiets. I gazed at the stars, which might still have borne the mark of my dying father's farewell glance. The dreadful period in which my children soiled themselves and screamed would pass. Then they would be like me. I would love them, as was my duty, and without effort. In the beautiful vast night I grew completely serene, without needing to make any resolutions. At the tip of the Sartorio pier, the lights coming from the city were cut off by the ancient little house from which the tip itself juts out like a short embankment. The darkness was perfect, and the high, dark, quiet water seemed to me sluggishly swollen. I no longer looked at either the sky or the sea. A few steps from me there was a woman who aroused my curiosity because of a patent leather boot that glinted for a moment in the darkness. In the narrow space and the darkness, it seemed to me that this tall and perhaps elegant woman was enclosed in a room with me. The most pleasant adventures can happen when one least expects them, and seeing that this woman all at once was deliberately approaching, I had for a moment a most agreeable sensation, which vanished immediately when I heard Carmen's hoarse voice. She wanted to pretend she was pleased to learn that I too was part of the group, but in the darkness, and with that sort of voice, pretense was impossible. I said to her rudely, "Guido invited me, but if you like, I'll find something else to do and leave you two alone." She protested, declaring that on the contrary she was delighted to see me for the third time that day. She told me that in that little boat the entire office would be gathered, because Luciano was there too. Woe to our business if it had gone down. She had told me Luciano was there, certainly to give me proof of the innocence of the gathering. Then she chattered on volubly, first telling me it was the first time she had gone fishing with Guido, and then confessing it was the second. She had let slip that she did not mind sitting on the bottom boards in a little boat, and it had seemed strange to me that she should know that term. So she had to confess to me that she had learned it the first time she had gone fishing with Guido. That day, she added, to reveal the complete innocence of that first outing, we went mackerel fishing, not fishing for sea bream, in the morning. A pity I did not have time to make her talk more, because I might have learned everything that mattered to me. but out of the darkness of the sacchetta emerged Guido's little boat, approaching us rapidly. I was still in doubt. Since Carmen was there, should I not take myself off? Perhaps Guido had not even intended to invite us both, because I recalled having all but refused his invitation. Meanwhile, the boat pulled up to shore, and with youthful confidence, even in the darkness, Carmen stepped down into it, ignoring the hand that Luciano had offered her. Since I was hesitating, Guido yelled,
"Don't make us waste time!"
With a leap, I too was in the boat. My leap was almost involuntary, a product of Guido's shout. I gazed with great longing at the shore, but a single moment of hesitation was enough to make landing impossible. I ended up sitting in the bow of the not very large boat. When I grew accustomed to the darkness, I saw that in the stern, facing me, sat Guido, and at his feet, on the bottom boards, Carmen. Luciano, who was rowing, divided us. I did not feel very safe or very comfortable in the little boat, but I soon grew used to it and gazed at the stars, which once again soothed me. It was true that in Luciano's presence, a devoted servant of our wives' families, Guido would not have risked betraying Ada, and so there was nothing wrong with my being with them. I wished keenly to be able to enjoy that sky, that sea, and the vast quietude. If I were going to feel remorse about it and therefore suffer, I would have done better to stay home and let little Antonia torture me. The cool night air filled my lungs, and I understood that I could enjoy myself in the company of Guido and Carmen, whom after all I was fond of. We passed the lighthouse and reached the open sea. A few miles farther on, the lights of innumerable sailing vessels sparkled. There, quite different snares were being set for the fish. From the military bath, a mighty dark mass looming on its pilings, we began to move back and forth along the shore of Sant'Andrea. It was the fisherman's favorite spot. Beside us, silently, many other boats were making the same maneuver. Guido prepared the 3 lines and baited the hooks, skewering shrimps onto them by the tail. He handed a line to each of us, saying that mine, at the bow, the only one fitted with a sinker, would be preferred by the fish. In the darkness I could make out my shrimp with its pierced tail, and it seemed to me that it was slowly moving the upper part of its body, the part that had not become a sheath. Because of this movement, it seemed to me more pensive than in the throes of pain. Perhaps what produces pain in large organisms may, in the very smallest, be reduced to the point of becoming a new experience, a tickle to the mind. I plunged it into the water, lowering it, as Guido told me, by 10 fathoms. After me, Carmen and Guido lowered their lines. Guido now also had an oar at the stern, with which he propelled the boat with the skill required so that the lines would not become entangled. It seemed that Luciano was not yet able to steer the little boat in that way. Besides, Luciano now had the job of managing the small net with which he would lift the fish brought to the surface by the hook. For a long time he had nothing to do. Guido talked a great deal. Who knows whether he had not become attached to Carmen through his passion for teaching rather than through love? I would have preferred not to listen to him, so as to continue thinking about the little creature I was holding exposed to the voraciousness of the fish, suspended in the water, whose little head movements, if it continued them in the water too, would have lured the fish even better. But Guido called me repeatedly, and I had to listen to his theory of fishing. The fish would touch the bait several times and we would feel it, but we had to be careful not to pull on the line until it went taut. Then we had to be ready to give the jerk that would surely embed the hook in the fish's mouth. Guido, as usual, was lengthy in his explanations. He wanted to describe clearly to us what we would feel in our hand when the fish sniffed at the hook. And he was continuing his explanations when Carmen and I already knew from experience the almost audible repercussion on the hand of every contact the hook received. Several times we had to pull in the line to renew the bait. The thoughtful little creature met its end unavenged in the jaws of some shrewd fish that knew how to avoid the hook. On board there was beer and sandwiches. Guido seasoned everything with his inexhaustible chatter. He was now speaking of the enormous riches that lay in the sea. It was not, as Luciano supposed, a matter of fish, or of the riches man had sunk in it. In seawater, gold was dissolved. Suddenly he remembered that I had studied chemistry and said to me,
"You too must know something about this gold."
I did not remember much, but I nodded, venturing an observation of whose truth I could not be certain. I declared, "The gold in the sea is the most expensive of all. To get one of those Napoleons that lie dissolved here, you'd have to spend 5. Luciano, who had eagerly turned to me to hear confirmation of the riches on which we were floating, turned his disillusioned back to me. He no longer cared about that gold. Guido, on the other hand, agreed with me, believing he recalled that the price of that gold was exactly 5 times as much, just as I had said. He was positively glorifying me by confirming my assertion, which I knew to be completely fanciful. One could see that he did not consider me dangerous, and that there was not a shadow of jealousy in him regarding the woman lying at his feet. For a moment I thought of embarrassing him by declaring that I now remembered better, and that to extract one of those Napoleons from the sea, 3 would suffice, or that 10 would actually be needed. But at that instant I was summoned by my line, which had suddenly gone taut from a powerful tug. I tugged back and shouted. With a leap, Guido was beside me and took the line from my hand. I surrendered it willingly. He began to pull it in, first in small lengths, then, as the resistance diminished, in great ones. And in the dark water the silvery body of the large fish could be seen glinting. It was now running swiftly and without resistance, following its pain. And so I understood the pain of the mute creature, because it was proclaimed by that haste to rush toward death. Soon I had it gasping at my feet. Luciano had pulled it from the water with the net, and tearing it free without ceremony, had ripped the hook from its mouth. He felt the large fish.
"A 3-kilo sea bream."
Admiringly, he stated the price it would fetch at the fish market. Then Guido observed that the water was still at that hour, and that it would be difficult to catch any more fish. He explained that the fishermen believed that when the water was neither rising nor falling, the fish did not eat, and therefore could not be caught. He philosophized about the danger that results for an animal from its appetite. Then, laughing, without realizing he was compromising himself, he said,
"You're the only one who knows how to fish tonight."
My catch was still thrashing in the boat when Carmen gave a cry. Guido asked without moving, with a great desire to laugh in his voice. "Another sea bream?" Carmen answered, confused. "I thought so, but it's already left the hook." I am sure that, carried away by his desire, he had given her a pinch. By now, I was feeling uncomfortable in that boat. I no longer accompanied with desire the work of my hook. On the contrary, I was agitating the line so that the poor creatures could not bite. I declared that I was sleepy and asked Guido to set me ashore at Sant'Andrea. Then I took care to remove his suspicion that I was leaving because I was annoyed by what Carmen's cry must have revealed to me. And I told him about the scene my little girl had made that evening and my desire to make sure she was not ill. Obliging as ever, Guido brought the boat to shore. He offered me the sea bream I had caught, but I refused. I proposed releasing it back into the sea, which drew a howl of protest from Luciano, while Guido good-naturedly said,
"If I knew I could give it back its life and health, I'd do it. But at this hour, the poor beast is only good for a dish."
I followed them with my eyes, and was able to confirm that they did not take advantage of the space I had left free. They stayed tightly packed together, and the little boat moved away somewhat raised at the bow because of the excess weight at the stern. It seemed to me a divine punishment to learn that my baby girl had been seized by fever. Had I not made her sick by feigning with Guido a concern for her health that I did not feel? Augusta had not yet gone to bed, but shortly before, Dr. Paoli had been there and had reassured her, saying he was certain that so violent a sudden fever could not herald a serious illness. We remained for a long time watching Antonia, who lay abandoned on her little cot, her small face with its dry skin intensely flushed beneath her tousled brown curls. She was not crying, but from time to time she uttered a brief moan that was cut short by an imperious torpor. Dear God, how her illness brought her close to me. I would have given a part of my life to free her breathing. How could I rid myself of the remorse of having thought I did not know how to love her, and then of having spent all that time while she was suffering, far from her and in that company?
She looks like Ada,
said Augusta with a sob. It was true. We noticed it then for the first time, and that resemblance became ever more obvious as Antonia grew, so much so that I sometimes feel my heart tremble at the thought that she might be destined for the same fate as the poor girl she resembles. We went to bed after placing the baby's cot beside Augusta's bed, but I could not sleep. I had a weight on my heart like those evenings when my lapses of the day were mirrored in nocturnal images of pain and remorse. The baby's illness weighed on me like my own doing. I rebelled. I was pure and could speak. I could tell everything. And I told everything. I told Augusta about the encounter with Carmen, about the position she occupied in the boat, and then about her cry, which I suspected had been provoked by a brutal caress from Guido, though I could not be certain of it. But Augusta was certain. Why else would Guido's voice have been altered by hilarity immediately afterwards? I tried to attenuate her conviction, but then I had to go on confessing. I made a confession regarding myself as well, describing the boredom that had driven me from the house and my remorse at not loving Antonia better. I immediately felt better and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Antonia was better. She was nearly free of fever. She lay calm and unburdened, but she was pale and exhausted, as if she had been consumed by an effort disproportionate to her small body. Evidently, she had already emerged victorious from the brief battle. In the calm that followed for me as well, I remembered with regret that I had horribly compromised Guido, and I demanded from Augusta the promise that she would communicate my suspicions to no one. She protested that they were not suspicions, but certain evidence, which I denied without managing to convince her. Then she promised me everything I wanted, and I went off tranquilly to the office. Guido was not yet there, and Carmen told me they had been quite fortunate after my departure. They had caught 2 more sea bream, smaller than mine but of considerable weight. I did not want to believe it and thought she was trying to convince me that after my departure they had abandoned the activity they had been engaged in while I was there. Hadn't the water stopped moving? Until what hour had they been at sea? Carmen, to convince me, had Luciano confirm the catching of the 2 sea bream, and from that time on I was persuaded that Luciano was capable of any deed to ingratiate himself with Guido. Still, during the idyllic calm that preceded the copper sulfate affair, something rather strange happened in that office which I cannot forget, as much because it highlights Guido's boundless presumption as because it casts me in a light in which I find it difficult to recognize myself. One day all 4 of us were in the office, and the only one among us talking about business was, as always, Luciano. Something in his words struck Guido's ear as a reproach that, in Carmen's presence, was difficult for him to bear. But it was equally difficult to defend against, because Luciano had proof that a deal he had recommended months before, and which Guido had refused, had ended up yielding a quantity of money to those who had taken it on. Guido ended by declaring that he despised commerce, and asserting that if fortune had not smiled on him in this, he would have found the means of earning money through other, far more intelligent activities. With the violin, for instance, everyone agreed with him, including me, but with the reservation. Provided you study hard. My reservation displeased him, and he said at once that if it were a matter of studying, he could then do many other things. Literature, for example. Here again the others agreed, and I myself, but with some hesitation. I could not quite recall the physiognomies of our great writers, and I was evoking them to find one that resembled Guido. He then shouted,
Do you want some good fables? I'll improvise them for you like Aesop.
Everyone laughed except him. He had the typewriter brought over to him and, fluently, as if writing under dictation, with gestures broader than a useful labor at the machine required, he typed out the first fable. He was already handing the sheet to Luciano, but then changed his mind, took it back, put it in the machine again, and wrote a second fable, though this one cost him more effort than the first, so much so that he forgot to keep simulating inspiration with his gestures and had to correct his text several times. For this reason, I believe the first of the two fables was not his, while the second truly came from his brain, of which it seems to me worthy. The first fable told of a little bird that happened to notice that the door of its cage had been left open. At first it thought of taking advantage of this to fly away, but then it reconsidered, fearing that if during its absence the door were closed again, it would have lost its freedom. The second dealt with an elephant and was truly elephantine. Suffering from weakness in the legs, the large animal went to consult a man, a celebrated doctor, who upon seeing those powerful limbs cried out, "Never have I seen such strong legs." Luciano was not impressed by those fables, partly because he didn't understand them. He laughed heartily, but one could see that it struck him as comical that something like this should be presented to him as a marketable commodity. He laughed again out of politeness when it was explained to him that the little bird feared being deprived of its freedom to return to its cage, and that the man admired the elephant's legs precisely because they were so weak. But then he asked, "How much does one earn from two fables like these?" Guido played the superior man.
The pleasure of having written them, and then, if one wished to write more, also a great deal of money.
Carmen, on the other hand, was trembling with emotion. She asked permission to copy the two fables and thanked him gratefully when Guido presented her with the little sheet he had written on, having also signed it in pen. What did any of this have to do with me? I had no need to compete for Carmen's admiration, which, as I have said, meant nothing to me. But looking back at my behavior, I must believe that even a woman who has not been singled out by our desire can spur us to combat. After all, didn't medieval heroes fight even for women they had never seen? What happened to me that day was that the stabbing pains in my poor body suddenly grew acute, and it seemed to me I could not relieve them except by competing with Guido and immediately writing some fables of my own. I had the typewriter brought to me and truly improvised, though in truth the first of the fables I wrote had been sitting in my mind for many days. I improvised the title, Hymn to Life. Then, after brief reflection, I wrote beneath it, a dialogue. It seemed easier to make the beasts speak than to describe them. Thus was born my fable, in the briefest of dialogues. The Meditative Crayfish.
Life is beautiful, but one must be careful where one sits down.
The Gilt-Head Bream rushing to the dentist.
Life is beautiful, but it would be better to eliminate those treacherous little creatures that hide sharpened metal inside their tasty flesh.
Now I had to write the second fable, but I was short of beasts. I looked at the dog lying in his corner, and he looked back at me. From those timid eyes a memory was drawn. A few days earlier, Guido had returned from hunting covered in fleas and had gone to clean himself up in our storeroom. The fable came to me at once, and I wrote it straight off.
Once upon a time there was a prince bitten by many fleas. He appealed to the gods to afflict him with a single flea, a big and voracious one, but only one, and to assign the rest to other men. But none of the fleas consented to remain alone with that beast of a man, and so he had to keep them all.
At that moment my fable struck me as splendid. The things that emerge from our brains have a supremely lovable appearance, especially when examined as soon as they are born. To tell the truth, I still rather like my dialogue, now that I have gained so much practice in composition. The hymn to life made by one about to die is a very endearing thing for those who watch him die. And it is also true that many a dying man spends his last breath telling what seems to him the cause of his death, thereby raising a hymn to the life of others who will know how to avoid that particular mishap. As for the second fable, I would rather not speak of it, and it was wittily commented on by Guido himself, who cried out laughing,
That's not a fable. It's a way of calling me a beast.
I laughed with him, and the pains that had driven me to write subsided at once. Luciano laughed when I explained what I had meant to say, and he concluded that no one would pay anything for either my fables or Guido's. But Carmen did not care for my fables. She gave me a searching look that was truly new for those eyes, and which I understood as though it had been a spoken word. You don't love Guido." I was positively shaken, because at that moment she was certainly not wrong. I thought that I was wrong to behave as if I did not love Guido, when I was working for him without any personal gain. I would have to watch my behavior more carefully. I said mildly to Guido,
"I freely acknowledge that your fables are better than mine. But one must remember that these are the first fables I have ever written in my life."
He would not concede.
Do you think perhaps I've written others before?
Carmen's expression had already softened, and to make it softer still, I said to Guido,
"You certainly have a special talent for fables."
The compliment made both of them laugh, and soon after me as well, but all good-naturedly, because it was clear that I had spoken without any malicious intent. The copper sulfate affair brought greater seriousness to our office. There was no more time for fables. Almost all the deals that were proposed to us were now accepted. Some yielded a profit, but a small one. Others yielded losses, but large ones. A strange avarice was Guido's chief defect. Guido, who outside of business was so generous. When a deal proved profitable, he would liquidate it hastily, eager to pocket the small gain it brought him. When, on the other hand, he found himself embroiled in an unfavorable transaction, he could never bring himself to get out of it, so long as he could delay the moment when he would have to reach into his own pocket. For this reason, I believe his losses were always considerable and his profits small. A merchant's qualities are nothing more than the sum total of his entire organism, from the tips of his hair to his toenails. For Guido, a word the Greeks had would have been fitting. Astute fool. Truly astute, but also truly a simpleton. He was full of cunning stratagems that served no purpose other than to grease the inclined plane down which he slid ever further. Along with the copper sulfate, the two twins descended upon him out of nowhere. His first reaction was a surprise that was anything but pleasant, but immediately after announcing the event to me, he managed to crack a joke that made me laugh a great deal, and pleased with his success, he could not maintain his scowl. Linking the two babies to the 60 tons of sulfate, he said, "I'm condemned to do everything wholesale." To console him, I reminded him that Augusta was again in her 7th month, and that before long, in the matter of children, I would match his tonnage. He replied, still wittily,
To me, as a good accountant, it doesn't seem like the same thing.
After a few days, for some time he was seized by a great affection for the two infants. Augusta, who spent part of her day at her sister's house, told me that he devoted several hours to them every day. He caressed them and rocked them, and Ada was so grateful that between the two spouses a new affection seemed to blossom. During those days he paid a fairly substantial sum to an insurance company to provide his children with a small fortune when they reached the age of 20. I remember it because I recorded that amount as a debit against him. I too was invited to see the two twins. Indeed, Augusta had told me that I could also greet Ada, who, however, was unable to receive me, being confined to bed even though 10 days had already passed since the delivery. The two babies lay in two cradles in a small room adjoining the parents' bedroom. Ada called out from her bed.
Are they beautiful, Zeno?
I was struck by the sound of that voice. It seemed sweeter to me. It was truly a cry, because one could hear the effort in it, and yet it remained so sweet. Without a doubt, the sweetness in that voice came from motherhood, but I was moved by it because I discovered it just as it was directed at me. That sweetness made me feel as though Ada had not called me merely by my name, but had prefaced it with some affectionate qualifier such as dear or brother mine. I felt a keen gratitude and became good and affectionate. I replied festively, "Beautiful, darling, the very image of their parents. Two marvels." They seemed to me instead like two little pallid corpses. They were both wailing and couldn't agree on anything. Soon Guido returned to his former way of life. After the sulfate affair, he came to the office more assiduously, but every week, on Saturday, he left for the hunt and did not return until late Monday morning, just in time to glance at the office before lunch. He went fishing in the evenings and often spent the night at sea. Augusta told me of Ada's troubles, She suffered indeed from frantic jealousy, but also from finding herself alone for such a large part of the day. Augusta tried to calm her by reminding her that on hunting and fishing trips, there were no women. However, no one knew from whom. Ada had been informed that Carmen had sometimes accompanied Guido on his fishing trips. Guido had then confessed it, adding that there was nothing wrong with a courtesy he extended to an employee who was so useful to him. And besides, hadn't Luciano always been present? He ended by promising that he would not invite her again, seeing that it displeased Ada. He declared he would not give up either his hunting, which cost him so much money, or his fishing. He said he worked hard, and indeed in that period there was a great deal to do in our office, and it seemed to him that a bit of recreation was his due. Ada was not of this opinion and felt that his best recreation would have been at home with his family, and in this she found Augusta's unconditional agreement, while to me that seemed too noisy a form of recreation. Augusta would then exclaim,
"And aren't you home every day at the proper hours?"
It was true, and I had to confess that between me and Guido there was a great difference, but I could not boast of it. I said to Augusta, caressing her,
The credit is yours because you used very drastic methods of education.
Besides, for poor Guido, things were getting worse every day. At first there had been 2 babies, but only 1 wet nurse, because they hoped Ada would be able to nurse one of the children herself. But she could not, and they had to bring in another wet nurse. When Guido wanted to make me laugh, he paced up and down the office, beating time with the words,
1 wife, 2 babies, 2 wet nurses.
There was one thing Ada particularly hated: Guido's violin. She could endure the baby's wailing, but she suffered horribly from the sound of the violin. She had told Augusta,
I feel like howling like a dog against those sounds.
Strange. Augusta, on the other hand, was blissful whenever, passing by my little study, she heard my arrhythmic sounds issuing forth.
And yet Ada's marriage was also a love match,
I said, amazed.
Isn't the violin the best part of Guido?
All such gossip was utterly forgotten when I saw Ada again for the first time. It was I who first noticed her illness. One of the first days of November, a cold day, sunless, damp, I left the office exceptionally at 3 in the afternoon and hurried home, thinking of resting and dreaming for a few hours in my warm study. To get there, I had to pass along the long corridor, and in front of Augusta's workroom I stopped because I heard Ada's voice. It was sweet or uncertain, which I believe amounts to the same thing, as on that day when it had been directed at me. I entered that room driven by the strange curiosity of seeing how the serene, the calm Ada could clothe herself in that voice, which recalled somewhat that of some actress of ours when she wants to make people weep without knowing how to weep herself. Indeed, it was a false voice, or I perceived it as such only because, without even having seen who was producing it, I was hearing it for the second time after so many days, always equally moved and moving. I thought they must be talking about Guido, for what other subject could have moved Ada so? Instead, the 2 women, taking a cup of coffee together, were talking about domestic matters, linen, servants, and so on. But it was enough for me to have seen Ada to understand that that voice was not false. Her face, too, was moving, a face that I was the first to discover so altered, and that voice, if it did not accord with a particular emotion, reflected exactly an entire organism, and was therefore true and sincere. This I felt at once. I am not a doctor, and therefore did not think of illness, but tried to explain the alteration in Ida's appearance as an effect of convalescence after the birth. But how could one explain that Guido had not noticed so great a change in his wife? Meanwhile I, who knew that eye by heart, that eye which I had so greatly feared because I had at once perceived that it coldly examined things and people to admit or reject them, could immediately confirm that it had changed, grown larger, as if to see better it had forced the orbit wider. That large eye looked wrong in the thin, colourless little face. She held out her hand to me with great affection.
I already know,
she said.
You take advantage of every moment to come and see your wife and your little girl.
Her hand was damp with perspiration, and I know that this denotes weakness. All the more I imagined that, once she recovered, she would regain her old colours and the firm lines of her cheeks and her eye sockets. I interpreted the words she had addressed to me as a reproach directed at Guido, and good-naturedly I replied that Guido, as the owner of the firm, had greater responsibilities than mine that kept him at the office. She looked at me searchingly, to make sure I was speaking seriously.
But still,
She said,
it seems to me he could find a bit of time for his wife and children.
and her voice was full of tears. She recovered with a smile that begged indulgence and added,
On top of business, there are also the hunting and fishing. Those take up so much time.
With a volubility that surprised me, she described the exquisite dishes that were eaten at their table as a result of Guido's hunting and fishing.
But I would gladly do without them.
She then added with a sigh and a tear. She did not, however, say she was unhappy. Far from it. She related that by now she could not even imagine that her 2 babies whom she adored had not been born. With a touch of mischief she added, smiling, that she loved them even more now that each had his own wet nurse. She did not sleep much, but at least when she managed to fall asleep, nobody disturbed her. And when I asked if she really slept so little, she became serious and moved again to tell me it was her greatest torment. Then, cheerfully, she added,
But it's already getting better.
Shortly after, she left us for 2 reasons. Before evening, she had to go and greet her mother, and besides, she could not bear the temperature of our rooms, which were fitted with large stoves. I, who found that temperature barely pleasant, thought it was a sign of strength to find it excessively warm.
You don't seem all that weak, I said with a smile. You'll see how differently you'll feel at my age.
She was very pleased to be described as too young. Augusta and I accompanied her to the landing. She seemed to feel a great need for our friendship, because to take those few steps she walked between us, and first took Augusta's arm and then mine, which I immediately stiffened, for fear of yielding to an old habit of squeezing every female arm that offered itself to my touch. On the landing she talked at length, and having mentioned her father, her eyes grew moist again, for the 3rd time in a quarter of an hour. When she had gone, I said to Augusta that that woman was not a woman but a fountain. Although I had seen Ada's illness, I attached no importance to it. Her eye was enlarged, her little face was thin. Her voice had changed, and so had her temperament, into an affectionateness that was not hers. But I attributed all of this to her double motherhood and to weakness. In short, I proved myself a magnificent observer because I saw everything, but a great ignoramus because I did not say the right word: illness. The following day, the obstetrician who was treating Ada called in Dr. Paoli for a consultation, and he immediately pronounced the word I had been unable to say: morbus basedowii. Guido told me about it, describing the disease with great erudition and pitying Ada, who was suffering greatly. Without any malice, I believe that his compassion and his knowledge were not great. He assumed a grieved expression when speaking of his wife, but when dictating letters to Carmen, he displayed all the joy of living and teaching. He also believed that the man who had given his name to the disease was the Basedow, who had been Goethe's friend. Whereas when I studied the disease in an encyclopedia, I immediately realized it was someone else entirely. A great, important disease, that of Basedow. For me, it was of the utmost importance to have come to know it. I studied it in various monographs and believed I was only then discovering the essential secret of our organism. I believe that for many people, as for me, there are periods of time in which certain ideas occupy and encumber the entire brain, closing it to all others. But what if the same thing happens to the whole of society? It lives on Darwin after having lived on Robespierre and Napoleon, and then on Liebig, or perhaps on Leopardi, when it is not Bismarck who reigns supreme over the whole cosmos, but of Basedow I alone lived. It seemed to me that he had brought to light the very roots of life, which is made thus. All organisms are distributed along a line, at one end of which stands Basedow's disease, which implies the most generous, most reckless expenditure of vital force at a headlong pace, the beating of an unbridled heart, and at the other end stand the organisms impoverished by organic miserliness, destined to perish of a disease that would appear to be one of exhaustion, but is in fact one of sloth. The proper middle ground between the two diseases is found at the center and is improperly designated as health, which is nothing more than a pause. And between the center and one extremity, Beistaus, stand all those who exasperate and consume life in great desires, ambitions, pleasures, and even work. At the other, those who toss onto life's plate nothing but crumbs and save up, producing those abject, long-lived creatures who appear to be a burden on society. It seems that this burden, too, is necessary. Society advances because the Beisadovians drive it forward, and does not plunge over the edge because the others hold it back. I am convinced that if one wished to construct a society, one could do so more simply. But it is made this way, with goitre at one of its ends and oedema at the other, and there is no remedy. In the middle stand those who have incipient goitre or oedema, and along the entire line, throughout all humanity, absolute health is absent. Ada too lacked the goitre, from what Augusta told me, but she had all the other symptoms of the disease. Poor Ada. She had appeared to me as the very embodiment of health and equilibrium, so much so that for a long time I had thought she had chosen her husband with the same cold calculation with which her father selected his merchandise, and now she had been seized by a disease that swept her into an altogether different regime, psychic perversions. But I fell ill alongside her with a mild but prolonged illness. For too long I thought about Beistaus. I already believe that wherever in the universe one settles, one ends up contaminated. One must keep moving. Life has its poisons, but also other poisons that serve as antidotes. Only by running can one escape the former and benefit from the latter. My illness was a dominant thought, a dream, and also a fright. It must have originated from a line of reasoning. By the term perversion, one means a deviation from health, that kind of health that accompanied us for a stretch of life. Now I knew what health had been for Ada. Could not her perversion lead her to love me, whom she had rejected when she was well? I do not know how this terror, or this hope, was born in my brain. Perhaps because Ada's sweet, broken voice seemed to me one of love when it was directed at me. Poor Ada had become quite ugly, and I could no longer desire her. But I kept reviewing our past relations, and it seemed to me that if she were suddenly seized by love for me, I would find myself in the awkward position that somewhat recalled Guido's situation with the English friend and his 60 tons of copper sulfate. Exactly the same case. A few years earlier I had declared my love to her and had performed no act of revocation other than marrying her sister. In such a contract she was protected not by the law but by chivalry. It seemed to me that I was so firmly committed to her that if she had presented herself to me many, many years later, perfected perhaps in Beistaus' disease with a fine goitre, I would have had to honor my signature. I recall, however, that this prospect made my thoughts more affectionate towards Ada. Until then, when I had been informed of Ada's suffering caused by Guido, I had certainly not rejoiced, but I had turned my mind with a certain satisfaction to my own house, which Ada had refused to enter, and in which no one suffered at all. Now things had changed. That Ada, who had rejected me with disdain, no longer existed, unless my medical texts were mistaken. Ada's illness was serious. A few days later, Dr. Paoli advised that she be removed from the family and sent to a sanatorium in Bologna. I learned this from Guido, but Augusta then told me that even at that moment, the poor Ada was not spared great distress. Guido had had the effrontery to propose putting Carmen in charge of the household during his wife's absence. Ada did not have the courage to say openly what she thought of such a proposal, but declared she would not leave the house unless she were allowed to entrust its management to Aunt Maria, and Guido agreed without further ado. He continued, however, to cherish the idea of having Carmen at his disposal in the place left vacant by Ada. One day he told Carmen that if she had not been so busy at the office, he would gladly have entrusted her with the running of his household. Luciano and I exchanged glances, and we certainly each discovered on the other's face a malicious expression. Carmen blushed, and murmured that she could not accept.
Exactly,
Said Guido angrily.
because of those foolish scruples, one can never do what would be so very beneficial.
But he too fell silent quickly, and it was surprising that he cut short so interesting a sermon. The whole family accompanied Ada to the station. Augusta had asked me to bring flowers for her sister. I arrived a little late with a beautiful bouquet of orchids, which I handed to Augusta. Ada was watching us, and when Augusta offered her the flowers, she said,
I thank you both from my heart.
She meant to indicate that she had received the flowers from me as well, but I took it as an expression of fraternal affection, sweet and also somewhat cool. Bastow certainly had nothing to do with it. She looked like a young bride, poor Ada, with those eyes immeasurably enlarged by happiness. Her disease could simulate all emotions. Guido was leaving with her to accompany her and return after a few days. We waited on the platform for the train to depart. Ada stood leaning out of the window of her carriage and continued to wave her handkerchief as long as she could see us. Then we accompanied the tearful Signora Malfenti home. At the moment of parting, my mother-in-law, after kissing Augusta, kissed me as well.
Forgive me,
She said, laughing through her tears.
I did it without thinking. But if you'll allow me, I'll give you another kiss too.
Little Anna as well, now 12 years old, wanted to kiss me. Alberta, who was on the point of leaving the National Theatre to become engaged, and who was usually a bit stiff with me, that day warmly offered me her hand. They were all fond of me because my wife was flourishing, and in doing so they were making demonstrations of antipathy towards Guido, whose wife was ill. But it was precisely then that I ran the risk of becoming a less good husband. I caused my wife great pain, through no fault of my own, on account of a dream in which I innocently made her a participant. Here is the dream. There were 3 of us, Augusta, Ada, and I, leaning out of a window, specifically the smallest window to be found in any of our 3 dwellings. That is, mine, my mother-in-law's, and Ada's. We were, in fact, at the kitchen window of my mother-in-law's house, which in reality opens onto a small courtyard, whereas in the dream it looked directly onto the Corso. At the small windowsill there was so little space that Ada, who stood between us holding onto our arms, was pressed right against me. I looked at her and saw that her eye had become cold and precise again, and the lines of her face were pure all the way to the nape, which I saw covered with her light curls, those curls I had so often seen when Ada turned her back to me. Despite so much coldness, which to me seemed the very picture of her health, she remained pressed against me just as I had believed she was on the evening of my engagement, around the talking table. I said joyfully to Augusta, certainly making an effort to attend to her as well, "See how she has recovered? But where is Bastow?"
Can't you see?
asked Augusta, who was the only one of us who could manage to look down at the street. With an effort, we too leaned out and saw a great crowd advancing menacingly, howling. "But where is Bastow?" I asked once more. Then I saw him. It was he who was advancing, pursued by that crowd, an old beggar covered in a great tattered cloak of stiff brocade, his great head covered with a disordered white mane streaming in the air, his eyes bulging from their sockets and looking about anxiously with a gaze I had noticed in hunted animals, of fear and menace. And the crowd was howling, "Kill the plague spreader!" Then there was an interval of empty night, and then immediately Ada and I found ourselves alone on the steepest staircase in any of our 3 houses, the one leading to the attic of my villa. Ada was positioned a few steps higher, but turned towards me as I was in the act of climbing, while she seemed to want to come down. I was embracing her legs and she was bending towards me. I know not whether from weakness or to be closer to me. For a moment she seemed disfigured by her illness, but then, looking at her with longing, I managed to see her again as she had appeared at the window, beautiful and healthy. She said to me in her firm voice,
Go ahead of me, I'll follow right away.
I turned at once to go ahead of her, running, but not quickly enough to avoid glimpsing the door of my attic being opened ever so slowly. and there appeared the white-maned head of Bastow with that face of his, half fearful, half menacing. I saw also his unsteady legs and his poor, wretched body that the cloak could not manage to conceal. I managed to run away, but I do not know whether to go ahead of Ada or to flee from her. Now it seems that panting I woke in the night, and in my drowsiness recounted all or part of the dream to Augusta, only to fall back into a calmer and deeper sleep. I believe that in my half-consciousness I was blindly following the old desire to confess my transgressions. In the morning on Augusta's face there was the waxy pallor of great occasions. I remembered the dream perfectly, but not exactly what I had told her of it. With an air of pained resignation she said,
You feel unhappy because she is ill and has gone away, and that's why you dream about her.
I defended myself with laughter and mockery. It was not Ada who mattered to me, but Bastow, and I told her about my studies and the applications I had made of them. But I don't know if I managed to convince her. When one is caught out in a dream, it is hard to mount a defense. It is a very different matter from arriving home to one's wife, fresh as a daisy after having betrayed her in full consciousness. Besides, in the matter of Augusta's jealousy, I had nothing to lose, because she loved Ada so much that on that score her jealousy cast no shadow. And as for me, she treated me with a regard that was even more affectionate and was even more grateful for my slightest demonstration of feeling. A few days later, Guido returned from Bologna with the best of news. The director of the sanatorium guaranteed a definitive cure, provided Ada then found great tranquility at home. Guido reported the physician's prognosis with simplicity and considerable obliviousness, not realizing that in the Malfenti family, the verdict confirmed many suspicions about him. And I said to Augusta,
It looks as though I'm in for more kisses from your mother.
It seems that Guido did not find himself very comfortable in the house run by Aunt Maria. Sometimes he paced up and down the office, murmuring,
2 babies, 3 wet nurses, no wife.
He was also more often absent from the office because he vented his bad temper by raging against the animals when hunting and fishing. But when, towards the end of the year, we received news from Bologna that Ada was considered cured and was preparing to return home, it did not seem to me that he was particularly happy about it. Had he grown accustomed to Aunt Maria, or did he see so little of her that it was easy and pleasant to put up with her? With me, naturally, he did not manifest his displeasure except by expressing the doubt that perhaps Ada was in too much of a hurry to leave the sanatorium before having guarded against a relapse. Indeed, when she, after a short time and still in the course of that same winter, had to return to Bologna, he said to me triumphantly,
Didn't I say so?
I don't believe, however, that in his triumph there was any joy other than that which he so keenly felt at having been able to predict something. He did not wish Ada ill, but he would gladly have kept her in Bologna for a long time. When Ada returned, Augusta was confined to bed for the birth of my little Alfio, and on that occasion she was truly moving. She insisted that I go to the station with flowers and tell Ada she wanted to see her that very day. And if Ada could not come to her directly from the station, she asked me to return home immediately so that I could describe Ada to her and tell her whether her beauty, of which the family was so proud, had been fully restored. At the station there were Guido, Alberta, and I alone, because Signora Malfenti was spending most of her days with Augusta. On the platform, Guido tried to convince us of his great joy at Ada's arrival, but Alberta listened to him feigning great distraction, with the aim, as she later told me, of not having to reply. As for me, dissembling with Guido by now cost me little effort. I had grown accustomed to pretending not to notice his preference for Carmen, and I had never dared allude to his wrongs towards his wife. It was therefore not difficult for me to assume an attitude of attentiveness, as if I admired his joy at the return of his beloved wife. When the train pulled into the station at exactly noon, he went ahead of us to reach his wife as she descended. He took her in his arms and kissed her affectionately. I, seeing his back bent to kiss his shorter wife, thought, a fine actor. Then he took Ada by the hand and led her to us.
Here she is, won back to our affection.
Then he revealed himself for what he was, false and a dissembler. Because had he looked the poor woman more closely in the face, he would have realized that, rather than to our affection, she was being delivered to our indifference. Ada's face was badly reconstructed, because she had regained cheeks, but they were out of place, as if the flesh, when it returned, had forgotten where it belonged and had settled too low. They therefore had the appearance of swellings rather than cheeks, and the eye had returned to its socket, but no one had known how to repair the damage it had caused in leaving. It had displaced or destroyed certain precise and important lines. When we parted outside the station, in the blinding winter sun, I saw that the entire colouring of that face was no longer the one I had so loved. It had paled, and on the fleshy parts it reddened in little red patches. It seemed as if health no longer belonged to that face, and someone had merely managed to feign it there. I immediately told Augusta that Ada was beautiful, just as she had been as a girl, and Augusta was overjoyed. Then, after seeing her, to my surprise she confirmed several times, as if they were evident truths, my compassionate lies. She said,
"She is beautiful just as she was as a girl, and as my daughter will be."
One can see that a sister's eye is not very keen. For a long time I did not see Ada again. She had too many children, and so did we. Nevertheless, Ada and Augusta managed to see each other several times a week, but always at hours when I was out of the house. The time for the balance sheet was approaching, and I had a great deal to do. It was in fact the period of my life when I worked the most. Some days I stayed at my desk for as many as 10 hours. Guido had offered to provide me with an assistant accountant, but I would not hear of it. I had taken on a responsibility, and I had to fulfill it. I intended to compensate Guido for that ill-fated absence of mine lasting a month, and I also liked to demonstrate my diligence to Carmen, which could not be inspired by anything other than my affection for Guido. But as I proceeded to settle the accounts, I began to discover the heavy loss we had incurred in that first year of operations. Worried, I said a few words about it in private to Guido, but he, who was getting ready to leave for the hunt, would not listen.
You'll see it isn't as bad as you think, and besides, the year isn't over yet.
Indeed, there were still 8 full days left before the new year. So I confided in Augusta. At first she saw in the matter only the harm that might come to me. Women are always like that. But Augusta was extraordinary even among women when it came to lamenting her own loss. Wouldn't I end up, she asked, being held somewhat responsible for Guido's losses? She wanted a lawyer consulted immediately. In the meantime, I should separate myself from Guido and stop going to that office. It was not easy to convince her that I could not be held responsible for anything, since I was nothing more than an employee of Guido's. She maintained that a person who receives no fixed salary cannot be considered an employee, but something more like an owner. When she was thoroughly convinced, she naturally held to her opinion, because she then discovered that I would lose nothing if I stopped going to that office, where I would surely end up ruining my commercial reputation. Good heavens, my commercial reputation. I too agreed that it was important to save it, and however wrong she may have been in her arguments, we concluded that I had to do as she wished. She agreed that I should finish the balance sheet since I had started it, but then I would have to find a way to return to my little study, where no money was earned but none was lost either. But then I had a curious experience with myself. I was not able to abandon that activity of mine, despite having decided to do so. I was astonished. To understand matters properly, one must work with images. I then recalled that once in England the sentence of hard labour was carried out by hanging the convict above a water-powered wheel, thereby forcing the victim to move his legs in a certain rhythm or have them crushed. When one works, one always has the sense of a compulsion of that kind. It is true that when one doesn't work, the situation is the same, and I believe it correct to assert that the Olivi and I were always equally suspended. Only that I was suspended in such a way that I did not have to move my legs. Our situation did produce a different result, but I now know with certainty that it justified neither blame nor praise. In short, it depends on chance whether one is attached to a wheel that moves or to one that stands still. Getting off it is always difficult. For several days after closing the balance sheet, I continued going to the office even though I had decided not to go at all. I would leave the house uncertain I would take a direction that was almost always that of the office, and as I proceeded, that direction would become fixed until I found myself seated in the usual chair across from Guido. Fortunately, at a certain point I was asked not to leave my post, and I readily agreed, having in the meantime realized that I was nailed to it. By the 15th of January, my balance sheet was closed. A true disaster. We were closing with the loss of half the capital. Guido would not have wanted to show it to young Olivi for fear of some indiscretion, but I insisted, in the hope that the young man with his great experience might find some error that would change the whole picture. There might be some amount shifted from the debit side, where it belonged, to the credit side, and with a correction one might arrive at a significant difference. Smiling, Olivi promised Guido the utmost discretion, and then worked with me for an entire day. Unfortunately, he found no error. I must say that from that review done together, I learned a great deal, and that now I would know how to tackle and close balance sheets even more complex than that one. "And what will you do now?" asked the bespectacled young man before leaving. I already knew what he would suggest. My father, who had often spoken to me about commerce during my childhood, had already taught me. According to the laws in force, given the loss of half the capital, we should have liquidated the firm and possibly re-established it at once on a new basis. I let him repeat the advice. He added, "It's a formality." Then with a smile, "Failing to comply could prove expensive." That evening Guido too set about reviewing the balance sheet, to which he still could not resign himself. He did it without any method, checking this or that amount at random. I tried to interrupt that useless work and conveyed to him Olivi's advice to liquidate the operation immediately, but pro forma. Until then, Guido's face had been contracted with the effort of finding in those accounts the liberating error, a scowl complicated by the grimace of one who has a disgusting taste in his mouth. At my announcement, he raised his face, which smoothed itself in an effort of attention. He did not understand at once, but when he did, he immediately burst into hearty laughter. I interpreted the expression on his face thus: sour, acidic, so long as he was confronted by those figures that could not be altered; cheerful and resolute when the painful problem was pushed aside by a proposal that allowed him to regain his sense of being master and arbiter. He did not understand. It seemed to him the advice of an enemy. I explained that Olivi's advice had its value, especially because of the danger, which loomed obviously over the firm, of losing yet more money and going bankrupt. An eventual bankruptcy would be deemed culpable if, after this balance sheet, now recorded in our books, the measures advised by Olivi were not taken. And I added, "The penalty prescribed by our laws for culpable bankruptcy is prison." Guido's face turned so red that I feared he was threatened by a cerebral hemorrhage. He roared,
In that case, Olivi need not give me advice. If it should ever come to that, I would know how to resolve it on my own.
His decisiveness impressed me, and I had the feeling of being in the presence of a person perfectly conscious of his own responsibility. I lowered the tone of my voice. I then threw myself entirely onto his side, and forgetting that I had already presented Olivi's advice as worthy of consideration, I said to him, "That's what I objected to, Olivi, as well. The responsibility is yours, and we have no say in it when you decide something about the destiny of a firm that belongs to you and to your father." In truth, I had said this to my wife and not to Olivi, but in any case it was true that I had said it to someone. Now, having heard Guido's virile declaration, I would even have been capable of saying it to Olivi, because decisiveness and courage have always won me over. If I already so loved even the mere nonchalance that can result from those qualities, but also from other, far inferior ones. Since I wanted to report all his words to Augusta in order to reassure her, I pressed on. "You know that people say of me, and probably rightly, that I have no talent whatsoever for commerce. I can carry out whatever you order me to do, but I certainly cannot take responsibility for what you do." He agreed eagerly. He felt so comfortable in the role I was assigning him that he forgot his anguish over the bad balance sheet. He declared,
I am the sole person responsible. Everything bears my name, and I would not even permit anyone else to assume responsibilities alongside me.
This was perfectly fine for reporting back to Augusta, but went far beyond what I had asked. And one should have seen the look he assumed while making that declaration. Instead of a man half bankrupt, he resembled an apostle. He had settled comfortably upon his deficit, and from there became my lord and master. This time, as so many other times in the course of our life together, my surge of affection for him was stifled by his expressions revealing the preposterous esteem in which he held himself. He struck a false note. Yes, one really must put it that way. That great musician struck a false note. I asked him brusquely, "Would you like me to make a copy of the balance sheet for your father tomorrow?" For a moment I had been on the verge of making a far ruder declaration, telling him that immediately after the balance sheet was closed I would cease to frequent his office. I did not do so, not knowing how I would fill the many free hours that would remain. But my question served almost perfectly in place of the declaration I had swallowed back. In the meantime I had reminded him that he was not the sole master in that office. He seemed surprised by my words, because they struck him as inconsistent with what had until then been discussed, with my evident consent, and in the same tone as before he said,
I will tell you how that copy should be prepared.
I protested loudly. In my entire life I never shouted as much as I did with Guido, because at times he seemed deaf. I declared to him that in law there also exists a responsibility of the accountant, and I was not prepared to pass off whimsical groupings of figures as accurate copies. He paled and acknowledged that I was right, but added that he was the master and could order that no extracts from his books be given out at all. In this I willingly acknowledged he was right, and then, reassured, he declared that he would write to his father himself. He seemed ready to sit down and write at once, but then changed his mind and proposed that we go out and get a breath of air. I wanted to oblige him. I supposed he had not yet fully digested the balance sheet and wanted to move about to force it down. The walk reminded me of that night after my engagement. There was no moon because there was a great deal of fog up above, but down below it was the same, because we walked confidently through clear air. Guido, too, recalled that memorable evening.
It's the first time we've walked together again at night. Remember? You explained to me then that even on the moon people kissed, just as they do down here. But now on the moon they continue the eternal kiss. I am sure of it, even though tonight we cannot see it. But down here, on the other hand.
Was he about to speak ill of Ada again? Of the poor invalid? I interrupted him, but gently, almost as if joining him. Hadn't I accompanied him in order to help him forget?
True. Down here one cannot always kiss. Up there, after all, there's only the image of a kiss. A kiss is above all movement.
I was trying to steer away from all his grievances, the balance sheet and Ada both. And indeed I managed in time to suppress a phrase I had been about to utter, namely that up there the kiss did not produce twins. But he, to free himself from the balance sheet, could find nothing better than to bemoan his other misfortunes. As I had sensed, he spoke ill of Ada. He began by regretting that his first year of marriage had been so disastrous. He did not speak of the two twins, who were so dear and beautiful, but of Ada's illness. He thought her illness made her irascible, jealous, and at the same time unaffectionate. He ended by exclaiming disconsolately,
Life is unjust and hard.
It seemed to me absolutely forbidden for me to say a single word that implied a judgment between him and Ada, but I felt I ought to say something. He had ended up speaking about life and had slapped two predicates on it that did not err on the side of excessive originality. I came up with something better precisely because I had set about critiquing what he had said. So often one says things following the sound of words as they chance to associate. Then, as soon as one examines whether what was said was worth the breath spent on it, one sometimes discovers that the chance association has given birth to an idea. I said,
Life is neither ugly nor beautiful, but it is original.
When I thought about it, I felt I had said something important. Described thus, life seemed so new to me that I stood gazing at it as if I were seeing it for the first time, with its gaseous, fluid, and solid bodies. Had I described it to someone who was not accustomed to it and therefore lacked our common sense, he would have stood breathless before the enormous construction devoid of purpose. He would have asked me,
But how have you endured it?
and having been informed of every particular detail, from those celestial bodies hanging up there to be seen but not touched, down to the mystery that surrounds death, he would certainly have exclaimed, "Most original!"
Life is original,
said Guido, laughing.
Where did you read that?
I did not trouble to assure him I had not read it anywhere, because otherwise my words would have had less importance for him. But the more I thought about it, the more original I found life. And one did not need to come from outside to see it put together in so bizarre a fashion. It was enough to remember all that we men have expected from life, to see it as so strange that one reached the conclusion that perhaps man was placed in it by mistake and does not belong to it. Without having agreed on the direction of our walk, we had ended up, as the other time, on the steep slope of Via Belvedere. Having found the low wall on which he had stretched out that night, Guido climbed up and lay down upon it just as he had done before. He was humming, perhaps still oppressed by his thoughts, and certainly meditating on the inexorable figures in his accounts. I instead recalled that in that very spot I had wanted to kill him, and comparing my feelings of that time with those of the present, I admired once more the incomparable originality of life. But suddenly I remembered that shortly before, and out of a fit of ambitious pique, I had raged against poor Guido, and on one of the worst days of his life. I devoted myself to an investigation. I was attending without great pain to the torture being inflicted on Guido by the balance sheet I had put together with such care, and from this there came a curious doubt, and immediately after a most curious memory. The doubt: was I good or wicked? The memory suddenly provoked by the doubt, which was not new. I saw myself as a small boy, dressed, I am certain of it, still in short skirts, raising my face to ask my smiling mother, "Am I good or bad?" At that time the doubt must have been inspired in the child by the many people who had called him good, and the many others who, in jest, had called him bad. It was not at all surprising that the child should have been perplexed by that dilemma. Oh, incomparable originality of life! It was marvelous that the doubt it had already inflicted upon the child in so childish a form had not been resolved by the adult who had already passed the middle of his life. In the dark night, on that very spot where I had once already wanted to kill, that doubt anguished me deeply. Certainly the child, when he had felt that doubt wandering in his head only recently freed from its bonnet, had not suffered so much, because children are told that one can be cured of wickedness. To free myself from such anguish, I wanted to believe that again, and I succeeded. Had I not succeeded, I would have had to weep for myself, for Guido, and for our most sorrowful life. The resolution renewed the illusion. The resolution to stand beside Guido and to collaborate with him in the development of his business, on which depended his life and the lives of his family, and this without any profit to myself. I glimpsed the possibility of running about, scheming and studying for him, and I admitted the possibility of becoming, in order to help him, a great, enterprising, brilliant businessman. That is precisely what I thought on that dark evening, in this most original of lives. Guido, meanwhile, had stopped thinking about the balance sheet. He left his perch and seemed calmer. As if he had drawn a conclusion from a line of reasoning of which I knew nothing. He told me that he would say nothing to his father, because otherwise the poor old man would have undertaken that enormous journey from his summer sun to our winter fog. He then told me that the loss at first glance seemed large, but that it was not really so great if he did not have to bear it all alone. He would ask Ada to shoulder half of it, and in return he would grant her a share of the following year's profits. The other half of the loss he would bear himself. I said nothing. I also thought that I was forbidden to give advice, because otherwise I would have ended up doing what I absolutely did not want, setting myself up as a judge between the two spouses. Besides, at that moment I was so full of good resolutions that it seemed to me Ada would be making a good investment by participating in an enterprise directed by us. I accompanied Guido to his front door and pressed his hand at length, silently renewing the resolution to care for him. Then I tried to say something kind and ended up finding this phrase.
May your twins have a good night and let you sleep because you certainly need rest.
Walking away, I bit my lip at the regret of not having found something better. But I knew that the twins, now that each had his own wet nurse, were sleeping half a kilometre from him and could not have disturbed his rest. In any case, he had understood the intention behind the wish, because he had accepted it gratefully. Arriving home, I found that Augusta had retired to the bedroom with the children. Alfio was at her breast, while Antonia slept in her little bed, her curly nape turned towards us. I had to explain the reason for my lateness, and therefore told her also about the expedient Guido had devised for freeing himself from his liabilities. To Augusta, Guido's proposal seemed unworthy.
In Ada's place, I would refuse,
she exclaimed with violence, though in a low voice so as not to startle the infant. Guided by my resolutions of goodness, I argued.
And so, if I fell into the same difficulties as Guido, you wouldn't help me.
She laughed.
That's quite different. Between the two of us, we would see what would be most advantageous for them.
And she gestured towards the baby she held in her arms and towards Antonia. Then, after a moment of reflection, she continued.
And if we were now to advise Ada to put her money into continuing that business, of which you will shortly no longer be a part, wouldn't we then be obliged to indemnify her if she lost it?
It was the idea of an ignoramus, but in my new altruism I exclaimed,
And why not?
But can't you see that we have 2 children to think about?
Could I see them? The question was a rhetorical figure truly devoid of meaning.
And don't they have 2 children as well?
I asked triumphantly. She burst into loud laughter, startling Alfio, who let go of her breast to cry at once. She attended to him, still laughing, and I accepted her laughter as if I had won it with my wit, whereas in truth, at the moment I had asked that question, I had felt a great love stirring in my breast for the parents of all children and the children of all parents. Having laughed about it, nothing remained of that affection. But also the torment of not knowing myself to be essentially good was mitigated. It seemed to me that I had solved the anguishing problem. One was neither good nor bad, just as one was not many other things besides. Goodness was the light that in flashes and at intervals illuminated the dark human soul. What was needed was the burning torch to give the light. In my soul there had been one, and sooner or later it would surely return. And the thinking being could choose his direction by that light, and then move on in the darkness. One could therefore show oneself good, truly good, always good, and that was what mattered. When the light returned, it would not surprise and would not dazzle. I would have blown it out first, since I had no need of it, because I would have known how to keep the resolution, that is, the direction. The resolution of goodness is placid and practical, and I was now calm and cool, curious. The excess of goodness had made me excessive in my esteem of myself and my power. What could I do for Guido? It was true that in his office I towered above the others as much as old Olivi towered above me in my office. But that did not prove much. And to be truly practical, what would I advise Guido the following day? Perhaps one of my inspirations? But not even at the gaming table did one follow inspirations when playing with someone else's money. To keep a commercial house alive, one must create daily work for it, and this can be achieved only by working every hour on an organization. It was not I who could do such a thing, nor did it seem right to subject myself by force of goodness to a sentence of lifelong boredom. Yet I felt the impression made upon me by my surge of goodness as an obligation I had taken on towards Guido, and I could not fall asleep. I sighed deeply several times and once even groaned, certainly at the moment when it seemed to me I was obligated to bind myself to Guido's office as Olivi was bound to mine. In her drowsiness, Augusta murmured,
What's the matter? Have you been quarrelling with Olivi again?
there was the idea I had been searching for. I would advise Guido to take on young Olivi as his director. That very serious and industrious young man, whom I so reluctantly saw in my own affairs because he seemed to be preparing to succeed his father in their management and thereby keep me permanently out of them, evidently belonged to everyone's advantage in Guido's office. By giving him a position in his firm, Guido would save himself, and young Olivi would be more useful in that office than in mine. The idea exhilarated me, and I woke Augusta to share it with her. She too was so enthusiastic that she woke up completely. It seemed to her that this way I could more easily extricate myself from Guido's compromising affairs. I fell asleep with a clear conscience. I had found a way to save Guido without condemning myself. Quite the opposite, in fact. There is nothing more disgusting than seeing a piece of advice rejected. Advice that has been sincerely worked out with an effort that cost hours of sleep. On my part, there had been yet another effort, that of stripping myself of the illusion that I could personally benefit Guido's affairs. An immense effort. I had first arrived at a genuine goodness, then at absolute objectivity, and I was being sent packing. Guido rejected my advice with outright disdain. He did not consider young Olivi capable, and besides he disliked his appearance as a prematurely old young man, and still more he disliked those spectacles gleaming so brightly on his pallid face. The arguments were truly such as to make me believe that the only substantive one was the desire to spite me. He ended by telling me that he would accept as the head of his office not the young but the old Olivi. But I did not think I could procure him old Olivi's collaboration. And furthermore, I did not consider myself ready to assume the direction of my own affairs at a moment's notice. I made the mistake of arguing, and I told him that old Olivi was not worth much. I told him how much money his stubbornness in not wanting to buy that particular dried fruit in time had cost me.
Well then,
exclaimed Guido,
if the old man isn't worth more than that, what can the young one be worth? He who is nothing but his pupil.
At last a good argument, and all the more disagreeable for me in that I had furnished it myself with my imprudent chatter. A few days later, Augusta told me that Guido had proposed to Ada that she bear with her money half the loss shown in the balance sheet. Ada refused, telling Augusta,
He betrays me and wants my money too.
Augusta had not had the courage to advise her to give it to him, but assured me she had done her best to dissuade Ada from her judgment of her husband's faithfulness. Ada had replied in a way that suggested she knew more on that subject than we supposed, and Augusta reasoned with me thus. For one's husband, one must be ready to make any sacrifice. But did that axiom hold even for Guido? In the days that followed, Guido's behavior became truly extraordinary. He came to the office from time to time and never stayed more than half an hour. He would run out as if he had forgotten his handkerchief at home. I later learned that he was going to bring new arguments to Ada that seemed to him decisive for inducing her to do as he wished. He truly had the look of a person who had wept too much, or shouted too much, or had actually been fighting, and not even in our presence could he manage to master the emotion that constricted his throat and brought tears to his eyes. I asked him what was the matter. He answered with a sad smile, but a friendly one, to show me that his trouble was not with me. Then he collected himself in order to speak to me without becoming too agitated. Finally, he said a few words. Ada was making him suffer with her jealousy. So he was telling me that they were arguing over their intimate affairs, while I well knew that there was also that business of the profit and loss account between them. But it seemed as if that had no importance. He said so, and Ada too said so to Augusta, speaking to her of nothing but her jealousy. Even the violence of those arguments, which left such deep traces on Guido's face, suggested they were telling the truth. But then it turned out that between the two spouses, nothing was discussed except the question of money. Ada, out of pride, and however much she was driven by her passionate sorrows, had never mentioned them. And Guido, perhaps from consciousness of his guilt, and however much he felt that in Ada the fury of the betrayed woman raged, continued to discuss business as if the rest did not exist. He exerted himself more and more to chase after that money, while she, who was not in the least touched by business matters, protested against Guido's proposal with a single argument. The money must be kept for the children. And when he found other arguments, her peace of mind, the advantage that would accrue to the children themselves from his work, the security of being in compliance with legal requirements, she nailed him with a hard no. This exasperated Guido, and, as with the children, also his desire. But both of them, when speaking of it to others, believed they were being accurate in asserting that they suffered from love and jealousy. It was a kind of misunderstanding that prevented me from intervening in time to put an end to the vexing question of money. I could have proved to Guido that it effectively lacked importance. As an accountant, I am somewhat slow and do not understand things until I have distributed them in the books, black on white. But I believe I understood fairly quickly that the payment Guido was demanding from Ada would not have greatly changed matters. What purpose was served, in fact, by having money paid in? The loss thereby did not appear any smaller, unless Ada accepted throwing the money into those accounts, which Guido was not asking. The law would certainly not be fooled into finding that, after having lost so much, one wished to risk a bit more by bringing new capital into the enterprise. One morning, Guido did not appear at the office, which surprised us because we knew he had not gone hunting the previous evening. At lunch, I learned from Augusta, shaken and agitated, that Guido had the evening before attempted to take his own life. He was now out of danger. I must confess that the news, which seemed tragic to Augusta, made me angry. He had resorted to that drastic measure to break his wife's resistance. I also learned at once that he had done it with every precaution, because before taking the morphine, he had let her see the unstoppered bottle in his hand. So that at the first torpor into which he fell, Ada called the doctor, and he was immediately out of danger. Ada had spent a horrible night because the doctor felt obliged to express reservations about the outcome of the poisoning, and then her agitation was prolonged by Guido, who, when he came round, perhaps not yet fully conscious, overwhelmed her with reproaches, calling her his enemy, his persecutor, the one who prevented him from the healthy work to which he wished to devote himself. Ada immediately granted him the loan he was asking for, but then, finally intending to defend herself, she spoke plainly and made all the reproaches she had so long held back. Thus they came to an understanding because he managed, so Augusta believed, to dispel in Ada every suspicion about his faithfulness. He was forceful, and when she spoke to him about Carmen, he shouted,
"You're jealous of her? Very well, if you wish, I'll dismiss her this very day."
Ada had not replied, and she believed that in this way she had accepted that proposal, and that he had committed himself to it. I was amazed that Guido had managed to behave so well in his drowsiness, and I went so far as to believe that he had not even swallowed the small dose of morphine he claimed. It seemed to me that one of the effects of the clouding of the brain through sleep was to loosen the most hardened soul and lead it to the most ingenuous confessions. Had I not recently undergone such an adventure myself? This increased my indignation and my contempt for Guido. Augusta wept as she described the state in which she had found Ada. No, Ada was no longer beautiful, with those eyes that seemed flung open by terror. Between me and my wife there was a long discussion about whether I should immediately pay a visit to Guido and Ada, or whether it would not be better to pretend to know nothing and wait to see him again at the office. To me the visit seemed an unbearable nuisance. Seeing him, how could I refrain from telling him what I thought? I said, "It is a deed unworthy of a man. I have not the slightest desire to kill myself, but there is no doubt that if I decided to do it, I would succeed at once." I truly felt this way and wanted to say it to Augusta. But it seemed to me I was paying Guido too great an honor by comparing him to myself. "One needn't be a chemist to know how to destroy this organism of ours, which is all too sensitive. Isn't there almost every week in our city the seamstress who swallows the phosphorus solution prepared in secret in her poor little room? And from that rudimentary poison, despite every intervention, is carried off to death with her little face still contorted from physical pain and from the moral suffering endured by her innocent little soul." Augusta would not admit that the soul of the suicidal seamstress was all that innocent, but having made a mild protest, she returned to her effort to induce me to pay that visit. She told me I need not fear finding myself embarrassed. She had also spoken with Guido, who had treated her with such serenity as if he had committed the most ordinary of acts. I left the house without giving Augusta the satisfaction of showing myself persuaded by her arguments. After a slight hesitation, I set off to comply with my wife's wishes. Short as the journey was, the rhythm of my steps led me to a softening of my judgment of Guido. I recalled the direction shown me by the light that a few days earlier had illuminated my soul. Guido was a child to whom I had promised my indulgence. If he did not manage to kill himself first, he too, sooner or later, would arrive at maturity. The maid showed me into a small room that must have been Ada's study. The day was dark, and the little room, with its single window covered by a thick curtain, was dim. On the wall hung the portraits of Ada's and Guido's parents. I stayed there only briefly because the maid returned to call me and led me to Guido and Ada in their bedroom. This was spacious and bright even on that day, thanks to its 2 ample windows and its light wallpaper and furniture. Guido lay in his bed with his head bandaged, and Ada was seated beside him. Guido received me without the slightest embarrassment, indeed with the liveliest gratitude. He seemed drowsy, but to greet me, and then give me his instructions, he managed to rouse himself and appear fully awake. Then he sank back onto his pillow and closed his eyes. Did he remember that he was supposed to simulate the great effects of morphine? In any case, he inspired pity, not anger, and I felt very good. I did not look at Ada at once. I was afraid of the physiognomy of Bastow. When I looked at her, I had a pleasant surprise because I had expected worse. Her eyes were truly enlarged beyond all measure, but the swellings that on her face had replaced her cheeks had vanished, and to me she seemed more beautiful. She wore a wide red gown, closed up to her chin, in which her poor little body was lost. There was something very chaste about her, and because of those eyes, something very severe. I could not entirely clarify my feelings, but I truly thought that beside me stood a woman who resembled the Ada I had loved. At a certain moment, Guido opened his eyes wide, drew from under the pillow a check on which I immediately saw Ada's signature, handed it to me, asked me to cash it and credit the amount to an account I was to open in Ada's name.
In the name of Ada Malfenti or Ada Speyer?
He asked Ada jokingly. She shrugged and said,
You two will know what's best.
I'll tell you later how to make the other entries,
added Guido with a brevity that offended me. I was on the point of interrupting his drowsiness, into which he had immediately sunk again, by declaring that if he wanted entries made, he could make them himself. Meanwhile, a large cup of black coffee was brought in, which Ada handed to him. He drew his arms out from under the covers, and with both hands raised the cup to his mouth. Now, with his nose in the cup, he looked just like a child. When I took my leave, he assured me that the next day he would come to the office. I had already said goodbye to Ada, and was therefore not a little surprised when she caught up with me at the front door. She was breathless.
Please, Zeno, come in here for a moment. I need to tell you something.
I followed her into the little sitting room where I had been shortly before, and from which could now be heard the crying of one of the twins. We stood facing each other. She was still panting, and for this reason, only for this, I thought for a moment that she had brought me into that dark little room to ask me for the love I had once offered her. In the darkness, her large eyes were terrible. Full of anguish, I asked myself what I ought to do. Would it not be my duty to take her in my arms and thus spare her having to ask me anything? In a single instant, what a succession of resolutions. It is one of the great difficulties of life to divine what a woman wants. Listening to her words is useless, because an entire speech can be annulled by a single look, and not even that can guide us when one finds oneself with her, by her own will, in a comfortable, dark little room. Not knowing how to divine her, I tried to understand myself. What was my desire? Did I want to kiss those eyes and that skeletal body? I could not give a decisive answer, because a moment before I had seen her in the severe chastity of that soft dressing gown, as desirable as the girl I had once loved. Meanwhile, tears had joined her breathlessness, and so the time was drawn out in which I did not know what she wanted or what I desired. Finally, in a broken voice, she told me once more of her love for Guido, so that I no longer had towards her either duties or rights. She stammered.
Augusta told me you want to leave Guido and no longer concern yourself with his affairs. I must beg you to continue to assist him. I do not believe he is capable of managing on his own.
She was asking me to continue doing what I was already doing. It was little, very little, and I tried to offer more.
Since you want it, I shall continue to assist Guido. Indeed, I shall do my utmost to assist him more effectively than I have done so far.
And there again was the exaggeration. I noticed it at the very moment I fell into it, but I could not renounce it. I wanted to tell Ada, or perhaps to lie to her, that she mattered to me. She did not want my love, but my support, and I spoke in such a way that she might believe I was ready to grant her both. Ada seized my hand at once. I felt a shiver. A woman offers so much by extending her hand. I have always felt this. When a hand was granted to me, I seemed to grasp an entire woman. I felt her stature, and in the evident comparison between mine and hers, it seemed to me I was performing an act resembling an embrace. It was certainly an intimate contact. She added,
I must go back to Bologna, to the sanatorium, and it will be a great comfort to know you are with him.
I shall stay with him,
I replied with a look of resignation. Ada must have believed that my air of resignation signified the sacrifice I was consenting to make for her. Instead, I was resigning myself to returning to a very, very ordinary life, since she had no intention of following me into the extraordinary one I had dreamed of. I made an effort to descend fully to earth and immediately discovered in my mind a not simple accounting problem. I had to credit Ada's account with the amount of the check I had in my pocket. That was clear. What was not at all clear was how such an entry would affect the profit and loss account. I said nothing about it, for fear that perhaps Ada did not know there existed in this world a ledger containing accounts of such varied nature. But I did not want to leave that room without having said something more. And so, instead of speaking of bookkeeping, I said a sentence that at that moment I tossed off negligently just to say something, but which I later felt to be of great importance for me, for Ada, and for Guido, but first of all for myself, because I compromised myself once again. So important was that sentence that for many years I remembered how, with a careless movement, I had moved my lips to speak it in that dark little room, in the presence of the 4 portraits of Ada's and Guido's parents, who had also married one another upon the wall. I said,
You ended up marrying a man even more eccentric than me, Ada.
How a word can bridge time. The word itself becomes an event that links to other events. It became an event, a tragic event, because it was directed at Ada. In my thought, I could never have evoked with such vividness the hour in which Ada had chosen between me and Guido on that sunlit street where, after days of waiting, I had managed to meet her, to walk beside her and exert myself to win her laughter, which I foolishly welcomed as a promise. And I also remembered that already then I was rendered inferior by the awkwardness of my leg muscles, while Guido moved with even more ease than Ada herself, and was marked by no inferiority, unless one considered as such that strange walking stick he had taken to carrying. She said in a low voice,
It's true.
Then smiling affectionately,
But I am glad for Augusta that you turned out to be so much better than I believed.
Then with a sigh,
So much so that it somewhat lessens the pain that Guido is not what I expected.
I kept silent, still uncertain. It seemed to me she had told me that I had become what she had expected Guido to become. Was it then love? And she said again,
You are the best man in our family, our trust, our hope.
She seized my hand again, and I pressed it perhaps too hard. She withdrew it so quickly, however, that all doubt was dispelled. And in that dark little room I knew once more how I must behave. Perhaps to soften her gesture, she sent me another caress.
And it's because I know you to be such a man that I grieve so much for having made you suffer. Did you really suffer so much?
I immediately plunged my gaze into the darkness of my past to find that pain again, and murmured.
Yes.
Little by little I remembered Guido's violin, and then how they would have thrown me out of that parlour if I had not clung to Augusta, and then again the Malfenti drawing room, where around the Louis XIV table one made love while from the other table one watched. Suddenly I also remembered Carla, because with her too Ada had been present. Then I heard vividly Carla's voice telling me that I belonged to my wife, that is, to Ada. I repeated, as tears rose to my eyes. Very much, yes, very much. Ada was positively sobbing.
I am so sorry, so sorry.
She made an effort and said,
But now you love Augusta.
A sob interrupted her for an instant, and I started, not knowing whether she had paused to hear me affirm or deny that love. Fortunately, she did not give me time to speak because she continued.
Now between us two there is and there must be a true fraternal affection. I need you. For that boy in there, from now on I shall have to be a mother. I shall have to protect him. Will you help me in my difficult task?
In her great emotion she was almost leaning against me, as in the dream. But I held to her words. She was asking me for a fraternal affection. The bond of love that I thought tied me to her was thus transformed into another right of hers, and so I immediately promised to help Guido, to help her, to do whatever she wished. Had I been calmer, I should have spoken of my inadequacy for the task she was assigning me, but I would have destroyed all the unforgettable emotion of that moment. Besides, I was so moved that I could not feel my inadequacy. At that moment, I thought that inadequacies did not exist at all for anyone. Even Guido's could be blown away with a few words that gave him the necessary enthusiasm. Ada accompanied me to the landing and remained there, leaning against the banister, watching me descend. Carla had always done the same. But it was strange that Ada should do it. Ada, who loved Guido. And I was so grateful to her that before passing to the second flight of stairs, I raised my head once more to see her and greet her. That is what one does in love, but, as one could see, also when it was a matter of fraternal love. And so I left in a state of happiness. She had accompanied me to that landing and no further. There were no more doubts. Things stood thus. I had loved her, and now I loved Augusta. But my old love gave her the right to my devotion. She, for her part, continued to love that boy, but reserved for me a great fraternal affection, and not only because I had married her sister, but to compensate me for the suffering she had caused me, which constituted a secret bond between us. All this was very sweet, of a flavour rare in this life. Could not so much sweetness give me a kind of health? Indeed, that day I walked without awkwardness and without pain. I felt magnanimous and strong, and in my heart a feeling of security that was new to me. I forgot that I had betrayed my wife, and in the most disgraceful way at that, or else I resolved not to do so again, which amounts to the same thing, and I truly felt myself to be what Ada wanted me to be, the best man in the family. When all that heroism grew faint, I would have liked to revive it, but in the meantime, Ada had left for Bologna, and every effort I made to draw a new stimulus from what she had already said to me proved vain. Yes, I would do what little I could for Guido, but such a resolution did not increase either the air in my lungs or the blood in my veins. For Ada there remained in my heart a great new sweetness, renewed every time she, in her letters to Augusta, remembered me with an affectionate word. I returned her affection from my heart and accompanied her cure with my best wishes. If only she could succeed in winning back all her health and all her beauty. The following day Guido came to the office and immediately set about studying the entries he wished to make. He proposed,
Let us now transfer the profit and loss account in equal halves to Ada's account.
This was exactly what he wanted, and it served no purpose. Had I been the indifferent executor of his will, as I had been until a few days before, I would simply have made those entries and thought no more about it. Instead, I felt the duty of telling him everything. It seemed to me I was spurring him to work by letting him know that it was not so easy to erase the loss they had incurred. I explained that, as far as I knew, Ada had given that money so that it would be placed to her credit in her account, and this no longer happened if we offset it by shoving in, on the other side, half the loss from the balance sheet. Then, that the portion of the loss he wanted to transfer to his own account already belonged there, and indeed the whole loss would have belonged there. But this was not its annulment, merely its acknowledgement. I had thought about it so much that it was easy for me to explain it all, and I concluded,
Assuming we were to end up, God forbid, in the circumstances foreseen by Olivier, the loss would still be evident from our books the moment they were examined by an experienced expert.
He stared at me, astonished. He knew enough about bookkeeping to understand me, yet he could not grasp it, because desire prevented him from accepting the obvious. Then I added, to make him see everything clearly.
You see, there was no purpose in Ada making that deposit.
When he finally understood, he turned very pale and began nervously gnawing his nails. He sat dazed, but tried to master himself, and with that comical manner of a commander, he ordered that those entries be made regardless, adding,
To relieve you of all responsibility, I am prepared to write in the books myself and even to sign.
I understood. He wanted to go on dreaming in a place where there is no room for dreams, the double entry system. I remembered what I had promised myself there on the steep slope of Via Belvedere, and then what I had promised Ada in the dark little sitting room of her house, and I spoke generously.
I shall make the entries you want at once. I feel no need to be protected by your signature. I am here to help you, not to obstruct you.
He pressed my hand affectionately.
Life is difficult,
he said,
and it is a great comfort for me to have a friend like you at my side.
We looked into each other's eyes with emotion. His were shining. To escape the emotion that threatened me as well, I said, laughing,
Life isn't difficult. It's very original.
And he too laughed heartily. Then he stayed at my side to see how I would close out that profit and loss account. It was done in a few minutes. That account died, but it dragged into nothingness also Ada's account, for which, however, we recorded the credit in a small notebook, in case all other evidence should disappear following some catastrophe, and so as to have proof that we owed her interest. The other half of the profit and loss account went to swell the already considerable debit balance of Guido's account. By their nature, accountants are a species of animal much disposed to irony. Making those entries, I thought,
one account, the one titled Profit and Loss, had been murdered. The other, Ada's, had died a natural death because we could not manage to keep it alive. And meanwhile we could not kill Guido's account, which, being that of a doubtful debtor, kept as it was a veritable open tomb in our enterprise.
Bookkeeping continued to be discussed for a long time in that office. Guido struggled to find some other way that might better protect him from possible snares, as he called them, of the law. I believe he also consulted some accountant, because one day he came to the office to propose that we destroy the old books after making new ones in which we would record a fictitious sale to any name at all, and that person would then appear to have paid with the sum lent by Ada. It was painful to have to disillusion him, because he had rushed to the office animated by such hope. He was proposing a falsification that truly repelled me. Until now we had done nothing but shift realities around, threatening to harm someone who had implicitly given her consent. Now, instead, he wanted to invent movements of merchandise. I too could see that this way, and only this way, could one erase every trace of the loss incurred. But at what a price? One also had to invent the name of the buyer, or obtain the consent of whomever we wished to make appear as such. I had nothing against seeing the books destroyed, books I had written with such care, but it was vexing to have to write new ones. I raised objections that ended by convincing Guido. An invoice is not easily simulated. One would also need to know how to forge documents proving the existence and ownership of the merchandise. He abandoned his plan, but the following day he turned up at the office with another plan that also involved the destruction of the old books. Tired of seeing every other piece of work obstructed by such discussions, I protested.
Seeing how much you think about it, one would believe you were actually preparing for bankruptcy. Otherwise, what importance can such a small reduction in your capital have? Up to now, no one has the right to look at your books. What we must do now is work, and not waste time on nonsense.
He confided to me that the thought was his obsession. And how could it have been otherwise? With a bit of bad luck, he could blunder straight into that criminal penalty and end up in prison. From my legal studies, I knew that Olivier had set out with great accuracy what the duties were of a merchant who had produced such a balance sheet. But to free both Guido and myself from that obsession, I advised him to consult some lawyer friend. He told me he had already done so. That is, he had not gone to a lawyer expressly for that purpose, because he did not wish to confide even to a lawyer that secret of his. But he had drawn out a lawyer friend with whom he had found himself while hunting. He knew, therefore, that Olivier had neither erred nor exaggerated. Unfortunately. Seeing the futility of it, he stopped making discoveries for falsifying his books. But this did not restore his calm. Every time he came to the office, his face darkened at the sight of his ledgers. He confided to me one day that upon entering our room he felt as though he were in the anteroom of prison and wanted to run away. One day he asked me,
Does Augusta know everything about our balance sheet?
I blushed, because in his question I thought I detected a reproach. But obviously, if Ada knew about the balance sheet, Augusta could know about it too. I did not think of this at once, however. Instead, it seemed to me that I deserved the reproach he intended to level at me. And so I murmured,
She must have heard it from Ada, or perhaps from Alberta, whom Ada will have told.
I could see all the streams that might have led to Augusta, and it did not seem to me that in saying this I was denying she had got it all from the primary source, that is, from me, but rather asserting that it would have been useless for me to keep silent. What a pity. If instead I had immediately confessed that I had no secrets from Augusta, I would have felt so much more loyal and honest. Such a trifling thing, the concealment of an act that it would have been better to confess and proclaim innocent, is enough to encumber the most sincere friendship. I record here, although it had no importance whatsoever either for Guido or for my story, the fact that a few days later, that chatterbox of a broker with whom we had dealt over the copper sulfate stopped me in the street and, looking at me from below, as his short stature obliged him to do, a stature he knew how to exaggerate by crouching on his legs, said to me ironically, "They say you've made some more fine deals like the sulfate one." Then, seeing me turn pale, he shook my hand and added, "For my part, I wish you the very best in business. I trust you won't doubt that." And he left me. I suppose that our affairs had been reported to him by his daughter, who attended the same class at the Liceo as little Anna. I did not relay the minor indiscretion to Guido. My chief task was to shield him from needless anxieties. I was surprised that Guido took no steps regarding Carmen, since I knew he had formally promised his wife to dismiss her. I believed Ada would return home after a few months, as she had the first time. But instead, without passing through Trieste, she went to stay at a small villa on Lake Maggiore, where shortly afterwards Guido brought the children to her. On his return from that trip, and I do not know whether he had remembered his promise on his own or whether Ada had reminded him of it, he asked me if it might not be possible to employ Carmen in my office, that is, in Olivier's. I already knew that every position in that office was filled, but since Guido entreated me so warmly, I agreed to go and speak to my administrator about it. By a fortunate chance, one of Olivier's clerks was leaving right around that time, but his salary was lower than what had been granted to Carmen in recent months with great liberality by Guido, who, in my opinion, had his women paid out of the general expenses account. Old Olivier inquired of me about Carmen's abilities and, however glowing a report I gave him, offered only to take her on at the same terms as the departing clerk. I relayed this to Guido, who, distressed and embarrassed, scratched his head.
How can one offer her a lower salary than what she's earning? Couldn't you persuade Olivier to at least match what she already has?
I knew this was impossible, and besides, Olivier was not in the habit of considering himself married to his employees as we did. When he discovered that Carmen had earned even a crown less than the salary she had been given, he would have cut it without mercy. And so things ended up staying as they were. Olivie never received, and never even asked for a definitive answer, and Carmen continued to roll her beautiful eyes in our office. Between Ada and me there was a secret, and it remained important precisely because it remained a secret. She wrote assiduously to Augusta, but never told her about the explanations she and I had had, nor about having commended Guido to my care. I too said nothing. One day Augusta showed me a letter from Ada that concerned me. She first asked after my health and ended by appealing to my kindness to tell her something about how Guido's business was going. I was unsettled when I heard she was addressing herself to me, and I grew calm again when I saw that, as usual, she was addressing me only to inquire about Guido. Once again I had nothing to dare. In agreement with Augusta and without telling Guido, I wrote to Ada myself. I sat down at the table with the intention of writing her a genuine business letter, and informed her that I was very pleased with how Guido was now managing his affairs, that is, with diligence and prudence. This was true, or at least I was pleased with him that day, since he had managed to make some money by selling merchandise that had been stored in the city for several months. It was also true that he seemed more assiduous, though he still went hunting and fishing every week. I was happy to exaggerate my praise because it seemed to me this would help Ada's recovery. I reread the letter and it did not satisfy me. Something was missing. Ada had turned to me, and she surely wanted news of me as well. It would therefore have been discourteous of me not to give her any. And little by little, I remember it as if it were happening now. I felt embarrassed at that table, as if I found myself once again face to face with Ada in that dark little room. Should I press tightly the small hand offered to me? I wrote, but then had to redo the letter because I had let slip words that were positively compromising. I yearned to see her again, and hoped she would regain all her health and all her beauty. This, however, meant seizing by the waist the woman who had offered me only her hand. My duty was to clasp only that small hand, to clasp it gently and lingeringly, to signify that I understood everything, everything that must never be spoken aloud. I shall not recount all the phrases I reviewed in search of something that might substitute for that long, gentle, significant handclasp, but only those I eventually wrote. I spoke at length about old age bearing down upon me. I could not remain still for a moment without growing older. With every circuit of my blood, something was added to my bones and my veins that signified old age. Every morning when I awoke, the world appeared a shade grayer, and I did not notice because everything remained in harmony. There was not a single brushstroke of the previous day's color left in that day, otherwise I would have spotted it and the regret would have driven me to despair. I remember very well that I sent the letter with complete satisfaction. I had not compromised myself in the least with those words. Yet it also seemed certain to me that if Ada's thoughts were the same as mine, she would have understood that loving handclasp. It required little acumen to divine that the long disquisition on old age meant nothing other than my fear that, finding myself racing through time, I could no longer be overtaken by love. I seemed to be crying out to love, "Come, come." And yet I am not certain I actually wanted that love, and if there is any doubt, it arises only from the fact that I know I wrote roughly in that fashion. For Augusta, I made a copy of the letter, leaving out the disquisition on old age. She would not have understood it, but prudence never hurts. I might have blushed, feeling how she watched me while I clasped her sister's hand. Yes, I still knew how to blush. And I blushed too when I received a note of thanks from Ada in which she made no mention whatsoever of my musings on my old age. It seemed to me that she compromised herself with me far more than I had ever compromised myself with her. She was not withdrawing her small hand from my pressure. She let it lie inert in mine. And for a woman, inertia is a way of consenting. A few days after having written that letter, I discovered that Guido had begun speculating on the stock exchange. I learned this through an indiscretion on the part of the broker Nilini. I had known this man for many years because we had been classmates at the Liceo, which he had been forced to leave in order to enter his uncle's office straight away. We had seen each other from time to time after that, and I recall that the difference in our destinies had constituted a certain superiority on my part in our relations. He would greet me first, and sometimes sought to approach me. This seemed natural to me, and yet it struck me as less explicable when, at a time I cannot precisely pinpoint, he became very haughty with me. He no longer greeted me, and barely responded to my greetings. This concerned me slightly because my skin is very sensitive and is easily scratched. But what could I do? Perhaps he had discovered me in Guido's office, where it appeared to him I occupied a subordinate position, and he despised me for it. Or, with equal probability, one could suppose that his uncle having died and left him an independent stockbroker, he had grown arrogant. In small circles, such relationships are frequent. Without any hostile act having occurred, one day people regard each other with aversion and contempt. I was therefore surprised to see him enter the office, where I was alone, and ask for Guido. He had removed his hat and offered me his hand. Then he had immediately settled with great ease into one of our large armchairs. I looked at him with interest. I had not seen him up close for years, and now, given the aversion he showed me, he had won my most intense attention. He was then about 40 years old and was quite ugly, with an almost total baldness interrupted by an oasis of thick black hair at the nape and another at the temples, a yellow face with too much skin despite the large nose. He was small and thin, and drew himself up as best he could, so that when I spoke with him I felt a slight sympathetic pain in my neck, the only sympathy I felt for him. That day it seemed to me he was restraining himself from laughing, and that his face was contracted by an irony or a contempt that could not wound me, since he had greeted me so politely. Instead, I later discovered that this irony had been stamped on his face by whimsical Mother Nature. His small jaws did not meet exactly, and between them, on one side of his mouth, there remained a hole in which his irony dwelt in stereotype. Perhaps to conform to the mask from which he could not free himself except when he yawned, he loved to deride his fellow men. He was not at all a fool and launched poisonous barbs, but preferably at the absent. He chatted a great deal and had a vivid imagination, especially regarding exchange affairs. He spoke of the exchange as if it were a single person, whom he described as trembling at a threat or slumbering in inertia, with a face that knew how to laugh and also to weep. He saw her climbing the stairway of prices, dancing or descending at risk of tumbling headlong, and then he admired how she caressed one security, how she strangled another, or else how she taught people moderation and enterprise. For only those with sense could deal with her. There was so much money scattered on the ground at the exchange, but stooping to pick it up was not easy. I let him wait after offering him a cigarette and busied myself with some correspondence. After a while he grew tired and said he could not stay any longer. Besides, he had come only to tell Guido that certain shares with the strange name of Rio Tinto, which he had advised Guido to buy the day before, yes, just 24 hours before, had that day leapt upward by about 10%. He laughed heartily.
While we've been talking here, or rather while I've been waiting, the after-hours trading will have done the rest. If Signor Speer wanted to buy those shares now, who knows what price he'd have to pay? How well I divined where the exchange was headed.
He boasted of his keen eye, owed to his long intimacy with the exchange. He broke off to ask me,
Who do you think provides a better education, the university or the exchange?
His jaw dropped another notch and the hole of irony widened.
The exchange, obviously,
I said with conviction. This earned me an affectionate handshake when he left. So Guido was speculating on the exchange. Had I been more attentive, I might have guessed it sooner, because when I had presented him with an exact reckoning of the not insignificant sums we had earned in our latest dealings, he had looked at it smiling, but with a certain contempt. He thought we had had to work too hard for that money, and note that with a few dozen such transactions, we could have covered the loss we had incurred the previous year. What was I to do now? I who only days before had written his praises. Shortly afterwards, Guido came to the office and I faithfully reported Nilini's words to him. He listened with such anxiety that he did not even notice I had thus learned he was speculating, and he rushed off. That evening I spoke to Augusta about it, and she thought we should leave Ada in peace, and instead alert Signora Malfenti to the dangers Guido was exposing himself to. She asked me to do my best too to stop him from committing follies. I prepared at length the words I would say to him. At last I was putting into practice my intentions of active kindness and keeping the promise I had made to Ada. I knew how to take hold of Guido to make him obey me. Everyone commits a folly, I would have explained to him, by speculating on the exchange, but most of all a businessman who has such a balance sheet behind him. The following day I began splendidly.
So you're now gambling on the exchange? Do you want to end up in prison?
I asked him sternly. I was prepared for a scene, and also had in reserve the declaration that since he was proceeding in a way that compromised the firm, I would leave the office without further ado. Guido disarmed me at once. Until then he had kept it secret, but now with a boyish openness, he told me every detail of those dealings of his. He was trading in mining securities from some country or other, which had already given him a profit that would almost have sufficed to cover the loss on our balance sheet. By now the risk was over, and he could tell me everything. Should he have the misfortune of losing what he had gained, he would simply stop gambling. If, on the other hand, fortune continued to assist him, he would hasten to put in order those accounts of mine whose threat he always felt hanging over him. I saw there was no cause for anger and that one should instead congratulate him. As for the accounting questions, I told him he could rest easy now, because where cash was available it was very easy to straighten out even the most troublesome bookkeeping. Once Ada's account had been restored in our books as was proper, and the one I called the abyss of our firm, that is Guido's account, at least reduced, our accounting would not show a single wrinkle. Then I proposed making such an adjustment at once and putting the exchange operations on the firm's books. Fortunately, he did not accept, because otherwise I would have become the gambler's accountant and would have taken on a greater responsibility. As it was, things proceeded as if I did not exist. He rejected my proposal with reasons that seemed sound to me. It was bad luck to pay one's debts so promptly, and it is a most widespread superstition at every gaming table that other people's money brings good fortune. I don't believe it, but when I gamble, I too neglect no precaution. For some time I reproached myself for having received Guido's communications without any protest. But when I saw Signora Malfenti behave the same way, she told me how her husband had managed to earn handsome sums on the exchange. And then Ada too, from whom I heard gambling described as just another form of commerce. I understood that absolutely no reproach could have been directed at me on that score. To stop Guido on that slope, my protest alone would not have sufficed, as it would have had no effect unless supported by every member of the family. And so it was that Guido continued to gamble, and his whole family with him. I too was part of the company, so much so that I entered into a rather curious friendly relationship with Nilini. It is certain I could not stand him because I found him ignorant and presumptuous, but it seems that out of regard for Guido, who looked to him for good advice, I managed to conceal my feelings so well that he ended up believing he had a devoted friend in me. I do not deny that perhaps my politeness toward him was also due to the desire to avoid the unease his hostility had caused me, so strong on account of that irony laughing on his ugly face. But I never showed him any courtesy beyond offering him my hand and a greeting when he came and when he left. He, on the other hand, was most courteous, and I could not help accepting his attentions with gratitude, which is truly the greatest courtesy one can show in this world. He procured smuggled cigarettes for me and charged me what they cost him, that is, very little. Had he been more congenial to me, he might have induced me to gamble through him. I never did so, solely to avoid seeing him more often. Indeed, I saw him all too much. He spent hours in our office, despite the fact that, as was easy to perceive, he was not in love with Carmen. He came to keep company with me specifically. It seems he had set himself the task of instructing me in politics, in which he was an expert on account of the exchange. He presented the great powers to me as shaking hands one day and slapping each other the next. I do not know if he predicted the future correctly because, out of antipathy, I never listened to him. I maintained a vacant, fixed smile. Our misunderstanding must surely have arisen from his misreading of my smile, which must have seemed to him one of admiration. I was not to blame for that. I know only the things he repeated every day. I could tell he was an Italian of dubious colour because he thought it better for Trieste to remain Austrian. He adored Germany, and especially the German railways, which arrived with such precision. He was a socialist in his own fashion, and would have liked it forbidden for any single person to own more than 100,000 crowns. I did not laugh one day when, conversing with Guido, he admitted to possessing exactly 100,000 crowns and not a centesimo more. I did not laugh, and I did not even ask him whether, should he earn more money, he would modify his theory. Ours was a truly strange relationship. I could neither laugh with him nor at him. When he had rattled off one of his maxims, he would rise so high in his armchair that his eyes gazed at the ceiling while the hole I called mandibular was turned toward me. And he could see with that hole. At times I tried to take advantage of his position to think about other things, but he would immediately recall my attention by asking,
Are you listening to me?
After that sympathetic effusion of his, Guido for a long time did not speak to me about his affairs. At first Nilini told me something about them, but he too became more reserved. From Ada herself I learned that Guido continued to profit. When she returned I found her once again considerably uglier. She was more bloated than fattened. Her cheeks, having filled out again, were once more in the wrong place and gave her face an almost square shape. Her eyes had continued to distort their sockets. My surprise was great, because from Guido and others who had visited her, I had heard it said that each passing day brought her new strength and health. But a woman's health is first and foremost her beauty. With Ada, I had other surprises. She greeted me affectionately, but no differently from the way she had greeted Augusta. Between us there was no longer any secret, and she certainly no longer remembered having wept at the memory of having made me suffer so much. So much the better. She was forgetting at last her claims upon me. I was her good brother-in-law, and she loved me only because she found my affectionate relations with my wife unchanged, those relations that were always the admiration of the Malfenti household. One day, I made a discovery that surprised me greatly. Ada still believed herself beautiful. Far away at the lake, men had courted her, and it was evident she rejoiced in her conquests. She probably exaggerated them, because it seemed excessive to me to claim she had been forced to leave that resort to escape the persecutions of a suitor. I grant that there may have been some truth in it, because probably she could appear less ugly to someone who had not known her before. But even so, not by much, with those eyes and that complexion and that shape of face. To us, she appeared uglier because, remembering how she had been, we saw more starkly the devastations wrought by her illness. One evening we invited Guido and her to our house. It was a pleasant gathering, truly a family occasion. It seemed a continuation of that engagement of ours as a foursome. But Ada's hair was illuminated by no light. At the moment of parting, when I was helping her put on her coat, I remained for an instant alone with her. At once I had a somewhat different sense of our relations. We had been left alone, and perhaps we could say to each other what we did not wish to say in the presence of others. While I helped her, I reflected, and finally found what I ought to say to her.
You know he's gambling now,
I said to her in a serious voice. The doubt sometimes occurs to me that with those words I had meant to evoke that last meeting of ours, which I could not accept had been so utterly forgotten.
Yes.
She said, smiling.
And he's doing very well. He's become quite skilled from what they tell me.
I laughed with her, heartily. I felt relieved of all responsibility. As she was leaving, she murmured,
Is that Carmen still in your office?
I did not manage to answer because she hurried away. Between us, there was no longer our past. But there was her jealousy. That was alive as it had been at our last meeting. Now thinking back on it, I find I should have realized long before being expressly informed that Guido had begun losing on the exchange. The air of triumph that had lit up his face vanished, and he once again showed that great anxiety about the balance sheet closed in that fashion.
Why do you worry about it?
I asked him in my innocence.
When you already have in your pocket what's needed to make these entries entirely real. When you have that much money, you don't go to prison.
At that time, as I later learned, he had nothing left in his pocket. I believed so firmly that he had bound fortune to himself that I ignored all the many signs that might have convinced me otherwise. One evening in August, he dragged me out fishing with him again. In the dazzling light of an almost full moon, there was little chance of catching anything on the hook, but he insisted, saying that at sea we would find some relief from the heat. Indeed, we found nothing else. After a single attempt, we did not even bait our hooks anymore and let the lines dangle from the little boat that Luciano was pushing out to sea. The moonbeams surely reached the bottom of the sea, sharpening the sight of the larger fish and making them aware of the trap, and even the tiny creatures capable of nibbling away our bait, but unable with their little mouths to reach the hook. Our bait was nothing more than a gift to the small fry. Guido lay down at the stern and I at the bow. Shortly after, he murmured,
How sad, all this light.
He probably said this because the light prevented him from sleeping, and I agreed to please him and also so as not to disturb the solemn stillness through which we slowly moved with a silly argument. But Luciano protested, saying he liked that light very much. Since Guido did not respond, I tried to silence him by telling him that light was certainly a sad thing because one could see the things of this world. And besides, it interfered with the fishing. Luciano laughed and fell silent. We were quiet for a long time. I yawned repeatedly in the face of the moon. I regretted having let myself be talked into boarding that little boat. Guido suddenly asked me,
You who are a chemist, could you tell me whether pure veronal or sodium veronal is more effective?
I really did not even know that sodium veronal existed. One cannot very well expect a chemist to know the entire world by heart. What I know of chemistry is enough to find any information at once in my books, and moreover to discuss, as was shown in that instance, even things I know nothing about. Sodium? Why, everyone knew that sodium compounds were those most easily assimilated. In fact, on the subject of sodium, I recalled, and reproduced more or less accurately, a hymn to that element delivered by one of my professors in the only lecture of his I had attended. Sodium was a vehicle upon which elements mounted to move more swiftly, and the professor had recalled how sodium chloride passed from organism to organism and how it gathered, by gravity alone, in the deepest hole on earth, the sea. I do not know whether I reproduced my professor's thought exactly, but at that moment, before that vast expanse of sodium chloride, I spoke of sodium with infinite respect. After a moment's hesitation, Guido asked again.
So someone who wanted to die should take sodium veronal?
Yes,
I replied. Then, remembering that there are cases in which someone might wish to feign a suicide, and not immediately realizing that I was reminding Guido of an unpleasant episode in his life, I added,
and whoever doesn't want to die should take pure veronal.
Guido's studies on veronal might have given me food for thought. Instead, I understood nothing, preoccupied as I was with sodium. In the following days, I was able to bring Guido further proof of the qualities I had attributed to sodium, even to accelerate amalgamations, which are nothing more than intense embraces between two bodies, embraces that substitute for combination or assimilation. One added sodium to the mercury. Sodium was the go-between for gold and mercury. But Guido was no longer interested in veronal, and I now think that at that moment his prospects on the exchange had improved. In the course of 1 week, Ada came to the office no fewer than 3 times. Only after the second visit did the thought occur to me that she wanted to speak with me. The first time she ran into Nilini, who had once again set about educating me. She waited a full hour for him to leave, but she made the mistake of chatting with him, which led him to believe he ought to stay. After the introductions were made, I breathed a sigh of relief that the mandibular hole of Nilini was no longer aimed at me. I took no part in their conversation. Nilini was even witty and surprised Ada by relating that as much gossip circulated at the Tergestio as in a lady's drawing room. The only difference, according to him, was that at the exchange, as always, one was better informed than elsewhere. Ada felt he was slandering women. She said she did not even know what gossip was. At this point I intervened to confirm that, in the many years I had known her, I had never heard a word from her mouth that even recalled gossip. I smiled as I said this because it seemed to me I was reproaching her. She was not a gossip because she did not concern herself with other people's affairs. At first, in full health, she had thought of her own affairs, and when illness overtook her, there remained in her only a small free space, occupied by her jealousy. She was a true egoist, but she received my testimony with gratitude. Nilini pretended to believe neither her nor me. He said he had known me for many years and considered me greatly naive. This amused me, and amused Ada too. But I was very annoyed when he, for the first time in front of others, proclaimed that I was one of his best friends, and that he therefore knew me thoroughly. I did not dare protest, but I felt offended in my modesty by that brazen declaration, like a maiden publicly reproached for having fornicated. I was so naive, said Nilini, that Ada, with women's usual cunning, could have gossiped in my presence without my noticing. It seemed to me that Ada continued to be amused by those compliments of dubious nature, whereas I later learned she was letting him talk in the hope he would exhaust himself and leave. But she waited in vain. When Ada returned for the second time, she found me with Guido. This time I read on her face an expression of impatience and guessed that it was me she wanted. Until she returned, I amused myself with my usual daydreams. In truth, she was not asking for love from me, but all too frequently she wanted to find herself alone with me. For men, it was difficult to understand what women wanted, partly because they themselves sometimes did not know. No new feeling arose in me from her words, however. As soon as she was able to speak to me, her voice was choked with emotion, but not because she was addressing me. She wanted to know why Carmen had not been sent away. I told her everything I knew, including our attempt to find her a position at Olivi's. She was immediately calmer, because what I told her corresponded exactly to what Guido had told her. I later learned that her attacks of jealousy came upon her in cycles. They arrived without apparent cause and departed at a word that convinced her. She asked me 2 more questions: whether it was really so difficult to find a position for a female employee, and whether Carmen's family was in such circumstances as to depend on the girl's earnings. I explained that indeed at that time in Trieste, it was difficult to find office work for women. As for her second question, I could not answer because I did not know anyone in Carmen's family.
Guido, on the other hand, knows everyone in that household,
murmured Ada with anger, and tears once more streamed down her cheeks. Then she clasped my hand to say goodbye and thanked me. Smiling through her tears, she said she knew she could count on me. The smile pleased me because it was certainly not directed at the brother-in-law, but at someone bound to her by secret ties. I tried to prove I deserved that smile and murmured, "What I fear for Guido is not Carmen but his gambling on the exchange." She shrugged her shoulders.
That's not important. I spoke about it with Mama too. Papa used to gamble on the exchange as well, and he earned ever so much money.
I was disconcerted by her reply and insisted, "That Nilini. I don't like him. It's simply not true that I'm his friend." She looked at me, surprised.
He seems a gentleman to me. Guido is very fond of him too, and I believe Guido is now very attentive to his business affairs.
I was quite resolved not to speak ill of Guido to her, and I held my tongue. When I found myself alone, I did not think about Guido but about myself. Perhaps it was just as well that Ada should finally appear to me as a sister and nothing more. She neither promised nor threatened love. For several days I roamed the city, restless and off balance. I could not understand myself. Why did I feel as if Carla had left me at that very instant? Nothing new had happened to me. I sincerely believe I have always had a need for adventure or some complication resembling one. My relations with Ada were by now no longer complicated at all. From his big armchair, Nilini one day held forth more than usual. A storm was advancing from the horizon, nothing less than the tightening of credit. The exchange had quite suddenly become saturated and could absorb nothing more.
Let's throw some sodium at it,
I proposed. The interruption did not please him at all, but to avoid losing his temper, he ignored it. Quite suddenly, money in this world had become scarce and therefore expensive. He was surprised that this was happening now, when he had foreseen it for a month later.
They must have sent all the money to the moon,
I said. These are serious matters one mustn't laugh about, Nilini declared, still gazing at the ceiling. Now we shall see who has the soul of a true fighter and who will succumb at the first blow. Just as I did not understand why money in this world could become scarcer, I also failed to guess that Nilini was placing Guido among the fighters whose mettle must be tested. I was so accustomed to defending myself against his sermons with inattention that even this one, which I did hear, passed by without even scratching me. But a few days later, Nilini struck up a completely different tune. A new fact had occurred. He had discovered that Guido had done business with another exchange agent. Nilini began by protesting in an agitated tone that he had never been remiss in anything toward Guido, not even in the requisite discretion. Of this he wanted my testimony. Had he not kept Guido's dealings hidden even from me, whom he continued to regard as his best friend? But from now on he was released from all reserve and could shout in my ears that Guido was losing up to the tips of his hair. For the transactions that had been done through him, he assured me that at the slightest improvement one could hold on and wait for better times. But it was outrageous that at the first adversity Guido had done him wrong. Never mind Ada. Nilini's jealousy was indomitable. I wanted to get information from him, but instead he grew ever more exasperated and went on about the wrong done to him. Therefore, contrary to all his intentions, he continued to remain discreet. In the afternoon, I found Guido at the office. He was stretched out on our sofa in a curious state halfway between desperation and sleep. I asked him,
"You're now losing up to your eyes?"
He did not reply at once. He raised the arm with which he had been covering his haggard face and said,
"Have you ever seen a man more wretched than me?"
He lowered his arm again and changed position, lying on his back. He closed his eyes and seemed to have already forgotten my presence. I could not offer him any comfort. It truly offended me that he should believe himself the most wretched man in the world. His was not an exaggeration. It was an outright lie. I would have helped him if I could, but it was impossible for me to console him. In my opinion, not even one more innocent and more wretched than Guido deserves compassion, because otherwise in our lives there would be room for nothing but that sentiment, which would be a great tedium. Natural law does not grant the right to happiness, but rather prescribes misery and suffering. When food is set out, parasites rush to it from every direction, and if they are lacking, they hasten to be born. Soon the prey barely suffices, and immediately after that it no longer suffices, because nature does not calculate but experiments. When it no longer suffices, the consumers must diminish through death preceded by suffering, and thus equilibrium, for a moment, is restored. Why complain? And yet everyone complains. Those who have received nothing of the prey die crying injustice, and those who received a share find they were entitled to a larger one. Why don't they die and live in silence? What is appealing, on the other hand, is the joy of one who has managed to seize an excessive share of the food and let him display it in the sunshine to the sound of applause. The only admissible cry is that of the conqueror. Guido, furthermore. He lacked every quality needed to conquer or even to hold on to wealth. He had come from the gaming table and was weeping over his losses. He was not even behaving like a gentleman, and he nauseated me. For that reason and that reason alone, at the moment when Guido most needed my affection, he did not find it. Not even my repeated resolutions could carry me that far. Meanwhile, Guido's breathing was becoming more and more regular and loud. He was falling asleep. How unmanly he was in misfortune. They had taken his food away, and he closed his eyes, perhaps to dream of still possessing it, instead of opening them wide to see about snatching back even a small piece. I grew curious to know whether Ada had been informed of the disaster that had befallen him. I asked him in a loud voice. He started and needed a pause to accustom himself to his misfortune, which he suddenly saw again in its entirety.
No,
he murmured. Then he closed his eyes again. Certainly all those who have been dealt a hard blow incline toward sleep. Sleep restores one's strength. I stood gazing at him, hesitant. But how could I help him if he was sleeping? This was not the time for sleep. I seized him roughly by a shoulder and shook him.
Guido!
He had truly been asleep. He looked at me uncertainly, his eyes still veiled by sleep, and then asked me,
"What do you want?"
Immediately after, angrily, he repeated his question.
"What do you want then?"
I wanted to help him. Otherwise I would not even have had the right to wake him. I too became angry and shouted that this was not the time to sleep because we had to hurry and see how we might set things right. There was calculating and discussing to be done with all the members of our family and those of his in Buenos Aires. Guido sat up. He was still somewhat shaken from having been woken in that manner. He said to me bitterly,
"You would have done better to let me sleep. Who do you think will help me now? Don't you remember what a point I had to reach last time to get the little I needed to save myself? This time it's a matter of considerable sums. To whom do you expect me to turn?"
Without any affection, and indeed with the anger of having to give and deprive myself and mine, I exclaimed,
Am I not here?
Then avarice prompted me to attenuate my sacrifice from the very start.
Isn't there Ada? Isn't there our mother-in-law? Can't we join together to save you?
He rose and approached me with the evident intention of embracing me. But that was precisely what I did not want. Having offered him my help, I now had the right to reprimand him, and I made the fullest use of it. I reproached him for his present weakness, and then for his presumptuousness, which had lasted until that moment and had brought him to ruin. He had acted on his own initiative, consulting no one. How many times I had tried to get information from him in order to restrain and save him, and he had refused me, reserving his trust for Nilini alone. Here Guido smiled. He actually smiled, the wretch. He told me that for a fortnight he had no longer been working with Nilini, having got it into his head that the fellow's ugly mug brought him bad luck. He was defined by that sleepiness and that smile. He was ruining everyone around him and smiling. I assumed the attitude of a severe judge, because to save Guido one first had to educate him. I wanted to know how much he had lost and became angry when he told me he did not know exactly. I became angrier still when he named a relatively small figure, which later turned out to represent the amount that had to be paid at the mid-month settlement, from which we were only 2 days away. But Guido maintained that there was time until the end of the month, and that things could change. The scarcity of money on the market would not last forever. I shouted,
If this world is short of money, do you expect to receive some from the moon?
I added that he must not gamble for even one more day. He must not risk seeing the loss, already enormous, increase. I also said that the loss would be divided into 4 parts that we would bear. I, he, that is his father, Signora Malfenti, and Ada, that we must return to our risk-free commerce, and that I never wanted to see Nilini or any other stockbroker in our office again. He, meekly, begged me not to shout so loudly, as we might be overheard by the neighbors. I made a great effort to calm myself and succeeded, on the condition that I could say other insults to him in a low voice. His loss was nothing less than the result of a crime. One had to be an utter brute to put oneself in such a predicament. It truly seemed to me he needed to undergo the full lesson. Here Guido meekly protested. Who had not gambled on the exchange? Our father-in-law, who had been so solid a merchant, had never gone a single day of his life without some commitment there. And besides, Guido knew it. I, too, had gambled. I protested that there was a difference between gambling and gambling. He had risked his entire fortune on the exchange. I, my income for 1 month. It made a sad impression on me that Guido should try so childishly to rid himself of his responsibility. He asserted that Nilini had induced him to gamble more than he had wished, making him believe he was being set on the path to a great fortune. I laughed and mocked him. Nilini was not to blame because he was looking after his own interests. And besides, after leaving Nilini, had he not rushed to increase his own stake through another broker? He could have boasted about the new relationship if with it he had begun to play the bear without Nilini's knowledge. To make amends, it was certainly not enough to change one's agent and continue on the same path, pursued by the same evil eye. He tried at last to get me to leave him in peace, and, with a sob in his throat, he acknowledged that he had been wrong. I ceased reproaching him. Now he truly aroused my compassion, and I would even have embraced him had he wished it. I told him I would see at once about procuring the money I was to provide, and that I could also take charge of speaking to our mother-in-law. He, for his part, would deal with Ada. My compassion increased when he confided that he would gladly have spoken to our mother-in-law instead of me, but that he dreaded having to speak to Ada.
You know how women are. They don't understand business, or only when it turns out well.
He would not speak of it at all, and would ask Signora Malfenti to inform her of everything herself. This decision lightened his spirits greatly, and we went out together. I watched him walk beside me with his head bowed, and I felt sorry for having treated him so harshly. But what else could I do, if I loved him? He simply had to mend his ways, if he did not want to march toward his ruin. What must his relations with his wife be like if he so dreaded speaking to her? But meanwhile he discovered a way to vex me again. While walking, he had found a way to perfect the plan that had pleased him so much. Not only would he not have to speak to his wife, but he would arrange not to see her that evening at all, because he would leave immediately for the hunt. After forming this resolution, he was free from every cloud. The mere prospect of being able to go out into the open air far from every thought seemed enough to give him the look of already being there and enjoying it to the full. I was indignant. With that same look, he could surely have returned to the exchange to resume the gambling in which he was risking the family's fortune and mine as well. He said to me,
I want to allow myself this last diversion, and I invite you to come with me on the condition that you promise not to mention the events of today with a single word.
Up to this point he had been speaking with a smile. Confronted by my serious face, he too became more serious. He added,
You can see that I need a rest after a blow like that. Afterwards it will be easier for me to take up my place in the fight again.
His voice was veiled with an emotion whose sincerity I could not doubt. And so I managed to contain my vexation, or to express it only by refusing his invitation, telling him I had to remain in the city to procure the necessary money. It was already a reproach on my part. I, the innocent party, stayed at my post, while he, the guilty one, could go off and enjoy himself. We had arrived in front of Signora Malfenti's door. He had not recovered the look of joy at the few hours' diversion awaiting him, and as long as he remained with me, he kept the expression of sorrow to which I had recalled him stamped on his face. But before leaving me, he found an outlet in a show of independence and, as it seemed to me, of resentment. He told me he was truly astonished to discover such a friend in me. He hesitated to accept the sacrifice I wished to make for him, and he wanted, indeed he wanted, me to know that he did not consider me bound in any way, and that I was therefore free to give or not give. I am sure I blushed. To extricate myself from my embarrassment, I said to him,
Why would I wish to withdraw when just a few minutes ago, without your having asked me anything, I offered to help you?
He looked at me somewhat uncertainly and then said,
Since you want it, I accept without further ado, and I thank you. But we shall draw up a completely new partnership agreement so that everyone gets what is due to him. In fact, if there is work and you wish to continue attending to it, you shall have your salary. We'll put the new partnership on an entirely different basis. That way we'll have nothing more to fear from having concealed the loss of our first year of business.
I replied,
That loss no longer has any importance, and you mustn't think about it anymore. Try now to get our mother-in-law on your side. This and nothing else matters for now.
And so we parted. I believe I smiled at the ingenuousness with which Guido revealed his most intimate feelings. He had made that long speech solely so he could accept my gift without having to show me gratitude. But I expected nothing. It was enough for me to know that he truly owed me that gratitude. For that matter, once I had separated from him, I too felt relief, as though only then had I gone out into the open air. I truly felt the freedom that had been taken from me by my resolutions to educate him and set him on the right path. At bottom, the pedagogue is more chained than the pupil. I was quite resolved to procure that money for him. Naturally, I cannot say whether I did it out of affection for him or for Ada, or perhaps to free myself from that small share of responsibility that might fall to me for having worked in his office. In short, I had decided to sacrifice a portion of my patrimony, and still today I look back on that day of my life with great satisfaction. That money saved Guido and guaranteed me a great peace of conscience. I walked until evening in the greatest tranquility, and thus lost the useful time in which I might have gone to find Olivia at the exchange, to whom I had to apply for so large a sum. Then I thought the matter was not so urgent. I had a good deal of money at my disposal, and that was enough for the time being to participate in the settlement to be made on the 15th of the month. For the end of the month, I would see to it later. For that evening I thought no more about Guido. Later, that is, when the children had been put to bed, I prepared several times to tell Augusta about Guido's financial disaster and the damage that must rebound upon me, but then I did not wish to bother myself with discussions, and thought it would be better to save my arguments for the moment when the settlement of those affairs would have been agreed upon by all. And besides, while Guido was out enjoying himself, it would have been odd for me to be putting myself through the ringer. I slept very well, and in the morning, with my pocket not too heavily laden with money, I had the old envelope that Carla had left me, which until then I had religiously kept for her or some heir of hers, and some additional funds I had been able to withdraw from a bank. I went to the office. I spent the morning reading newspapers, between Carmen, who was sewing, and Luciano, who was practicing multiplications and additions. When I returned home at lunchtime, I found Augusta perplexed and downcast. Her face was covered with that great pallor that was produced only by sorrows that came to her from me. She said to me gently,
"I've heard that you've decided to sacrifice a part of your patrimony to save Guido. I know I had no right to be informed."
She was so doubtful of her right that she hesitated. Then she resumed, reproaching me for my silence.
"But it's true that I am not like Ada, because I have never opposed your will."
It took some time to learn what had happened. Augusta had turned up at Ada's just as she was discussing the Guido question with their mother. Seeing her, Ada had abandoned herself to a great fit of weeping and had told her of my generosity, which she absolutely did not wish to accept. She had even asked Augusta to invite me to withdraw my offer. I noticed at once that Augusta was suffering from her old malady, jealousy of her sister, but I paid it no mind. Ada's attitude surprised me.
Did she seem offended?
I asked, making wide eyes in surprise.
No, not offended,"
cried the sincere Augusta.
She kissed me and embraced me, perhaps in order to embrace you.
It seemed a rather comical way of putting it. She was looking at me, studying me, mistrustful. I protested.
"You think Ada is in love with me? What's got into your head?"
But I could not calm Augusta, whose jealousy annoyed me terribly. It was true that Guido by that hour was no longer out enjoying himself, and was certainly having a hard quarter of an hour between his mother-in-law and his wife. But I was extremely annoyed too, and it seemed to me I was suffering excessively given my complete innocence. I tried to calm Augusta by caressing her. She moved her face away from mine to see me better, and made me a gentle, mild reproach that moved me greatly.
"I know that you love me too,"
she said. Evidently it was not Ada's state of mind that mattered to her, but mine, and I had an inspiration to prove my innocence. So Ada is in love with me? I said, laughing. Then, moving away from Augusta so she could see me better, I puffed out my cheeks slightly and opened my eyes unnaturally wide so as to resemble Ada when she was ill. Augusta looked at me in astonishment, but soon guessed my intention. She was seized by a burst of hilarity, of which she immediately felt ashamed.
No,
She said.
please don't make fun of her.
Then she confessed, still laughing, that I had managed to imitate precisely those protuberances that gave Ada's face such a startling aspect. And I knew it, because in imitating her it had seemed to me I was embracing Ada. And when I was alone, I repeated that effort several times, with desire and with disgust. In the afternoon, I went to the office hoping to find Guido there. I waited for him for some time and then decided to go to his house. I needed to know whether it was necessary to ask Olivi for the money. I had to do my duty, however much it annoyed me to see Ada altered once again by gratitude. Who knew what further surprises that woman might have in store for me? On the stairs of Guido's house, I ran into Signora Malfenti, who was laboriously climbing them. She told me at length everything that had been decided so far in the Guido affair. The evening before, they had parted more or less in agreement that they must save this man who was having such disastrous luck. Only that morning had Ada learned that I was to help cover Guido's loss, and she had flatly refused to accept it. Signora Malfenti excused her.
What can you do? She doesn't want to bear the remorse of having impoverished her favorite sister.
On the landing, the signora stopped to catch her breath and also to talk, and told me with a laugh that the matter would end without harm to anyone. Before lunch, she, Ada, and Guido had gone for advice to a lawyer, an old family friend who was now also the guardian of little Anna. The lawyer had said there was no need to pay because the law did not oblige it. Guido had vehemently objected, speaking of honor and duty, but no doubt, once everyone, including Ada, decided not to pay, he too would have to resign himself to it. But won't his firm be declared bankrupt on the exchange? I said, perplexed.
Probably,
said Signora Malfenti with a sigh, before undertaking the climb up the last staircase. Guido was in the habit of resting after lunch, so we were received by Ada alone in that little sitting room I knew so well. On seeing me, she was confused for a moment, for one moment only, which I, however, seized and held, clear and vivid, as if her confusion had been stated to me in words. Then she gathered herself and extended her hand to me with a resolute, virile movement meant to erase the feminine hesitation that had preceded it. She said to me,
Augusta will have told you how grateful I am to you. I couldn't begin to tell you what I feel because I am confused. I am also ill. Yes, very ill. I would need the sanatorium in Bologna again.
A sob interrupted her.
I am asking you a favor now. Please tell Guido that you too are not in a position to give him that money. That way it will be easier for us to get him to do what he must.
First, she had sobbed when recalling her own illness. She sobbed again before continuing to speak of her husband.
He is a boy and must be treated as such. If he knows you consent to give him that money, he will cling all the more stubbornly to his idea of sacrificing the rest as well, and to no purpose. To no purpose. Because we now know with absolute certainty that exchange bankruptcy is permissible. The lawyer said so.
She was conveying to me the opinion of a high authority without asking mine. As a veteran of the exchange, my opinion, even alongside the lawyer's, might have carried some weight. But I did not even recall my opinion, if indeed I had one. What I did recall was that I was being placed in a difficult position. I could not go back on the commitment I had made to Guido. It was in exchange for that commitment that I had felt justified in shouting all those insults at him, thus pocketing a kind of interest on the capital I could no longer refuse him. Ada, I said, hesitating, I don't think I can go back on my word like that from one day to the next. Wouldn't it be better for you to persuade Guido to do things as you wish? Signora Malfenti, with the great sympathy she always showed me, said she understood my special position perfectly, and that in any case, When Guido found that only a quarter of the amount he needed had been made available to him, he would surely have to yield to their wishes. But Ada had not exhausted her tears. Weeping with her face hidden in her handkerchief, she said,
You did wrong, very wrong, to make that truly extraordinary offer. Now one can see how much harm you've done.
She seemed to waver between great gratitude and great resentment. Then she added that she did not want my offer ever spoken of again, and begged me not to procure that money, because she would prevent me from giving it, or prevent Guido from accepting it. I was so embarrassed that I ended up telling a lie. I told her that I had already procured the money, and I gestured toward my breast pocket where that envelope of such light weight lay. Ada looked at me this time with an expression of true admiration, of which I might have felt proud had I not known I did not deserve it. In any event, it was precisely this lie of mine, for which I can give no other explanation than a strange tendency of mine to present myself to Ada as greater than I am, that prevented me from waiting for Guido and drove me from that house. It might also have happened that at some point, contrary to appearances, I might be asked to hand over the money I claimed to have with me, and then what a figure I would have cut. I said I had urgent business at the office and hurried away. Ada accompanied me to the door and assured me that she would induce Guido to come to me himself to thank me for my kindness and to refuse it. She made this declaration with such resoluteness that I started. It seemed to me that her firm resolve was aimed in part at me as well. No. At that moment, she did not love me. My act of kindness was too great. It crushed the people upon whom it fell, and it was no wonder the beneficiaries protested. Walking to the office, I tried to rid myself of the unease Ada's attitude had caused me by reminding myself that I was making this sacrifice for Guido and no one else. What did Ada have to do with it? I resolved to let Ada herself know at the first opportunity. I went to the office simply to avoid the remorse of having told one more lie. Nothing awaited me there. Since morning, a fine, continuous drizzle had been falling, cooling the air of that hesitant spring considerably. In 2 steps I could have been home, whereas to get to the office I had to walk a much longer road, which was rather bothersome. But I felt I had an obligation to fulfill. Shortly afterwards I was joined there by Guido. He sent Luciano away from the office to remain alone with me. He had that haggard look of his that aided him in his struggles with his wife and that I knew so well. He must have wept and shouted. He asked me what I thought of his wife's and our mother-in-law's plans, which he knew had already been communicated to me. I seemed hesitant to him. I did not wish to state my opinion, which could not accord with that of the 2 women, and I knew that if I adopted theirs, I would provoke fresh scenes from Guido. Furthermore, I would have been too sorry to make my help seem reluctant, and finally we had agreed with Ada that the decision should come from Guido and not from me. I told him one needed to calculate, to look into things, to consult other people as well. I was not such a man of affairs that I could offer advice on a matter of such importance. And to gain time, I asked him if he wanted me to consult Olivi. This was enough to make him shout.
That imbecile!
He yelled.
I beg you, leave him out of this!
I was not at all inclined to get worked up in Olivi's defense, but my calm was not enough to pacify Guido. We were in the identical situation of the day before, but now it was he who was shouting, and it was my turn to keep quiet. It is a matter of disposition. I was filled with an embarrassment that bound my limbs, but he absolutely insisted I state my opinion. By a divinely inspired impulse, I spoke very well, so well that if my words had had any effect whatever, the catastrophe that ensued would have been avoided. I told him I would for now separate the 2 questions, that of the mid-month settlement from that of the end of the month. On the whole, the amount to be paid at the 15th was not too great, and in the meantime the women must be persuaded to accept that relatively minor loss. Then we would have the time needed to deal wisely with the other settlement. Guido interrupted me to ask,
Ada tells me you already have the money ready in your pocket. Do you have it here?
I blushed, but I immediately found another lie at the ready to save me.
Since they wouldn't accept that money at your house, I deposited it at the bank a short while ago, but we can get it back whenever we want. Even first thing tomorrow morning?
Then he reproached me for having changed my mind. Had I not declared, just the day before, that I did not want to wait for the other settlement before putting everything right? And here he had a violent outburst of rage that ended by casting him, spent of all strength, onto the sofa. He would throw Nilini and those other agents who had dragged him into gambling out of the office. Oh, while gambling, he had indeed glimpsed the possibility of ruin, but never the subjection to women who understood absolutely nothing about anything. I went and clasped his hand, and if he had allowed it, I would have embraced him. I wanted nothing other than to see him arrive at that decision. No more gambling, but the work of every day. This would be our future and his independence. Now it was a matter of getting through that brief, hard period. But then everything would be easy and simple. Broken but calmer, he left me shortly afterwards. He too, in his weakness, was suffused with a strong resolve.
"I'm going back to Ada,"
he murmured, and he had a bitter but determined smile. I accompanied him to the door and would have accompanied him all the way home had his carriage not been waiting for him at the entrance. Nemesis was pursuing Guido. Half an hour after he had left me, I thought it would be prudent on my part to go to his house and stand by him. Not that I suspected any danger hung over him, but by now I was entirely on his side and could have helped to convince Ada and Signora Malfenti to assist him. Bankruptcy on the exchange was not something I liked, and on the whole the loss divided among the four of us was not insignificant, but it did not represent ruin for any of us. Then I remembered that my primary duty was now not to assist Guido, but to have the money I had promised him ready for him the next day. I went at once in search of Olivi, and prepared myself for a new struggle. I had devised a system of repaying the large sum to my firm over several years, while paying in a few months' time all that remained of my mother's inheritance. I hoped Olivi would make no difficulties, because until then I had never asked him for more than what was owed to me in profits and interest, and I could also promise never to trouble him again with similar requests. It was obvious that I could also hope to recover from Guido at least part of that sum. That evening I could not find Olivi. He had just left his office when I arrived. They supposed he had gone to the exchange. I did not find him there either, and then I went to his house, where I learned he was attending a meeting of an economic association in which he held an honorary post. I could have reached him there, but by then night had fallen, and an unceasing, abundant rain was converting the streets into so many streams. It was a deluge that lasted through the entire night, and whose memory persisted for many years. The rain fell steady, perfectly perpendicular, always in the same abundance. From the heights surrounding the city, mud descended which, combined with the waste of our urban life, went and blocked our few drains. When I resolved to go home after having waited in vain in a shelter for the rain to stop, and when I had clearly perceived that the weather had settled into rain and it was futile to hope for a change, one was walking in water even on the highest part of the pavement. I ran home cursing and soaked to the bone. I cursed too because I had wasted so much good time looking for Olivi. It may be that my time is not all that valuable, but it is certain that I suffer terribly when I can ascertain that I have labored in vain. And running, I thought, let's leave everything for tomorrow when it will be clear and fine and dry. Tomorrow I'll go to Olivi, and tomorrow I'll go to Guido's. Perhaps I'll get up early, but it will be clear and dry. I was so convinced of the soundness of my decision that I told Augusta everyone had agreed to postpone all decisions until the morrow. I changed my clothes, dried myself, and with comfortable warm slippers on my tortured feet, I first had supper, and then went to bed and slept deeply until morning, while against the window panes the rain beat down, thick as ropes. So it was that I learned only late of the night's events. First we heard that the rain had ended up causing floods in various parts of the city, then that Guido was dead. Much later I learned how such a thing could have happened. At about 11 that evening, after Signora Malfenti had left, Guido informed his wife that he had swallowed an enormous quantity of veronal. He tried to convince his wife he was doomed. He embraced her, kissed her, begged her forgiveness for having made her suffer. Then, even before his speech turned to babbling, he assured her that she had been the only love of his life. For the moment, she believed neither this assurance nor that he had swallowed enough poison to kill himself. She did not even believe he had lost consciousness, but imagined he was pretending in order to extort money from her once again. Then, nearly an hour having passed, seeing that he slept ever more deeply, she felt a certain terror and wrote a note to a doctor who lived not far from their home. In the note she wrote that her husband needed immediate help, having swallowed a large quantity of veronal. Until then, there had been no commotion in the house that might have alerted the maidservant, an elderly woman who had been there only a short time, to the gravity of her errand. The rain did the rest. The maidservant found herself in water up to mid-calf and lost the note. She realized this only when she was in the doctor's presence. She was able, however, to tell him that it was urgent, and she persuaded him to follow her. Dr. Marley was a man of about 50, anything but a genius, but a practical physician who had always done his duty as best he could. He did not have a large private practice, but instead had a great deal of work on behalf of a society with a very large membership, which paid him rather modestly. He had come home shortly before, and had finally managed to warm and dry himself by the fire. One can imagine with what spirit he now abandoned his warm corner. When I set about investigating more closely the causes of my poor friend's death, I also took the trouble to make Dr. Marley's acquaintance. From him I learned no more than this. When he reached the open air and felt the rain soaking through his umbrella, he regretted having studied medicine instead of agriculture, remembering that the farmer, when it rains, stays home. Arriving at Guido's bedside, he found Ada completely calm. Now that she had the doctor beside her, she remembered better how Guido had fooled her months before by feigning a suicide. It was no longer for her to take responsibility, but for the doctor, who needed to be informed of everything, including the reasons for believing this was a simulated suicide. And the doctor received all these reasons while he simultaneously strained his ear toward the waves sweeping the street. Not having been told that he had been summoned to treat a case of poisoning, he lacked every instrument necessary for treatment. He lamented this, mumbling a few words that Ada did not catch. The worst of it was that in order to perform a stomach lavage, he could not send someone to fetch the necessary supplies, but would have to go and get them himself, crossing the street twice. He felt Guido's pulse and found it magnificent. He asked Ada whether Guido had perhaps always been a very deep sleeper. Ada said yes, but not this deep. The doctor examined Guido's eyes. They reacted promptly to light. He left, recommending that she give him teaspoonfuls of very strong black coffee from time to time. I also learned that, once on the street, he muttered angrily,
"It should not be permitted to simulate a suicide in this weather."
When I came to know him, I did not dare reproach him for his negligence, but he divined it and defended himself. He told me he had been stunned to learn in the morning that Guido was dead, so much so that he suspected Guido had come to and taken more veronal. He then added that lay people in the medical art could not imagine how, in the course of his practice, the doctor became accustomed to defending his own life against patients who threatened it without thinking of anything but their own. After a little more than an hour, Ada grew tired of forcing the teaspoon between Guido's teeth, and seeing that he sipped less and less, and that the rest went to soak the pillow, she became frightened again, and begged the maidservant to go to Dr. Pauli. This time the maidservant held on to the note. But it took her more than an hour to reach the doctor's home. It is natural that when it rains so hard, one feels the need to stop from time to time under some portico. Such rain does not merely wet, it lashes. Dr. Pauli was not at home. He had been called a short time before by a patient and had gone out saying he hoped to return soon. But it seems he had preferred to wait at the patient's house for the rain to stop. His servant, a very kind elderly woman, seated Ada's maidservant by the fire and saw to reviving her. The doctor had not left his patient's address, and so the two women spent several hours together by the fire. The doctor returned only when the rain had stopped. When he then arrived at Ada's with all the instruments he had already used on Guido, dawn was breaking. At that bedside he had but one task: to conceal from Ada that Guido was already dead, and to send for Signora Malfenti before Ada realized, so she could be at her side in the first grief. For this reason the news reached us very late and imprecise. Getting out of bed, I felt for the last time a surge of anger against poor Guido. He complicated every misfortune with his play acting. I left the house without Augusta, who could not leave the baby just like that. Outside, I was held back by a doubt. Might I not wait for the banks to open and for Olivi to be in his office so I could appear before Guido furnished with the money I had promised? So little did I believe the news of the gravity of Guido's condition, which had nonetheless been announced to me. The truth I had from Dr. Paoli, whom I encountered on the stairs. The shock of it nearly sent me tumbling down them. Guido, since I had been living alongside him, had become for me a personage of great importance. While he lived, I saw him in a certain light that was the light of part of my days. Dying, that light was altered in the way it would be if it suddenly passed through a prism. It was precisely this that dazzled me. He had erred, but I saw at once that being dead, nothing remained of his errors. In my opinion, that comedian was an imbecile who, in a cemetery covered with laudatory epitaphs, asked where sinners were buried in that town. The dead have never been sinners. Guido was now pure. Death had purified him. The doctor was moved, having witnessed Ada's grief. He told me something of the horrible night she had endured. By now they had managed to make her believe that the quantity of poison Guido had ingested was such that no help could have availed. Woe if she were to learn otherwise.
On the contrary,
the doctor added with dejection,
if I had arrived a few hours earlier, I would have saved him. I found the empty vials of poison.
I examined them. A strong dose, but little stronger than the time before. He showed me some vials on which I read the printed label. Veronal. Not sodium veronal, then. As no one else could, I was now certain that Guido had not wished to die. But I never told anyone. Paoli left me after telling me that for the time being I should not try to see Ada. He had given her strong sedatives and did not doubt they would soon take effect. In the corridor I heard, coming from that little room where I had been received twice by Ada, her soft weeping. They were single words I could not make out, but laden with anguish. The word he was repeated several times, and I imagined what she was saying. She was reconstructing her relationship with the poor dead man. It could not have resembled at all the one she had had with him while alive. To me it was evident that she had been wrong about her husband while he lived. He was dying because of a crime committed by all of them together, for he had gambled on the exchange with the consent of all of them. When it came to paying, they had left him alone, and he had hastened to pay. The only relative, I, who truly had nothing to do with it, had felt the duty to help him. In the matrimonial bedroom, poor Guido lay abandoned, covered by the sheet. The rigor mortis, already advanced, expressed not strength, but the great stupefaction of having died without having wished it. On his dark, handsome face was stamped a reproach. Certainly not directed at me. I went to Augusta to urge her to come and attend to her sister. I was deeply moved, and Augusta wept, embracing me.
You were a brother to him,
she murmured.
Only now do I agree with you about sacrificing a part of our patrimony to purify his memory.
I took care to render every honor to my poor friend. In the meantime, I posted on the office door a notice announcing its closure for the death of the proprietor. I composed the death announcement myself. But it was only the following day, in consultation with Ada, that arrangements were made for the funeral. I learned then that Ada had decided to follow the coffin to the cemetery. She wished to give him every proof of love she could. Poor woman. I knew what a grief remorse at a tomb was. I had suffered so much from it myself at my father's death. I spent the afternoon shut up in the office in the company of Nellini. We managed to draw up a small balance sheet of Guido's situation. Frightful. Not only was the firm's capital destroyed, but Guido remained a debtor for an equal amount, if he had to answer for everything. I would have needed to work, really work for the benefit of my poor departed friend, but I could do nothing but dream. My first idea would have been to sacrifice my entire life in that office and work for the benefit of Ada and her children. But was I sure I would know how to do it well? Nilini, as usual, chattered away while I gazed far, far into the distance. He too felt the need to radically alter his relations with Guido. Now he understood everything. Poor Guido, when he had wronged him, had already been seized by the illness that was to lead him to suicide. Therefore everything was now forgiven. And he preached, saying he was simply made that way. He could not bear a grudge against anyone. He had always been fond of Guido and remained so still. In the end, Nilini's dreams mingled with mine and superimposed themselves. It was not in slow commerce that one could find a remedy for such a catastrophe, but on the exchange itself. And Nilini told me about a person known to him who at the last moment had managed to save himself by doubling his stake. We talked together for many hours, but Nilini's proposal to continue the game begun by Guido came only at the end, shortly before noon, and was immediately accepted by me. I accepted it with such joy, as if in this way I had managed to bring my friend back to life. It ended with my buying in poor Guido's name a quantity of other shares with bizarre names. Rio Tinto, South French, and so on. Thus began for me the 50 hours of the most intensive work I have undertaken in my entire life. At first and until evening I remained pacing the office in long strides, waiting to hear whether my orders had been carried out. I feared that on the exchange word of Guido's suicide had got out, and that his name would no longer be considered good for further commitments. Instead, for several days that death was not attributed to suicide. Then when Nilini was finally able to inform me that all my orders had been executed, a real agitation began for me, heightened by the fact that at the moment of receiving the confirmations, I was informed that on all of them I was already losing a rather significant fraction. I remember that agitation as a real and proper labor. I have the curious sensation in my memory that uninterruptedly, for 50 hours, I had remained seated at the gaming table, drilling into the cards. I know of no one who for so many hours has been able to withstand such an effort. Every price movement was recorded by me, monitored, and then, why not say it, now urged forward and now held back, as suited me, that is my poor friend. Even my nights were sleepless. Fearing that someone in the family might intervene to stop the rescue operation I had undertaken, I told no one about the mid-month settlement when it arrived. I paid everything myself, because no one else remembered those commitments, since everyone was gathered around the corpse awaiting burial. Besides, at that settlement there was less to pay than had been anticipated, because fortune had immediately favored me. Such was my grief at Guido's death that I felt I was alleviating it by compromising myself in every way, both with my signature and with the exposure of my money. This far I was accompanied by the dream of kindness I had long before dreamed at his side. I suffered so much from that agitation that I never again gambled on the exchange on my own account. But by dint of drilling, that being my chief occupation, I ended up missing Guido's funeral. It happened like this. On that very day, the securities in which we were invested made a leap upward. Nilini and I spent our time calculating how much of the loss we had recovered. Old Speye's patrimony now appeared only halved, a magnificent result that filled me with pride. It was precisely what Nilini had foreseen, in a very tentative tone, to be sure, but now, naturally, when he repeated the words he had said, the tentativeness disappeared and he presented himself as a sure prophet. In my opinion, he had predicted both this and the opposite. He could never have been wrong, but I did not tell him so because it suited me that he should remain in the affair with his ambition. Even his desire could influence prices. We left the office at 3 o'clock and ran, because we then remembered that the funeral was to take place at 2:45, at the Volti di Chiozza, I saw the procession in the distance and even thought I recognized the carriage of a friend that had been sent to the funeral for Ada. I jumped with Nilini into a cab, giving the driver orders to follow the funeral. And in that carriage, Nilini and I continued to drill. We were so far from thoughts of the poor deceased that we complained about the cab's slow pace. Who knew what was happening meanwhile at the exchange, unsupervised by us? At one point, Nilini looked at me with his actual eyes and asked me why I did not do something on the exchange on my own account.
For the moment,
I said, and I do not know why I blushed.
I am working only on behalf of my poor friend.
Then, after a slight hesitation, I added,
Afterwards, I'll think of myself.
I wanted to leave him the hope that he might induce me to gamble, all in the effort to keep him entirely on my side. But to myself, I formulated exactly the words I did not dare say to him.
I'll never put myself in your hands.
He began to preach. Who knows if one can seize another such opportunity? He was forgetting he had taught me that at the exchange, there was an opportunity at every hour. When we arrived at the place where the carriages usually stop, Nilini stuck his head out of the window and gave a cry of surprise. The carriage was continuing on behind the funeral, which was heading toward the Greek cemetery. Was Signor Guido Greek? He asked in surprise. Indeed, the funeral was passing beyond the Catholic cemetery and heading toward some other cemetery, Jewish, Greek, Protestant, or Serbian.
He may have been Protestant,
I said at first, but immediately remembered having attended his wedding in the Catholic Church.
There must be a mistake,
I exclaimed, thinking at first that they wanted to bury him in the wrong place. Nilini suddenly burst out laughing with an uncontrollable laughter that threw him, helpless, into the back of the carriage, his gaping mouth wide open in his small face.
"We've made a mistake,"
he exclaimed. When he managed to stem the flood of his hilarity, he heaped reproaches on me. I ought to have seen where we were going, because I should have known the time and the people and so on. It was someone else's funeral. Irritated, I had not laughed with him, and now it was hard for me to bear his reproaches. Why hadn't he looked more carefully himself? I curbed my ill humor only because the exchange mattered more to me than the funeral. We got out of the carriage to get our bearings and headed toward the entrance of the Catholic cemetery. The carriage followed us. I noticed that the mourners of the other deceased were looking at us in surprise, unable to explain why, after having honored that poor soul to such an extreme, we were abandoning him at the crucial moment. Nilini, losing patience, went ahead of me. After a brief hesitation, he asked the porter, "Has the funeral of Signor Guido Speyer already arrived?" The porter did not seem surprised by the question, which to me seemed comical. He replied that he did not know. He only knew that in the last half hour 2 funerals had entered the grounds. Perplexed, we conferred. Obviously, there was no way of knowing whether the funeral was already inside or still outside. I then decided on my own. I was not permitted to attend the ceremony, which may already have begun, and disrupt it. So I would not enter the cemetery. But on the other hand, I could not risk running into the funeral on my way back. I therefore renounced attending the burial and would return to the city by making a long detour past Servola. I left the carriage to Nilini, who did not wish to forgo putting in an appearance out of regard for Ada, whom he knew. With rapid steps, to avoid any encounter, I climbed the country road that led to the village. By now I did not mind at all that I had followed the wrong funeral and had failed to pay my last respects to poor Guido. I could not linger over those religious observances. Another duty weighed upon me. I had to save my friend's honor and defend his patrimony for the benefit of his widow and children. When I informed Ada that I had managed to recover 3/4 of the loss, and I went over in my mind the entire calculation I had made so many times. Guido had lost double his father's patrimony, and after my intervention the loss was reduced to half that patrimony. So it was correct. I had recovered exactly 3/4 of the loss. She would certainly forgive me for not having attended his funeral. That day the weather had turned fine again. A magnificent spring sun was shining, and over the still damp countryside, the air was clear and wholesome. My lungs, in the exercise I had not allowed myself for several days, expanded. I was all health and strength. Health stands out only by comparison. I compared myself to poor Guido and rose ever higher with my victory in the same struggle in which he had gone under. Everything was health and strength around me, even the countryside with its young grass. The vast and abundant drenching, the catastrophe of the other day, was now yielding only beneficial effects, and the luminous sun was the warmth desired by the earth, still chilled. It was certain that the farther one moved from the catastrophe, the more unwelcome that blue sky would be if it did not know how to darken in time. But this was the forecast of experience, and I did not recall it then. It seizes me only now that I write. At that moment there was in my soul nothing but a hymn to my own health and to all of nature's, perennial health. My step quickened. I delighted in feeling it so light. Coming down the hill of Servola, it quickened almost to a run. Reaching the promenade of Sant'Andrea on level ground, it slowed again, but I still had the feeling of great ease. The air was carrying me. I had perfectly forgotten that I was coming from the funeral of my most intimate friend. I had the step and the breath of the victorious. Yet my joy in victory was a tribute to my poor friend, in whose interest I had entered the lists. I went to the office to check the closing prices. They were a little weaker, but this did not shake my confidence. I would go back to drilling, and I did not doubt I would reach my goal. I finally had to go to Ada's house. Augusta came to open the door. She asked me at once,
How could you have missed the funeral? You, the only man in our family.
I set down my umbrella and hat and, somewhat perplexed, told her I would have liked to speak at once with Ada too, so as not to have to repeat myself. In the meantime, I could assure her that I had had my good reasons for missing the funeral. I was no longer so sure of it, and suddenly my side had become sore, perhaps from fatigue. It must have been Augusta's remark that made me doubt whether I could get my absence excused, an absence that must have caused a scandal. I saw before me all the participants in the mournful ceremony distracted from their grief to wonder where I could possibly be. Ada did not come. I later learned she had not even been told I was waiting. I was received by Signora Malfenti, who began speaking to me with a severity of expression I had never seen in her. I started to apologize, but I was far from the confidence with which I had flown from the cemetery into town. I stammered. I even told her some things less than true as an appendix to the truth, which was my bold initiative on the exchange in Guido's favor. Namely that shortly before the hour of the funeral I had had to send a telegram to Paris to place an order, and that I had not felt I could leave the office before receiving the reply. It was true that Nilini and I had had to telegraph Paris, but 2 days earlier, and 2 days earlier we had also received the reply. In short, I realized the truth did not suffice to excuse me, perhaps also because I could not tell the whole of it and describe the very important operation to which I had been devoting myself for days, that is, regulating world exchange rates by force of will. But Signora Malfenti forgave me when she heard the figure to which Guido's loss now amounted. She thanked me with tears in her eyes. I was once again not just the only man of the family, but the best. She asked me to come that evening with Augusta to see Ada, to whom she in the meantime would have told everything. For the moment Ada was in no state to receive anyone, and I gladly went away with my wife. Even she, before leaving that house, did not feel the need to say goodbye to Ada, who was passing from fits of desperate weeping to states of collapse that prevented her from even noticing the presence of those who spoke to her. I had a hope. So it wasn't Ada who noticed my absence. Augusta confessed to me that she would have preferred to say nothing about it, so excessive had Ada's display of resentment seemed to her over my failing. Ada demanded explanations from her, and when Augusta had to tell her that she knew nothing, not having yet seen me, Ada abandoned herself once more to her despair, screaming that Guido had been bound to end that way, having been hated by the whole family. It seemed to me that Augusta should have defended me and reminded Ada how I alone had been ready to help Guido in the way that was needed. Had I been listened to, Guido would have had no reason to attempt or simulate a suicide. Augusta, however, had kept silent. She had been so moved by Ada's despair that she would have feared to insult her by beginning to argue. Besides, she was confident that the explanations of Signora Malfenti would now convince Ada of the injustice she was doing me. I must say that I too had this confidence, and indeed confess that from that moment I savoured the certainty of witnessing Ada's surprise and her demonstrations of gratitude. With her, because of the Baystow's disease, everything was already excessive. I returned to the office where I learned that at the Bourse there was again a slight hint of a rise, very slight, but already enough that one could hope to find the next day, at the opening, the prices of that morning. After dinner I had to go to Ada's alone because Augusta was prevented from accompanying me by an indisposition of the baby. I was received by Signora Malfenti, who told me that she had to attend to some work in the kitchen and would therefore have to leave me alone with Ada. Then she confessed to me that Ada had begged her to leave her alone with me because she wanted to tell me something that was not to be heard by others. Before leaving me in that little sitting room where I had already twice found myself with Ada, Signora Malfenti said to me, smiling,
You know, she's not yet ready to forgive you your absence from Guido's funeral, but almost.
In that little room my heart always beat fast. This time not from the fear of finding myself loved by someone I did not love. Only for a few moments, and only because of Signora Malfenti's words, had I recognized that I had committed a grave offense against the memory of poor Guido. Ada herself, now that she knew I was offering her a fortune to excuse that failing, could not bring herself to forgive me at once. I had sat down and was looking at the portraits of Guido's parents. Old Cada had an air of satisfaction that seemed to me to be due to my actions, while Guido's mother, a thin woman dressed in a dress with ample sleeves and a little hat balanced on a mountain of hair, had a very severe air. But of course, everyone assumes a different aspect before the camera, and I looked away, disgusted with myself for scrutinizing those faces. His mother could certainly not have foreseen that I would fail to attend her son's burial. But the way Ada spoke to me was a painful surprise. She must have studied at length what she wanted to say to me, and she took absolutely no account of my explanations, my protests, and my corrections, which she could not have foreseen and for which she was therefore unprepared. She ran her course like a frightened horse, straight to the end. She entered dressed simply in a black dressing gown, her hair in the great disorder of locks dishevelled, and perhaps even torn by a hand that drives itself to find something to do when it cannot otherwise find relief. She came right up to the little table where I was seated and leaned on it with her hands to see me better. Her little face had grown thin again, freed from that strange health that had been growing out of place. She was not beautiful as when Guido had won her, but no one looking at her would have recalled the illness. It was gone. Instead, there was a grief so great that it elevated her entirely. I understood that enormous grief so well that I could not speak. As long as I looked at her, I thought, what words could I say to her that would be the equivalent of taking her fraternally in my arms to comfort her and induce her to weep and unburden herself? Then, when I felt myself attacked, I tried to react, but too feebly, and she did not hear me. She spoke and spoke and spoke, and I cannot repeat all her words. If I'm not mistaken, she began by thanking me seriously but without warmth for having done so much for her and the children. Then she immediately reproached,
So you arranged things in such a way that he died for something that was not even worth it.
Then she lowered her voice as if she had wanted to keep secret what she was telling me, and in her voice there was greater warmth, a warmth that came from her affection for Guido and, or so it seemed to me, also for me.
And I forgive you for not coming to his funeral. You could not do it, and I forgive you. He too would forgive you if he were still alive. What would you have done at his funeral? You who did not love him. Good as you are, you might have wept for me, for my tears, but not for him whom you hated, poor Zeno, my brother.
It was enormous that anyone could say such a thing to me, distorting the truth in that way. I protested. but she did not hear me. I believe I shouted, or at least I felt the strain of it in my throat.
But it's an error, a lie, a calumny. How can you believe such a thing?
She continued, always in a low voice.
But neither did I know how to love him. I did not betray him even in thought, but I felt in such a way that I lacked the strength to protect him. I looked at your relations with your wife and envied them. They seemed better to me than what he offered me. I am grateful to you for not having attended the funeral, because otherwise I would not even today have understood anything. But this way I see and understand everything, even that I did not love him. Otherwise, how could I have hated even his violin, the most complete expression of his great soul?
It was then that I rested my head on my arm and hid my face. The accusations she levelled at me were so unjust that they could not be discussed, and even their unreasonableness was so tempered by her affectionate tone that my reaction could not be as sharp as it would have needed to be to emerge victorious. Besides, Augusta had already set me the example of a respectful silence so as not to insult and exasperate such grief. But when my eyes closed, in the darkness I saw that her words had created a new world, as all untrue words do. It seemed to me that I too understood that I had always hated Guido and had stayed close beside him, assiduous, waiting for the chance to strike. She had then placed Guido together with his violin. Had I not known that she was groping in her grief and her remorse, I could have believed that the violin had been unsheathed as part of Guido in order to convince my soul of the accusation of hatred. Then, in the darkness, I saw again Guido's corpse, and on his face the astonishment, forever stamped there, at being there, deprived of life. Frightened, I raised my head. It was preferable to face Ada's accusation, which I knew to be unjust, than to gaze into the darkness. But she was still speaking of me and Guido.
And you, poor Zeno, without knowing it, went on living beside him, hating him. You did him good for love of me. It was impossible. It had to end this way. I too once believed I could take advantage of the love I knew you still bore me to increase the protection around him that might have been useful to him. He could not be protected except by someone who loved him, and among us, no one loved him.
What more could I have done for him? I asked, weeping hot tears, to make her and myself feel my innocence. Tears sometimes replace a shout. I did not want to shout, and I was even uncertain whether I should speak. But I had to overcome her assertions, and so I wept.
Save him, dear brother. I or you, one of us should have saved him. I stood beside him and did not know how, for want of true affection, and you stayed away, absent, always absent, until he was buried. Then you appeared, fully armed with all your affection. But before that, you did not concern yourself with him, and yet he was with you until that evening. And you might have imagined, had you troubled yourself about him, that something grave was about to happen.
The tears prevented me from speaking, but I muttered something meant to establish the fact that the night before he had spent it amusing himself in the marshes, hunting, so that no one in this world could have foreseen what use he would make of the following night.
He needed the hunting. He needed it,
she reproached me in a loud voice, and then, as if the effort of that cry had been too much, she suddenly collapsed and fell unconscious to the floor. I remember that for an instant I hesitated to call Signora Malfenti. It seemed to me that the fainting fit revealed something about what she had said. Signora Malfenti and Alberta came running. Signora Malfenti, supporting Ada, asked me,
"Did she talk to you about those blessed stock exchange operations?"
Then,
"This is her second fainting spell today."
She asked me to step away for a moment, and I went out into the corridor where I waited to learn whether I should go back in or leave. I was preparing for further explanations with Ada. She was forgetting that if they had proceeded as I had proposed, the disaster would certainly have been avoided. It was enough to tell her this to convince her of the wrong she was doing me. Shortly afterwards, Signora Malfenti came to me and said that Ada had revived and wanted to say goodbye. She was resting on the sofa where I myself had been sitting a short time before. Seeing me, she began to weep, and these were the first tears I had seen her shed. She held out her little hand, damp with sweat.
Farewell, dear Zeno. I beg you, remember. Always remember. Do not forget him.
Signora Malfenti intervened to ask what I was supposed to remember, and I told her that Ada wished all of Guido's positions on the bourse to be liquidated at once. I blushed at my lie and feared a denial from Ada. Instead of denying it, she began to scream.
Yes, yes, everything must be liquidated. I never want to hear another word about that horrible bourse.
She had gone pale again, and Signora Malfenti, to calm her, assured her that it would be done at once as she wished. Then Signora Malfenti accompanied me to the door and asked me not to rush things. I should do whatever I thought best in Guido's interest. But I replied that I no longer trusted myself. The risk was enormous, and I could no longer dare to handle other people's interests in that way. I no longer believed in the stock exchange game, or at least I lacked the confidence that my drilling could regulate its course. I therefore had to liquidate at once, quite happy that things had turned out this way. I did not repeat Ada's words to Augusta. Why should I distress her? But those words, also because I reported them to no one, kept hammering at my ear and accompanied me for many years. They resound still in my soul. So many times even today I analyze them. I cannot say that I loved Guido, but only because he had been a strange man. But I stood beside him fraternally and helped him as best I knew how. I do not deserve Ada's reproach. I never again found myself alone with her. She felt no need to say more to me, nor did I dare demand an explanation, perhaps so as not to renew her grief. At the bourse things ended as I had foreseen, and Guido's father, after having been notified by the first telegram of the loss of his entire fortune, certainly felt some pleasure at finding half of it intact. My work, from which I was unable to derive the enjoyment I had expected. Ada treated me affectionately throughout the time until her departure for Buenos Aires, where she went with her children to join her husband's family. She enjoyed being with me and Augusta. I sometimes like to imagine that her entire speech had been due to an outburst of grief that was positively deranged, and that she did not even remember it. But then once, when Guido was mentioned again in our presence, she repeated and confirmed in 2 words everything she had said to me that day.
He was not loved by anyone, the poor man.
At the moment of embarking, with one of her children slightly unwell in her arms, she kissed me. Then, at a moment when no one else was near us, she said to me,
Farewell, Zeno, my brother. I shall always remember that I did not know how to love him enough. You must know this. I gladly leave my country. I feel as though I am leaving my remorse behind.
I reproved her for tormenting herself so. I declared that she had been a good wife and that I knew it and could testify to it. I do not know whether I succeeded in convincing her. She spoke no more, overcome by sobs. Then, much later, I felt that in taking leave of me she had also meant, with those words, to renew the reproaches she had made to me. But I know that she judged me wrongly. Certainly I have nothing to reproach myself for in not having loved Guido. The day was murky and gloomy. It seemed as though a single, outstretched, unthreatening cloud obscured the sky. From the harbour a large bragozzo was trying to get out by force of oars, its sails hanging limp from the masts. Only 2 men were rowing, and with innumerable strokes they barely managed to move the heavy vessel. Out in the open water they would perhaps find a favourable breeze. Ada, from the deck of the steamer, waved her handkerchief in farewell. Then she turned her back to us. She was certainly looking towards Sant'Anna, where Guido rested. Her elegant little figure grew more perfect the farther away she went. My eyes were clouded with tears. There she was, abandoning us, and never again would I be able to prove my innocence to her. 3 May 1915. I have done with psychoanalysis. After having practiced it assiduously for 6 whole months, I am worse than before. I have not yet dismissed the doctor, but my resolution is irrevocable. Yesterday, for the time being, I sent word that I was indisposed, and for a few days I shall let him wait. If I were quite sure of being able to laugh at him without getting angry, I might even be capable of seeing him again. But I'm afraid I would end up laying my hands on him. In this city, since the outbreak of the war, one is more bored than before, and to replace psychoanalysis I am returning to my dear pages. For a year I had not written a single word, in this as in everything else obedient to the doctor's prescriptions, who maintained that during the treatment I should collect my thoughts only in his presence, because any self-reflection unsupervised by him would have strengthened the inhibitions that impeded my sincerity, my surrender. But now I find myself more unbalanced and ill than ever, and by writing I believe I shall more easily cleanse myself of the harm the treatment has done me. At least I am sure that this is the true method for restoring importance to a past that no longer pains me, and making the dreary present go by more quickly. So trustingly had I surrendered to the doctor, that when he told me I was cured, I believed him with complete faith and instead refused to believe in my pains, which nevertheless assailed me. I used to say to them, "You are not real." But now there is no doubt. They are indeed real. The bones of my legs have turned into vibrating fish bones that lacerate the flesh and muscles. But I would not much care about that, and it is not the reason I am leaving the treatment. If the hours of reflection in the doctor's company had continued to be interesting, bringing surprises and emotions, I would not have abandoned them. Or to abandon them I would have waited for the end of the war, which prevents me from every other activity. But now that I knew everything, that is, that it was nothing more than a silly illusion, a trick fit to move some old hysterical woman, how could I endure the company of that ridiculous man, with that eye of his that means to be penetrating, and that presumption that allows him to group all the phenomena of this world around his grand new theory? I shall use my remaining free time to write. In the meantime, I shall write sincerely the story of my treatment. All sincerity between myself and the doctor had vanished, and now I can breathe. No further effort is imposed on me. I need not force myself into a faith, nor pretend to have one. Precisely in order better to conceal my true thoughts, I believed I had to show him a supine deference, and he took advantage of it to invent new ones every day. My treatment was supposed to be complete because my illness had been discovered. It was none other than the one diagnosed in his day by the late Sophocles on poor Oedipus. I had loved my mother and wanted to murder my father. Nor did I fly into a rage. I stood there spellbound, listening. It was an illness that elevated me to the highest nobility, a distinguished disease whose ancestors reached back to the mythological era, and I do not grow angry even now that I am here alone with pen in hand. I laugh about it heartily. The best proof that I never had that disease is the fact that I have not been cured of it. This proof would convince even the doctor. Let him rest content. His words were unable to tarnish the memory of my youth. I close my eyes and instantly see, pure, childlike, guileless, my love for my mother, my respect for and my great affection for my father. The doctor places far too much faith even in those blessed confessions of mine, which he refuses to return to me so that I might review them. Good God! He studied nothing but medicine, and therefore does not know what it means to write in Italian for those of us who speak dialect and cannot write it. A confession written down is always mendacious. With every Tuscan word we utter a lie. If he only knew how we tell by preference all those things for which we have the ready phrase, and how we avoid those that would oblige us to resort to the dictionary. It is precisely in this way that we select from our life the episodes to be recorded. One can well understand how our life would have quite a different aspect if it were told in our dialect. The doctor confessed to me that in his entire long practice it had never happened to him to witness an emotion as powerful as mine upon encountering the images he believed he had succeeded in procuring for me. That is also why he was so quick to declare me cured. And I did not simulate that emotion. It was, on the contrary, one of the most profound I have ever experienced in my whole life. Damp with sweat when I created the image, with tears when I had it. I had already long adored the hope of being able to relive one day of innocence and ingenuousness. For months and months that hope sustained and animated me. Was it not perhaps a matter of obtaining, through vivid remembrance, in the depths of winter, the roses of May? The doctor himself assured me that the memory would be bright and complete, such as to represent one more day of my life. The roses would have their full fragrance and perhaps even their thorns. It was thus that by dint of chasing after those images, I caught up with them. Now I know that I invented them. But to invent is a creation, not a lie. Mine were inventions like those of a fever, which walk about the room so that you may see them from all sides and which then also touch you. They had the solidity, the color, the impudence of living things. By force of desire, I projected the images, which existed only in my brain, into the space at which I gazed, a space whose air I could feel, whose light I could perceive, and whose sharp corners were not lacking in any space through which I have ever passed. When I arrived at the torpor that was supposed to facilitate the illusion, and which seemed to me nothing but the combination of a great effort with a great inertia, I believed those images were true reproductions of distant days. I could have suspected at once that they were not, because as soon as they vanished I remembered them, but without any excitement or emotion. I remembered them as one remembers a fact recounted by someone who was not present. Had they been true reproductions, I would have continued to laugh and weep over them as when I had experienced them. And the doctor recorded everything. He would say,
"We have had this. We have had that."
In truth, we had nothing more than graphic marks, skeletons of images. I was led to believe it was a re-evocation of my childhood, because the first of the images placed me in a relatively recent period of which I had preserved, even before, a faint memory that it seemed to confirm. There was a year in my life when I went to school, and my brother did not yet. And the hour I re-evoked seemed to belong to that year. I saw myself leaving my villa one sunny spring morning, passing through our garden to go down into the city. Down, down, held by the hand by an old maidservant of ours, Katina. My brother did not appear in the scene I dreamed, but he was its hero. I could feel him at home, free and happy, while I was going to school. I went with sobs in my throat, my step reluctant, and in my soul an intense rancor. I saw only one of those walks to school, but the rancor in my soul told me that every day I went to school, and every day my brother stayed at home. To infinity, while in truth I believed that after no great length of time my brother, only a year younger than I, went to school as well. But at the time, the truth of the dream seemed indisputable to me. I was condemned to go to school forever while my brother was allowed to stay at home. Walking alongside Katina, I calculated the duration of the torture, until noon, while he is at home. And I also remembered that on the preceding days I must have been upset at school by threats and scoldings, and that I had thought even then, they cannot touch him. It had been a vision of enormous vividness. Katina, whom I had known as a small child, had seemed large to me, certainly because I was so small. Very old she had seemed to me even then, but it is well known that the very young always see their elders as old. And on the street I had to take to go to school, I also glimpsed the strange little stone posts that in those days lined the pavements of our city. It is true that I was born early enough to see those posts, as an adult, still standing in our central streets. But in the street that I walked with Katina that day, they had disappeared as soon as I left childhood. The faith in the authenticity of those images persisted in my mind even when, soon, stimulated by that dream, my cold memory uncovered other details of that period. The main one, my brother also envied me because I went to school. I was sure I had noticed this, but it did not immediately suffice to undermine the truth of the dream. Later it stripped the dream of all appearance of truth. The jealousy had in reality existed, but in the dream it had been displaced. The second vision also carried me back to a recent period, though much earlier than the first, a room in my villa, but I do not know which one, because it was larger than any that is actually there. It is strange that I saw myself enclosed in that room, and immediately knew a detail that could not have emerged from the simple vision. The room was far from the place where my mother and Katina were then staying. And a second detail, I had not yet been to school. The room was all white, and indeed I have never seen a room so white or so completely illuminated by the sun. Did the sun of that time pass through the walls? It was certainly already high, but I was nevertheless still in my bed with a cup in my hand from which I had drunk all the coffee and milk, and in which I continued to work with a little spoon, scraping up the sugar. At a certain point, the spoon could no longer reach any more, and so I tried to reach the bottom of the cup with my tongue. But I did not succeed. So I ended up holding the cup in one hand and the spoon in the other, and sat watching my brother, lying in the bed next to mine, who was still tardily sipping his coffee with his nose in his cup. When he finally lifted his face, I saw it contract in the rays of the sun that struck it full on, while mine, God knows why, was in shadow. His face was pale and slightly disfigured by a mild prognathism. He said to me,
"Will you lend me your spoon?"
Only then did I notice that Katina had forgotten to bring him his spoon. At once, and without any hesitation, I replied,
Yes, if you give me some of your sugar in exchange.
I held the spoon high to make its value stand out, but immediately Katina's voice rang out in the room.
"Shame on you, you little usurer."
The fright and the shame plunged me back into the present. I would have liked to argue with Katina, but she, my brother and I, as I was then, small, innocent, and usurious, all vanished, plunging back into the abyss. I regretted having felt that shame so strongly as to have destroyed the image I had reached with such effort. I would have done much better to offer the spoon meekly, for nothing, and not debate that misdeed of mine, which was probably the first I had ever committed. Perhaps Katina would have invoked the aid of my mother to inflict a punishment on me, and I would at last have seen her again. I did see her, however, a few days later, or believed I saw her again. I could have realized at once that it was an illusion, because the image of my mother, as I had evoked her, resembled too closely the portrait of her that I keep by my bed. But I must confess that in the apparition my mother moved like a living person. A great deal of sun, so much as to be dazzling. From what I believed to be my youth, there came to me so much of that sunlight that it was difficult to doubt it was real. Our dining room in the afternoon hours. My father has returned home and is sitting on a sofa beside Mama, who is stamping some indelible ink initials onto a quantity of linen spread over the table at which she sits. I am under the table, playing with some marbles. I keep moving closer to Mama. Probably I want her to join in my games. At a certain point, to stand up between them, I grab hold of the linen hanging from the table, and then a disaster occurs. The ink bottle falls on my head, stains my face and my clothes, Mama's skirt, and produces a slight stain even on Papa's trousers. My father raises a leg to give me a kick. But I had returned in time from my distant journey and found myself safe here, adult, old. I must say it. For an instant I suffered from the punishment that had been threatened, and immediately afterwards I grieved at not having been able to witness the act of protection that would undoubtedly have come from Mamma. But who can arrest those images when they take to fleeing through that time which never so closely resembled space? This was my concept so long as I believed in the authenticity of those images. Now, unfortunately, oh, how I grieve over it. I no longer believe in them, and I know that it was not the images that were running away, but my cleared eyes, looking once more into true space, where there is no room for phantoms. I shall tell of the images of yet another day, to which the doctor attributed such importance as to declare me cured. In the half-sleep to which I abandoned myself, I had a dream with the immobility of a nightmare. I dreamed of myself, become a child again, and only to see that child as he too dreamed. He lay mute, in the grip of a joy that pervaded his tiny organism. It seemed to him that he had at last achieved his ancient desire, and yet he lay there alone and abandoned. But he saw and felt with that vividness with which, in a dream, one can see and feel even distant things. The child, lying in a room of my villa, saw, God knows how, that on the roof of the same house there was a cage built on the most solid foundations, without doors or windows, but illuminated with as much light as could give pleasure and furnished with pure, fragrant air. And the child knew that he alone would be able to reach that cage, and without even going there, because perhaps the cage would come to him. In that cage there was but a single piece of furniture, an armchair, and on it sat a voluptuous woman, deliciously constructed, dressed in black, blonde with large blue eyes, her hands very white, and small feet in patent leather shoes, of which, beneath her skirts, only a faint gleam was visible. I must say that this woman seemed to me one single thing with her black dress and her patent leather shoes. Everything was her, and the child dreamed of possessing this woman, but in the strangest way. He was certain, that is, that he could eat little pieces of her from the top and from the bottom. Now, thinking about it, I am astonished that the doctor, who claims to have read my manuscript with such attention, did not remember the dream I had before going to meet Carla. To me, some time later, when I thought about it again, it seemed that this dream was nothing other than the other one, somewhat altered, made more infantile. Instead, the doctor recorded everything accurately, and then asked me with a rather foolish expression,
"Was your mother blonde and voluptuous?"
I was astonished by the question and replied that my grandmother had been so as well. But for him I was cured, thoroughly cured. I opened my mouth wide to rejoice with him, and adapted myself to what was to follow. No more investigations, researches, meditations, but a genuine and assiduous re-education. From then on, those sessions were a true torment, and I continued them only because it has always been so difficult for me to stop when I am moving, or to set myself in motion when I am at rest. Sometimes, when he told me things that were too outrageous, I ventured an objection. It was not at all true, as he believed, that every word of mine, every thought of mine, was that of a delinquent. He would then open his eyes wide. I was cured, and did not want to acknowledge it. What a case of true blindness. I had learned that I had desired to take my wife, my mother, away from my father, and I did not feel cured. Unheard of stubbornness on my part. However, the doctor admitted that I would be cured even better once my re-education was complete, after which I would have grown accustomed to regarding those things, the desire to kill one's father and to kiss one's own mother, as the most innocent things in the world, about which there was no reason to suffer remorse, because they occurred frequently in the best of families. When it came down to it, what was I losing? One day he told me that I was now like a convalescent, who has not yet grown accustomed to living without fever. Very well. I would wait until I got used to it. He sensed that I was not yet entirely his, and besides the re-education, from time to time he also returned to the treatment. He tried dreams again, but we had no more authentic ones. Tired of so much waiting, I ended up inventing one. I would not have done so had I been able to foresee the difficulty of such a simulation. It is not at all easy to stammer as though one were immersed in a half-dream, to cover oneself with sweat or turn pale, not to betray oneself, possibly to turn red with the effort and not blush. I spoke as if I had returned to the woman of the cage, and had induced her to offer me, through a hole that had suddenly appeared in the wall of the little room, one of her feet to suck and eat.
The left one? The left one?
I murmured, putting into the vision a curious detail that might make it more closely resemble the preceding dreams. I was thereby demonstrating that I had perfectly understood the disease the doctor demanded of me. The infantile Oedipus was made exactly so. He sucked his mother's left foot, leaving the right one for his father. In my effort to imagine it as real, not at all a contradiction this, I even deceived myself by tasting the flavor of that foot. I nearly had to retch. Not only the doctor, but I too would have wished to be visited again by those dear images of my youth, authentic or not, which I had not needed to construct. Seeing that they no longer came when I was with the doctor, I tried to evoke them when away from him. Alone, I was exposed to the danger of forgetting them, but then I was not aiming at a cure. I wanted roses of May again in December. I had already had them. Why should I not be able to have them again? Even in solitude I was bored enough, but then, instead of the images, something came that for a while took their place. I simply came to believe that I had made an important scientific discovery. I believed myself called to complete the entire theory of physiological colors. My predecessors, Goethe and Schopenhauer, had never imagined where one could arrive by skillfully handling complementary colors. One should know that I spent my time lying on the sofa facing the window of my study, from which I could see a stretch of sea and horizon. Now one evening, from a sunset that colored the sky fretted with clouds, I lingered for a long time admiring, on a clear strip, a magnificent color, green, pure, and gentle. In the sky there was also a great deal of red, still pale, bleached out by the direct white rays of the sun. Dazzled, after a certain interval, I closed my eyes, and it was clear that my attention, my affection, had been directed towards the green, because on my retina its complementary color appeared, a dazzling red that had nothing to do with the luminous but pale red in the sky. I gazed at, I caressed, that color manufactured by myself. The great surprise came when, upon opening my eyes, I saw that flaming red invade the entire sky and cover even the emerald green, which for a long time I could no longer find. So I had discovered the means of tinting nature. Naturally, the experiment was repeated by me many times. The fine thing was that there was also movement in that coloring. When I reopened my eyes, the sky did not immediately accept the color from my retina. There was, in fact, a moment of hesitation in which I still managed to see the emerald green that had engendered that red by which it was about to be destroyed. This rose from the depths, unexpected, and spread like a terrifying conflagration. When I was sure of the exactness of my observation, I brought it to the doctor in the hope of enlivening our tedious sessions. The doctor settled the matter by telling me that I had a retina more sensitive than usual because of nicotine. I nearly let slip the remark that in that case the images too, which we had attributed to reproductions of events from my youth, might instead have been derived from the effect of the same poison. But then I would have revealed to him that I was not cured, and he would have tried to induce me to begin the treatment all over again. And yet that great beast did not always consider me so poisoned. This is also proved by the re-education he attempted to cure me of what he called my smoking disease. Here are his words. Smoking did me no harm, and once I was convinced it was harmless, it would truly be so. And then he continued, now that the relations with my father had been brought to the light of day and presented again to my adult judgment, I could understand that I had taken up that vice to compete with my father and attributed a poisonous effect to tobacco because of my inner moral sense, which wished to punish me for competing with him. That day I left the doctor's house smoking like a Turk. It was a matter of making an experiment, and I lent myself willingly. All day long I smoked without interruption. Then followed a completely sleepless night. My chronic bronchitis had blossomed anew, and of that there was no doubt because it was easy to discover its consequences in the spittoon. The next day I told the doctor that I had smoked a great deal and that now I no longer cared. The doctor looked at me smiling, and I guessed that his chest was swelling with pride. Calmly he resumed my re-education. He proceeded with the confidence of seeing every patch of ground on which he set foot burst into flower. Of that re-education I remember very little. I endured it, and when I left that room I shook myself like a dog coming out of water, and like a dog I too remained damp, but not wet. I do, however, remember with indignation that my educator maintained that Dr. Koprosic had been right to address to me the words that had provoked such resentment on my part. But then I would also have deserved the slap my father tried to give me as he lay dying. I do not know whether he said that too. I do know with certainty that he maintained I had also hated old Malfenti, whom I had put in my father's place. So many people in this world believe they cannot live without a given affection. I, on the other hand, according to him, lost my balance if I lacked a given hatred. I had married one or other of the daughters, and it was indifferent which, because it was a matter of placing their father in a position where my hatred could reach him. And then I had defaced the house I had made my own as best I could. I betrayed my wife, and it is obvious that had I succeeded, I would have seduced Ada and Alberta too. Naturally, I have no intention of denying this, and indeed it made me laugh when the doctor, in telling me so, assumed the aspect of Christopher Columbus upon reaching America. I believe, however, that he is the only person in the world who, upon hearing that I wanted to go to bed with two very beautiful women, asks himself, "Let us see why this man wants to go to bed with them." It was even harder for me to bear what he believed he could say about my relations with Guido. From my own account, he had learned of the antipathy that had accompanied the beginning of my relationship with him. According to him, that antipathy had never ceased, and Ada would have been right to see its ultimate manifestation in my absence from his funeral. He did not recall that I was at the time engaged in my work of love, saving Ada's fortune, nor did I deign to remind him. It seems that the doctor, in connection with Guido, even made some inquiries. He maintains that, having been chosen by Ada, he could not have been as I described him. He discovered that a large timber depot, very near the house where we practice psychoanalysis, had belonged to the firm of Guido Speer and Co. Why had I not spoken of it? Had I spoken of it, it would have been a new difficulty in my exposition, already so difficult. This omission is nothing but proof that a confession made by me in Italian could be neither complete nor sincere. In a timber depot there are enormous varieties of quality that we in Trieste designate with barbarous terms taken from dialect, from Croatian, from German, and sometimes even from French. Zapin, for example, and it does not correspond at all to sapin. Who would have furnished me with the proper vocabulary? Old as I am, should I have taken employment with a Tuscan timber merchant? Besides, the timber depot of the firm of Guido Speyer and Commi produced nothing but losses. And anyway, I had no need to speak of it because it always remained inert, except when the thieves intervened and sent that timber with its barbarous names flying, as if it had been destined to build little tables for spiritist experiments. I suggested to the doctor that he should obtain information about Guido from my wife, from Carmen, or from Luciano, who is a prominent merchant known to everyone. To my knowledge, he did not approach any of them, and I must believe that he refrained from doing so for fear that those inquiries would bring his whole edifice of accusations and suspicions crashing down. Who knows why he has conceived such a hatred for me? He too must be a great hysteric who, having desired his mother in vain, avenges himself on someone who has nothing at all to do with it. It ended with my feeling very tired of the struggle I had to sustain with the doctor whom I was paying. I believe that even those dreams did me no good, and then the freedom to smoke as much as I liked finished me off completely. I had a good idea. I went to see Dr. Pauli. I had not seen him for many years. He had gone somewhat grey, but his figure of a grenadier was not yet too much rounded by age, nor stooped. He still looked at things with a gaze that seemed a caress. That time I discovered why he seemed so to me. Evidently he enjoys looking, and he looks at beautiful and ugly things with the complacency with which others caress. I had gone up to see him with the intention of asking whether he thought I should continue the psychoanalysis. But when I found myself before that cold, probing eye of his, I lacked the courage. Perhaps I would make myself ridiculous by telling him that at my age I had let myself be taken in by such a piece of charlatanism. I was sorry to have to keep silent, because if Pauli had forbidden me the psychoanalysis, my position would have been greatly simplified, but it would have pained me too much to see myself caressed too long by that great eye of his. I told him about my insomnia, my chronic bronchitis, a rash on my cheeks that was tormenting me at the time, certain shooting pains in my legs, and finally certain strange lapses of memory. Pauli analyzed my urine in my presence. The mixture turned black, and Pauli became pensive. Here at last was a real analysis, and no longer a psychoanalysis, I recalled with sympathy and emotion my distant past as a chemist and true analyses, myself, a test tube, and a reagent. The other thing, the thing being analyzed, sleeps until the reagent imperiously awakens it. Resistance in the test tube is non-existent, or yields to the slightest elevation of temperature, and simulation is entirely absent. In that test tube, nothing happened that could recall my behavior when, to please Dr. S., I invented new details of my childhood that were supposed to confirm the diagnosis of Sophocles. Here, instead, all was truth. The substance to be analyzed was imprisoned in the test tube and, always identical to itself, awaited the reagent. When it arrived, it always said the same word. In psychoanalysis, the same images and the same words never recur. It ought to be called something else. Let us call it the psychic adventure. Exactly so. When one begins such an analysis, it is as if one were going into a forest, not knowing whether one will encounter a brigand or a friend, and one does not know even when the adventure is over. In this respect, psychoanalysis resembles spiritism. But Pauli did not believe it was sugar. He wanted to see me again the following day after having analyzed the liquid by polarization. I, meanwhile, went away in triumph, laden with diabetes. I was on the point of going to Dr. S. to ask him how he would now analyze within my breast the causes of this disease in order to annul them. But I had had enough of that individual and did not want to see him again, not even to mock him. I must confess that the diabetes was a great sweetness to me. I spoke of it to Augusta, whose eyes immediately filled with tears.
You've talked about illness so much in your life that you were bound to end up having one,
she said. Then she tried to console me. I loved my illness. I recalled with sympathy poor Copler, who had preferred real illness to imaginary illness. I was now in agreement with him. Real illness was so simple. All one had to do was let it have its way. Indeed, when I read in a medical book the description of my sweet illness, I discovered in it something like a program for life, not for death, in its various stages. Farewell. Resolutions. At last I was free of them. Everything would follow its course without any intervention on my part. I also discovered that my illness was always, or nearly always, very mild. The patient eats and drinks a great deal, and there are no great sufferings if one takes care to avoid the boils. Then one dies in the sweetest coma. Shortly afterwards, Pauli telephoned me. He informed me that there was no trace of sugar. I went to see him the following day, and he prescribed a diet that I followed only for a few days, and a concoction that he described in an illegible prescription, and that did me good for an entire month.
Did the diabetes frighten you very much?
He asked me, smiling. I protested, but I did not tell him that now that the diabetes had deserted me, I felt very much alone. He would not have believed me. Around that time, a celebrated work by Dr. Beard on neurasthenia fell into my hands. I followed his advice and changed medicines every 8 days according to his prescriptions, which I copied out in clear handwriting. For several months, the treatment seemed good to me. Not even Copler in his lifetime had enjoyed such an abundant consolation of medicines as I did then. Then that faith, too, passed. But in the meantime, I had been putting off from day to day my return to psychoanalysis. Then I happened to run into Dr. S. He asked me if I had decided to leave the treatment. He was, however, very courteous, much more so than when he held me in his hand. Evidently, he wanted to recapture me. I told him I had urgent business, family matters that occupied and preoccupied me, and that as soon as I found myself at leisure, I would return to him. I would have liked to ask him to return my manuscript, but I did not dare. It would have been tantamount to confessing to him that I wanted nothing more to do with the treatment. I reserved such an attempt for another time, when he would have realized that I was no longer thinking about the treatment and had resigned himself. Before leaving me, he said a few words intended to win me back.
If you examine your mind, you will find it changed. You will see that you will come back to me as soon as you realize how I succeeded in a relatively short time in bringing you closer to health.
But I, in truth, believe that with his help, by dint of studying my own soul, I have driven new diseases into it. I am intent on curing myself of his treatment. I avoid dreams and memories. Because of them, my poor head has been so transformed as to be unable to feel secure on my neck. I have frightful bouts of distraction. I talk with people, and while saying one thing, I involuntarily try to remember another thing that I said or did a short time before and can no longer recall, or else a thought of mine that seems to me of enormous importance. Of the importance my father attributed to those thoughts he had shortly before dying, which even he was unable to remember. If I do not want to end up in the asylum, away with these toys. 15th May 1915. We spent 2 holiday days at Lucinico at our villa. My son Alfio needs to recover from an influenza and will remain at the villa with his sister for a few weeks. We shall return here for Whitsuntide. I have finally succeeded in returning to my sweet habits and stopping smoking. I already feel much better since I have managed to eliminate the freedom that foolish doctor had tried to grant me. Today, at the middle of the month, I was struck by the difficulty our calendar presents for a regular and orderly resolution. No 2 months are alike. To better mark one's resolution, one would like to stop smoking together with something else. A month, for example. But apart from July and August and December and January, there are no other months that follow one another and are paired in their number of days. A true disorder in time. To collect myself better, I spent the afternoon of the second day alone on the banks of the Isonzo. There is no better way to collect oneself than to sit gazing at flowing water. One stays still, and the flowing water provides the diversion one needs, for it is not identical to itself in color or pattern for even an instant. It was a strange day. Certainly a strong wind was blowing high up, because the clouds were continually changing shape. But down below the atmosphere was still. From time to time, through the moving clouds, the already warm sun would find an opening to flood this or that stretch of hillside or mountaintop with its rays, setting off the gentle green of May against the shadow that covered the whole landscape. The temperature was mild, and even that flight of clouds across the sky had something spring-like about it. There was no doubt. The weather was clearing. It was a true moment of self-collection, one of those rare instants that our niggardly life grants, of true great objectivity, in which one finally ceases to believe and feel oneself a victim. Amid that green, so deliciously set off by those bursts of sunlight, I was able to smile at my life, and even at my illness. Woman had had an enormous importance in it, perhaps in fragments, her little feet, her waist, her mouth. She had filled my days. And reviewing my life and also my illness, I loved them, I understood them. How much more beautiful my life had been than that of the so-called healthy, those who beat or would have liked to beat their woman every day, except at certain moments. I, on the other hand, had always been accompanied by love. When I had not been thinking of my woman, I had been thinking of her still, to make her forgive me for thinking also of others. Other men abandoned their woman, disillusioned and despairing of life. From my life, desire was never taken away, and illusion was reborn intact after every shipwreck, in dreams of limbs, of voices, of more perfect attitudes. At that moment I remembered that among the many lies I had administered to that profound observer, Dr. S., was also the one that I had not been unfaithful to my wife since Ada's departure. On this lie, too, he had built his theories. But there, on the bank of that river, suddenly with alarm, I remembered that it was true that for some days, perhaps since I had abandoned the treatment, I had not sought the company of other women. Could I have been cured, as Dr. S. claims? Old as I am, women have not looked at me for a long time. If I cease to look at them, then every connection between us is severed. If such a doubt had come to me in Trieste, I would have known how to resolve it at once. Here it was somewhat more difficult. A few days earlier, I had had in my hands the memoirs of Da Ponte, the adventurer who was a contemporary of Casanova. He too must certainly have passed through Lucinico, and I dreamed of running into those powdered ladies of his, their limbs concealed by crinolines. Good God! How did those women manage to surrender so quickly and so often, defended as they were by all those rags? It seemed to me that the memory of the crinoline, despite the treatment, was sufficiently exciting, but my desire was somewhat manufactured and did not suffice to reassure me. The experience I was looking for came shortly afterwards and was sufficient to reassure me, but it cost me no little. In order to have it, I disturbed and spoiled the purest relationship I had ever had in my life. I happened upon Teresina, the eldest daughter of the tenant farmer on an estate adjoining my villa. Her father had been a widower for 2 years, and his numerous brood had found a mother in Teresina, a robust girl who rose in the morning to work and stopped working only to go to bed and rest in order to resume work. That day she was leading the little donkey, usually entrusted to the care of her younger brother, and was walking beside the cart laden with fresh grass, because the not very large animal would not have been able to carry up the gentle slope even the weight of the girl. The year before, Teresina had still seemed a child to me, and I had felt for her nothing but a smiling paternal sympathy. But even the day before, when I had seen her again for the first time, despite having found her grown, her brown little face become more serious, her slender shoulders broadened above the breast that was beginning to arch in the spare development of the small, toiling body. I had continued to see her as an immature child, in whom I could love only the extraordinary energy and the maternal instinct from which the younger siblings benefited. Had it not been for that accursed treatment and the need to verify at once what state my illness was in, that time too I could have left Lucinico without having disturbed such innocence. She wore no crinoline, and her plump, smiling little face knew nothing of powder. Her feet were bare, and she left half her leg visible too. The little face and the feet and the leg did not succeed in kindling me. The face and the limbs that Teresina left uncovered were all the same colour. They all belonged to the open air, and there was nothing wrong in their being left to the air. Perhaps that was why they did not manage to kindle me, but at feeling myself so cold, I took fright. Could the treatment have left me with a need for the crinoline? I began by stroking the little donkey, to which I had given a bit of rest. Then I tried to return to Teresina and put in her hand no less than 10 crowns. It was the first assault. The year before, to her and her little brothers and sisters, to express my paternal affection, I had put only pennies in their little hands. But paternal affection is, of course, another thing. Teresina was astonished by the rich gift. She carefully lifted her little skirt to put the precious piece of paper away in some hidden pocket. In this way I saw a further stretch of leg, but it too was still brown and chaste. I returned to the donkey and gave it a kiss on the head. My affection provoked its own. It stretched out its muzzle and emitted its great cry of love, which I have always listened to with respect. How it spans the distances, and how meaningful it is, with that first cry that invokes and repeats itself, growing fainter and ending in a desperate weeping. But heard so close up, it made my eardrum ache. Teresina was laughing, and her laughter encouraged me. I returned to her and immediately grasped her by the forearm, along which I slowly moved my hand up towards the little shoulder, studying my sensations. Thank heaven I was not cured yet. I had stopped the treatment in time. But Teresina, with a blow of a stick, made the donkey move on, in order to follow it and leave me. Laughing heartily because I remained cheerful even if the village girl wanted nothing to do with me, I said to her, "Have you got a sweetheart? You should have one. It's a pity you haven't already." Still moving away from me, she said, "If I take one, he'll certainly be younger than you." My gaiety was not dimmed by this. I would have liked to teach Teresina a little lesson, and tried to remember how in Boccaccio, Master Alberto of Bologna honorably puts to shame a woman who had sought to put him to shame for being in love with her. But Master Alberto's reasoning did not have its effect because Madonna Margherita de Ghisolieri said to him, "Your love is dear to me as that of a wise and worthy man ought to be, and therefore, saving my honor, you may command whatever is your pleasure as something that belongs to you." I tried to do better.
"When will you devote yourself to old men, Teresina?" I shouted to be heard by her, for she was already some distance away. "When I'm old myself," she yelled back, laughing heartily and without stopping. "But then the old men won't want anything more to do with you. Listen to me. I know them."
I was shouting, taking pleasure in my wit, which came directly from my sex. At that moment, at some point in the sky, the clouds parted and let through some rays of sunshine that went and found Teresina, who was by now some 40 meters away from me and 10 or more meters above. She was dark, small, but luminous. The sun did not illuminate me. When one is old, one stays in the shadow, even when possessed of wit. 26th June, 1915. The war has caught up with me. I, who had been listening to stories of war as if it were a war of other times, diverting to talk about but foolish to worry over, here I was plunged into the middle of it, stupefied, and at the same time astonished at not having noticed sooner that I was bound sooner or later to be involved. I had been living in perfect calm in a building whose ground floor was ablaze, and had not foreseen that sooner or later the whole building with me in it would collapse into the flames. The war seized me, shook me like a rag, stripped me in a single moment of my entire family and even of my administrator. From one day to the next, I was an entirely new man, or rather, to be more exact, all my 24 hours were entirely new. Since yesterday I have been somewhat calmer because at last, after a month's wait, I received the first news of my family. They are safe and sound in Turin, while I had already lost all hope of seeing them again. I have to spend the entire day in my office. I have nothing to do there, but the Olivis, as Italian citizens, had to leave, and all my few best employees have gone off to fight on one side or the other, so I must stay at my post as watchman. In the evening I go home laden with the heavy keys to the warehouse. Today, feeling so much calmer, I brought this manuscript with me to the office, and it might help me pass the long hours better. Indeed, it afforded me a wonderful quarter of an hour in which I learned that there was once in this world an age of such quiet and silence as to allow one to occupy oneself with such little toys. It would also be fine if someone were seriously to invite me to plunge into a state of semi-consciousness, such as to relive even just 1 hour of my previous life. I would laugh in his face. How can one abandon a present like this to go in search of things of no importance? It seems to me that only now am I definitively detached from my health and from my illness. I walk through the streets of our wretched city, feeling that I am a privileged person who does not have to go to war, and who finds every day what he needs to eat. Compared to everyone else, I feel so happy, especially since I had news of my family, that I would feel I was provoking the wrath of the gods, were I also perfectly well. The war and I met in a violent way, but one that now seems to me slightly comic. Augusta and I had returned to Lucinico to spend Whitsuntide there with the children. On the 23rd of May, I rose early. I had to take the Carlsbad salts and also go for a walk before coffee. It was during this cure at Lucinico that I noticed that when one is fasting, the heart attends more actively to other repairs, radiating a great well-being throughout the whole organism. My theory was to be perfected that very day, on which I was forced to go hungry, and going hungry did me so much good. Augusta, to bid me farewell, raised her head, all white, from the pillow, and reminded me that I had promised my daughter to get her some roses. Our only rose bush had withered, and so provisions had to be made. My daughter has grown into a pretty girl and resembles Ada. From one moment to the next I had forgotten the manner of the gruff educator and had adopted that of the cavalier who respects femininity even in his own daughter. She immediately became aware of her power and, to the great amusement of Augusta and myself, abused it. She wanted roses, and roses had to be procured. I resolved to walk for a couple of hours. The sun was shining, and since my plan was to walk without stopping until I returned home, I did not take even my jacket or hat. Fortunately, I remembered that I would have to pay for the roses, and so did not leave my wallet at home along with my jacket. First of all, I went to the neighboring farm, to Teresina's father, to ask him to cut the roses, which I would come and collect on my way back. I entered the large courtyard enclosed by a somewhat ruined wall and found no one there. I called out Teresina's name. Out of the house came the smallest of the children, who at that time must have been about 6 years old. I put a few pennies in his little hand, and he told me that the whole family had set out early in the morning for the other side of the Isonzo for a day's work on their potato field, whose soil needed to be firmed up. This did not displease me. I knew that field, and I knew that to reach it I needed about an hour. Since I had resolved to walk for a couple of hours, I was pleased to be able to give my walk a definite purpose. That way there was no fear of interrupting it because of a sudden attack of laziness. I set out across the plain, which is higher than the road, and of which therefore I could see only the edges and a few crowns of trees in blossom. I was truly light-hearted. In my shirt sleeves and without a hat I felt very light. I breathed in that very pure air and, as I had often done of late, while walking I performed the Nehemiah pulmonary exercises I had been taught by a German friend, a most useful thing for anyone who leads a rather sedentary life. Arriving at that field, I saw Teresina working right beside the road. I drew near to her and then noticed that farther on, her 2 little brothers were working alongside their father, boys of an age I could not have specified precisely, between 10 and 14. In hard work, old people may feel exhausted, but because of the excitement that accompanies it, always younger than in idleness. Laughing, I approached Teresina.
"You're still in time, Teresina. Don't delay."
She did not understand me, and I explained nothing to her. There was no need. Since she did not remember, one could return with her to our old relationship. I had already repeated the experiment, and this time too it had had a favorable result. In addressing those few words to her, I had caressed her otherwise than with my eye alone. With Teresina's father I easily came to an agreement about the roses. He would let me cut as many as I liked, and then we would not quarrel about the price. He wanted to get back to work at once while I was preparing to set out on my way home, but then he changed his mind and ran after me. Having caught up with me, in a very low voice he asked, "You haven't heard anything, have you? They say war has broken out."
"Indeed, we all know that. For about a year now,"
I replied. "I'm not talking about that one," he said impatiently. "I'm talking about the one with—" and he gestured in the direction of the nearby Italian frontier. "You don't know anything about it?" He looked at me anxiously for an answer.
"You can see,"
I told him with complete confidence,
"that if I know nothing, it means there is nothing. I come from Trieste, and the last words I heard there meant that the war has been positively and definitively averted. In Rome, they've overturned the ministry that wanted war, and now they have Giolitti."
He immediately brightened. "So these potatoes we're covering, which are so promising, will be ours in the end. There are so many of those chatterboxes in this world." With his shirt sleeve he wiped the sweat that was trickling from his brow. Seeing him so happy, I tried to make him happier still. I do so love happy people. So I said things that I truly do not care to remember. I asserted that even if war had broken out, it would not be fought there. First of all, there was the sea where they would fight, if fight they must. And then by now in Europe there was no shortage of battlefields for whoever wanted them. There were Flanders and various departments of France. I had moreover heard it said, I could no longer remember by whom, that in this world there was now such a need for potatoes that they were gathered carefully even on the battlefields. I talked on and on, all the while looking at Teresina, who, small and slight, had squatted down on the earth to feel it before applying the spade. The farmer, perfectly reassured, returned to his work. I, on the other hand, had handed over a portion of my tranquility to him, and was left with much less of it. It was certain that at Lucinico we were too close to the frontier. I would talk to Augusta about it. Perhaps we would do well to return to Trieste and perhaps go even farther away or closer. Giolitti had certainly returned to power, but one could not know whether, once he had arrived up there, he would continue to see things in the light in which he saw them when up there was someone else. I was made even more nervous by the chance encounter with a platoon of soldiers marching along the road in the direction of Lucinico. They were not young soldiers, and were very badly dressed and equipped. From their sides hung what we in Trieste called the Durlindana, that long bayonet that in Austria, in the summer of 1915, they had been forced to dig out of the old depots. For a while I walked behind them, anxious to be home soon. Then a certain smell of high game that emanated from them annoyed me, and I slackened my pace. My anxiety and my haste were foolish. It was also foolish to be anxious because I had witnessed the anxiety of a peasant. By now I could see my villa from afar, and the platoon was no longer on the road. I quickened my step to arrive at last at my coffee and milk. It was here that my adventure began. At a bend in the road I was stopped by a sentry who shouted, "Zurück," actually assuming the position to fire. I tried to speak to him in German since he had shouted in German, but of German he knew only that single word, which he repeated ever more threateningly. It was necessary to go Zurück, and looking back all the time for fear the other, to make himself better understood, might fire. I retreated with a certain haste that did not leave me even when I could no longer see the soldier. But I had still not given up reaching my villa immediately. I thought that by crossing the hill on my right, I would arrive well behind the threatening sentry. The ascent was not difficult, especially because the tall grass had been beaten down by many people who must have passed that way before me. They must certainly have been driven there by the prohibition against using the road. As I walked, I regained my confidence and thought that on arriving at Lucinico, I would go straight to protest to the village headman about the treatment I had had to endure. If he allowed his summer visitors to be treated like this, soon no one would come to Lucinico. But having reached the top of the hill, I had the unpleasant surprise of finding it occupied by that same platoon of gamey soldiers. Many soldiers were resting in the shade of a peasant's cottage that I had known for a long time, and which at that hour was completely empty. 3 of them seemed to have been posted as sentries, but not facing the slope from which I had come, and several others were standing in a semicircle before an officer who was giving them instructions, which he illustrated with a topographic map that he held in his hand. I did not even possess a hat with which to greet them. Bowing repeatedly and with my finest smile, I approached the officer, who, seeing me, stopped talking to his soldiers and began to stare at me. Even the 5 great oafs surrounding him bestowed all their attention on me. Under all those gazes, and on the uneven ground, it was exceedingly difficult to move. The officer shouted, "Was Wilde dumme Kerl here?" What does that fool want here? Astonished at being insulted like this without any provocation, I wanted to show myself virile in my offence, but with all due discretion, and deviated from my path, attempting to reach the slope that would have taken me to Lucinico. The officer began to shout that if I took one more step, he would have me fired upon. I at once became very polite again, and from that day until today, as I write, I have remained very polite. It was barbarous to be forced to deal with such a fellow, but at least one had the advantage that he spoke German fluently. It was such an advantage that, remembering it, it became easier to speak to him gently. Woe betide me if, brute that he was, he had not even understood German. I would have been lost. It was a pity I did not speak that language fluently enough, because otherwise it would have been easy for me to make that stern gentleman laugh. I told him that in Lucinico my coffee and milk was waiting for me, from which I was separated only by his platoon. He laughed. Upon my word, he laughed. He laughed while swearing all the time and did not have the patience to let me finish. He declared that the coffee and milk at Lucinico would be drunk by others, and when he heard that besides the coffee my wife too was waiting for me, he shouted, "Auch Ihre Frau wird von anderen gegessen werden." Your wife too will be eaten by others. He was now in better spirits than I was. It seems then that he regretted having said words which, underlined by the uproarious laughter of the 5 oafs, might appear offensive. He became serious and explained that I must not hope to see Lucinico again for some days. And indeed, as a friend, he advised me not to ask again, because that request alone was enough to compromise me. Haben Sie verstanden? Have you understood? I had understood, but it was not at all easy to resign oneself to giving up the coffee and milk from which I was no more than half a kilometre away. For that reason alone I hesitated to leave, because it was obvious that once I had descended from that hill, I would not reach my villa again that day. And to gain time, I meekly asked the officer,
But whom should I apply to in order to get back to Lucinico to pick up at least my jacket and my hat?
I should have noticed that the officer was impatient to be left alone with his map and his men, but I had not expected to provoke such anger. He shouted so as to deafen me that he had already told me I was not to ask again. Then he ordered me to go where the devil would take me, wohin der Teufel sie tragen will. The idea of being carried was not altogether unpleasant, since I was very tired, but I still hesitated. Meanwhile, however, the officer, by dint of shouting, grew more and more inflamed, and with an accent of great menace summoned one of the 5 men surrounding him and, calling him corporal, gave him the order to take me down the hill and watch me until I had disappeared on the road that leads to Gorizia, firing at me if I hesitated to obey. So I descended from that summit rather willingly.
Danke schön,
I said, and without any intention of irony. The corporal was a Slav who spoke Italian passably. He thought it necessary to be brutal in the officer's presence, and shouted at me to make me precede him in the descent. March! But when we were a little farther away, he became gentle and familiar. He asked me if I had any news about the war, and if it was true that Italy's intervention was imminent. He looked at me anxiously, waiting for the answer. So not even they who were waging it knew whether the war existed or not. I tried to make him as happy as possible and gave him the news I had already administered to Teresina's father. Then they weighed on my conscience. In the frightful storm that broke, probably all the people I had reassured perished. Who knows what surprise there was on their faces, crystallized by death. My optimism was uncontrollable. Had I not heard the war in the officer's words, and even more in their tone? The corporal was greatly cheered and, to reward me, also gave me the advice not to try again to reach Lucinico. Given my news, he thought the orders preventing me from going home would be lifted the next day. But in the meantime, he advised me to go to Trieste, to the Platz Commando, where I might perhaps be able to obtain a special pass.
All the way to Trieste? I asked in alarm. To Trieste, without jacket, without hat, and without coffee and milk?
As far as the corporal knew, while we were speaking, a dense cordon of infantry was closing off passage into Italy, creating a new and insuperable frontier. With the smile of a superior person, he declared that, in his opinion, the shortest route to Lucinico was the one that led beyond Trieste. By dint of hearing it said, I resigned myself and set off towards Gorizia, thinking of taking the midday train to Trieste. I was agitated, but I must say I felt very well. I had smoked little and eaten nothing. I felt a lightness that I had not known for a long time. I was not at all displeased at having to walk some more. My legs ached a little, but it seemed to me I could hold out as far as Gorizia, so free and deep was my breathing. Having warmed my legs with a good pace, the walking indeed did not weigh on me. And in my well-being, beating the time, cheerful because it was unusually swift, I returned to my optimism. They were threatening from this side, threatening from that, but they would not get to war. And so, when I arrived at Gorizia, I hesitated as to whether I should not take a room at the hotel and spend the night there, returning to Lucinico the next day to lodge my protests with the village headman. Meanwhile, I rushed to the post office to telephone Augusta. But there was no answer from my villa. The clerk, a little man with a sparse beard who in his smallness and rigidity seemed something ridiculous and obstinate, the only thing I remember about him, hearing me curse furiously at the silent telephone, came up to me and said,
This is already the 4th time today that Lucinico doesn't answer.
When I turned to him, a great gleeful malice shone in his eye. I was wrong. I still remember that too. And that shining eye of his sought mine to see whether I was truly so surprised and angry. It took me a good 10 minutes to understand. Then I had no more doubts. Lucinico was on, or within a few moments would be on the line of fire. When I perfectly understood that eloquent look, I was heading to the cafe to have, while waiting for lunch, the cup of coffee that had been owed me since the morning. I at once changed course and went to the station. I wanted to be closer to my family and, following the directions of my friend the corporal, I made for Trieste. It was during that brief journey of mine that the war broke out. Thinking I would arrive at Trieste so quickly, at the Gorizia station, and however much I might have had time for it, I did not even take the cup of coffee to which I had been aspiring for so long. I climbed into my carriage and, left alone, turned my thoughts to my dear ones, from whom I had been separated in such a strange manner. The train went well as far as beyond Monfalcone. It seemed the war had not yet reached that far. I achieved tranquility for myself by thinking that at Lucinico things would probably unfold as on this side of the frontier. By now, Augusta and my children would be traveling towards the interior of Italy. This tranquility, combined with the enormous, astonishing tranquility of my hunger, procured me a long sleep. It was probably that same hunger that woke me. My train had stopped in the middle of the so-called Saxony of Trieste. The sea was not visible, although it must have been very close because a light haze prevented one from seeing far. The karst has a great gentleness in May, but it can be appreciated only by someone who has not been spoiled by the exuberant springs of color and life of other landscapes. Here the stone that juts out everywhere is surrounded by a mild green that is not humble because it soon becomes the predominant note of the landscape. Under other circumstances, I would have been enormously angry at not being able to eat when I was so hungry. But that day, the magnitude of the historic event I had witnessed impressed and induced me to resignation. The conductor, to whom I gave some cigarettes, was unable to procure me even a crust of bread. I told no one of my morning experiences. I would have spoken of them in Trieste to some intimate friend. From the frontier, towards which I strained my ear, no sound of combat came. We were standing still at that spot to let through 8 or 9 trains that came thundering down towards Italy. The gangrenous wound, as the Italian front was immediately dubbed in Austria, had opened and needed material to feed its purulence, and the poor men went off guffawing and singing. From all those trains came the same sounds of joy or intoxication. By the time I arrived in Trieste, night had already fallen on the city. The night was illuminated by the glow of many fires, and a friend who saw me heading home in my shirt sleeves called out to me, "Have you been taking part in the looting?" At last I got something to eat, and at once went to bed. A true great weariness drove me to bed. I believe it was produced by the hopes and doubts that were contending in my mind. I continued to feel very well, and in the brief period that preceded sleep, during which, through psychoanalysis, I had trained myself to retain images, I remember that I concluded my day with a last, childish, optimistic idea. No one had yet died at the frontier, and therefore peace could still be restored. Now that I know my family is safe and sound, the life I lead does not displease me. I have not much to do, but one cannot say I am idle. One must neither buy nor sell. Commerce will be restored when peace comes. Olivier sent me advice from Switzerland. If he only knew how out of place his advice sounds in this environment, which has changed completely. I, meanwhile, for the moment, am doing nothing. 24th of March, 1916. Since May of last year, I had not touched this little book. And now Dr. S. writes to me from Switzerland asking me to send him whatever else I may have noted down. It is a curious request, but I have no objection to sending him this little book too, from which he will clearly see what I think of him and his treatment. Since he possesses all my confessions, let him keep these few pages as well, and some more that I shall gladly add for his edification. But I wish to give Mr. Dr. S. a piece of my mind. I have thought about it so long that by now my ideas are quite clear. First of all, he believes he will receive further confessions of illness and weakness, and instead he will receive the description of a health that is solid, perfect, as much as my rather advanced age can permit. I am cured. Not only do I not wish to undergo psychoanalysis, but I have no need of it either. And my health does not derive solely from the fact that I feel myself a privileged person among so many martyrs. It is not through comparison that I feel healthy. I am healthy. Absolutely. For a long time I had known that my health could be nothing other than my conviction, and that it was folly worthy of a hypnagogic dreamer to want to cure it rather than persuade it. I do indeed suffer from certain pains, but they are of no importance in my great health. I can put a plaster here or there, but the rest must move and fight and never linger in the immobility of the gangrened. Pain and love, in short, life itself, cannot be regarded as a disease, because it hurts. I admit that in order to achieve the conviction of health, my destiny had to change and warm my organism with struggle, and above all, with triumph. It was my commerce that cured me, and I want Dr. S. to know it. Astonished and inert, I sat watching the convulsed world until the beginning of August last year. Then I began to buy. I underline this verb because it has a higher meaning than before the war. In the mouth of a merchant, then, it meant he was willing to buy a given article. But when I said it, I meant that I was a buyer of any merchandise that might be offered to me. Like all strong men, I had in my head a single idea, and on that I lived, and it was my fortune. Olivier was not in Trieste, but he certainly would not have permitted such a risk and would have left it to others. But for me it was not a risk. I knew its happy result with complete certainty. At first I had set about, in the time-honored manner in times of war, converting my entire fortune into gold. But there was some difficulty in buying and selling gold. The gold that was, so to speak, liquid, because more mobile, was merchandise, and I stockpiled it. From time to time I also made some sales, but always on a smaller scale than my purchases. Because I began at the right moment, my purchases and my sales were so successful that the latter gave me the great means I needed for the former. With great pride I recall that my first purchase was in fact an apparent folly, and intended solely to put my new idea immediately into effect, a not very large consignment of incense. The seller praised the possibility of using incense as a substitute for resin, which was already beginning to grow scarce. But I as a chemist knew with complete certainty that incense could never replace resin, from which it differed toto genera. According to my idea, the world would arrive at such a degree of wretchedness as to have to accept incense as a substitute for resin. And I bought. A few days ago I sold a small part of it and recovered the sum I had needed to acquire the entire consignment. At the moment I pocketed that money, my chest swelled with a sense of my strength and my health. When the doctor has received this last part of my manuscript, he should return the whole thing to me. I would redo it with true clarity, because how could I have understood my life when I did not know this last period of it? Perhaps I lived so many years only to prepare myself for it. Naturally, I am not naive, and I forgive the doctor for seeing in life itself a manifestation of disease. Life does somewhat resemble disease, as it proceeds by crises and lyses, and has its daily improvements and deteriorations. Unlike other diseases, life is always fatal. It does not tolerate treatments. It would be like trying to plug up the holes we have in our bodies, believing them to be wounds. We would die strangled as soon as we were treated. Present-day life is polluted at its roots. Man has put himself in the place of trees and beasts, and has polluted the air, has blocked free space. Worse may yet come. The sad and active animal may discover and put to its own service other forces. There is a threat of this kind in the air. It will be followed by a great wealth in the number of human beings. Every square meter will be occupied by a man. Who will cure us of the lack of air and space? The mere thought of it suffocates me. But it is not this alone. Any effort to give us health is vain. Health can belong only to the beast that knows but a single progress, that of its own organism. When the swallow understood that for her there was no other possible life than migration, she developed the muscle that moves her wings, and it became the most considerable part of her organism. The mole burrowed underground, and her entire body conformed to her need. The horse grew larger and transformed its foot. Of certain animals we do not know their progress, but it must have existed, and it can never have damaged their health. But the bespectacled man, instead, invents devices outside of his body, and if there was health and nobility in those who invented them, it is almost always lacking in those who use them. Devices are bought, sold, and stolen, and man grows ever more cunning and ever weaker. Indeed, it is evident that his cunning grows in proportion to his weakness. His first devices seemed extensions of his arm and could be effective only through the strength of that arm. But by now the device has no further relation to the limb. And it is the device that creates disease with the abandonment of the law that was, upon all the earth, the creatrix. The law of the strongest disappeared, and we lost healthful natural selection. Something quite other than psychoanalysis would be needed. Under the law of the possessor of the greatest number of devices, diseases and invalids will flourish. Perhaps, through an unheard-of catastrophe produced by devices, we shall return to health. When poison gases no longer suffice, a man, made like all other men, in the secrecy of a room in this world, will invent an incomparable explosive, in comparison with which the explosives currently in existence will be considered harmless toys. And another man, also made like all other men, but a little sicker than the rest, will steal that explosive and will climb to the center of the earth to place it at the point where its effect can be the greatest. There will be an enormous explosion that no one will hear, and the earth, returned to its nebular form, will wander through the heavens, freed of parasites and disease. The end.